The era of collective awakening has arrived, with monsters rampaging, and only the lords can establish their footing in the boundless ocean of realms. The corporate worker, Su Jin, transmigrates into this world, awakening the extraordinary talent of infinite sublimation from the outset. By consuming evolution points, he can infinitely advance his military units and structures. A bronze sword servant? He can directly elevate it to the divine resolution form. Attributes soaring by 500, bestowed with godlike abilities. A manifestation of the celestial version of I come. I see. I conquer. Chapter 1, Awakening. On the 7th of July in the 600th year of the new era, at Land High School, in the classroom of Class 3-1. Yao Yun. Here. Zhou Xing here. In the classroom, sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting mottled shadows on the walls. The homeroom teacher, Yu Hong, a 6th-tier warrior practitioner, called the roll. Today marks the day of awakening for all on Blue Star, a day that determines countless destinies. Su Jin sat by the window, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the desk, his emotions fluctuating with the sound of names being called. His thoughts drifted back 18 years at that time. He was a corporate worker in another world, having just endured the harsh realities of cost reduction and efficiency enhancement, clutching his pay stub after a salary cut. On his way home, he raised a middle finger to the gray sky, cursing his shameless boss. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself in this world, both familiar and strange, reborn as a helpless infant. 18 years were enough for him to comprehend this world. 600 years ago, terrifying monsters tore through space and descended upon Blue Star, rendering humanity's proud steel defenses utterly helpless against such overwhelming force. The emergence of 10th-tier monsters, with terrifying speeds exceeding 25 Mach, coupled with an almost precognitive sense of danger, turned humanity's last resort nuclear weapons into a mere joke. In their desperation, hope arrived in the 35th year of the new era. Communications soldier Lin Qing inadvertently touched a mysterious luminous stone in the Tian Shan Mountains, awakening the legendary lord profession. Under her leadership, humanity sounded the horn for counterattack. By the 65th year of the new era, the native monsters of Blue Star had been largely eradicated, and humanity's gaze turned towards the broader, boundless ocean of realms. After more than 5 centuries of bloody battles, humanity finally established a foothold in the boundless ocean, forming the Blue Star Alliance, which stood alongside the surrounding Anqing Empire and the Three-Eyed clans to dominate this domain. The cornerstone of all this is the practitioners, warriors, mages, swordsmen, knights, and those legendary few, the lords who possess boundless potential. After 18 years, the moment has finally arrived for him to touch the greatest miracle of this world. Su Jin. Yu Hong's voice interrupted his musings. Here, Su Jin replied, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Yu Hong closed the roll book. Everyone line up in the order of roll call. We will depart in 5 minutes to the Awakening Hall of the school. The Awakening Hall, which had been the school's gymnasium just 3 days prior, was now renamed due to the central placement of several massive luminous pillars. Upon arrival, Su Jin's class found the hall bustling with excitement, students animatedly discussing the events, their voices a cacophony. Silence. The principal, Xia Hui, an 8th-tier mage, commanded with a voice imbued with powerful spiritual pressure, instantly silencing the crowd. Homeroom teachers, lead your students to the luminous pillars. Remember to collect and report the professions to the head of education. The line slowly advanced. Jingzi, do you think I can awaken as a lord? The rough voice came from the giant Lin Xiaokui beside Su Jin. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular frame made him resemble a human-shaped bull. This guy had once gained fame across the school after single-handedly carrying 3 overheated classmates to the infirmary, though the 2 beneath him bore the brunt of the weight. A lord who can say for certain? Su Jin glanced at him. It seems to be related to mental strength, but not entirely. I've heard it's about fate. Ugh, only 1 in 10,000, a true rarity. Lin Xiaokui clicked his tongue, his face a canvas of envy. Look, someone awakened as a lord. A sudden exclamation erupted from ahead. Su Jin and Lin Xiaokui immediately leaned forward to see in the adjacent Class 2 area. A luminous pillar was radiating a dreamlike spectrum of colors, particularly striking amidst the sea of luminous Watian, unmistakable symbol of the lore profession. Wow, someone really hit the SSR, came a voice filled with barely contained astonishment, envy and jealousy practically spilling over. The crowd in Class 2 was in an uproar. It's Wang Jia, that transfer student. Unbelievable. She just transferred this semester. Su Jin was somewhat taken aback. He had a vague impression of Wang Jia. She was indeed a very beautiful girl, but he hadn't expected her luck to be this extraordinary. The commotion lasted for a while, and soon Wang Jia, escorted by her homeroom teacher, left the scene. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was Su Jin's turn. He stepped onto a stone platform approximately 2 meters in diameter. at the center of which stood a stone pillar taller than a person, its apex embedded with a fist-sized luminous stone radiating a warm and gentle glow. Su Jin, place your hand on the luminous stone, close your eyes, and feel with your heart, the guiding teacher reminded him. Understood, Su Jin replied. Having memorized the awakening instructions, he placed his hands flat over the luminous stone, feeling its warmth in his palms, closed his eyes, and cleared his mind. In the darkness, bizarre lines, various runes, and color blocks flashed rapidly. Suddenly, an indescribably immense sphere of light collided into his consciousness without warning. Su Jin felt his body lighten as if lifted by an invisible force, floating into the at the same time. A burning sensation surged on the back of his left hand, as if a flame were igniting, and this heat quickly coursed up his arm, spreading throughout his body, ultimately converging at his brow. The center of his brow. It felt as though something was about to break free. Su Jin sensed his consciousness expanding infinitely, establishing a peculiar connection with the surrounding world. Then, a dazzling light shot forth from his brow, forcefully colliding with the immense sphere of light deep within his consciousness. Boom! Like the resounding explosion at the dawn of the universe, it erupted within his mind. An endless expanse of stars, swirling nebulae, and vast cosmic vistas flickered before his eyes. Another lord. Heavens! Our school has produced 2 this year, and it's a rainbow light. Truly a lord. Uncertain of how much time had passed, as Su Jin's consciousness gradually returned from that dazzling sea of stars, he heard even louder exclamations around him. He slowly opened his eyes, and before him, the luminous pillar enveloping him emitted the same rainbow glow as Wang Jia had. He, Su Jin, had awakened the Lord profession. Su Jin, come with me, said his homeroom teacher Yu Hong, barely concealing his excitement. All right, Su Jin nodded, following closely behind Yu Hong. The surrounding classmates parted to create a path, their gazes fixated on him, a mixture of envy, jealousy, curiosity, and awe swirling in the air. Su Jin turned back, giving a reassuring nod to Lin Xiaokui, who stood in the crowd, wide-eyed, signaling him to remain calm, before swiftly following Yu Hong out of the bustling hall. Watching Su Jin's retreating figure, Lin Xiaokui felt a whirlwind of emotions. This guy had truly become a lord. That was someone who could potentially traverse the boundless ocean of realms in the future. It seemed that it would be difficult to maintain their former camaraderie, shoulder to shoulder. From now on, ordinary practitioners still had to follow a conventional path through vocational universities, while lords, upon activating their realm pearl, would venture into the initial world. Alone, needing to develop their territory to level 4 before returning to Blue Star. It is said that when a territory reaches level 7, the lord can ascend with their territory to the boundless ocean, embarking on the true journey across the starry seas. By that time, although the lords could return to LNXNG at any moment, how many would be willing to abandon their flourishing territories, which they had diligently cultivated, to return to their home planet for a life of retirement? Chapter 2. A 3-year pact, the path to immortality. In a certain classroom, Su Jin pushed open the door and immediately spotted Wang Jia, who had previously awakened her lord class. She stood quietly to one side, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man was tall and clad in a perfectly tailored suit, his gentle visage adorned with a warm smile directed at Su Jin. Beside him stood a woman wearing glasses, exuding an air of intelligence and competence, engaged in a hushed conversation with Wang Jia. As Su Jin approached, the man spoke first. Greetings, Su. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wan Yun, a specialist from the Department of Special Talent within the Education Bureau. After a brief pause, Wan Yun continued. The Lord class is exceptionally unique and vital as it pertains to the future of the Blue Star Alliance. Before you activate the Realm Pearl and embark on your initial trials in the Primordial Land, there are essential pieces of information that must be conveyed to you. Additionally, the Alliance will provide necessary assistance to help you navigate your novice period and elevate your territory to level 4 as swiftly as possible. Upon activating the Realm Pearl, you will be randomly transported to a fragment of the world. The size of this world varies, but it typically does not exceed 200,000 square kilometers. Within this initial world, you will need to construct your territory, recruit soldiers, and develop production. Wan Yun's tone shifted gravely. Most importantly, you must fend off relentless waves of monsters and potential assaults from indigenous peoples. Monsters? Indigenous peoples? Su Jin echoed, bewildered. Indeed, Wan Yun affirmed with a nod. The initial world is inhabited by a variety of monsters that will ceaselessly attack your territory. As time progresses, their numbers and strength will increase, serving as a test of your abilities as a lord. Naturally, you may choose to take the offensive, but the environment of the initial world is complex, and I would advise against unnecessary risks. As for the indigenous peoples, they may exist in certain fragments that are on the verge of becoming complete worlds. They might have already unified their realm. The likelihood of encountering such a scenario is minuscule, yet if it does occur, the challenge will be nightmarish. Ultimately, once you have developed your territory to a certain degree and reached level 4, You will meet specific conditions to perform the promotion ceremony and return to Blue Star. Each year, numerous lords, filled with hope, venture forth, only to never return. Thus, I implore you to prepare thoroughly before activating the Realm Pearl. Remember, there, aside from yourself, no one can assist you. In order to enhance your chances of survival, the Alliance has prepared a novice gift package for each newly appointed lord, and I hope you will make good use of it. As he spoke, several cards materialized in Wang Yun's hand, which he then extended towards Su Jin. Su Jin accepted the cards, feeling their icy touch as they shimmered with a faint glow. A quick glance revealed 3 troop cards, 1 building card, and 4 resource cards. The troop and building cards were of bronze tier, while the resource cards bore the number 10,000, presumably representing 10,000 units of basic resources. Wang Yun elaborated. Only bronze tier items can be brought into the initial world. However, items acquired or crafted within your territory will not be subject to this limitation. Do you have any questions? Wang Yun's gaze turned to Su Jin. Once we enter the initial world, we will be unable to contact Blue Star? Su Jin asked, voicing one of his gravest concerns. Indeed, the only means of external communication is through the Lord Channel, which consists solely of lords awakened in the same batch. Therefore, all preparations must be completed prior to your entry. Remember, life is singular, Wang Yun cautioned. Understood, thank you. Su Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to his teacher, Yu Hong, he inquired, Teacher, may I take my leave now? I wish to prepare some things. Yu Hong regarded the student before him, who had just awakened to boundless possibilities. With a complex expression that mingled admiration and concern, he placed a hand on Su Jin's shoulder, his eyes brimming with expectation. Go forth, and may fortune favor your endeavors. At the central hospital of Mingda City, within a special care room, the unmistakable scent of disinfectant pervaded the air. Su Jin stood before a hospital bed, silent for a long while, his gaze lingering on his father's pale visage. Though gaunt, traces of youthful handsomeness could still be discerned. His mother, her presence in his memory was but a fleeting shadow, lingering only for a month before vanishing entirely. Whenever he attempted to inquire, his father would always evade the subject. His father had raised him alone, embodying both mother and father. The hardships endured were likely known only to him. 3 years prior, his father, the head of research at the Central Academy's Mingda branch, was urgently dispatched to a newly discovered junction in the Realm Sea for a top-secret investigation. No one anticipated that this expedition would devolve into a nightmare that consumed lives. Out of a contingent of over 2,000, only a handful, including his father, returned alive. When discovered, they were all inexplicably ensnared in a profound coma. Vital signs remained stable, and all metrics appeared normal, yet they could not awaken. As if their souls had been lost. The hospital organized numerous expert consultations, yet the cause eluded them, forcing the temporary placement of the comatose individuals in special care, where they would be monitored around the clock. According to observations from advanced spiritual healers, Mr. Su's spirit was gradually dissipating, though slowly, it had never ceased. At the current rate, it was feared that within 3 years, he would be utterly extinguished. 3 years, Su Jin murmured, as if questioning the doctor and himself simultaneously. Yes, the doctor sighed. They speculate that only the legendary immortal flower could possibly cure such a condition. He gently grasped his father's hand, once robust and warm, now cold and feeble. Immortal flower. Su Jin silently repeated, fully aware of the mythical object. It was said to possess the miraculous ability to reverse death and restore the essence of life, a priceless treasure sought by countless souls on the brink of demise. However, despite being classified as a 9th-tier anomaly, the immortal flower was seldom found in the perilous depths of the Realm Sea, making its quest akin to scaling the heavens. 3 years. Su Jin gazed at the fluctuating numbers on the monitoring device, which indicated his father's remaining spiritual vitality. Within this span, if the immortal flower could not be found, his father would inevitably become a soulless husk. He suddenly chuckled softly, a sound imbued with resolute determination. 3 years is sufficient. I will undoubtedly find the immortal flower. Father, you must wait for my return. Gently releasing his father's hand, he cast one last lingering glance before resolutely turning and exiting the ward. The corridor's lights elongated his shadow, solitary and straight, resembling a sword poised to unsheath, piercing through the unknown destiny. Chapter 3, Divine Talent? The territory unfolds. The Realm Pearl, activated. As Su Jin's words fell, a dazzling light enveloped him. When the brilliance dissipated and he opened his eyes anew, Su Jin found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, with sunlight filtering through the foliage, forming patches of light upon the ground. The air was imbued with the fresh scent of earth and leaves, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Yet, amidst these colossal trees, Su Jin pondered, how could he establish his territory? Will I become a bald-headed strongman? He thought, eyeing the massive trunks that would require several individuals to encircle. Glancing at his own petite frame, he grimaced, uncertain if he would be able to fell any trees when the territory manifested. Steeling himself, Su Jin recalled the methods taught in his foundational courses at the academy and began to commune with the realm pearl within his consciousness. He slowly closed his eyes, holding his breath, and plunged his entire awareness deep into the recesses of his mind. The sounds of birds, wind, and rustling leaves gradually faded into the background, becoming a distant blur. Ultimately, consciousness descended into an infinite abyss of darkness. Time became an indistinct concept as a flicker of light emerged within the shadows, gradually intensifying until the entire realm transformed into a pristine void. Within this void, a radiant orb, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, floated serenely. It was the realm pearl. It rotated gently, exuding a soft halo, oscillating up and down with an enigmatic rhythm. This was the realm pearl, the very genesis of all things. Su Jin endeavored to channel her mental energy, cautiously reaching out to touch the realm pearl. Contrary to her expectations, there were no impediments. Instead, there was an inviting warmth. The moment her mental energy made contact with the pearl, a translucent azure screen materialized, hovering before her consciousness. The screen distinctly displayed two succinct options. 1. Personal information, expand upon mental contact. 2. Territory information, expand upon mental contact. Su Jin attempted to simulate the action of clicking on the personal information option within her mind. As the thought took form, the azure screen rippled, and the original options vanished, replaced by a detailed list of personal attributes. Name, Su Jin. Age, 18. Occupation, Lord level, Tier 1 race, Blue Star human, Bronze bloodline. Talent, sublimation, consumes evolution points, allowing for infinite potential enhancement and tier transitions of territory units and constructions. Martial arts, none skills, none equipment, none financial status, poor. Moreover, it seemed she had obtained an SSR level talent. She vividly recalled her erudite mentor from the academy, whose eyes sparkled with a mix of profound desire, envy, and a hint of indescribable melancholy and regret while discussing talents. Talent, in a certain sense, is an inherent privilege, a gift from fate. It transcends the efforts of the majority, serving as a superlative ticket granted to only a fortunate few. Remember, among millions, there may not be a single talent bearer. Therefore, should you have the fortune to encounter such an individual in the future, seize the opportunity firmly. Perhaps one day, they will soar to greatness, becoming a legendary figure you can only gaze upon in awe. Sublimation, infinite potential enhancement, and transitions? But what are evolution points, and how does one acquire them? After searching fruitlessly, she found no indication of evolution points on the personal information page. Could they be located within the territory information? Su Jin pondered, promptly switching to the territory information page. Lord, Su Jin territory, unnamed, name upon mental contact, not expanded, level 1 buildings, none resources, wood 0, stone 0, iron ore 0, soul currency 0, population 0, exclusive troop type, none reputation, 0 evolution points, 0 exclusive. She had indeed found them. But the string of zeros reminded her of the cards given by Wan Yun. This place clearly seemed unsafe. She needed to swiftly establish her territory and recruit soldiers, lest a monster appear and end her life unjustly. With this thought, she hesitated no longer. Immediately, she focused her consciousness and gently pressed upon the intangible button representing territory expansion on the realm pearl within her mind. Buzz! An invisible wave suddenly radiated outward from Su Jin. The ground beneath her illuminated with dazzling brilliance, and a complex, arcane six-pointed star formation emerged from the void, beginning to revolve slowly, emanating undeniable power as it expanded outward. Where the formation's light touched, the ground appeared to be instantly plowed and compacted by an unseen force. The uneven soil, tangled roots, and scattered stones, all debris dissipated into the ether, transforming into the smoothest of lands. Even the towering ancient trees, which would require several people to encircle, merely trembled slightly upon reaching the formation's edge. There was no thunderous collapse or chaotic scattering of wood chips. They vanished as if gently erased from a canvas, leaving not even a stump behind. This cleansing ability was indeed impressive. Su Jin stood in astonishment. Then, not far ahead, the ground twisted as if disturbed by a stone cast into water, rippling in waves. Following this, a golden light flickered, and an ancient structure materialized before Su Jin. Approaching the front of the building, she noticed the ornate inscription above the door, Lord's Manor. It seemed this would be her future home in this extraordinary world. Stirring her heart, as she gazed around, the transformation of her territory continued. With the shimmering descent of various luminous screens, buildings began to emerge. Among them were 3 standardized barracks, an infantry barrack, a cavalry barrack, and an archer barrack. These 3 barracks were the standard configuration for all novice lords, possessing an initial potential of black iron tier, with the highest recruitable soldiers only able to reach tier 3. For lords who had navigated beyond the novice phase and encountered a broader world, these would typically serve as the foundational forces for patrolling and maintaining order within the territory. In addition to the barracks, a robust stone wall, approximately 5 meters high and 2 meters thick, was erected, completely isolating the initial territory from the perilous wilderness beyond. At each corner of the wall stood a watchtower, which, upon reaching level 2, would become an arrow tower capable of automatic attacks. Furthermore, there was a uniquely designed engineering camp, which possessed the remarkable ability to impart basic construction knowledge and skills directly to ordinary citizens. It was said that even those with no understanding of construction could emerge as skilled builders after a single knowledge transfer session at the engineering camp. Adjacent to the engineering camp was a warehouse marked with a special spatial insignia. This warehouse boasted a vast internal storage capacity and featured an intelligent automated classification and retrieval system, ensuring efficiency and convenience. A home had been established, but the looming crisis was ever near. Chapter 4, Infinite City. Su Jin retrieved the cards she had acquired earlier. Using these cards was a simple affair. She merely needed to envision their activation within the Lord interface. First came the resource card. With a sharp crack, the card shattered, dispersing into specks of starlight. The Lord interface trembled slightly as the resource column appeared to be manipulated by an invisible hand, causing the quantities of wood, stone, iron, and food to surge upward, ultimately settling at a value of 10,000 units. Simultaneously, distant thuds emanated from the warehouse, reminiscent of new resources being automatically organized. Next was the troop card. As it fractured, it erupted into a dazzling brilliance. As the light faded, 30 figures gradually came into focus. Su Jin focused intently. An information materialized. Heavy shield guard, bronze tier, 10 level, tier 1 skills. Iron wall, allied units within shield formation gain a 20-point increase to physical defense. Shield counter, rebounds melee attacks with the shield. Description, composed of formidable warriors clad in bronze scale armor, wielding massive shields. They move like mobile fortifications, serving as the most reliable line of defense on the battlefield. Great halberd soldier, bronze tier, 10 level, tier 1 skills. Sweeping strike, swings the halberd to inflict a wide area knockback effect. Armor-piercing halberd technique, enhances the halberd's piercing damage. Description, elite infantry armed with towering bronze halberds, adept at dismantling enemy formations with their reach advantage. Strong archer, bronze tier, 10 level, tier 1 skills. Piercing arrow, charged shot increases range and adds a penetrating effect. Rapid fire, fires multiple arrows in quick succession. Introduction, the agile archer, burdened with a quiver, bears bronze arm guards inscribed with patterns of the wind, capable of executing the standard procedure of nocking an arrow and drawing the bow within a single breath. Su Jin gazed at the robust, heavily armored shield bearer before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. As a bronze tier unit, this soldier not only possesses solid foundational attributes, but also wields 2 formidable skills. Particularly, the shield bearer's impenetrable defense provides a comprehensive protective enhancement tailored for the Lord. After finalizing the soldier card, Su Jin's attention shifted to the last building card, the refugee camp. With a crisp crack, the card shattered. In a flicker of light, a brand new structure materialized beside the engineering camp. The refugees would report directly to the engineering camp upon arrival, undergo training, and then commence their labor, flawless in execution. Refugee camp, bronze tier. Level 1. Function, capable of recruiting 20 refugees daily, with a maximum quality of low-grade black iron. Upgrade, requires 5,000 wood and 5,000 stone. Su Jin observed this refugee camp, realizing that being a bronze tier unit means it can be upgraded to a maximum level of 6. Following the classification akin to the oceanic hierarchy, qualities are generally categorized as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold, corresponding to levels 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 12. Su Jin's personal information page revealed his race as Blue Star Human, bronze tier, indicating that upon class employment, as long as he develops normally, he can achieve a minimum of level 6. This differs from soldiers and buildings, where one denotes a floor and the other a ceiling. Once resources were depleted, the most pressing task remained, naming the territory. In contemplation, his gaze suddenly fell upon the birthmark on the back of his left hand. This mark had been present since his birth, and Su Jin speculated that his awakened talent might be connected to it. If so, in his previous life, it symbolized boundless possibilities. Let us call it Infinite City, Su Jin murmured, his voice soft yet imbued with conviction. No sooner had he spoken than the territory's unassigned name on the Lord's interface blurred, swiftly transforming to display the 3 characters of Infinite City. Following this, a series of notifications emerged. Territory naming successful. Lord's channel activated. Exclusive Lord unit buildings began to generate. Generation complete. Exclusive building, Spirit Pivot Sword Pavilion. Spirit Pivot Sword Pavilion? Su Jin once again perused the territory information. Lord, Su Jin. Territory, Infinite City. Level, 1. Buildings, Warehouse, Level 1. Archer Camp, Level 1. Cavalry Camp, Level 1. Infantry Camp, Level 1. Engineering Camp, Level 1. Refugee Camp, Bronze Tier, Level 1. Spirit Pivot Sword Pavilion, Walls, Level 1. Resources, Wood, 10,000. Stone, 10,000. Iron blocks, 10,000. Food, 10,000. Soul coins, 0. Residence, 0. Exclusive unit, Spirit Pivot Sword Servants, 0. Reputation, 0. Evolution points, 0. Exclusive. Common units, Shield Bearers, Bronze tier, 10. Great Halberdiers, Bronze tier, 10. Strong Archers, Bronze tier, 10. Su Jin's gaze lingered on the small plus sign behind the Spirit Pivot Sword Pavilion for a few moments before he could not resist clicking it. With a swift motion, the interface transformed once more, revealing detailed information about the Spirit Pivot Sword Pavilion. Spirit Pivot Sword Pavilion can be sublimated upon meeting certain conditions. Tier Bronze. Function: capable of recruiting the exclusive unit Spirit Pivot Sword Servants. Recruitment requirement: 6,000 soul coins. Current recruitable quantity: 100. Spirit Pivot Sword Servants can manifest the heart's imagery into blades through soul resonance, possessing the ability of soul unravel. Bronze tier. Skills: 1. Soul Echo Slash. Releases a crescent-shaped wave of spirit power, range 30 meters. 2. Heart Mirror. Perceives soul fluctuations within a 100-meter radius. 3. Remnant Soul Double. Consumes 30 spirit power to create a phantom clone lasting 5 seconds. As an exclusive unit of bronze tier with potential for sublimation, it appeared that further growth was on the horizon. Su Jin felt a sense of unwavering stability. Steady, steady, he reminded himself, recalling past lessons to guide future actions. The question of how to acquire evolution points lingered. He would need to observe closely over the next few days. At this juncture, the priority remained strengthening his power. First, he would upgrade the refugee camp to level 3, then gather resources and engage in monster hunting. With a thought, he expended his sole remaining 10,000 units of wood and stone to elevate the refugee camp to level 3, increasing the daily recruitment of refugees to 60. Clicking on recruitment, the gates of the refugee camp creaked open. A ragged group of weary individuals emerged, led by a white-haired elder who appeared to embody the role of an ancient village chief. Upon reaching Su Jin, their eyes reflected a glimmer of hope mixed with trepidation. The elder bowed slightly and respectfully inquired, "My lord, is this the territory of Infinite City?" "Indeed, this is Infinite City, and I am its lord, Su Jin," he replied. "My lord, we are all homeless and wonder if Infinite City could offer us shelter and a place to call home." The elder's voice quivered with emotion. Su Jin pondered for a moment. "Certainly. Infinite City is in its nascent stages, requiring manpower. I can arrange accommodations and work for you. With diligence. You shall find a better life here than before." As his words concluded, the refugees erupted in jubilant cheers. "Thank you, my lord. Long live the Lord." Chapter 5. The First Trial of Arms, The Hunt of the Wolf Pack. Su Jin turned to the elder leading the group. "What is your name, elder?" In response, "My lord, I am called Li Yi," the elder answered, somewhat apprehensively. "Li Yi, you are familiar with these individuals. Please assist me in managing the refugees. Guide them to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. Once settled, arrange for them to gather materials and construct some dwellings, preferably near the warehouse." "Yes, my lord," Li Yi replied with a bow, then turned to beckon the refugees, setting them to work. As Su Jin observed the bustling scene before him, a wave of satisfaction surged within. It was time for him to attend to his own affairs. First and foremost, he needed to devise a means of acquiring soul coins. He murmured to himself. Closing the Lord's interface, he turned toward the 30 bronze-tier soldiers. Shield bearers, great halberdiers, strong archers. Su Jin scrutinized this inaugural batch of combatants. The shield bearers, clad in heavy bronze scale armor and wielding massive shields, exuded an aura of immovable strength. The great halberdiers brandished their imposing bronze halberds, their sharpness apparent, while the strong archers were lithe and keen-eyed, unmistakably skilled marksmen. "You shall be the guardians of Infinite City," Su Jin declared solemnly. "To the death. We shall protect Infinite City." The soldiers responded in unison, their voices resounding with fervor. Su Jin nodded slightly, suppressing the tumult within. He understood that his most pressing need was to rapidly enhance his strength. "Let us venture forth to hunt," he resolved inwardly. Planning to lead these soldiers into the nearby forest in search of monsters to slay for soul coins and resources, he commanded, "Shield bearers, remain behind to guard the territory. The rest, follow me." With a decisive order, he departed the territory alongside 24 soldiers, stepping into the uncharted forest. In a certain part of the woods, several great halberdiers led the front of the formation, using their halberds to clear obstructing underbrush while scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns upon the ground, and the area was eerily silent, broken only by the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and the occasional distant call of unknown birds. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar echoed from deep within the thicket, shattering the stillness. Su Jin's heart raced, and he immediately raised his hand to signal a halt. Alert! Without further ado, the 4 heavily armored shield bearers advanced in an instant, and their massive bronze shields thudded onto the ground, the edges tightly interlocked, forming a moving rampart that safeguarded Su Jin at its core. "Great halberdiers, prepare to engage the enemy." Strong archers, seek high ground. Free fire. Su Jin's commands were both clear and rapid, yet in this inaugural battle, a tinge of anxiety inevitably stirred within her heart. Howls echoed in the distance, gradually drawing nearer. Soon, a pack of wild wolves, cloaked in shades of ash and black, with eyes gleaming like emeralds, burst forth from the thickets. Forest wolves, black iron tier. Level 2. Skills, bite, pounce. Description, a pack-oriented species known for their vicious hunting instincts. Information panels materialized before Su Jin's eyes. There were at least 40 to 50 of them. Su Jin's gaze swept across the throng of wolves, her brow furrowing slightly. While the black iron tier posed little threat individually, their sheer numbers, combined with their level 2 status, were sufficient to instill concern. A resounding howl erupted from within the pack, as a particularly robust wolf, distinguishable by its deeper fur, raised its head and let out a prolonged cry. Forest wolf leader, black iron elite. Level 3. Skills, bite, pounce, pack call. Description, the leader of the pack, endowed with greater strength and intelligence. Su Jin immediately locked her gaze onto the alpha wolf. Strike the leader first, she commanded decisively. Strong archers, concentrate fire on the alpha wolf. In response to her command, the archers, already positioned advantageously on a slight rise, sprang into action, unleashing a volley of gleaming arrows that soared towards the alpha wolf. The forest wolf leader seemed to sense the imminent danger, its form darting with agility, evading most of the arrows. Yet, the sheer density of the attack ensured that one arrow found its mark, embedding itself in its hind leg. The forest wolf leader howled in pain, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon Su Jin and her comrades, followed by a long, piercing howl that seemed to convey a command to the surrounding wolves. Like a tide, they surged towards Su Jin and her team. Kill! The halberdiers roared in unison, brandishing their long halberds and sweeping arcs. Two shield bearers adjusted their positions, forming a solid barrier around Su Jin, while the other two reinforced the weaker points in the line of halberdiers. Chaos erupted in an instant. A halberdier seized an opportunity, thrusting his weapon like a viper into the abdomen of a forest wolf. The creature emitted a mournful yelp before collapsing. Yet, more wolves charged forth with reckless ferocity. Sweep them away. Another halberdier bellowed, swinging his halberd in a wide arc, the heavy blade crashing into two approaching wolves, sending them sprawling, their bones cracking audibly. Shield bash. A shield bearer countered the pounce of a wolf, deflecting it with his shield and sending the creature flying. Meanwhile, the archers above were relentless, loosing arrows that provided vital support to the battle below. With each shot, more wolves fell, their bodies littering the chaotic battlefield. Throughout the tumult, Su Jin's focus remained steadfast on the injured forest wolf leader. She understood that its defeat was pivotal, though hindered by its wound. The alpha wolf's ferocity remained undiminished as it bared its sharp fangs, scanning the battlefield for an opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, it let out a low growl, darting around the center of battle to flank the team. 3 o'clock, Su Jin shouted. A shield bearer pivoted sharply, but the alpha's speed was astonishing. It leaped through the air, bearing down upon the formation. Just as it seemed poised to strike, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing the alpha's left shoulder with precision. With a pained howl, the forest wolf leader's assault was abruptly interrupted. Su Jin looked up to see an archer standing on a protruding rock, bow trembling in hand. Well done. Continue to suppress. Su Jin praised loudly. The archer's eyes sparkled with renewed determination as he swiftly nocked 3 arrows, releasing them in rapid succession. The arrows traced elegant arcs through the air, targeting the alpha wolf. Though the creature attempted to evade, its injuries impaired its agility. Thud, thud. 2 arrows struck deep into its chest and abdomen, while the last, accompanied by a deathly whistle, pierced its left eye. A chilling howl echoed through the woods as the alpha swayed unsteadily before crashing to the ground. Kill the forest wolf leader, earn 300 soul coins, and acquire 1 forest wolf essence. With the alpha's fall, the remaining wolves descended into disarray. Some fled, while others continued to fight. Yet their previous ferocity and coordination had clearly waned. Pursue the victory, Su Jin commanded. The halberdiers wielded their long weapons with vigor, as the archers drew their bows to the limit, while the shield bearers advanced steadily. In this orchestrated assault, the remaining forest wolves were swiftly eradicated, with only a few managing to escape into the depths of the forest. Kill 43 forest wolves, earn 8,600 soul coins, and acquire 4 forest wolf essences. Chapter 6. The Spirit Sword Guardian. The scent of blood hung heavy in the clearing, the bodies of the forest wolves scattered haphazardly across the ground. Lord, these spoils. A halberdier approached, surveying the fallen wolves. Su Jin nodded. Bring them back. This meat will enhance our rations. After all, the basic sustenance provided by the system was rather bland, merely sufficient to fill one's stomach. A few halberdiers began to process the game, finding the usable portions for transport back to the territory. Lord, called a vigilant archer from a distance, there's something here. Su Jin approached to find a small cave, its entrance obscured by underbrush, easily overlooked. I saw something glimmering inside, the archer explained. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jin decided to investigate. He ordered 2 shield bearers to clear the way, cautiously entering the cave himself. The cave was shallow, and within just a few paces, they reached its end. Deep within, something flickered with a faint light. It was a book wrapped in metallic sheets, alongside a metal page of unknown material, approximately the size of an A4 sheet. Discovered a special item, basic shield technique, black iron elite. Discovered a special item, metal page? A surge of joy filled Su Jin as he stashed the items away, glancing at the information about them. Basic shield technique, a primary defensive technique that, once mastered, enhances physical defense by 20, with an additional effect, small shield. Remarkably, a technique. Su Jin's eyes brightened. Based on his studies at the academy, any technique not labeled as disposable or limited could theoretically be practiced by any qualifying unit within the territory. This implied that even ordinary troops, given sufficient insight and compatibility with the technique, could potentially transcend their tier barriers and evolve into formidable hero units. Excellent. This has come at just the right time. Su Jin mused, planning to have the shield bearers attempt to learn it upon their return to assess the outcome. Techniques also required a certain affinity. Matching compatibility could yield greater results. As he contemplated, Su Jin turned his gaze to the metal page. Metal page? A page forged from an unknown mysterious metal, inscribed with indecipherable patterns. Effects unknown, purpose unknown. All question marks? Su Jin felt a tinge of surprise at the existence of something even the system could not identify. He flipped the metallic page back and forth several times, noting its cold, smooth texture, adorned with peculiar patterns that resembled a form of script or perhaps some arcane symbols. Never mind. I shall stow it away for now and research it at a more opportune moment. He carefully tucked the metallic page alongside the basic shield technique and stepped out of the cave, his spirits lifted as he led his team onward. A sudden twang rang out as an arrow struck a forest wolf squarely in the head, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Forest wolf slain. 3. Earned 600 soul coins. He had anticipated a multitude of monsters, yet surprisingly, they encountered far fewer than expected. Could it be that the large pack of wolves they had previously encountered were the sovereigns of this territory? Had they decimated their stronghold, leading to this tranquility? Su Jin mused, but after emerging from the cave, the subsequent hours unfolded with an unusual calmness, only occasionally stumbling upon a solitary beast, without encountering any large-scale monster groups. Glancing at the sky and estimating the time, Su Jin resolved to return, as the defensive strength of his territory was not particularly robust, and nighttime would not favor combat. Coincidentally, he had amassed enough soul coins to recruit the spirit sword attendant. As the silhouettes of the team appeared at the edge of the territory, the setting sun bled crimson, casting a vibrant glow across the horizon. From a distance, Su Jin observed considerable changes within the territory. The towering walls were adorned with blazing torches at intervals, dispelling the encroaching dusk. Beside the warehouse, a few neatly arranged wooden huts had sprung up. Li Yi was busily directing several women in preparing dinner, while a group of children frolicked between the wooden huts and the warehouse, their laughter ringing like silver bells throughout the territory. "My lord, you have returned," Li Yi exclaimed, hastily setting aside his tasks and jogging over, his face radiating uncontainable joy. "Indeed. Well done," Su Jin replied with a smile, patting Li Yi on the shoulder. "It seems that during my absence, you have managed the territory commendably." "The old ones followed your instructions to the letter," Li Yi said, his white beard quivering with pride, though a hint of anxiety crept into his voice. "My lord, do you find these wooden huts satisfactory? They were constructed based on our previous experiences in the village. While they may be rudimentary, they are certainly habitable. We simply lacked sufficient materials, hence only these few were built." Su Jin nodded. "A new batch of refugees will arrive tomorrow, with ample hands. The construction will progress swiftly, so there is no need for concern. By the way, I have some meat here. Please arrange for everyone to prepare it. We shall have a feast tonight." "Meat." Li Yi's eyes lit up, his voice trembling slightly. The refugees had endured hardship and hunger. The mere prospect of a hearty meal was almost beyond their imagination. "Thank you, my lord," he said, bowing deeply, his voice thick with emotion. "I shall make the arrangements immediately." Su Jin turned and made his way towards the heart of the territory, the Spirit Sword Pavilion. Having departed in haste that morning, he had yet to properly observe this dedicated structure. The entire pavilion resembled an ancient bronze sword thrust into the earth, its base secured by 9 dark green chains anchoring the ley lines, with the surface of the lock rings inscribed with talismans. The eaves, shaped like dragon teeth, interlocked seamlessly, and each tile was cast into a miniature sword case form, with bronze bells hanging from the corners. The front door bore a relief of a heavily armored giant bracing against a sword, its eyes embedded with jewels that flickered like breathing orbs, while an ethereal azure mist floated around the building, giving it a dreamlike quality. Standing before the pavilion, Su Jin couldn't help but marvel. This exclusive edifice was indeed extraordinary, its exterior far surpassing that of other structures. "Recruit Spirit Sword Attendant," he silently intoned, and in an instant, a flash of light seemed to emanate from within the pavilion, followed by the slow creaking of the heavy door as it opened. a figure emerged, clad in a cerulean swordsman's garb, with a long sword hanging at his waist. He stood tall, his countenance stern, and his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding an aura of formidable sword intent. The long sword at his side glimmered with a faint blue light, drawing attention. White Xiao, Spirit Sword Attendant, Bronze Rank. Level 1. Skill, Soul Resonance, Heart Mirrors Remnant Soul Avatar. Description, can manifest the heart's imagery into a blade through soul resonance, possessing the ability of soul liberation. Soul Liberation grants a 50 boost to all attributes. Exceptionally gifted individuals may gain additional special abilities. Soul Liberation, a 50 attribute boost. Su Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. This skill was indeed extraordinary. If he were to further elevate its potential, the consequences would be staggering. In the flickering firelight, Su Jin gazed at the spirit sword attendant before him, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up within him. I am your subordinate, White Xiao. It is an honor to meet you, my lord, he stated, kneeling on one knee, his voice resonant and strong, suppressing his tumultuous emotions. Su Jin distinctly sensed the terrifying power lying dormant within White Xiao, a potent aura that far surpassed all previous bronze tier units. Rise, he commanded. White Xiao stood upright, silently awaiting Su Jin's orders. Su Jin scrutinized White Xiao, his gaze drifting to the long sword at his side. An idea struck him. White Xiao, please demonstrate your soul liberation ability. Understood, White Xiao replied, and with a soft chime, the long sword was swiftly grasped in his hand. A gentle azure glow flowed from the blade, rapidly intensifying into a fierce, solid flame that danced wildly upon the sword's edge. Even from several meters away, Su Jin could feel a wave of scorching heat washing over him, the energy within the flames sending shivers down his spine, distorting the air around them due to the intense heat. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, White Xiao's form appeared to swell slightly, becoming more imposing and formidable. With a cold glint in his eyes, he gracefully swung the sword. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a flash of azure light, slicing through the night sky like a crescent moon. In an instant, a massive tree, several meters away, silently splintered upon contact with the azure light, the cut as smooth as a mirror. What was even more astonishing was that the severed trunk continued to burn with azure flames, quickly engulfing the entire tree in a matter of breaths, reducing it to a pile of ashes. Is this the power of soul liberation? It also carries some unique energy. Plus the 50 attribute boost. It is simply absurd. What luck! This is clearly destiny. Others may consider themselves fortunate, but they are merely fit to polish my shoes. As he gained a deeper understanding of the spirit sword attendant's potential, Su Jin suppressed his inner excitement, striving to maintain the dignity of a lord. Clearing his throat, he spoke in the calmest tone possible. Excellent. The might of soul liberation truly lives up to its reputation. Thank you for your praise, my lord, White Xiao replied. His expression still impassive, but he seemed slightly less rigid than before. Sensing a shift, Su Jin turned with a smile. Alas, with only over 5,000 soul coins remaining, he was still short of the amount needed to recruit another. It seemed prudent to bolster the ranks with some basic troops, especially since he would need to venture out for exploration tomorrow, ensuring adequate defensive strength. Relying solely on a few heavy shield soldiers would not suffice in the event of a surprise attack. In the basic barracks, recruiting a first-tier unit required 100 soul coins, while transitioning refugees only cost 50, but their loyalty posed a risk. Su Jin recalled the system's information. This treacherous place was fraught with danger, and human hearts were inscrutable. It would be wise to play it safe in the early stages, opting for directly recruited units that guaranteed loyalty and reliability. With determination set, Su Jin wasted no time and led White Xiao to the various basic barracks. Archer Camp, recruit 20 swift feather archers. Infantry Camp, recruit 20 ironclad infantry. Cavalry Camp, recruit. Su Jin paused, observing the cavalry camp. Surrounded by dense forests, he had not ventured far beyond the woods today, and the only available recruits were ordinary cavalry. Surrendering to the circumstances, the cavalry would not be of use for the time being. Thus, I shall proceed to recruit 14 archers, who may later be stationed at the watchtowers to fortify the defenses of the territory. Following Su Jin's orders, the barracks shimmered with light, as soldiers clad in armor, wielding swords and shields, or bearing quivers and bows, emerged in unison, forming a strikingly impressive spectacle before him. Ironclad infantry, black iron rank. Level, first tier. Skill, formation fortification, enhances group physical resistance by 10 when forming a square formation. Description, basic soldiers equipped with iron-plated armor and short sword shields, renowned for their discipline. While lacking the intimidation of heavy infantry, their solid tactical synergy makes them a formidable force on the battlefield, often employing dense formations to decimate lightly armored foes. Swift feather archers, black iron rank. Level, first tier. Skill, quick draw, sacrifices 10 accuracy for a 30 increase in firing speed, lasting 10 seconds. Description, lightly armored ranged units bearing short bows and quivers, capable of suppressing enemy formations through a rapid 3-shot rhythm. Although lacking the precision of elite marksmen, their training costs are minimal, allowing for deadly concentrated volleys. Su Jin stroked his chin, contemplating their potential. It seemed adequate. A numerical advantage should suffice against the scale of wolf packs encountered today. Su Jin, at your service. A burly soldier wielding a massive shield stepped forward, his voice booming. Chasing Cloud, at your service. A keen-eyed archer, the very one who had felled the Wolf King during the day, responded promptly. Muyang, at your service. The captain of the polearm soldiers also stepped forward, brandishing a long spear, his posture erect. Su Jin regarded these three standout leaders from the day's battle. The newly recruited soldiers will be under your command for training. Additionally, take this fundamentals of shield techniques. Su Jin, and ensure the heavy shield soldiers master it swiftly. It may trigger an advancement. Yes, my lord. We will accomplish this task. The three replied in unison. With the recruitment of soldiers concluded, Li Yi's preparations for the meal were ready. Thus, they dined whilst reviewing the lord's system. A matter neglected amidst the day's battles and construction. It seemed that everyone was similarly occupied at this hour, as the atmosphere buzzed with activity. Brothers, I recruited 10 archers today. It feels promising, albeit somewhat costly. That's commendable. I managed to recruit only 5. Finances are tight. Primarily due to the lack of encounters with monsters. I have no idea where to acquire soul coins. Are you all on land? I'm stuck on an island surrounded by water. Can someone enlighten me on how to earn money at sea? I'm anxiously waiting. Su Jin chuckled at this remark, recognizing his own fortune in having been welcomed by a wolf pack at the outset. By the way, have you encountered any dangers? I faced a goblin army today. Had it not been for the special troops funded by the academy, I would have been in dire straits. Goblins, aren't they mere novice monsters? What is there to fear? Novice monsters? You clearly haven't witnessed a horde of goblins. I'm referring to an army, for heaven's sake. Speaking of which, what are your exclusive troop types? Mine seems to be ironclad swordsman, which feels rather mediocre. My situation is worse. I have flower fairies with the ability to hasten plant growth. Haha, brother, hang in there. Perhaps you could become a farming tycoon in the future. Su Jin observed the lively conversation in the chat, a slight smile playing at his lips. It appeared that everyone's circumstances were akin. Some were fortunate, while others were not. As for his spirit sword knights, he enjoyed the privilege of being among the fortunate. Brothers, I've discovered an orc tribe near my territory. Their scouts have been probing towards me. It feels like they plan to attack. What should I do? I Haven T recruited many soldiers today. An orc tribe? An organized foreign army? Su Jin's smile vanished instantly. This posed a far greater threat than the instinct-driven wolf pack he had faced. These foes were organized, disciplined, and tactically astute. Good heavens. Orcs, brothers, we must recruit soldiers immediately. Pour all available soul coins into recruitment. I suggest we fortify the walls and arrow towers. Orcs typically lack intelligence and prefer not to chew on tough bones. Su Jin furrowed his brow. While these suggestions held merit, they required either time or resources, both of which the Lord likely lacked. Shutting down the channel, he realized he must explore the surroundings promptly the following day to ascertain any potential threats. Additionally, he needed to recruit more soldiers. If he could fill the quota for the Spirit Sword Pavilion, Su Jin gazed toward the distant pavilion, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Would that allow him to sweep through this region, perhaps even conquer this small world? Yet, contemplating such grand ambitions was premature. One must eat their meals one bite at a time, and traverse the path step by step. Su Jin muttered to himself, his gaze gradually hardening. The harshness of this world exceeded expectations. I must prepare thoroughly. Survival and development must be my guiding principles. Chapter 8, Ascendance. As dawn broke, a thin mist flowed gently through the forest. In the training grounds, soldiers swung their long swords in unison, the chants echoing in the air. Muyang stood at the forefront, issuing commands. Sheathe your swords, strike, maintain your balance. The soldiers, drenched in sweat, echoed his commands in perfect harmony, their long swords slicing through the air, producing a symphony of whooshing sounds. At a distant watchtower, Chasing Cloud, bearing a longbow, led a patrol, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. My lord, the fog is quite thick today. Visibility may be limited if we venture out, remarked by Xiao. Indeed, after we finish our meal, we shall set out to the south to explore if we can exit the forest. However, before that, I need to confirm something. The evolution points associated with Su Jin's innate abilities, which had been at 0 yesterday, had inexplicably risen to 165 this morning, precisely matching the population within the territory. Excluding himself, he quickly realized that these mysterious evolution points were likely correlated with his subjects, necessitating immediate clarification of their purpose and effects. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned Su Jin and brought forth an ironclad infantryman. Once they were positioned, he scrutinized them both. Indeed, it appeared that the bronze tier could not ascend. Thus, it seemed that the potential for evolution was not tied to troop types, but rather to their ranks. The ironclad infantryman of black iron rank was eligible, however. Whether this was due to unmet conditions or simply insufficient evolution points remained uncertain. Su Jin frowned, deciding to test the effects of evolution to prepare for the future. What is your name? Su Jin inquired of the ironclad infantryman. My lord, my name is Iron Mountain, replied the soldier, his voice somewhat muffled. Iron Mountain stepped forward. Obeying. Iron Mountain moved closer and stood before Su Jin. I bestow upon you strength, Su Jin declared, his tone solemn. Upon hearing this, Iron Mountain's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he promptly knelt, proclaiming, I shall defend my lord to the death. Excellent. Now, feel the power I grant you, Su Jin said, placing his left hand upon Iron Mountain's helmet. Ascendance. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the back of his hand, radiating like the nascent sun, enveloping Iron Mountain entirely. Simultaneously, several vague paths of advancement appeared in Su Jin's mind, one of which was for the heavy shield soldier. Without hesitation, he chose this option, sensing that Iron Mountain was most compatible with it. As Su Jin made his selection, the radiance surrounding Iron Mountain intensified, resembling a colossal cocoon of light, enveloping him completely. Su Jin observed the cocoon with keen interest, akin to awaiting a delightful surprise about to hatch. Beside him, Shi Yan's eyes widened, his mouth forming an O shape as he gazed at Iron Mountain, filled with envy. I, too, desire to grow stronger. Shi Yan silently clenched his fists, resolutely vowing to strive harder to earn his lord's recognition, aspiring to gain powerful strength like Iron Mountain to protect his master. Crack. A faint crack echoed, and a fissure appeared on the luminous cocoon, swiftly spreading like a spider's web to envelop the entire structure. Bang! The cocoon erupted violently, fragments of light dissipating slowly in the sunlight, revealing a brand new Iron Mountain. An elite heavy shield guard, bronze tier, emerged. Level, first stage. Skills, copper wall, iron barrier. Shield countershock resonant strike, charges a shockwave upon release, dealing blunt damage equal to 50 of defense value to enemies within a linear range of 10 meters. Oh, it has actually advanced to the bronze tier. Su Jin gazed at the rejuvenated Iron Mountain, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The promotion to elite status, with an additional skill beyond the standard bronze tier, exceeded expectations. We are all at the same Qing Tong tier, yet you seem to possess a cheat. How shall I explain to others the formidable prowess of my troops? Glancing at the evolution points, he noted a deduction of 100, indicating that the transition from black iron to bronze required 100 evolution points. Su Jin nodded in satisfaction. How does it feel? It feels splendid. Iron Mountain grinned broadly, stretching his body as the bones cracked audibly. Beside him, Shi Yan, envious, nearly drooled, gazing at Iron Mountain with a longing to exchange places. Bai Xiao remained expressionless, silently resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Su Jin acutely sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere and cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Iron Mountain. We shall venture out shortly for a practical assessment. Yes, my lord. Iron Mountain stood tall and replied with conviction. In the future, everyone shall have their opportunity. Su Jin surveyed the eager faces surrounding him, his gaze sweeping over each expectant countenance. As long as you perform well, I assure you, each of you shall grow stronger. Thank you, my lord. The crowd responded in unison, their voices brimming with uncontainable excitement and joy. He recruited today as refugees and instructed Li Yi to oversee their arrangements, while delegating Shi Yan to lead a portion of the soldiers to remain on guard. Then, Su Jin, accompanied by the main force, set forth towards the southern expanse of his territory. As they traversed the dense forest, their feet crunched upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves, producing a rustling sound. My lord, there are soul fluctuations ahead. Bai Xiao spoke suddenly, his tone sharp and cold. Oh, Su Jin raised an eyebrow, aware that Bai Xiao's heart mirror skill could sense soul fluctuations. Evidently, he had made a discovery. There are quite a number, and judging by the sensed presence, they do not resemble beasts. Bai Xiao continued, a hint of perplexity in his tone. Let us investigate further. Su Jin decisively issued the command. The party quickened their pace towards the direction Bai Xiao indicated. Navigating through a thicket of dense underbrush, the scene before them elicited gasps of astonishment. Not far ahead, a horde of goblins busied themselves within a camp. Their small stature, green skin, and crude weaponry revealed a count exceeding 100. It is a goblin army. Zhu Yun murmured, alertness evident in his voice. It seems that the fellow in yesterday's channel was not lying. These creatures indeed travel in packs. Su Jin mused inwardly, recalling the information he had seen in the Lord's channel the previous day. My lord, these goblins appear to be patrolling. Zhu Yun observed their movements and analyzed calmly. Indeed. It seems that today as fog has obscured us from their sight. Su Jin nodded, noting several goblins scanning the surroundings, clearly on guard. Prepare for battle. We shall crush them directly. Su Jin commanded, his voice low and resolute. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers swiftly arranged themselves into formation. The halberdiers took the lead, followed closely by the heavy shield guards, with archers positioned behind. Fire. At Su Jin's command, the archers released a volley of arrows in perfect unison. Their movements swift and efficient, the arrows raining down upon the goblins, emitting a piercing whistle. The goblins on guard were caught off guard, struck in vital areas, their screams echoing as they fell. Charge! Mu Yang bellowed, leading the halberdiers into the fray amidst the chaos of the goblin ranks. Iron Mountain followed closely with the heavy shield guards, while Bai Xiao, despite starting later, swiftly overtook the halberdiers in an instant. Soul Cleave, Bai Xiao shouted, swinging his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped energy strike. Thud, thud, thud. Several goblins were cleaved asunder by the energy strike. Zhu Yun, leading the archers, advanced while continuing their barrage. Observing the battle unfold, Su Jin thought to himself, these goblins appear to be weaker than anticipated. Little Goblin, Black Iron Tier. Level 1, Skills, Swarm. Description: the weakest of the goblins, they disrupt formations by throwing stones and executing suicide charges, causing mass panic upon death. Big Goblin, Black Iron Tier. Level 3. Skills, Shield Slam. Description: evolved from experienced little goblins, they possess a robust physique and basic tactical awareness. Chapter 9, Falcon. The Goblin Camp. The battle raged on for a short while before the goblins suffered severe casualties and began to flee. Pursue. Su Jin had no intention of letting the goblins escape. The soldiers relentlessly chased after them, culminating in the complete annihilation of the goblin army. Clean the battlefield, Su Jin instructed, observing the soldiers collect the scrap metal. He couldn't help but smirk. What a bunch of impoverished souls. However, surely the camp must harbor some useful items. Su Jin regarded the camp, which appeared to have been established for some time, filled with a sense of anticipation. After all, one cannot impoverish a child nor let oneself suffer unduly. Having operated this camp for so long, the goblins must have amassed some resources, surely? My lord, we have discovered a cellar containing several chests. Captain Bai Xiao inquired whether the lord wished to inspect them. Just then, a soldier hurriedly approached. Oh, a cellar? And chests? Su Jin's eyes brightened. It seemed fortune favored him today. Let us go take a look. He gestured grandly for the soldier to lead the way. Before long, Su Jin arrived at the cellar as described by the soldier. At the entrance, Bai Xiao stood with his sword. Beside him rested 3 chests. Let us open them. Su Jin eagerly anticipated discovering the contents within. Bai Xiao nodded, and, alongside several soldiers, pried open the locks of the chests. With a crack, the chests were opened, revealing their contents to all. Among the chests, one was filled predominantly with gold coins, of little use to Su Jin. However, should there be any natives, they could be traded for resources. Additionally, several soul crystals were present, valuable items indeed, as 1 soul crystal could exchange for 1,000 soul coins. With 4 present, that amounted to 4,000. The other 2 chests contained 4 martial arts manuals, a blueprint for construction, a recruitment card, and various resource cards. Cloud-piercing arrow technique. Beginner-level martial art. Increases range by 20, precision by 15, with an additional effect of long-range sniping. Light blade shadow. Beginner-level martial art. Increases attack speed by 25, and upon perfect mastery, generates sword winds, additional 20 damage, with the extra effect of rapid strikes. Thunder Spear Technique. Beginner-level martial art. Immediately increases attack power by 30, with the ability to accumulate charge damage, with the extra effect of sharpness. Raging Tide Battle Body. Beginner-level martial art. Increases attack power by 15, resilience by 10, with the extra effect of Berserk. Frozen Arrow Tower Blueprint. One-time use capable of shooting ice arrows to freeze enemies, requiring 10,000 iron ore and 10,000 wood for construction. Falcon Recruitment Card. Can recruit 10 falcons, Black Iron Tier. By the heavens, have I awakened a talent for manifesting my desires? Whatever I wish seems to come to fruition. It appears that the soldiers' martial arts are now complete. Only my own remains absent. Truly, the heavens favor diligent children such as us. Su Jin gazed at the treasures within the chests, nearly unable to suppress his laughter. Gathering their belongings, they promptly handed several volumes of cultivation techniques to Bai Xiao and the others for their study, eager for them to advance swiftly. After all, the disparity in training speed between possessing cultivation methods and lacking them was substantial. Picking up the recruitment card for the Falcon, which appeared to be a reconnaissance unit, Su Jin concentrated and activated it. A brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings as 10 Black Iron rank falcons materialized before the group. Unlike ordinary falcons, these were considerably larger, boasting a wingspan nearing 2 meters. Their feathers exhibited a profound, obsidian hue that shimmered with a metallic luster under the sun, and their keen eyes seemed capable of piercing through all veils of obscurity. Falcon, Black Iron rank. Level, 1st tier, skill, aerial overlook upon activation. Creates a 3-dimensional perception network with a radius of 3,000 meters centered on itself for 20 seconds, capable of marking concealed units and traps. Description: a tamed medium-sized raptor. Its wings are as sharp as blades, and its eyes can penetrate through clouds and darkness. It often collaborates with scout troops, executing long-range reconnaissance signal deployments or disrupting enemy aerial units with its high-altitude maneuverability. It can tear apart the throats of isolated lightly armored foes, but fears rain of arrows and magical barriers, relying on ground allies for tactical cover. Go, scout for any nearby enemies, Su Jin commanded. The lead falcon responded with a caw, then soared into the sky with a vigorous flap of its wings, followed closely by the other 9, resembling streaks of black lightning slicing through the air. At that moment, At the southern edge of the forest where it met a vast plain, a large goblin encampment loomed. Aside from the patrolling goblins, there was an abundance of humans. They were ragged, emaciated, their eyes filled with numbness and despair, resembling a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. These humans were driven by goblins to engage in various forms of arduous labor. A slight misstep could invite the lash of a goblin overseer or insults, with death lurking as a constant possibility. In the center of the settlement, on a crude wooden platform, a particularly large goblin sat imposingly. It wore a bone helmet, was draped in animal skins, and wielded a hefty wooden club embedded with skulls, exuding an aura of ferocity. This goblin was the leader of the horde, known as Yubu. You useless fools. Such a small number, and yet you've let them escape. The goblin chief bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Before him, several goblin lieutenants knelt, trembling in fear. Chief, those humans are too cunning, one goblin lieutenant stammered. Cunning? Can they be more cunning than goblins? The chief interjected, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. I suspect you wish to shirk your duties, do you not? And no, we would never. The goblin lieutenants hastily bowed their heads. Humph, you better not. I shall grant you one more chance. Capture those fleeing humans. For every one you fail to retrieve, your head shall serve as a substitute. Why yes, the goblin lieutenants exclaimed, scrambling away in terror. A bunch of useless wretches. If only I had captured more humans as slaves from the beginning. We wouldn't be in this predicament now, the goblin chief muttered, seizing a bloody chunk of meat nearby and chewing greedily. As he ate, he plotted. Once we have them back, I shall teach them a lesson, making it clear what they can and cannot do. Humans, as a lowly race, must understand their place. The day of sacrifice is approaching, and I must send them into the forest to capture more humans. Best to seize some human children. They are most needed for the ritual. The goblin chief licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. At the camp entrance, listen up, you lot. Get your act together. If you fail to capture those escaped humans today, prepare to be devoured by the chief. A goblin commander shouted, brandishing a whip. The human slaves trembled at this, their eyes filled with palpable fear. Those damned goblins treat us as if we are less than human. A young human slave clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Shoo, be quiet. Do you wish to die? An older slave hurriedly cautioned him. Are we to remain in their bondage forever? The young slave asked, his teeth gritted in frustration. What else can we do? What hope do we have? The older slave sighed, his gaze dimmed. Over a decade ago, even the mighty elven race was defeated by goblins. Who can stand against them now? Who can save us? Is there no hope for our future? The young slave despaired, closing his eyes. There will always be hope, the older slave murmured softly, his voice barely audible. Get back to work, you laggards. Do you wish to slack off? The goblin overseer's whip cracked through the air, interrupting their conversation. The human slaves quickly lowered their heads and resumed their labor, silenced by fear. Chapter 10. Reconnaissance in the sky. 10 falcons circled, their sharp gazes incessantly scanning the verdant expanse of the forest below. Caw! The piercing cry of a falcon suddenly shattered the forest's tranquility as it veered southward. It seems we have made a new discovery. Through the mental link with the unit, Su Jin could distinctly perceive the emotions conveyed by the falcons. Let us move, Su Jin commanded, and the team swiftly advanced in the direction the falcons had flown. Emerging from a dense thicket, they found a clearing where a group of ragged humans was fleeing in desperation. Behind them, 7 or 8 green-skinned goblins brandished rusted weapons, shrieking as they relentlessly pursued their quarry. Humans, Chasing Cloud remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. They seem to be escaping. Rescue them, Su Jin ordered succinctly. Before the words fully left his lips, the strong archers had already drawn their bows taut. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, accurately targeting the pursuing goblins. With their numbers already few, the goblins stood no chance against the well-trained archers, who rendered them little more than targets. Bai Xiao Myong and the other melee units barely had time to engage before the goblins lay motionless on the ground. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. A middle-aged man, seemingly the leader, approached hastily, kneeling before Su Jin in trembling awe. Rise, Su Jin said calmly. Who are you? How did you come to be pursued by goblins? My lord, we escaped from a goblin encampment, the middle-aged man replied, his voice tinged with indignation. I am Wang Fong, the village chief of a settlement in the Nigu forest. Recently, a goblin army raided our village, and we were all captured and taken to their camp. We seized a chance to escape, but not long after entering the forest, we encountered goblin stragglers. We are fortunate to have found you. Oh, Su Jin raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. The Nigu forest? Are you well acquainted with this area? And the goblin settlement? Indeed, my lord, Wang Fong nodded. We have lived here for generations and know the forest quite well. Continuing south for about 10 kilometers leads to the boundary of Nigu forest and the Sunset Plain, where the goblin encampment is located. Many others, like us, are imprisoned there. My lord, Wang Fong suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with apprehension. Could you shelter us? We are willing to serve you. To shelter you is possible, but you must obey my commands, Su Jin responded, surveying the ragged, emaciated survivors. I, Wang Fong, am willing to serve you, my lord, he declared. Thank you, my lord. We pledge our allegiance. They chorused. Upon hearing these words, Wang Fong and the others were instantly overwhelmed with joy and tears. Bai Xiao turned to the Ling Shu sword attendant beside him and instructed, "Take them back to the territory first. Let Li Yi make the arrangements." He then added, "Wang Fong, accompany us. We are going to investigate the goblin settlement." After issuing his commands, the group once again split. Bai Xiao led the survivors, excluding Wang Fong, back towards their territory under the protection of several soldiers, while Su Jin, accompanied by Wang Fong and the remaining elite, altered their course towards the Sunset Plains, heading for the goblin encampment that imprisoned humans. A crude circular wooden fence encircled a vast expanse of flat land, its pointed tops adorned with hastily bound animal bones and tattered strips of cloth, barely qualifying as a defensive structure. Within the enclosure, lowly huts and tents were haphazardly scattered, the air thick with an indescribable stench that could be faintly detected even from a distance. Numerous green-skinned goblins, wielding rudimentary weapons, patrolled both inside and outside the fence, their shouts echoing amidst the chaos. Additionally, a number of humans, under the whip of goblin overseers, numbly toiled away at various forms of forced labor. At the center of the camp stood a flag, crudely stitched together from unknown animal hides and bones, featuring a distorted design that flapped feebly in the wind. This goblin encampment was significantly larger than the ones previously eradicated. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 400 to 500 active goblins, presenting a formidable challenge. At this moment, Su Jin crouched behind a pile of rubble on a hill with a clear view, using the stones to conceal his presence while observing the goblin settlement in the distance. Beside him, Wang Fong spoke in a husky voice, "My lord, there are over 500 goblins stationed at this encampment. Their leader is named Yu Bu, and they have been frequently venturing into the Niga forest to capture people, likely in preparation for the upcoming day of sacrifice, which requires a large number of offerings." "The day of sacrifice?" Su Jin repeated, his tone devoid of emotion. Yet his gaze grew colder. "Human sacrifices?" Wang Fong nodded, his voice lowering. "Yes, my lord. They particularly relish sacrificing children, claiming that the souls of children are purer." At this point, his voice choked, evidently recalling some painful memories. Su Jin silently observed. 500 goblins sounded intimidating, but upon closer inspection, their discipline appeared lax, and their equipment was in disrepair, indicating a significant weakness. While his own forces were limited in number, most of them were elite soldiers of bronze rank. And with Bai Xiao, the Ling Shu sword attendant, by his side, he believed that with a little more effort in recruiting additional troops, they could conquer this encampment without much difficulty. The mention of Yu Bu and the day of sacrifice elicited a cold smile from Su Jin. "It seems we must exert ourselves to pay a visit to this leader Yu Bu. This endeavor not only entails rescuing our compatriots, but also presents a substantial influx of potential subjects and evolution points." Su Jin calculated inwardly, his gaze flickering with a glint of cold determination as he surveyed the sinful goblin settlement below. "Wang Fong, do you know how long until the day of sacrifice?" "My lord, calculating the days, there should be about 7 left. 7 days will suffice," Su Jin concluded, casting one last glance at the hideous flag before turning to leave. Wang Fong stood, dazed, gazing at the distant settlement, where memories of his own enslavement intertwined with the fates of his fellow villagers and companions. Hearing Su Jin's words snapped him back to reality. He noticed that the young lord had already taken several steps forward, his silhouette appearing exceptionally resolute amidst the dappled light of the forest. "My lord," Wang Fong began, opening his mouth to inquire, but was at a loss for words. Did this lord truly possess the capability to confront such a powerful goblin settlement? Su Jin did not turn back, merely pausing momentarily. "In 7 days, let those green-skinned monsters learn the consequences of provoking the wrong individuals." His voice, though low, resonated with an undeniable strength. Wang Fong's heart trembled. He no longer hesitated. Drawing a deep breath, he quelled all his emotions and hurried to catch up with Su Jin. Despite the enigmatic nature of this young lord's actions, there was an inexplicable confidence and decisiveness about him that somehow inspired a glimmer of hope. The group swiftly followed suit, soon merging with the vast expanse of the Nigu forest, silently disappearing into its depths, leaving behind the sinful settlement, which remained blissfully ignorant of the impending doom that awaited it. Chapter 11. The Ice Tower Rises, the Blade of War Points. Upon returning to the territory, Su Jin's mood was less than favorable. The tragic state of the human slaves within the goblin settlement weighed heavily on his heart. But what truly vexed him was the fragmented depiction of the world of Audiolon pieced together from Wang Fong's account. This world was primarily inhabited by 3 intelligent races: humans, goblins, and elves. While it sounded like a typical fantasy setting, the subsequent revelations left Su Jin astonished. The goblins, often relegated to the role of mere minions in many tales, had, 15 years prior, triumphed over the formidable elves in the Battle of the Sunset Plains. This victory forced the elves to retreat to the Twilight Forest at the edge of the continent, where they have been struggling to survive ever since. Under the leadership of their king, Bashaka, the goblins established their capital in the heart of the Sunset Plains, crowning themselves as the rulers of Audiolon. As a result, humans had been reduced to slaves, ruthlessly exploited, and even sacrificed. Only a few remote human settlements continued to resist, but in Wang Feng's words, their survival was merely due to their isolation, as the goblins deemed them too low value to conquer. Upon hearing this, Su Jin could only express his disbelief with several exclamations. The decline of humanity, the ascendance of goblins, and the seclusion of elves painted a bleak picture. In other worlds, one could ascend to the 4th tier, secure a territory, and return to Blue Star. Yet here, it seemed the starting point required toppling a world dominator, enacting an epic narrative where humanity must rise and goblins must perish. Subconsciously, he touched the mark on the back of his hand. Fortunately, he possessed a cheat. However, as long as he eliminated the goblins, he could potentially claim the entire world of Audiolon and transform it into his own garden, a reward far more enticing than simply retaining a territory, as others could. Furthermore, while the initial worlds were not particularly vast, the world itself could indeed be upgraded. Let me see just how far the limits of my transcendent talent extend, and also ascertain the true capabilities of these green-skinned diminutive beings. At this moment, Su Jin gazed toward the direction of the sunset plains, his fighting spirit igniting. Recollecting his thoughts, Su Jin arrived at the center of the territory, ready to utilize the blueprint for the Ice Arrow Tower. In terms of resources, Li Yi had successfully organized sufficient gathering today, and the refugee camp had even upgraded to level 4, with the daily recruitment cap surging to 160 individuals. At this rate, it would reach maximum level 6 by tomorrow, allowing for the recruitment of 640 individuals daily. This population base would lay a solid foundation for resource gathering, construction, and troop expansion in the future. As he issued the command, the moment his intention was conveyed, the blueprint in his hand silently transformed into a flurry of icy blue light particles, drifting like fireflies. They then coalesced and rotated in the designated area, causing the ground to tremble slightly as the soil and stones reshaped themselves. A circular foundation inscribed with frost runes rapidly took form. Following this, a torrent of wood and iron surged, drawn into the vortex at the center of the foundation, producing a deep, rumbling sound as they were rapidly compressed and reshaped. Then, with a flash of light, a dark metallic arrow tower materialized before him, standing approximately 7 or 8 meters tall, its edges sharply defined. The shooting aperture atop the tower glimmered with a ghostly blue hue, and a thin layer of frost covered the tower's surface, causing the surrounding air temperature to drop a few degrees. Ice Arrow Tower, defensive structure. Effects. 1. Automatic targeting can be disabled. In active status, consumes 1 soul crystal monthly. 2. Fires arrows imbued with freezing energy, inflicting damage and applying a slowing effect on targets, with a chance to briefly freeze lower-tier units. Range, 1,000 meters. Attack speed, moderate. Characteristics. Winter charge. During combat in winter environments, attack speed is increased by 20. Excellent, quite excellent. Su Jin nodded in satisfaction, circling the arrow tower twice, absorbing the frigid energy emanating from it. With a range of 1,000 meters, automatic targeting, and capabilities for deceleration and potential freezing, it was nothing short of a guardian artifact for the home front. Based on prior information gathered from the Academy, on the 5th day in the initial world, monsters would commence an assault on the city, an initiation rite for nearly all novice lords, a trial not overly demanding, designed as a preparatory challenge for newcomers. However, thereafter, assaults would occur monthly, intensifying in scale and ferocity like a snowball, until the limits of this world's capacity were reached. Clearly, preparations must be expedited to face the impending monster siege in 3 days. On the following morning, within the modest conference hall of the Lord's Manor, all present had gathered. Bai Xiao retained his usual stern visage, leaning against the door with his sword in hand, while Li stood in a subservient position, his demeanor respectful, clutching a small notebook. The 3 captains, Mu Yang, Shi Yan, and Shui Yun, stood rigidly, awaiting orders. Su Jin took her seat, her gaze sweeping over the assembly before she spoke. Li Yi, we must expedite the upgrade of our constructions. The refugee camp must reach full capacity today. Subsequent manpower will be pivotal. All resources must be prioritized for the Lord's Manor. Before the monster siege, every structure within the territory must be upgraded to level 2. Is there any issue? Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure the task is accomplished, Li Yi replied, bowing as he accepted the command with a steady tone. Su Jin nodded and turned to the 3 captains. Mu Yang, Shi Yan, Shui Yun, the martial arts manuals were distributed yesterday. I need you to organize immediate study sessions, ensuring all soldiers under your command reach 2nd tier within these 3 days. Furthermore, apart from the essential defensive forces, everyone else will accompany me on a hunting expedition. Practical experience serves as the finest catalyst. Also, dispatch the falcons for reconnaissance to the south. Upon discovering small groups of goblins, eliminate them without hesitation. We shall reclaim some interest. At that moment, Bai Xiao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. If there are high-tier magical beasts in the hunting area, the The soldiers' initial combat experience could lead to casualties. Should we not exercise caution? Su Jin cast him a sidelong glance, acknowledging his meticulousness. Do not worry. I will lead the team myself. We will conduct thorough reconnaissance, commencing from the lower-tier regions. Moreover, she paused, fixing her gaze on Bai Xiao, with you present. Even should we encounter formidable foes, we can manage. Thus, the plan is set. Su Jin rose, clapping her hands. Everyone understands their tasks? Prepare immediately. The hunting team will gather at the territory's entrance in half an hour. Dismissed. Yes. The assembly responded in unison, swiftly vacating the conference hall. The entire territory, akin to a finely tuned machine, was infused with new directives, commencing efficient operations. Chapter 12. Divine Evolution. The Soul Sword Master Bai Xiao, the hero descends. Before long. It was the third day's dawn. The time for the monster siege, a jest referred to as the first lesson of the Lords, was drawing near. The air seemed to thrum with an impending storm. Upon the city walls, a palpable tension pervaded. The patrolling soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, gazing vigilantly towards the distant horizon. Thanks to the widespread dissemination of martial techniques and rigorous hunting drills over the past 3 days, the soldiers within the territory had predominantly ascended to the second tier, showcasing significant enhancements in their prowess. Su Jin stood atop the highest point of the Lord's Manor, surveying the burgeoning territory below. With the refugee camp upgraded to its maximum level, the efficiency of population recruitment had surged, compounded by the human survivors rescued from the Nigu forest over the past 2 days. Presently, nearly 3,000 inhabitants bolstered the foundation of construction and logistical operations. Warehouses, barracks, and various structures had all been elevated to level 2. The watchtowers at each corner had also been upgraded to arrow towers. Together with the central frozen arrow tower, they constituted a preliminary defensive system, all preparations aligning for the imminent siege. With a thought, Su Jin summoned the information regarding her territory. Lord, Su Jin territory, infinite city level, 2 buildings, warehouse, level 2, archer barracks, level 2, cavalry barracks, level 2, infantry barracks, level 2, engineering barracks, level 2, refugee camp, bronze tier upgraded, level 6, Ling Shu sword pavilion, level 2, arrow towers, 4 at level 2, frozen arrow tower, 1. Resources, wood, 370,000, stone, 20,000, iron blocks, 190,000, soul coins, 170. Inhabitants, 2987. Exclusive unit, Ling Shu sword servants, 5. Reputation, 0. Evolution points, 8880, exclusive. Common units, heavy shield guards, bronze tier upgraded, 11. Great halberd warriors, bronze tier upgraded, 10. Elite archers, bronze tier upgraded, 10. Swift feather archers, black iron tier upgraded, 200. Ironclad infantry, black iron tier upgraded, 200. The expansion of military strength was the most direct outcome of the intensive purging operations over the past 3 days. Moreover, the level 2 barracks ensured that newly recruited soldiers would directly possess second-tier capabilities. His gaze ultimately settled on the column of evolution points, with over 8,000 points. A substantial enhancement of the territory's strength was imminent. Su Jin turned her eyes to Bai Xiao, who stood not far away, positioned at the edge of the parapet. Since his summoning, he had maintained a stoic demeanor, perpetually exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, his strength was undeniably the pinnacle of the territory. As Su Jin's first summoned exclusive unit, his potential evidently surpassed that of other units. Bai Xiao had now attained the 3rd tier. Not only was he the sole 3rd-tier unit within Su Jin's territory, but he also likely stood as the only 3rd-tier unit among all summoned lords in this session. It was imperative to prioritize his enhancement and fully unleash his potential. Gather the troops. Let us conduct the Ascension ceremony, a timely opportunity for pre-battle mobilization. Su Jin subsequently issued her command. Shortly thereafter, aside from the necessary patrols and lookout posts on the city walls, the remaining soldiers within the territory were summoned to a vacant space beside the Lord's Manor. In the center of this open area, a brand new high platform rose from the ground. Constructed from neatly stacked bluestone, it boasted a diameter of approximately 10 meters, its surface polished to a gleaming finish, with simple runes etched along the edges, exuding a peculiar energy fluctuation. This was the Ascension platform, destined to host the evolution ceremonies of units. A stage for Su Jin to demonstrate her lordly might and rally the hearts of her soldiers. At this moment, beneath the Ascension platform, nearly 500 soldiers were arrayed in formation by unit type, the solemn atmosphere permeating the air. The 3 captains, Mu Yong, Shi Yin, and Chue Yun, stood resolutely at the forefront of their respective contingents. Bai Xiao, leading 4 newly appointed Ling Shu sword servants, stood at the very front of all ranks. Li Yi and the other attendants lined up at the side, bearing witness to this momentous occasion. All eyes were fixated on the youthful figure atop the high platform, their gazes filled with anticipation and reverence. Bai Xiao, Su Jin's voice resonated clearly throughout the assembly. Responding to her call, Bai Xiao slightly raised his gaze and stepped forward onto the Ascension platform, his stride steady and imbued with a unique rhythm. Arriving before Su Jin, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head in a gesture of submission and respect. I shall bestow upon you the power to advance. Su Jin slowly lifted her left hand, concentrating her thoughts as she focused on Bai Xiao. Suddenly, the back of her left hand radiated with brilliance. A dazzling light akin to the dawn's first rays enveloping Bai Xiao entirely. Buzz. Bai Xiao's body quaked violently as the pale green spiritual pressure, previously shrouded around him like mist, ignited into a tempest of energy. As if doused in potent fuel, it surged and swelled, deepening into a rich azure hue. Amidst the flames, myriad brilliant arcs of electricity erupted, crackling like countless thunder serpents dancing wildly within the inferno. His long sword, a manifestation from the realm of the heart, underwent a transformative metamorphosis. The sheen upon its surface began to flow as if alive, racing up from the arm gripping the sword, swiftly enveloping him. Where the light traversed, it was not merely a superficial covering. Rather, it rapidly coalesced and shaped into a closely fitted suit of armor. The armor radiates a deep azure hue, exuding a metallic chill and rigidity. Its surface glimmers with a sheen akin to the flames of spiritual pressure, while arcs of electricity dance across it, lending an air of majesty and enigma. This manifestation appears not merely as an attachment of energy, but rather as a solidified extension of his very soul, transforming him into a new form. Boom. At the moment the armor fully materializes, a series of thunderous roars resound from the heavens, reverberating ominously. It seems to herald the shattering of some ancient taboo, or perhaps, it trembles in homage to the birth of an extraordinary power transcending the mundane. The soldiers below, even the elite of the second tier, feel a stirring and weight of pressure emanating from their very souls. On Mu Yang's typically meticulous face, a rare expression of astonishment appears. Shi Yan mutters under his breath, "My goodness." Meanwhile, Chasing Cloud squints, fixated on the figure atop the platform, his eyes brimming with shock. They can distinctly sense that Bai Xiao has transformed into something entirely different from the moment prior. It is a leap in the echelon of life itself. Could it be that he has become a hero? But how could this be possible? Su Jin remains composed, yet within him, tumultuous waves surge. The reason being, the attributes of Bai Xiao post-transformation are utterly extraordinary. Bai Xiao, Heroic Soul Sword Master, Silver Lower Tier. Level 4. Skills, Soul Resonance, Heart Mirror Soul, Substitute, Boundary Break, Short Range, Spatial Leap. Aura, Ring of Annihilation. All allied units' weapons are entwined with pale flames, inflicting soul burn upon attack, dealing dual damage from soul flames, with a coverage radius of 1,000 meters. Domain, Radiant Soul Thunder Prison. When activated, all soul fluctuations within the domain are transformed into a prison of thunder by the sword intent. Description, a soul sword master from the Ling Shu lineage, capable of condensing the heart-mind world into a sword form through high-frequency soul resonance. Mastering both soul release and heart release. With a 150 attribute boost, exceptional individuals may gain special abilities, dual awakening forms. Having undergone sublimation and refinement, he has ascended to a heroic unit with immense potential. Chapter 13, The Lord Leaderboard. On the platform, the azure blue arcs of electricity gradually recede, and Bai Xiao's aura stabilizes. At this moment, a flurry of system notifications echoes in Su Jin's mind. Detection complete. Lord Su Jin has successfully recruited a heroic unit. Lord's core abilities activated. The power of the Lord has been unlocked. Su Jin shudders, sensing an intangible shackle has been released. A wondrous energy surges from the depths of his being, swiftly enveloping him. Even more astonishingly, he can distinctly perceive an unprecedented, intricate connection established with Bai Xiao on the platform. It feels as if he could sense Bai Xiao's state at will. And he faintly discerns that he might also wield the same power imbued with destruction and rebirth as Bai Xiao. Before he can fully comprehend this newfound power, the notification sounds once more, thrice in succession, underscoring the significance of the event. System announcement. Initial Realm Blue Star Alliance Lords are recruiting heroic units. The Lord Leaderboard is now open. System announcement. Initial Realm Blue Star Alliance Lords are recruiting heroic units. The Lord Leaderboard is now open. System announcement. Initial Realm Blue Star Alliance Lords are recruiting heroic units. The Lord Leaderboard is now open. A leaderboard? Su Jin's thoughts stir, and a virtual interface materializes before him. The design is minimalist, featuring a single title, Blue Star Alliance Lord Leaderboard, Initial Realm, beneath which hangs a solitary name. First place, Bai Xiao, Infinite City. Beyond this, there is no other. Opening the Lord system reveals a lively discussion. What? Heroic unit? Am I seeing things? ISNT that something attainable only after upgrading a territory to the 4th tier and entering the continent of domination? Who is that first place Infinite City? This must be cheating. There's no way this ISNT cheating. Where's the admin? The GM? Doesn't anyone care? Is everyone upstairs foolish? Where's the management in this wretched place? But that Infinite City is too formidable. I've barely finished fortifying my defenses and am already fretting over tonight's monster siege. Infinite City? I've never heard of it. Which prominent family is hiding this trump card? This is absurd. How can a heroic unit exist at this stage? Don't ask, just envy. All I want to know is what strength the monsters will have in tonight's siege, and whether my 200 troops can withstand it. What the hell? What is happening? Why has the leaderboard suddenly been unlocked? Are we not on the same timeline? The chat group erupts into chaos, countless lords taken aback by this sudden turn of events, speculating on the origins and means of the infinite city. Su Jin glances casually at the interface before shutting it down. The unlocking of the Lord's power signifies that he now possesses the ability to influence the battlefield, no longer merely a commander from the rear. Although the precise application still requires exploration, this undoubtedly represents a qualitative leap. This abrupt rise to fame has its pros and cons. Yet in this world where strength reigns supreme, it is better to shine than to cower. He believes that with his sublimated talent and the potential of Infinite City, he shall ultimately stand atop the pinnacle of all races. The so-called troubles are merely insignificant pebbles on his path to the throne of supremacy. After a brief contemplation, Su Jin's gaze returns to the sublimation platform. Bai Xiao has risen, standing still to the side, surrounded by a more solidified azure blue arc of spiritual pressure, emanating a palpable sense of oppression that has the soldiers below struggling for breath. His eyes sweep over the three captains below, Mu Yang, Shi Yan, and Chasing Cloud, who approach. At the sound of his voice, the three straighten, suppressing their inner tumult, and slowly make their way to the platform, kneeling before Su Jin in perfect unison. Su Jin's sigil glows once more, this time splitting into three beams of light that envelop the trio. Buzz. Their bodies tremble violently, as if undergoing immense pressure and transformation. Mu Yang is the first to manifest a dense, earthy yellow energy halo, which flows like a living entity, gradually coalescing into a crystalline and resilient armor upon his form. Simultaneously, the great halberd in his hands undergoes a remarkable transformation, ancient runes swirling upon its body, its blade sharpening to an alarming degree, radiating a chilling brilliance. Shi Yan erupts with an orange-red glow, reminiscent of molten lava surging through his veins. The surface of his heavy tower shield is rapidly adorned with intricate fire patterns, igniting with blinding crimson light, and at the center of the shield, a roaring totem of a lava giant faintly emerges, as if it could unleash a conflagration that incinerates all. Chasing Cloud's transformation is especially peculiar. Pure azure wind energy surges from within him, swirling around like solidified hurricanes, causing his robes to billow dramatically. The longbow upon his back seems to come alive, greedily absorbing this pristine wind energy, becoming longer and lighter, while fine arcs of electricity dance along the bowstring, emitting a low, thunderous rumble. The trio's auras ascend, swiftly breaking through to the third tier. Upon completing their sublimation, the three captains simultaneously open their eyes, sparkling with incredulity and delight. We shall forever remember the Lord's benevolence. Mu Yang and the others kneel, their eyes reflecting determination and gratitude. Su Jin nods in satisfaction, then gestures for them to rise. Let us behold your new forms. The three comply, standing up and stretching their limbs, feeling the surging power within and their revitalized equipment. While the soldiers below erupt into thunderous cheers and exclamations, Su Jin discreetly inspects the attributes panel of the three. Mu Yang, commander of the Thousand Blades, silver lower tier. Level, third tier. Skill, Storm of the Glaive. A whirlwind of speed manifests as a deadly spinning glaive, forming a radius of 3 meters that incessantly slices through surrounding foes. Skill, the Thousand Gene Strike. Concentrating one's entire strength at the tip of the glaive, it delivers a cataclysmic blow. Introduction, a steel meat grinder on the battlefield, wielding the glaive with ferocity unmatched. With a single sweep, 1,000 troops are deterred, as one stands guard, impervious to the onslaught. Commander Shi Yan, the Flame Guardian of silver rank. Level, tier 3. Skill, Impenetrable Shield. The molten shield ignites with fiery lava, significantly enhancing defense while inflicting searing damage on contact. Skill, Resonance Shield Bash. After charging, it releases a shockwave, dealing blunt damage equal to 50 defense points to enemies within a 10-meter line. Introduction, the Unyielding Bastion. Traversing the battlefield, clad in heavy fire crystal armor and wielding a colossal molten shield, he is both the heavy hammer that shatters enemy lines and the impenetrable wall that protects his comrades. Commander Chasing Cloud, the Wind and Thunder Archer of silver rank. Level, tier 3. Skill, Piercing Cloud. Arrow fires with rapid precision, marking a single target. The next 3 arrows gain a guaranteed penetration bonus of 30 and an increased critical hit chance. Skill, Thunderstorm. Arrow rain fires an arrow imbued with the power of wind and thunder into a designated area, which, upon detonation, transforms into a torrential downpour of lightning arrows covering the target zone. Introduction, the Favored Child of the Wind, the Messenger of Thunder. With the longbow drawn, the convergence of wind and thunder launches the arrow, unleashing a tempest of wrath across the skies. Chapter 14. Brave warriors confront the monster tide. The magnificent transformation of the three captains ignited the fervor and aspirations of all soldiers below. akin to a trio of invigorating elixirs. Witnessing this, Su Jin resolved to seize the momentum and initiate another round of elevation. Those who have achieved remarkable feats step forward to receive orders. Su Jin's voice reverberated throughout the training grounds. Soon, based on the accumulated merit points from prior battles and training, a group of soldiers who demonstrated exceptional performance was swiftly selected, their hearts brimming with excitement and anticipation as they ascended the elevation platform. The radiant light of elevation sparkled like brilliant stars, continuously shimmering on the high platform. Each time the brilliance faded, it signified the birth of a new cadre of elite warriors. Elite Strongbow Archer, Bronze Rank 15 Skill, Piercing Cloud Arrow, Rapid Fire Hurricane Arrow, arrows entwined with compressed cyclones, creating a 3-meter radius vortex upon impact. Elite Heavy Shield Guardian, Bronze Rank 13 Skill, Impenetrable Shield, Resonance Shield Bash, after charging, releases a shockwave dealing blunt damage equal to 50 defense points to enemies within a 10-meter line. Elite Great Glaive Warrior, Bronze Rank 10 Skill, Storm of the Glaive, Earth Shatter Wave. The glaive strikes the ground heavily, unleashing 3 forward-propelling shockwaves that destabilize enemy formations. Among the ranks, only one individual has ascended from bronze to silver, a great glaive warrior named Huang Wei, who, under the gaze of all, advanced to the Elite Guardian of the Mountain Glaive. Elite Guardian of the Mountain Glaive, Silver Rank, 1. Level, Tier 3. Skill, Storm of the Glaive, Earth Shatter Wave. Introduction, a steadfast guardian, as immovable as a mountain, an expert in shattering enemy formations, with a presence as solid as a peak. His glaive strikes with such force that the earth trembles, capable of severing the tidal onslaught of iron cavalry. In a mere half-hour, 38 elite warriors of the bronze tier emerged, and one great glaive warrior broke through his shackles, advancing to the elite rank of Guardian of the Mountain Glaive. The military strength of the entire territory experienced a remarkable surge in an astonishingly short span. As the afterglow of the elevation ceremony began to wane, Su Jin descended the high platform, followed closely by Bai Xiao and the 3 captains. Su Jin surveyed the territory before speaking. As far as I know, monsters typically launch their siege under the cover of thick fog. Are you all prepared? Rest assured, my lord. With us here, no enemy shall set foot within our territory. Bai Xiao and the others solemnly affirmed. Pleased, Su Jin nodded. Good. Then let us proceed according to our battle preparedness plan. With Su Jin as command, the entire territory immediately entered a state of readiness. Elite troops were swiftly dispatched to key positions, while ordinary soldiers formed layered defensive formations in accordance with the predetermined strategy. All non-combat personnel were relocated to a relatively safe area at the heart of the territory. As twilight descended quietly, everything was prepared. With the final rays of the setting sun slipping beneath the horizon, an ominous and thick fog began to rise in the distance, appearing not as the familiar milky white of the mountains, but as an unsettling shade of gray-black, viscous like unyielding ink, rolling and writhing, obscuring the sky. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the last vestige of light, plunging the world into darkness. The speed at which the fog spread was astonishing, resembling a massive wall advancing silently, bearing a suffocating sense of oppression as it barreled toward the infinite city. Every visible aspect rapidly succumbed to this dense fog, visibility plummeted, and even the air grew thick and heavy. The outlines of towering ancient trees vanished, leaving only the nearby metallic glint of the city walls and the silhouettes of comrades standing resolutely. The sounds of wind and insects seemed absorbed by the fog, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Su Jin stood on the elevated platform before the Lord's mansion, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm as he gazed at the swiftly approaching gray-black wall of mist. The surge in power from the elevation was indeed an invigorating stimulus. Yet facing a monster siege for the first time, it would be disingenuous to claim his heart was unperturbed. However, he skillfully concealed this latent emotion. His gaze swept slowly over the immobile soldiers atop the city walls, over weapons and armor still glistening with energy under dim light, ultimately resting upon the encroaching depths of the impenetrable fog. Alert! The sharp and urgent alarm rang throughout the territory. Enemy attack, all units alert. Prepare for battle. Muyang shouted. At this moment, the mist was barely 100 meters from the city walls, gradually halting its advance. Within the rolling, shifting fog, a low, chilling growl and the sound of chaotic footsteps emerged, as if something was impatiently yearning to burst forth. In the next instant, the edge of the fog was torn apart like ragged cloth, and countless shadows surged forth. Leading the charge were creatures resembling malevolent wolves, larger than ordinary wild wolves. Their matted gray-black fur and bloodthirsty red eyes glimmering with malevolence as drool dripped from their sharp fangs, their growls filled with frenzy. These were the most common first-tier corrupted wolves. Following closely were even larger figures, some resembling upright lizards clad in rough scales, brandishing claws, while others resembled bloated masses of flesh, advancing with a grotesque undulation, their bodies riddled with festering sores. These monsters varied in size, yet all exuded the oppressive aura of second-tier creatures. Like a flood breaching a dam, they surged forth in a dense throng, a sight that seemed boundless. Launching the first wave of assault against the walls of the infinite city, the stench of their charge, even at a distance, was faintly detectable. Without waiting for the monsters to approach the walls, the Territory's Frost Arrow Towers initiated their assault. Atop the towers, magical runes spun rapidly, emitting a low hum as the moisture in the air instantaneously condensed, forming a colossal ice-blue arrow thicker than an adult's arm. With a dull twang, the icy arrow, imbued with a bone-chilling cold, trailed a long blue streak as it soared over the city walls, targeting the densest cluster of monsters. Boom! The massive ice arrow detonated amidst the throng of beasts. A terrifying cold wave surged from the impact point, radiating outward. The first to bear the brunt, over a dozen corrupted wolves and 2 second-tier scaled lizards, had no time to emit a cry before they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, shattering into countless crystalline fragments along with their flesh in the subsequent shockwave. The frigid domain unleashed by the exploding ice arrow rapidly spread, enveloping all monsters within its reach in a thick layer of frost, rendering their movements slow and stiff, as if ensnared in a mire. A horde of monsters, brushed by the edges of the chilling air, bore icicles upon their forms, their speed significantly diminished, plunging the formation into utter disarray. On the city walls, soldiers, particularly the fresh recruits, could not suppress a chorus of astonished gasps as they witnessed this spectacle. "Goodness, this arrow tower is powerful," exclaimed a young shield-bearer, his eyes wide as he instinctively tightened his grip on his shield. Chapter 15. The Ring of Ashen Obliteration. The soul of azure flame ignites, and the blood battle escalates. "Prepare to fire," commanded Chasing Cloud in a commanding tone, his arm slicing downwards decisively. Upon the walls, the bowstrings resonated in unison, unleashing hundreds of arrows that soared into the air, their tips glinting with a frosty luminescence in the dimness, resembling a swarm of locusts as they descended upon the surging throng of monsters below. Thud! Thud! The rain of arrows struck the foremost ranks of the monstrous horde, accompanied by the dull thud of metal-piercing flesh. The leading pack of over 100 decayed wolves scarcely had time to emit a full-fledged wail before they were impaled into the ground. A few thick-skinned, second-tier scaled lizards were also struck in vital areas, their heavy bodies crashing to the earth, twitching a few times before becoming rigid and motionless. Yet, this brief and fierce onslaught failed to halt the advance of the monsters. The creatures in the rear howled with abandon, trampling over the fallen bodies, their speed unchecked and their frenzy intensified. "Damn it, there are too many of them," Chasing Cloud frowned, raising his hand once more for a second volley, readying himself. At that moment, Bai Xiao emerged at the forefront of the city wall, wielding a long sword with azure flames flickering fiercely along its blade. He slowly raised the sword, its tip directed towards the heavens, and softly uttered 2 words, "Light ring." Ding! A soft, ethereal chime resonated unexpectedly, seemingly emanating from a realm beyond the physical, akin to a vibration at the soul's core. An indescribable wave radiated from Bai Xiao, expanding abruptly. A visible pale light ring rippled outwards like water, swiftly sweeping across the entire city wall and enveloping every soldier within its embrace. Wherever the ring passed, marvelous transformations occurred. The weapons in the hands of the soldiers, polearms, bows, swords, and shields, were instantly enveloped in a thin yet remarkably solid layer of pale flames. These flames burned silently, yet seemed infused with an intensity capable of searing the very soul, embodying a sense of annihilation. A young polearm warrior gazed at the flickering pale flames upon his weapon, sensing the peculiar power emanating from them, and could not help but exclaim in awe. Even Mu Yang and Shi Yin felt the enhancement coursing through their weapons, the sensation starkly different, as if infused with an ineffable vitality. Chasing Cloud, poised to command the archers to shoot, paused, staring at the flames entwined around his bow arm. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, soon followed by a slight smirk. "Interesting. Everyone, fire at will. Let these wretches taste something new." The firepower on the city walls surged to an unprecedented level. Under Chasing Cloud's command, the sound of arrows leaving their quivers was a torrential downpour. Each arrow, whether a standard feathered shaft or a wind element-infused hurricane arrow, danced with a layer of eerie pale flames. These flaming arrows tore through the air, emitting a wail unlike any heard before, akin to the cries of vengeful spirits. As the deluge of arrows rained down, the struck decayed wolves not only suffered physical penetration, but also ignited at their wounds with pale flames, producing a charred aroma accompanied by a deeper, more profound wail. Some relatively weaker low-tier monsters swiftly withered and disintegrated within the pale flames, ultimately turning to ashes, as if their very existence had been utterly erased. This dual assault far surpassed the previous purely physical damage, significantly curtailing the momentum of the advancing monsters for the first time. Bai Xiao stood at the forefront, his long sword angled downward, the azure pressure intertwining with the pale flames that enveloped the city wall. He did not immediately launch an attack, but quietly observed as his power bolstered his allies, his gaze inscrutable, as if the awe-inspiring ability that had just garnered the crowd's admiration was but a casual act for him. Above the high tier, Su Jin beheld the entire scene, a barely perceptible smile widening slightly at the corners of his mouth. Bai Zhao's ring of ashen obliteration was clearly more than remarkable. Its radius of 1 kilometer encompassed the entire initial city defense system within its enhancement, transcending the realm of conventional tactical skills. More crucially, the dual damage of soul searing and flame inflicted upon these low-tier monsters, particularly those that might possess certain unique resistances, was nothing short of devastating. This was not merely an elevation in lethality, but an absolute tactical advantage. Hero units truly live up to their reputation, Su Jin mused inwardly, though he silently questioned the substantial consumption that such a widespread, high-intensity group enhancement might entail. Casting a discreet glance at Bai Zhao, who appeared to be under no duress, Su Jin could not help but notice the slight pallor that had tinged his face, betraying a hint of strain. The price of maintaining appearances, Su Jin thought. Yet his appraisal of Bai Zhao had undoubtedly risen further. With such a formidable trump card in their possession, he felt increasingly confident in their ability to withstand this wave of monstrous siege and in their future endeavors. Well done, Su Jin internally commended, his gaze once more drawn to the seemingly endless ocean of monsters ahead. The true test lay still ahead, as if to corroborate his thoughts. The swirling mist appeared to be incited to a furious boil by the front line's defeat, rolling more violently than before. Suddenly, the number of monsters surging forth from the mist escalated sharply, surpassing the previous wave by more than double. This time, the variety of monsters had also changed. In addition to the undaunted decayed wolves and scaled lizards, the ranks now included several colossal beasts, exuding a fierce aura. Some stood as tall as 5 meters. Resembling gigantic gorillas, their muscular forms cloaked in dark green hide, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Others appeared as magnified centipedes, their shells a ghastly pale hue, their numerous legs scraping across the ground, producing a chilling rustle. These monsters exuded a palpable pressure far exceeding the previous second-tier creatures. They were undoubtedly genuine third-tier beasts. The mere aura they radiated caused many new recruits on the city walls to blanch, their breaths becoming labored. Compounding their troubles, following these behemoths were a group of squat, stocky creatures resembling hedgehogs. Standing about half a person's height, their backs bristled with a multitude of spikes that glimmered with a metallic sheen. After bursting forth from the mist, these hedgehog-like monsters abruptly halted, arching their backs, their spines standing erect, aimed directly at the walls of Infinite City. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted. Thousands of sharp-boned spikes shot forth like arrows released from bows, trailing dark gray streaks as they rained down upon the walls. The breadth of this attack and its density instantaneously blanketed large areas of the city wall. Faced with this sudden, overwhelming long-range assault, the steadfast Su Jin's expression sharpened, his eyes turning fierce as he hefted his magma giant shield before him. Producing a resounding thud, the molten totem upon the shield seemed to come alive, its fiery glow shifting unpredictably. Raise the shield. Su Jin's deep voice thundered across the walls. Form ranks. The front line of heavy shield soldiers and armored infantry roared in unison. Their movements synchronized as they simultaneously raised their shields, which flickered with pale flames and their own radiant light high above their heads. The heavy edges of the shields clashed together with precision, producing a symphony of metallic clinks, instantly forming an impregnable barrier of steel. Immediately, a hazy yet resilient white light screen surged upwards from the shield formation, enveloping the entire wall. A manifestation of the heavy shield soldiers' collective activation of their iron wall skill. Just as the shield wall solidified, the deluge of bone spikes descended upon them. Clang, clang, bang. The incessant, suffocating sounds of impact merged into a single, chaotic symphony, akin to countless hammers relentlessly striking an anvil. Countless bony spikes collided violently against the shield, which shimmered with a radiant white light and pale flames, erupting into a cascade of scintillating energy sparks and bone dust. The entire iron shield wall trembled violently under the first wave of saturation assault, yet remained as steadfast as a mountain, successfully deflecting all attacks. Above the city wall, Bai Zhao once more slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Upon its blade, the azure-blue spiritual pressure crackled with intensified arcs of electricity, a more terrifying aura beginning to brew. Meanwhile, Mu Yang and Chasing Cloud were also poised for action, ready to brace themselves for an even fiercer onslaught. The most brutal phase of this city defense battle had evidently only just begun. Chapter 16. Heart Release. Thunder Prison. Scorching Heaven. Beneath the city wall, the corrupted wolves and scaled lizards climbed fearlessly upwards. Behind the shield wall, the polearm warriors, shielded by their defenses, thrust their long spears, ablaze with pale flames. Through the gaps in the shield wall, each swift thrust or cunning sweep could send a creature tumbling down that had just poked its head or crawled onto the parapet. Damn it, is this never-ending? One polearm warrior spat a mouthful of bloody saliva, his muscular arms flexing as he pierced through a corrupted wolf's skull once again. on the city wall, gazing at the distant formation of hedgehog monsters, which continued to hurl bony spikes, most of which were thwarted by the shield wall. The sporadic spikes that penetrated the defenses still posed a nuisance to the archers in the rear, with muffled groans and thuds echoing through the air. More critically, their presence severely strained the energy of the defending troops. On the city wall, Bai Zhao's azure blue spiritual pressure suddenly coalesced, before erupting like a storm. He whispered softly, "Heart release." In an instant, the azure blue spiritual pressure entwined around his sword surged up his arm, rapidly spreading upwards. Wherever it passed, it quickly solidified and shaped itself around his body, forming a snug suit of armor in the blink of an eye. The armor shimmered in azure blue, with arcs of electricity flowing at the joints, and a complex emblem on his chest began to glow, exuding a spiritual pressure wave several times more powerful than before. Having completed his heart release form, Bai Zhao's figure flickered slightly, leaving a blurred afterimage in his wake. The next moment, he appeared above the frenzied hedgehog monster formation. This was one of his silver-grade abilities, Dimension Break. In midair, Bai Zhao, sword in hand, looked down upon the densely packed creatures relentlessly firing bony spikes. His eyes betraying no emotion, he slowly raised his left hand, clad in azure blue armor, fingers splayed, aiming downwards. Radiant Soul Thunder Prison. There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a cold and detached declaration. Boom. It was as if the sky had been rent asunder, centered around Bai Zhao's left hand. An endless torrent of azure blue lightning erupted and cascaded downward. This was no ordinary lightning, but a destructive thunder forged from pure spiritual power, twisted and shaped by sword intent. The lightning fell like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the area below, a tumult of azure electric serpents and blinding brilliance. Countless hedgehog monsters barely had time to react before they were instantaneously disintegrated and evaporated in the furious storm of thunder, reduced to nothingness. Along with the bony spikes they had just launched, the thunder did not dissipate. The lightning that struck the ground intertwined and spread, forming a colossal, ever-flashing thunderous cage that thoroughly sealed off that region. The few unfortunate creatures that had narrowly escaped immediate annihilation emitted brief and mournful cries within this thunderous prison, their bodies contorting and charring, soon following in their companions' fate, leaving not even a trace of charred smoke behind, as if they had never existed. With a single strike, in mere moments, the formidable hedgehog monster horde that had previously exerted tremendous pressure on the city defense was utterly obliterated. On the city wall, after a deathly silence, incredulous gasps filled the air. Above the high ranks, Su Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "You must be my cheat," he murmured, gazing at Bai Zhao. Clad in azure blue electric armor and suspended in midair, feeling as though Bai Zhao was even more formidable than himself in his powered state. The four spirit sword guardians standing beside him were equally astonished. As fellow sword guardians, they could keenly sense the sheer, terrifying power contained in that last strike. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting not only shock, but a profound sense of pride, recognizing the strength of the formidable leader they followed. "Bravo! Well done!" A thunderous laugh shattered the silence as Su Jin slammed the edge of his shield, producing a deafening clang, his face brimming with exhilaration. "Damn! Those irritating little critters nearly drove me mad." Bai Zhao's move packs quite a punch. This sudden turn of events, coupled with Su Jin's booming voice, ignited the spirits of everyone present, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere, and an earth-shattering cheer erupted from the city walls. "Attack!" At this moment, Muyang keenly seized the opportunity. Pointing his long spear forward, the first to leap down from the city wall, the heavy shield soldiers and armored infantry behind him swiftly regrouped, raising their shields ablaze with pale flames, closely following him. Next came the polearm warriors, crashing down in heavy thuds, swiftly establishing a foothold below the city, launching a countercharge against the monster horde. The battlefield was instantly filled with the roar of battle cries, the pale flames intertwining with the monster's howls. In the fray, Muyang maintained his composure, wielding his long spear with immense strength, the pale flames scorching the fur of a third-tier giant gorilla beast. "Huh!" Muyang let out a low growl, seizing the opening as the beast swung its massive fist, stepping aside, and thrusting the spear like a venomous snake, piercing accurately into the relatively soft underarm of the beast. A furious roar erupted from the beast as the excruciating pain struck it, its colossal fist whirling towards Muyang. Yet, Muyang pressed forward, channeling strength through his waist, the spear spinning into a storm. The long spear, ablaze with pale flames, transformed into a deadly whirlwind, enveloping the beast in a multitude of spear shadows, the piercing sounds of slicing flesh echoing continuously as it obliterated not just the beast's fist, but also its forearm into a shower of flesh. On the other side, Su Jin's combat style was even more direct and aggressive. "Little bug, let me show you what I've got," he roared, firmly bracing his shield, engulfed in molten flames, against the scythe-like strikes of the pallid centipede. Clang, clang, clang. Each collision erupted in blinding sparks and thunderous sounds, the ground beneath Su Jin cracking inch by inch, yet he remained as immovable as a boulder. Resonance shield strike. Su Jin seized the moment, thrusting his shield forward. Buzz. An invisible shockwave erupted from the shield, crashing violently against the centipede's head, though it did not shatter it. It elicited a sharp shriek from the creature, momentarily freezing its movements. Seizing this opportunity, several polearm warriors behind Su Jin simultaneously exerted their strength, plunging their fiery long spears into the gaps of the centipede's armor. On the city wall, Chasing Cloud's gaze was sharp, his longbow drawing and releasing with precision. Thunderstorm arrow. He aimed at a leopard-like third-tier creature attempting to flank Mu Yang and breach the infantry line. An arrow imbued with the power of wind and thunder soared through the air, exploding above the creature's head, transforming into a torrential downpour of lightning arrows that engulfed it in an instant, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. High above the walls, having expended the radiant soul thunder prison, Bai Xiao stood silently, his azure-blue armored form resembling a statue. He did not strike again, merely surveying the battlefield with keen eyes. Whenever a soldier found themselves in peril, he would flicker into motion, swiftly eliminating the threat with a single stroke of his sword before quietly returning to his place. As the formidable third-tier beasts fell one after another to the efforts of Mu Yang and the other captains, the remaining lower-tier monsters, having lost their core fighting strength, began to crumble before the exuberant soldiers empowered by the Ring of Embers, the battle rhythm gradually shifting from intense confrontation to a one-sided purge. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the final decaying wolf was cleanly beheaded by a valiant warrior, and the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an absolute silence. The dense gray-black mist appeared to lose its anchor, gradually receding like a tide, ultimately vanishing beneath the distant horizon, revealing a ravaged land. Next came the moment of harvest. Chapter 17, The Thunder of Iron Hooves. The first cavalry unit of Infinite City makes its appearance. Within and beyond the city walls, remnants of monsters lay strewn about, severed limbs littering the ground, while blackened blood soaked the earth, filling the air with a heavy stench of gore mingled with a faint scent of char. Most soldiers leaned heavily on their weapons, breathing heavily, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and terror, yet predominantly brimming with excitement and pride. We have won. We have held our ground. It was unclear who shouted first. Victory! Long live Infinite City! The pent-up emotions erupted, and thunderous cheers reverberated through the skies, dispelling the lingering shadows of battle. Su Jin, with a smile, descended slowly from the elevated platform of the Lord's Manor, making her way to the edge of the walls. Bai Xiao had, at some point, reverted from his heart-release form, returning to his original appearance, his complexion appearing paler than usual. He, along with Mu Yang, Su Jin, and Jue Yun, approached to greet her. My lord, the four bowed in respect. You've all done well. Su Jin's gaze swept over them, lingering on Bai Xiao for a moment. Bai Xiao nodded slightly, still speaking sparingly. It was within our duties. Su Jin, grinning widely, scratched the back of his head with his uninjured hand, chuckling. Don't worry, my lord. With us here, no monster will breach our defenses. Mu Yang took a step forward, reporting, My lord. Preliminary statistics indicate 37 of our soldiers are severely injured, with over 100 suffering minor wounds. The battlefield is littered with monster corpses, and the specifics of the spoils are being tallied. Upon hearing the casualty figures, the smile on Su Jin's face faded somewhat. She nodded, glancing towards the soldiers clearing the battlefield and the wounded being carried to the rear for treatment, her voice solemn. Ensure that the injured receive every possible care. Inform the logistics officer that all resources must be prioritized for the wounded. We cannot allow our brave warriors to bleed and weep. Yes. Mu Yang and Chun Sheng replied in unison. Bai Xiao, Su Jin turned to him. Your ring of extinction wielded incredible power, but the cost must be considerable as well. We need to be mindful of that next time. Bai Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. Maintaining his stoic demeanor, he replied in a softened tone, It is of no concern. Su Jin rolled her eyes internally, finding his need for pride amusing. Choosing not to dwell further, she declared, Issue orders to clear the battlefield and collect all usable resources, particularly the cores and special materials from the monsters. Ensure they are promptly accounted for in storage. System notification. Successfully repelled the first monster siege. Receiving basic rewards. Soul coins 113, 500, basic resource pack 10, territory construction blueprint, random, 1. System notification. Acquired 78 corrupted wolf essence. 315 scale armored lizard hard skin, 2, 441 hedgehog monster bone spikes. A series of system notifications echoed in Su Jin's mind, and the substantial loot lifted her spirits somewhat. She believed that after a brief period of rest and inventory, the strength of Infinite City would ascend once more. The following morning, in the conference hall of the Lord's Manor, Su Jin sat at the head of the table, with Bai Xiao, Mu Yang, Su Jin, and Jue Yun below her. Last night's battle was highly successful, yet it also exposed our lack of mobility, Su Jin stated directly. In the face of a massive assault, we were forced to remain entrenched behind the walls, and our counterattacks lacked the agility for rapid infiltration and pursuit. Mu Yang nodded in agreement. What you say is undeniably true, my lord. If we had a cavalry unit to harass the flanks and charge, the battle would have been much easier. Zhu Yun added. Archers need to maintain distance. If cavalry can hold the front, our output environment would be greatly improved. I also believe so. Relying solely on our two legs won't allow us to catch those swift monsters, Su Jin chimed in. Su Jin turned her gaze to Bai Xiao. What is your opinion? Bai Xiao succinctly replied, possible. The conference hall fell into an immediate silence. Even Su Yin appeared momentarily taken aback, instinctively scratching his head. Mu Yang and Zhu Yun exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of expectation and mild exasperation. So succinct, Su Jin shot a few glances at Bai Xiao. Noticing her attention, Bai Xiao furrowed his brows, somewhat perplexed, wondering if he had misspoken. Clearing his throat, he unexpectedly elaborated. Cavalry offers high mobility, which can compensate for the shortcomings of infantry. Oh, Su Jin barely stifled a laugh. It was indeed a rare occurrence for the taciturn Bai Xiao to expound so much. With a noticeable smile in her eyes, she remarked, very well, it seems everyone is in agreement. Let it be decided thus. As luck would have it, we are about to take action against the goblin encampment to the south. The terrain there is primarily flat, making it more advantageous for cavalry. She paused briefly, her gaze sweeping across the group before landing on Bai Xiao, her expression tinged with a hint of playful mockery. Perfect. Our next target is the goblin encampment to the south, characterized by its open plains, ideal for cavalry maneuvers. We shall see if our cavalry can make their mark. Without further ado, we must now recruit cavalry. Su Jin rose and led the group to the barracks, ready to enlist. Creak. The heavy wooden doors groaned under their own weight, slowly swinging open. The first sound to emerge was the rhythmic and thunderous drumming of hooves, akin to distant thunder rumbling. Then, a formation of cavalrymen advanced in an orderly fashion from within, presenting themselves before the gathered onlookers. 300 riders, each mounted on extraordinary hybrid steppe horses. Clad in leather armor reinforced with iron plates, they bore elegantly curved sabers at their sides and carried compact bows on their backs. Outrider Cavalry, Black Iron Elite, 300. Level 2. Skills, Gale Gallop. Upon activation, movement speed increases by 40 for 15 seconds. Description, light cavalrymen riding hybrid steppe horses, equipped with iron-embedded leather armor and curved sabers. They execute flanking maneuvers and supply route disruptions with their mobility, capable of tearing apart disorganized formations, though their lightweight armor makes direct confrontations with spear-wielding formations challenging. Though merely a Black Iron Elite unit, their battle-hardened, fierce demeanor was palpable. The horses snorted restlessly, pawing at the ground. Their eyes alert and wild, clearly bred for sprinting and endurance. The 300 cavalrymen swiftly formed a precise square in the open space before the barracks. Their movements synchronized and silent, save for the occasional sound of hoofbeats and the subtle rustle of their leather armor. All the cavalrymen's gazes were fixed upon Su Jin. At that moment, from the front of the ranks, a clearly designated leader among the riders called out in a low voice, "Dismount." With a whoosh, 300 riders dismounted almost simultaneously, their movements sharp and fluid, landing lightly and silently, showcasing their remarkable horsemanship and body control. Thud. 300 individuals knelt on one knee in unison, the clash of iron plates creating a resonant and synchronized sound, their heads bowed, right fists clenched against their chests. In a standard military salute directed towards their lord, Su Jin, they expressed their utmost respect and loyalty. The entire process was seamless, imbued with a unique sense of solemnity and discipline. Well done, Su Jin's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Outrider Cavalry, from this day forth, you are the first cavalry unit of Infinite City. May your sabers and arrows carve out new territories for Infinite City, bringing glory in your wake. Subordinate Huijun, we of the Outrider Cavalry pledge our lives to our lord. The leading cavalry commander responded solemnly. We pledge our lives to our lord. The 300 cavalrymen roared in unison, their voices booming across the land, startling the nearby steeds into anxious whinnies. Chapter 18. Preparations for War. The Panic of the Goblin Chief. Su Jin gazed contentedly at the cavalry before him, then turned his attention to the infantry and archers' encampments. Once again clicking on the recruitment option, the gates of the archer and infantry camps opened in succession. Swift Wing Archers, Black Iron Tier, 100. Ironclad Infantry, Black Iron Tier, 100. Observing the newly joined infantry and archers seamlessly assimilate into their respective formations, Su Jin nodded approvingly. The numbers of foundational troops had been replenished. Now, it was time to focus on the true aces. He directed his gaze towards the uniquely vibrant structure of the Spirit Hub Sword Pavilion and selected the recruitment option. The doors of the Sword Pavilion opened silently, and 10 figures emerged quietly from behind, their statures upright, their energies restrained, exuding a distinct aura of spiritual power. Spirit Hub Sword Guards, Bronze Tier, 10. Watching these 10 newly acquired elite troops, Su Jin felt a sense of reassurance. Together with the previous 5, including Bai Xiao, he now commanded a total of 15 Spirit Hub Sword Guards. Adding to this, with 300 Savage Riders, 100 Ironclad Infantry, and 100 Swift Wing Archers, The total military force of his territory had nearly reached 1,000 men. Unfortunately, the food supplies were limited, and the soul coins had been entirely depleted, otherwise. With several times more troops and a complete elevation of their levels, Su Jin's gaze turned southward, towards the direction of the Goblin King's city, as mentioned by Wang Fang. Perhaps, they could shake the very foundations of that city. He collected his thoughts and issued a solemn order. Muyang, at your service. Muyang stepped forward, his posture erect. The new infantry and archers will be under your command for unified training and organization. Time is of the essence. Ensure they quickly acclimate to the battle formations and integrate with the veterans to form a cohesive fighting force. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Muyang replied earnestly. Su Jin, Chasing Cloud. Here, my lord. Su Jin responded in his deep voice. Your subordinate is present. Chasing Cloud also stepped forward. Su Jin pointed towards the southern direction. You two will lead the veterans and some of the new recruits over the next 2 days to thoroughly cleanse the area surrounding Infinite City. Eliminate all wandering monsters and scattered threats. He emphasized, simultaneously, conduct small-scale combat drills to give the new recruits a taste of battle. In 2 days, we will be striking the goblin encampment to the south. I need the area to be absolutely secure. And I also require you to familiarize yourselves with the terrain along the way. Your subordinates guarantee the completion of the task. Su Jin and Chasing Cloud bowed in acknowledgement. As for the savage riders, Su Jin turned to Huijun. Huijun stepped forward, looking up at Su Jin with a calm demeanor. At your service. You will manage the cavalry unit independently for now. Quickly familiarize yourselves with the surrounding environment. Furthermore, your paramount task is to conduct detailed reconnaissance of the goblin encampment. I need to know their troop deployments, defensive structures, and patrol routes, detailed as possible. Remember, remain concealed. Any goblin that discovers your presence must be eliminated without mercy. Understood. Huijun's voice was resolute. Lastly, Su Jin's gaze fell upon Bai Xiao and the 10 new sword guards behind him. Bai Xiao scanned his compatriots behind him and nodded slightly. Present. These 10 newcomers are entrusted to you. Ensure they grasp the fundamentals swiftly and adapt to the soul release state. In the future, they will take turns as my close bodyguards. Yes, Bai Xiao replied. A faint smile played at the corners of Su Jin's lips. This fellow truly was. He cleared his throat and addressed all the soldiers. His voice resonating across the training grounds. Excellent. In the coming days, all troops will intensify their training and refine their tactics. Our target is the goblin encampment on the southern plain. There, we shall carve our name into the annals of Infinite City with our first battle. Fight, fight, fight. The soldiers responded in unison, their spirits soaring. In the following days, Infinite City entered a state of rapid mobilization. The training grounds echoed with the sounds of battle cries, bowstrings, galloping hooves, and the clash of metal. Muyang meticulously directed the infantry phalanx in formation changes and attack defense drills. The coordination between the ironclad infantry's shield wall and the halberd soldiers' long halberds becoming increasingly harmonious. Su Jin and Chasing Cloud led their forces in sweeping operations, effectively clearing the monsters at the periphery of the Nigu forest. The silhouettes of the savage riders vanished like phantoms at the forest's edge, racing towards the sunset plains. As a web of intelligence targeting the goblin encampment was quietly woven. Meanwhile, the area around the Spirit Hub Sword Pavilion remained relatively tranquil, with Bai Xiao personally instructing the 14 sword guards. There were no fierce sparring sessions. Instead, the focus was on meditative guidance and the explanation of soul resonance techniques. Occasionally, a faint azure spiritual pressure flickered as the newcomers attempted to materialize their heart's sword imagery. Su Jin stood atop the city walls, surveying the scene below. The addition of new troop types had rendered the military framework of Infinite City more robust, no longer merely a combination of infantry and archers. The mobility of the cavalry, the resilience of the infantry, and the rapid fire of the archers would all become significant assets on future battlefields. Especially the Spirit Hub Sword Guards, though few in number. Each one was a potential ace with immense promise. As Su Jin stood upon the battlements, the cold wind rustled his cloak, while below, the fervor of military training unfolded. A powerful, multifaceted army was taking shape. The expenditure was considerable, yet the sensation was undeniably gratifying. Su Jin stroked his chin, observing the rapidly depleting resources and nearly exhausted soul coins. Though it stung, there was a greater sense of anticipation for the future. Simultaneously, at the goblin encampment on the border of the Nigu forest and the sunset plains, within a relatively lavish tent at the center of the camp, the atmosphere was tense. The corpulent goblin chieftain, Yu Bu, with exposed tusks, paced restlessly. Scattered on the ground before him were broken-boned spears and shattered leather shields, stained with dried black blood. Worthless. All worthless. Yu Bu roared in a shrill voice, kicking away a human skull that lay on the ground. The hunting parties we dispatched have returned fewer each day. Today, only 3 came back. Are they scared out of their wits? In the corner of the tent, a diminutive goblin lieutenant trembled slightly and murmured. The returning warriors said that many humans clad in iron have appeared at the forest's edge. They are extraordinarily formidable. and some even claimed to have seen a human city deep within the Niga forest. Humans? Yubu halted, his small green eyes gleaming with greed and a hint of barely concealed fear. How dare they establish a city within our territory? Right in the heart of our hunting grounds? The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. They had occupied this area for quite some time. Though there were occasional fierce beasts, they had never experienced such bizarre and widespread losses among their hunting parties. These humans were undoubtedly different from those encountered before. This will not do. We can no longer wait. A fierce glint flashed in Yubu's eyes as he slammed his thigh and blew the gathering horn. Let all nearby hunting parties return to the camp at once. Tell them there is a substantial bounty to seize, but if any of them dares to dawdle, they can expect to feed the wolves. Yes, yes, Chief. The lieutenant felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly scurried out, the sharp sound of the horn quickly reverberating across the camp. Yubu watched the lieutenant's retreating figure, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and determination. Simply gathering the surrounding rabble felt insufficient. He harbored a foreboding sense regarding the sudden appearance of the city. After all, he was Yubu, who possessed 5 cartloads of knowledge. His intuition had always been remarkably accurate. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned a relatively sturdy goblin scout. You, take my token and immediately, at once, use the fastest route to Greystone Fortress. Yubu removed a necklace strung with beast fangs from his waist and tossed it to the scout. Inform the commander of Greystone Fortress that a nest of tough humans has emerged from the Nigu forest, obstructing our source of wealth. They may pose a threat to the fortress's safety. I implore him to send troops to crush these damned pests. Yes, Chief. The scout accepted the necklace, not daring to delay, and promptly turned to run out of the tent, mounting the swiftest wolf steed and racing toward Greystone Fortress. Chapter 19. The Stirring of the Sacred Relic. Troops emerge from the Infinite City. In the sunsetting plains lies the Goblin King's city, an edifice that sprawls across the plains like a colossal beast lying in wait. Its towering walls, reaching skyward, are meticulously constructed from immense gray stone blocks, exuding a raw, primal ferocity and power. Upon the ramparts, battalions of heavily armored goblin warriors patrol with synchronized strides, their physiques far more robust than the average goblin, their gazes vacant. Beyond the walls, broad thoroughfares teem with countless goblins, weaving together a comprehensive societal framework. The forges within the city blaze fiercely, the rhythmic clang of metal resonating amidst the haphazard tents and stone dwellings, and even a marketplace of sorts can be discerned. Most striking are the figures. Both human and other unfamiliar humanoid races, shackled by heavy iron chains and toiling under the watchful eyes of goblin overseers, their movements mechanical and devoid of spirit, as they transport heavy stones and timber to sustain the engine of war that is this vast city. At the pinnacle of the king's fortress stands a palace, carved from the skulls of great beasts. Here resides the Goblin King, a shocker, a figure whose size nearly rivals that of an ogre, his skin a deep shade of green. Even the opulent garments draped upon him fail to conceal the sinewy muscles beneath. Adorned with a crown crafted from bone, he sits upon a throne of bone and blackened metal, eyes closed in meditation. Resting upon his lap is a hefty tome, bound in the hide of an unknown beast. The cover bears no inscription, only ancient, twisted runes that emit a faint glow. This tome is the World Book, the sacred relic of the goblin race. Just yesterday, this long-dormant artifact trembled slightly, its runes briefly igniting in crimson light, pointing towards the northeast. Bashakar slowly opens his eyes, a shadow of gravity crossing his features. The stirring of the World Book typically signifies the emergence of a new hero or a variable capable of altering the world's balance. The northeast? He muses quietly, fingers drumming against the armrest. In that direction lies nothing but inconsequential tribes and beasts. What possible variable could arise? He despises surprises, particularly at this critical juncture when he is poised to strike against the elven realm of the Twilight Forest. Any factor that could disrupt his plans must be eradicated in its infancy. Summon me. Bashakar's deep voice reverberates through the expansive hall. A goblin, clad in blackened heavy armor and wielding a massive battle axe, strides into the chamber, kneeling with a dull clang of metal. He is Grunnick, one of the city's captains, known for his brutality and valor. Grunnick, Bashakar gazes at him. The World Book has issued a warning, indicating some intriguing developments in the northeastern direction of our city. What is your command, my king? Grunnick's voice is gravelly, akin to sandpaper. Take a detachment of elite wolf riders and scout that direction. Bashakar's tone brooks no dissent. Identify the source of this disturbance. Remember, locate it and eliminate it. At once, my king. Grunnick's eyes gleam with a bloodthirsty light as he rises, his heavy footfalls fading into the distance. Bashakar closes his eyes once more, fingers gently caressing the rough cover of the World Book. Soon, once I procure the remnants of the world from the elves, the world will ascend in my grasp. At that point, the obstacles of mere golden tears will be easily crushed. Beneath the shadow of the king's city, currents swirl ominously, while at a distant location, the war drums of the Infinite City have begun to sound. Days pass swiftly amidst the fervent preparations for war. Infinite City, the training grounds. As dawn breaks, the chill still lingers in the air, laden with an atmosphere of impending conflict. Nearly 1,000 soldiers have assembled, organized into distinct formations according to their respective brigades. At the forefront stands Su Jin, flanked by his heavily armored shield bearers and ironclad infantry. Their varied scales glimmer with a harsh sheen in the morning light, the tower shields rising like a formidable barrier. Iron Mountain stands resolutely beside Su Jin, his gaze unwavering as he grips his shield firmly. Behind the infantry, Muyang commands 100 newly promoted elite pike warriors, their bronze weapons proudly held aloft, with Huang Wei standing at his side. Their long pikes point toward the heavens, the blades shimmering ominously, their ranks a picture of discipline and formidable spirit. To either side, the swift archers and fleet-footed bowmen stand poised to unleash their volleys. Further out, 300 wild riders rest uneasily upon their restless hybrid steeds, the riders' poised figures, curved sabers, and mounted bows silently proclaiming their agility and lethality. The steeds occasionally snort and stomp, eager for the order to charge. At the heart of all the troops, clustered around a raised platform, stand Bai Xiao and his 14 sword guardians. They remain still, their presence restrained. Su Jin stands atop the platform, surveying the meticulously arranged army below. This marks his first true large-scale offensive since arriving in this world. Lord Huajun strides up the platform, his expression tinged with seriousness as he relays the latest intelligence from the Falcon Scouts, corroborated by the reconnaissance of the cavalry, confirming that the Goblin camp has not only recalled all its scattered forces, but also received reinforcements from Greystone Fortress. Reinforcements? Su Jin's brow furrows. How many? What composition? Approximately 500, Huajun replies steadily. According to the scouts, they are significantly larger than ordinary goblins and better equipped. They are likely elite big goblins from Greystone Fortress. Su Jin's gaze remains calm as he queries, what is the total strength of the enemy? Counting the goblins originally stationed at the camp and the recalled rabble, the total should be around 2,000. Of these, 500 big goblins represent their core combat power, Huajun informs him. 1,000 versus 2,000. The enemy not only possesses elite forces, but also enjoys the advantage of terrain. This battle appears far from easy. Yet what of it? His soldiers are all no less than second-tier troops, an elite force in their own right. Mere rabble holds no terror for him. His eyes sharpen as he surveys the disciplined ranks below, drawing his sword and pointing its blade toward the southeast, towards the sunsetting plains. Infinite City, all troops, advance, roar. The mass of nearly 1,000 soldiers begins to move, a torrent of iron surging forth, departing the Infinite City and heading toward the unknown battlefield. Chapter 20, Troops at the Gates. The bloodied sunsetting plains. At the edge of the sunsetting plains, the Goblin camp has swelled nearly to double its size after days of consolidation and the arrival of reinforcements. Surrounding it are makeshift wooden arrow towers, fortified palisades, and even shallow trenches have been dug. Within the camp, the green-skinned figures bustle about, their numbers far exceeding those of the past, creating an atmosphere of chaos and overcrowding. The 500 big goblins from Greystone Fortress occupy the prime positions at the camp center, clad in relatively intact leather armor. Some of the squad leaders even wear crude iron armor, wielding hefty iron hammers or axes, starkly contrasting with the frail, ordinary goblins surrounding them. In the largest tent at the campus center, a sycophantic oilcloth addresses a remarkably hulking big goblin, his face marred by a vicious scar. Commander, they surely do not expect us to have reinforcements. If they dare approach, we will ensure they never return. Their women and children will be ours. The oilcloth rubs his hands together, his small green eyes glimmering with avarice. The big goblin known as the Commander, Grull, sent from Greystone Fortress, glances at the oilcloth and scoffs disdainfully. Humph, merely a bunch of insects just emerging from the woods. Do they warrant such concern? Were it not for the orders from the overseer, I wouldn't bother with this errand. Indeed, Commander, the oilcloth responds, eager to appease. The oilcloth nodded hastily, yet inwardly cursed profusely. At that moment, a piercing horn echoed from the outskirts of the camp, accompanied by a cacophony of urgent shouts. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Humans! A multitude of humans. Gru sprang to his feet, seizing the massive axe at his side, a sinister grin spreading across his visage. Oh? Have they appeared? Just the opportunity one need to stretch my limbs. He strode purposefully out of the tent, with the oilcloth trailing closely behind. Gazing up, they beheld, on the northeastern horizon of the camp, a line of rolling dust clouds. Beneath this veil of smoke, dark shapes rapidly expanded, ultimately coalescing into a suffocating wave of black. Then, a regiment of meticulously organized and fiercely determined human soldiers materialized before the eyes of all goblins. At the forefront, a colossal wall of tower shields advanced slowly toward the goblin encampment, followed closely by a forest of pikes, glimmering ominously. Further back, archers readied their bows, poised to unleash their deadly volleys. As they marched, the sound of thousands of battle boots striking the earth resonated, mingling with the subtle rustling of armor, creating an atmosphere of silent, iron-willed slaughter that surged toward the goblin stronghold. On either flank of the army, clouds of dust rose, nearly obscuring half the sky. Amidst the swirling dust, one could faintly discern the silhouettes of numerous cavalry, their hoofbeats echoing like distant thunder, rolling forth from afar. All goblins witnessing this scene felt a wave of suffocation wash over them. This was no longer the easily bullied, poorly equipped humanity they had previously encountered. The equipment, discipline, and sheer force of this army far exceeded the comprehension of the oilcloth and grew. Where in the world did these monsters emerge from? The oilcloth's voice trembled. The bravado with which he had boasted to Gru vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy dread that seeped into his very bones. He even felt that the iron armor worn by those human soldiers appeared to surpass that of the finest warriors of Greystone Fortress. Gru's sinister grin had long since frozen, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and disbelief. Hailing from Greystone Fortress, he had seen some formidable displays, yet the overall cohesion and oppressive aura of this army surpassed his expectations. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the massive axe, knuckles widening. Humph, interesting, he muttered under his breath, though the derision had evaporated, supplanted by an emerging ferocity. This foe was far tougher than anticipated. Prepare for battle, Gru bellowed, his voice drowning out the chaos within the camp. Archers, fire! All warriors, seize your weapons. Defend the camp gate. The goblins scrambled into action, some timid souls attempting to retreat, only to be kicked down by the overseer goblins, who howled in pain. Fire! Chasing Cloud commanded coolly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of arrows whistled through the air, like a dark cloud, accurately blanketing the goblin lines before the camp. A cacophony of screams erupted. Many goblins, caught unawares, were pierced by arrows, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Sparse goblin archers attempted to retaliate, but their range and accuracy were child's play compared to the swift archers, quickly suppressed. Shield wall, advance. Stone Rock roared. Thud, thud, thud. The heavily armored guards marched with heavy steps, resembling a moving fortress, steadfastly advancing despite the sporadic arrows and thrown spears from the goblins. The arrows struck their shields with a clattering sound, yet could not budge them an inch. Great halberdiers, keep up, Muyang directed the polearm soldiers, closely following the shield wall. Shield countercharge, shield countercharge. As the shield wall neared the palisade of the camp, Stone Rock barked a command, and all heavy shield guards, as if in perfect synchrony, exerted their strength, surging forward in a powerful crash. Boom! The wooden palisade, already lacking in fortitude, shattered explosively. Countless splintered wood pieces, propelled by the immense force, struck the goblins behind the barricade, instantly tearing through their already fragile defenses. Charge in! The armored infantry surged into the breach like a flood unleashed, colliding fiercely with the disordered goblins. For the Infinite City, Mu Yang's halberd danced like the wind, each thrust claiming a green-skinned life. Annihilate these green-skinned vermin. Wipe them out. The battle cries roared to the heavens, clashing weapons, screams, and shouts intertwining as blood began to stain the ground. At that moment, a thundering of footsteps and guttural roars erupted from deep within the camp. Warriors of Greystone Fortress. Crush these insects. Gru, leading 500 elite goblins, surged into the fray like a green tide. These elite goblins were significantly stronger than their common kin, possessing greater strength and resilience, wielding their heavy weapons with such ferocity that they momentarily halted the charge of the armored infantry and halberdiers. Some armored soldiers found their shields dented under the immense force, their arms numbed. Su Jin stood atop a high vantage point, calmly surveying the battlefield. Ho army, I will execute the second plan. Penetrate their flank. Yes, the Ho army acknowledged the command, sweeping their curved blades, the wild cavalry. Charge with me. 300 riders, like arrows released from a bow, flanked the main battlefield, striking directly at the camp's relatively weak western side. Chapter 21, Gru's Defeat, the Wolf Riders Charge. On the western side of the Sunset Plains, the dust stirred up by the 300 wild cavalry resembled a dragon of earth, crashing fiercely into the goblin camp's flank. For the Infinite City, Ho led the charge, his curved blade unsheathed, glinting with cold light. Hoofbeats easily shattered the rudimentary defenses, the cavalry cutting through like a red-hot iron through butter, instantly tearing a gap. However, before they could expand their gains, Gru's furious roar echoed from deep within the camp. Block them. No retreat. Gru reacted swiftly, immediately allocating nearly 200 elite goblins to form a solid defensive line, resolutely blocking the cavalry's advance. These elite goblins possessed astounding strength, fearlessly confronting the oncoming warhorses with their heavy weapons. Thud! The curved blades slashed into the leather armor, releasing sprays of green blood. Yet simultaneously, heavy hammers struck the horses' legs or riders, sending forth shrieks and the wails of wounded steeds. Although the wild cavalry were elite, they remained mere black iron tier troops with lower levels, and facing such physically superior elite goblins, along with some ordinary goblins assisting from the sides, their charge was swiftly stifled. Ho fought fiercely, slaying several foes, but the goblins on the flanks multiplied, and casualties began to mount among his cavalry. the plan to penetrate the enemy lines teetering on the brink of failure. On the main battlefield, Stone Rock's shield wall and Mu Yang's halberdiers were also fiercely entangled by the goblin main force. Though the human soldiers sported superior equipment and better coordination, the goblins leveraged their numerical advantage, and despite the sustained firepower from the archers led by Chasing Cloud in the rear, the battle reached a stalemate. Both sides struggling to gain the upper hand. Su Jin observed from the high platform, his brow furrowing. This cannot drag on any longer. The goblins held the numerical advantage, and prolonged engagement would only increase our losses. His gaze fell upon Bai Xiao, who stood silently below the platform. Bai Xiao. Yes. The command was as succinct as ever. Eliminate that behemoth. Su Jin pointed toward Gru, who was bellowing and commanding amidst the goblin ranks, the most conspicuous figure. Understood. Bai Xiao replied, his figure slipping from the side of the high platform like a wraith, vanishing into the chaotic battlefield. He did not charge directly at Gru, but instead made his way toward the center of the fray. Heart unleashed. In the next moment, at the battlefield center, a fervent and oppressive aura erupted from Bai Xiao, enveloping him in a pale blue spiritual pressure that surged and boiled. In an ephemeral moment, a magnificent suit of azure blue armor, exuding a metallic sheen and the texture of jade, materialized upon his form. Almost simultaneously, a visible pale aura rippled outward from Bai Xiao, silently sweeping across the battlefield. This was the unique aura ability of Bai Xiao, the Ring of Extinction, reserved for heroic units. An invisible, tempestuous wave of spiritual pressure surged forth alongside the edges of the aura. Thud. The closest goblins, including several formidable brothers, barely comprehended the unfolding events before being struck head-on by this overwhelming shockwave. Their robust bodies were sent hurtling backward as if struck by a battering ram, twisting and rolling through the air, the sound of shattering bones echoing like a cacophony. Ultimately, they crashed to the ground like ragged sacks, twitching momentarily before falling silent. The surrounding goblins, both ordinary and the larger brethren, were paralyzed by this sudden upheaval, their eyes betraying sheer terror. Following this, the true effects of the Ring of Extinction began to manifest. The soldiers of the Infinite City, whether heavily armored shield bearers or polearm wielders, felt an extraordinary power surging within them. A resonant hum filled the air as their weapons, the edges of shields, the blades of swords and polearms, simultaneously ignited with a faint, pale glow. It's Lord Bai Xiao, someone exclaimed, recognizing the formidable ability witnessed during the city's defense. Morale surged instantaneously. How is this possible? How can it be? In the distance, Gru, the commander from Greystone Fortress, was overtaken by disbelief, his fierce demeanor replaced by incredulity. His gaze was fixed upon Bai Xiao, enveloped in azure armor and pale aura at the heart of the battlefield, his voice trembling with astonishment. How can a heroic human possess the qualities of a heroic unit? This is impossible, he muttered, fear and absurdity flooding his eyes. How much had the Goblin clan invested in resources and time to produce a true hero like King Bashaka? Yet, here stood these humans, emerging from the shadows, possessing such an existence? Was it possible that the commanding officer had sent him to confront such a monster? A sense of despair began to creep into his heart. With the aura unfurled, Bai Xiao's gaze was icy, his long sword emitting a low, resonant hum as he plunged into the heart of the largest cluster of goblins. The sword, ablaze with spiritual pressure, traced a deadly trajectory. The soul cry slash. A solid crescent-shaped shockwave erupted from the blade, instantly cleaving through the midsection of 3 towering goblins. Their green blood and entrails exploded, vaporized by the searing heat. The shockwave continued unabated, engulfing and shredding 7 or 8 ordinary goblins caught unawares, leaving behind a field strewn with charred limbs and severed body parts. Then, like a bolt of azure lightning, he darted through the enemy ranks. Ordinary goblins could not approach within 3 meters of him without being scorched by the accompanying heat of his aura, while the sturdy larger brethren crumbled like paper before his ghostly speed and unmatched blade. Stop him. Quickly block him. Gru's voice trembled slightly as he fixated on the advancing azure figure, swinging his massive axe while desperately shoving the still-dazed goblins forward to their demise. Even as his own feet involuntarily retreated amidst the chaos, Bai Xiao pressed forward relentlessly, his form becoming a blur amidst the tumult of battle, leaving behind a faint azure afterimage. Soul Shadow. What? Gru's heart raced with alarm, a chill shooting up his spine. He barely had time to turn fully before instinct propelled him to twist his stout waist, swinging his heavy axe backward in a desperate attempt to block or repel any potential attack. The desire to survive ignited a reaction speed beyond his usual capabilities. Yet, all was in vain. Bai Xiao's figure solidified behind him, his long sword, entwined with pale spiritual flames, emitted a deep hum as it was silently thrust forth. The target was the gap in Gru's thick leather armor, exposed as he turned. Gru's eyes widened, catching a fleeting glimpse of a blinding azure light and the expressionless, stern visage. Swoosh. A faint sound of slicing air reached Gru's ears. The sword pierced through him. The ferocity and rage on Gru's face froze instantly, his colossal body stiffening, the heavy axe slipping from his grasp with a resounding thud as his eyes dimmed, leaving only shock and disbelief. Then, his massive form wavered before crashing forward, stirring up a cloud of dust, falling silent. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, a falcon swooped down, circling above a sword attendant. The attendant swiftly raised his hand to catch the small message tube dropped by the falcon, quickly inspecting its contents before turning to leap to the edge of the platform, reporting to the aloof Su Jin, "My lord, 3 kilometers to the west. We have spotted a small contingent of wolf cavalry, approximately 100 strong, advancing towards our battlefield." Chapter 22. The sword attendant draws his blade. Target: wolf cavalry. Gru's massive form crashed to the ground, sending dust swirling in all directions, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence. All goblins engaged in combat, whether mere green-skinned foot soldiers or those boasting themselves as elite larger brethren, instinctively halted their actions, incredulously gazing at the figure lying in a pool of blood. And the one who stood there, sword sheathed, still ablaze with azure spiritual flames, like a demonic deity. Their pillar of strength, the commander from Greystone Fortress, had fallen? So easily, so abruptly, without even having exchanged a single blow with that human? A nearby larger goblin, trembling, attempted to confirm this grim reality. In response, he was met with by Xiao's cold, indifferent gaze, followed by the swift arc of his long sword once again. Thud! The head of the larger goblin soared into the air, the astonishment on his face eternally frozen. This act ignited a powder keg of pent-up fear within the goblin ranks. The commander is dead. Run. We cannot win. They are demons. Panic spread like a plague, and the goblin lines, already under siege by the forces of the Infinite City, collapsed in an instant. The larger goblins, deprived of leadership, fell into disarray. While some clung to brute strength to resist, many were overtaken by fear, turning to flee, even resorting to infighting to seize escape routes. Kill! Su Jin roared, seizing the moment to thrust forward the shield wall, with heavy shield bearers bulldozing through the chaotic enemy ranks, carving a bloody path for their comrades behind. For the Infinite City, Muyang commanded the polearm soldiers to form a sharp wedge of attack, their long polearms dancing as they accurately harvested the lives of fleeing goblins. Huang Wei followed closely, his polearm technique ruthless and unrelenting. Fire, covering fire. Chasing Cloud seized the opportunity, the sound of bowstrings resonating in unison as a deluge of arrows pursued the fleeing goblins, pinning them to the ground. The balance of the main battlefield had irrevocably tilted in favor of the Infinite City. The goblins, in disarray, were systematically encircled and annihilated, and the land at the edge of the setting sun was thoroughly drenched in green blood. Bai Xiao did not pursue the routing soldiers. Having slain Gru and obliterated the enemy's command core and morale, his mission was complete. He stood coldly in place, his azure battle armor and pale halo radiating a chilling pressure that instilled fear, akin to a divine anchor that quelled the remaining foes while simultaneously invigorating the morale of his allies. With a slight tilt of his head, he surveyed the battlefield, confirming the situation was in their favor before methodically dispatching the scattered goblins attempting to retaliate. Each movement was swift and decisive, and with every flash of his sword, a life was extinguished. This calmness seemed to exist in stark contrast to the surrounding cacophony of the brutal battlefield. On the high platform, Su Jin observed the one-sided battle below, his expression devoid of much elation. His gaze was sharp as he regarded the spirit sword attendant who had just come to report. 3 kilometers to the west, 100 wolf riders? Su Jin confirmed. Indeed, my lord, the attendant replied, bowing slightly, his voice steady. The final message from the falcon confirms their rapid approach towards us. 100 wolf riders. Su Jin furrowed his brow, renowned for their speed and impact. The goblins' ability to tame dire wolves indicated they were far from ordinary foot soldiers. Though their numbers were limited, the main goblin force had just disintegrated, and his own troops were in the midst of pursuing and isolating the enemy, inevitably causing some dispersion in formation. Should this fresh force breach the battlefield, it would not only inflict direct casualties upon his side, but also disrupt their pursuit. More troubling was the possibility that the goblins, already paralyzed by fear and focused solely on fleeing, might rekindle a flicker of hope upon the arrival of these reinforcements. Even a moment's hesitation or confusion could allow the retreating troops to escape or even regroup to resist fiercely. They cannot be allowed to interfere. We must intercept them before they reach the main battlefield. Who shall we send? The cavalry of the Ho army had just endured a grueling battle on the flank, suffering significant casualties and were on their mounts, making it unlikely they could intercept the fresh wolf riders effectively. The main infantry and archers were too slow to catch up. Moreover, Bai Xiao needed to maintain the ring of extinction to sustain their combat advantage. Su Jin's gaze eventually fell upon the 14 spirit sword attendants standing like javelins below the platform, vigilantly guarding him. Their energy was concentrated, their spiritual power restrained, embodying true elite prowess. Furthermore, they were freshly invigorated. The best method to contend with cavalry may not be through cavalry themselves, but rather by employing superior individual combat strength to decapitate them before they could charge. A bold thought took shape in Su Jin's mind. He issued a command, his voice steady and resonant, echoing across the platform, ordering Shi Yan, Mu Yang, and Shui Yun to thoroughly eliminate the remaining enemies and clear the battlefield. The whole army was to regroup their cavalry and remain vigilant against fleeing goblins or other potential enemies. Su Jin cast a glance at the azure figure at the center of the battlefield, contemplating briefly before ultimately issuing the orders to stabilize the situation and eliminate the remaining foes. Once he confirmed that the main forces on the battlefield had received and begun executing the orders, Su Jin hesitated no longer. He turned, his gaze sweeping across the 14 spirit sword attendants before him. Prepare for battle. No unnecessary words were exchanged. The 14 attendants instantly grasped their lord's intentions. Almost in unison, they subtly adjusted their stances, their previously restrained energy suddenly becoming sharp and formidable, their eyes gleaming with the light of battle. Their target, the wolf cavalry to the west. Su Jin drew his sword, a surge of valor swelling within him. He was now awakened to the power of a lord, capable of wielding all the abilities of Bai Xiao. This was not mere imitation, but rather a replication, synchronizing the hero's strength directly within himself. Though he had predominantly relied on the strength of his troops, his heart harbored an unspoken anticipation for this power that belonged solely to him. Onward. Su Jin leaped from the side of the platform, charging towards the western direction. The 14 spirit sword attendants followed closely, akin to 14 azure shadows, silently gliding down and swiftly regrouping behind him, their movements synchronized without a trace of unnecessary noise. The cold wind whipped past his ears, and behind him were 14 silent, yet piercing gazes. Ahead, at the horizon's edge, a faint plume of dust gradually expanded, marking the passage of the wolf cavalry's rapid advance. An interception against the cavalry was about to commence. Chapter 23, Golden Flame Verdict. The wolf riders stained the setting sun's plains. The western wind carried a faint scent of blood as it swept across the edge of the sunset plains. Su Jin's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing across the parched grassland, with the 14 spirit sword attendants closely trailing behind. Their footsteps light, yet imbued with astonishing explosive power, resembling 14 azure specters skimming the ground. Su Jin felt the surging spiritual power within him, a gift from awakening the Lord's power. He understood that he could now not only harness the strength inherent to Bai Xiao's soul, but had also touched the threshold of heart liberation. However, he had never truly attempted it before, as it required an immense expenditure of spiritual power, and he had always felt that his heart liberation might differ from Bai Xiao's. Ahead, the dust cloud on the horizon grew closer and thicker, the heavy thud of hooves resonating like a drum, causing the very earth to tremble slightly. At last, a mass of dark figures appeared at the edge of his vision. These were hundreds of formidable dire wolves, far larger than ordinary mounts, their dark fur bristling, muscles bulging, and fangs bared, charging forth with a gale, their blood-red eyes glinting with a thirst for carnage. Upon each giant wolf sat a burly goblin knight wielding a spear or massive axe. These goblin knights were far more formidable than the larger goblins found within the camp. Clad in leather armor and painted with menacing war paint, one wolf rider stood out among the rest. His dire wolf nearly 1.5 times the size of the others, its fur as dark as ink, and a short, singular horn protruding from its forehead. The knight himself was more robust than any goblin, enveloped in heavy armor, with scars crisscrossing his face, telling tales of his ferocity, wielding a massive battle axe. Grunark noticed the diminutive figures ahead, the leader, 4th tier, the others behind, 2nd tier, 3rd tier. They don't even wear decent armor. With such a pitiful force, they dare to obstruct Grunark's path? A cruel smile spread across Grunark's face, revealing his yellowed fangs. He couldn't even be bothered to ponder where these people had come from. To him, they were merely a group of foolish imbeciles attempting the impossible. Crush them. Grunark raised his battle axe, pointing it towards Su Jin and his company, issuing the command to charge. A howl erupted. The 100 wolf riders surged forward, like a flood unleashed, bearing down upon the meager 15 with an overwhelming force. The thunderous sound of wolf claws pounding the earth was deafening, the swirling dust threatening to engulf everything. Faced with this charge that seemed capable of flattening mountains, Su Jin took a deep breath. He understood that he could not allow these wolf riders to breach their lines. Otherwise, even the spirit sword attendants would suffer devastating losses in a direct confrontation. The time had come. It was time to test his new abilities, Su Jin mused, having always watched Bai Xiao unleash his prowess. Today, it was his turn. Heart liberation. With a low shout, a torrent of spiritual pressure, rivaling that of Bai Xiao's heart liberation, erupted from within Su Jin. No longer was it the pale blue flames of flowing fire, but rather a brilliant golden radiance, akin to molten gold. The golden spiritual pressure materialized like flames, instantly enveloping Su Jin, rapidly outlining and condensing. In the blink of an eye, a full suit of armor, reminiscent of Bai Xiao's azure battle attire, but radiating a resplendent golden hue, adorned Su Jin's form. The golden armor glimmered with elegance and grace, each contour seemingly forged from pure gold, intricately engraved with complex and arcane patterns, radiating a visible golden aura. The helmet veiled the face, leaving only a pair of eyes ablaze with golden flames. Unlike Bai Xiao's heart release, Su Jin's did not expand outwardly to manifest a distinct domain. Instead, that immense spiritual pressure, potent enough to distort the very air, astonishingly converged inward, compressing in an extraordinary manner. Ultimately, all the golden brilliance coalesced into the basic sword hilt that materialized in his hand. The once unremarkable sword hilt was now imbued with a pure golden hue, the blade exhaling an almost liquid golden flame, transforming the weapon into a holy sword of light, condensed with boundless energy. This effect is even more magnificent than I had envisioned. Su Jin, feeling the surging power within him and wielding the golden longsword that seemed capable of cleaving through all, couldn't he help but express a small admiration, despite his calm demeanor. Is this his unique heart release? It appears to differ from that of Bai Xiao and the others. Regardless, as long as it proves effective, that is all that matters. At the moment Su Jin completed his heart release, the 14 spirit sword guardians behind him sprang into action. Soul release. 14 voices called out in unison, and a pale azure spiritual pressure surged forth from their bodies, enveloping them as 14 swords, emanating a sharp aura, instantly materialized. Though merely in a basic soul release state, far inferior to Su Jin's resplendent golden radiance. The unified presence of the 14, resonating in spiritual power, formed a robust and resilient collective aura, steadfastly resisting the intangible pressure exerted by the wolf cavalry's charge. What on earth? The leading Grunnick's pupils dilated in shock. The golden light emanating from that leading human, coupled with an overwhelming aura that sent a tremor of dread through him, made his blood-soaked mind register a signal of danger for the first time. That is definitely not a 4th tier. This power poses a threat to him, and he is a 6th tier. Furthermore, the others, whom he had previously regarded as mere fodder, how did their momentum become so formidable in an instant? These humans are suspicious. But at that moment, the charge had commenced. With over 100 wolf riders closing in on Su Jin and his companions within 100 meters. Crush him. Grunnick suppressed his doubts and let out a frenzied roar. He refused to believe that even if his opponent were an impenetrable wall, his 100 wolf riders couldn't shatter it. Su Jin's golden eyes remained unperturbed as he beheld the tsunami-like wave of wolf riders rushing towards him, slowly raising the long sword aglow with golden flames. He could distinctly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy from the 14 sword guardians behind him, akin to 14 streams merging with his own golden lake, creating a subtle resonance. An instinctual thought formed in his mind. Soul echo slash. Su Jin issued a concise command, not to himself, but to the 14 sword guardians behind him. Yes, without hesitation. The 14 spirit sword guardians simultaneously unleashed their spiritual power in soul release state, delivering their most potent strike towards the front. Whoosh. 14 solid pale azure crescent-shaped shockwaves erupted forth with a piercing sound, hurtling towards the wolf cavalry. However, at the moment these shockwaves left their bodies, Su Jin moved. He forcefully drew the massive, golden, energy-laden longsword forward. Buzz. An invisible gravitational field emanated from the tip of Su Jin's golden sword, and the 14 azure soul echo slashes, poised to disperse, inexplicably altered their trajectories in midair, converging towards the tip of Su Jin's sword as if guided by an unseen force. Hiss. Upon contact, the azure energy and golden flame did not repel or explode. Rather, they began to merge and transform in a wondrous manner. The power of the 14 soul echo slashes was completely absorbed, amplified, and guided by Su Jin's golden longsword, which had compressed the force of his heart release. In an instant, the golden sword in Su Jin's grasp blazed with brilliance, its blade swelling to an impressive length of over 10 meters, forming a colossal golden light blade that spanned the wolf cavalry's charge path. This light blade not only contained the immense energy of Su Jin's heart release, but also fused the full strength of the 14 spirit sword guardians' soul release strikes. The aura of annihilation radiating from it sent chills down Grunnick's spine, every hair on his body standing on end as a shadow of death enveloped his heart. No. Grunnick emitted a terrified and desperate roar, desperately attempting to rein in the giant wolf beneath him, but it was all too late. Su Jin's gaze was icy as he faced the unstoppable tide of wolf riders, swinging his sword with precision. Fusion technique, Golden Dawn Judgment. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The immense golden light blade swept through the air as silently as a knife through butter. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The charging wolves and their riders, along with their weapons and armor, were disintegrated into vapor upon contact with the golden light blade, leaving no trace of flesh or blood, as if they had never existed. The ground where the light blade passed bore a deep, smooth scar, still radiating residual heat. As the golden radiance gradually dissipated, the once ferocious wolf cavalry charge had left behind a shocking, vast fan-shaped void. The once imposing wolf riders, along with their mounts, had completely vanished from this world. At the edge of the obliterated area, Grunnick's figure emerged, relying on his formidable 6th-tier strength and desperate last-minute rolls to avoid instant vaporization. Yet, he could only futilely writhe on the ground, gasping for breath. Just one strike, had annihilated his elite wolf cavalry. What manner of monster is this? What in the world is this creature? Grunnick gazed at the figure hovering in the air, clad in golden armor and wielding a golden longsword, akin to a deity. And at the 14 cold-eyed guardians bearing azure light swords behind him, his heart filled with unending fear and absurdity. He finally understood why the Book of the World had sounded its alarm. This was no mere shift in fortune. It was a calamity descending upon this land. Chapter 24. The Aftermath. 2,000 Survivors. As the golden light faded, Su Jin descended slowly from the sky, sheathing his sword and standing tall. His magnificent golden armor dimming to a gentle glow before receding like the tide, restoring his usual attire. He exhaled softly, feeling an overwhelming emptiness within him as his spiritual power neared depletion. The fusion of 14 full-strength soul-release strikes was indeed not to be trifled with. Su Jin mused internally while maintaining an expression of calm. That previous Golden Dawn judgment had nearly drained the majority of his spiritual power in heart-release state. While its destructive force was indeed cataclysmic, its sustainability could not be squandered carelessly in the future. Nevertheless, the results were extraordinary. His gaze turned towards the figure struggling at the edge of the scorched earth. This leader of the Wolf Riders, who had just moments ago exuded invincibility, now bore the brunt of high heat, his body largely charred and carbonized, with only remnants of limbs twitching weakly. The gaze directed at Su Jin held nothing but pure terror, unable to emit even a cry, merely producing a wheezing sound from his throat. The 14 spirit sword guardians silently encircled him, their azure blades still materialized, aimed at the goblin on the ground. In their eyes, admiration was tinged with fervor. The power of their lord was more unfathomable than they had imagined, and that golden form stood in stark contrast to Bai Xiao's azure blue armor. As long as he is alive, that is all that matters. Su Jin stepped forward, looking down upon Grunnick, concluding that perhaps your life might prove a bit more resilient. Grunnick trembled violently, as if pleading for mercy or attempting to articulate something. Yet the agonizing pain and overwhelming fear rendered him incapable of forming any coherent syllables. Take him away, Su Jin commanded the swordsman behind him. Leave him breathing. Perhaps he holds information of interest to us. 2 swordsmen stepped forward with deft movements, securely binding the barely alive Grunnick with specially designed ropes, lifting him as one would carry a lifeless dog. Having dealt with this matter, Su Jin turned, leading the swordsmen back toward the main battlefield. Behind them lay a vast charred scar, a testament to the absolute force of annihilation marked by the judgment of golden radiance. Upon their return to the goblin encampment, the battle here had largely concluded. The air was thick with the stench of blood, strewn with the bodies of goblins and scattered weapons and equipment. Soldiers of Infinite City were busy clearing the battlefield, rounding up prisoners, and tending to their wounded. The 4 commanders of the Shi Yan, Mu Yang, and Huojuan saw Su Jin return safely, with a swordsman in tow, dragging a pitifully half-conscious goblin captive. They hurried forward. My lord, are you unharmed? Shi Yan inquired in a deep, resonant voice, his eyes reflecting concern and a hint of trepidation. The commotion from the western front had been overwhelming. We felt the ground trembling from quite a distance. A group of foolish green-skinned wretches has been dealt with. Su Jin replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. What is the casualty report? Mu Yang stepped forward, reporting steadily. My lord, we suffered 27 fatalities, with 53 severely wounded and over 100 with minor injuries. The cavalry incurred the heaviest losses, with 15 dead and 22 severely injured. Infantry and archers fared relatively better. Preliminary estimates indicate we have eliminated over 1,500 enemies, captured more than 400, with the remainder in disarray. These numbers fell within Su Jin's expectations, even slightly better than he had anticipated. After all, it was a battle of fewer against many, compounded by the nature of a siege. The cavalry's flanking assault bore the brunt of the pressure and, consequently, suffered heavier casualties. Thanks to Lord Bai Xiao's ring of extinction suppression, and your timely resolution of that wolf cavalry, otherwise our losses could have been even greater, Mu Yang added with a note of relief. Su Jin nodded, his gaze shifting toward the center of the encampment where Bai Xiao had dispelled his soul binding, resting against a relatively intact barricade, his complexion pale, yet his posture resolute. This fellow, so concerned with appearances, must have exhausted considerable spiritual energy, yet he persisted. My lord, we have discovered an underground prison where the captured enslaved humans are mostly held. A rough estimate puts their number at around 2,000. 2,000? Su Jin raised an eyebrow, seeking confirmation from Mu Yang. Yes, my lord, Mu Yang affirmed. These individuals were taken captive by the goblins from nearby areas, encompassing men, women, and children, all in dire condition, yet fortunately, most are alive. Organize personnel, provide them with food and water, and soothe their spirits. Shi Yan, dispatch a squad of armored infantry to guard them, ensuring their safety. Su Jin paused, Promptly clear the battlefield and retrieve all usable supplies. Understood. The commanders acknowledged and dispersed. The camp bustling with activity once more. Soldiers transported supplies, collected weapons and armor, dealt with the corpses, and supervised the captives. The captured goblins mostly trembled, staring wide-eyed at the fearsome humans before them, particularly those swordsmen wielding azure lightsabers, whose cold gazes made even breathing seem a perilous endeavor. Su Jin, accompanied by several swordsmen, commenced a patrol of the sizable goblin encampment. Beyond the scattered tents and crude fortifications lay some excavated cellars, filled with plundered goods and foul-smelling remnants of food. Before long, he encountered the group of rescued humans that Mu Yang had mentioned. They were settled in a relatively clean corner of the encampment, weakly leaning against one another, grasping food and water, consuming them in small bites. Many bore vacant expressions, the numbness of prolonged terror evident in their eyes, only occasionally glancing up to timidly survey the patrolling armored soldiers of Infinite City. Su Jin stood at a distance, observing this group of newly liberated compatriots, his heart awash with mixed emotions. This expedition had not only eradicated a potential threat and seized valuable resources, but also liberated these enslaved souls. They would become the future citizens of Infinite City, the seeds for the reconstruction of human civilization in this world. Yet, it served as a stark reminder that this world was far more brutal and perilous than he had imagined. If a mere goblin encampment could be so dire, what challenges lay ahead? He glanced at Grunnick, bound like a dumpling and discarded in a corner, his gaze deepening. Perhaps from this captive, he could glean further insights about this world and the goblins. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows, the rescued individuals, under the guidance of soldiers, began to wend their way toward Infinite City, their steps faltering, yet eyes shimmering with hope for the future. Infinite City would be their new home, and he, Su Jin, would lead them to survive in this land fraught with peril and rebuild a civilization belonging to humanity. A heavy burden lay ahead, and Su Jin sighed inwardly, then clenched his fists. Regardless of the challenges that awaited, he had arrived, he had witnessed, and he would conquer. Chapter 25, The Dawn and Shadows of Infinite City. The journey back was long but imbued with a profound sense of stability. The last rays of the setting sun sank completely beneath the horizon, the night descended, and the stars twinkled sparsely. A vast procession moved slowly along the path carved through the forest, the light of torches forming a winding dragon that dispelled the surrounding darkness. At the forefront were Su Jin and his silent soldiers, the clinking of their armor creating a rhythmic sound, their steady, powerful footsteps shattering the night's tranquility. In the center were the more than 2,000 rescued individuals, most clad in tattered garments, their expressions weary, many still in a daze from their narrow escape. At the rear of the procession were the soldiers tasked with escorting the spoils of war and prisoners, along with the Goblin Wolf cavalry leader, Grunnick, who was given special treatment and barely clinging to life. 14 swordsmen of the Ling Shu remained scattered throughout the ranks, their ethereal blue spiritual pressure faintly visible in the twilight. Su Jin sat silently upon his steed, gazing intently ahead, occasionally glancing back at the immense throng trailing behind. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a vague outline appeared on the distant horizon, illuminated by flickering points of light, causing a stir among the ranks. What is that? A keen-eyed young man pointed excitedly toward the distant horizon, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Beside him, a middle-aged man rubbed his bloodshot eyes vigorously, murmuring, "Is that a city wall? Am I not mistaken?" As they drew nearer, the outline became increasingly distinct. The towering, robust walls loomed in the night like a great beast at rest, the runes engraved upon the walls gleaming with a mysterious light in the fire's glow. For lofty arrow towers stood sentinel above, with searchlight beams formed of fire slicing through the night sky. Deeper within lay a unique arrow tower radiating a chilling aura, the frost forming upon it reflecting an ethereal blue glow in the flickering light. The city gates slowly opened, revealing well-lit streets and the faint outlines of buildings within. Heavens! It truly is a city. Have we been saved? The crowd of rescued individuals erupted in fervent jubilation, many embracing and weeping, their long-suppressed emotions of excitement and disbelief pouring forth in tears. At the city gates, Li Yi awaited with several aides. Behind them stood hastily erected shelters, steaming food and fresh water prepared and ready. Upon seeing Su Jin's procession and the dense crowd trailing behind, he hurried forward. "My lord." Li Yi's voice was somewhat hoarse, clearly moved by the scene before him. Su Jin dismounted and surveyed the agitated crowd, then glanced at Li Yi, nodding slightly. "Li Yi, I entrust these individuals to you for their accommodation." Pausing, he continued, "Please gather their information, verify identities, distribute essential supplies, and arrange living quarters. Most importantly, inform them of the rules of Infinite City, ensuring they assimilate swiftly." "Yes, rest assured, my lord, I will ensure everything is in order," Li Yi assured, thumping his chest, and promptly began directing his subordinates to guide the elated crowd into the city in an orderly fashion. Watching those who stumbled, yet whose eyes rekindled with hope as they passed through the city gates, a ripple of emotion surged within Su Jin. The sensation of personally establishing order and safeguarding his kin was undeniably gratifying. Once the army entered the city, each member assumed their designated roles. Su Jin led the heavily armored guards in tallying the spoils of war, while Muyang attended to the treatment of the wounded and the recovery of the fallen soldiers' bodies. Su Jin, accompanied by 2 spirit sword guards, made his way to the makeshift holding area for Grunak. This once mighty 6th-tier wolf cavalry commander now lay curled on the ground, his wounds having received rudimentary treatment to halt the bleeding. Yet the scars left by the searing judgment of Jin, she remained glaringly evident. As Su Jin approached, Grunak trembled uncontrollably, emitting a series of incoherent whimpers from his throat. It appears you are recovering adequately. At least you haven't lost your voice, Su Jin remarked, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Please, spare my life. Grunak finally managed to croak out, his voice raspy and unpleasant. If you wish to live, you may. Su Jin crouched down to meet his gaze, responding casually. Answer my questions satisfactorily, and perhaps you may survive a few more days, even indefinitely. A flicker of desperation crossed Grunak's eyes as he nodded vigorously. Where do you hail from? How many of you are there? What brings you here? We come from Goblin King's city, Grunak gasped. I am the captain of the 3rd 1,000-man squad of the city guard. A 1,000-man squad? Su Jin's brow furrowed, indicating there were indeed more wolf cavalry. Yes, Grunak strained to lift his head, attempting to showcase his submissiveness. I have dispersed them throughout this area to conduct searches. Oh, so there are still hundreds of wolf cavalry lurking nearby? Su Jin felt a stir of intrigue. What brings you here? The Nigu Forest is not close to your king's city. We are searching for variables. Grunak's gaze grew distant. The World Book of the King prophesies that this area will present variables capable of altering the world's order. We are here on the king's orders to eliminate any suspicious non-kin. The World Book? Variables? Su Jin pondered, lightly stroking his fingers. It seemed the Goblin King had sensed an anomaly through some means. This variable likely referred to Infinite City. Su Jin rose and paced a few steps, the soft thud of his boots on the ground causing Grunak's heart to skip a beat. Since you are one of the city's guardians, you must possess considerable knowledge about the internal structure, troop deployment, and the higher echelons of your goblin kin, correct? I will summon a specialist to discuss matters with you in detail. You are to divulge everything you know about the goblins without omission. Remember, this is your only chance. Grunak's body stiffened momentarily, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes, but the instinct for survival ultimately prevailed. With all his strength, he nodded emphatically. Without further ado, Su Jin turned to leave. Keep a close watch on him. Do not allow him to perish, he instructed the sword guards behind him. Yes, my lord. Stepping out of the temporary holding area, Su Jin gazed up at the resplendent starry sky above Infinite City. The starlight cascaded down, bestowing a silvery sheen upon the city that stood majestically against the darkness, teeming with vibrant life. Contemplating Grunak's mention of the wolf cavalry, Su Jin's brow knitted once more. It was imperative to prioritize the enhancement of the cavalry's strength and, in conjunction with Bai Xiao and others, swiftly eliminate the scattered wolf cavalry, thereby delaying the exposure of Infinite City and securing more room for development. Chapter 26. Sweeping away the wolf cavalry, elves in sight. Days slipped by unnoticed. At the edge of the sunset plains, amidst a sparse forest, the clash of metal and the neighing of steeds shattered the morning tranquility. Hu Jun, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding a long spear crackling with lightning, sat astride a magnificent cloud steed, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Behind him, 500 elite thunderstorm cavalrymen formed a disciplined charge, their silver armor glinting coldly in the morning light, while their restless steeds pawed the ground, exhaling white mist from their nostrils. Opposing them was the last goblin wolf cavalry squad tracked down, numbering around 100, with their leader frantically waving a curved blade to maintain the morale of his scattered troops. Charge! Hu Jun commanded succinctly, his voice resonating across the battlefield. Battle! The 500 cavalrymen thundered in unison, their voices echoing across the land. Hu Jun led the charge, bursting forth like a silver lightning bolt. Thunderbolt surge. The thunderstorm cavalrymen followed closely behind, simultaneously unleashing their charge skills. In an instant, 500 arcs of lightning merged as one, resembling a torrential flood of thunder as it surged toward the panicked goblin wolf cavalry. The horses galloped, the earth trembled. The cavalrymen's long spears pierced through goblin bodies with precision, the immense force sending both goblins and their wolves flying. As they charged, a crackling field of lightning rapidly expanded, blue arcs dancing and enveloping any goblins or wolves that had narrowly escaped death. The paralysis effect rendered them sluggish and feeble, making it an effortless task for the following cavalry to reap them. In less than 10 minutes, the battle concluded. Charred corpses and shattered weapons littered the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and blood. After clearing the battlefield and gathering the war wolves, Hu Jun returned to Infinite City half an hour later. He retracted his spear, the lightning at its tip gradually dissipating, his tone calm as if he had merely completed a routine sweep. Thus, based on the intelligence provided by Grunak and confirmed by the reconnaissance of the Falcon, All goblin wolf cavalry that had entered the surrounding areas of the Nigu forest in search of variables had been completely annihilated. Meanwhile, within Infinite City, a scene of thriving prosperity unfolded. Over the course of more than half a month, with the influx of over 2,000 rescued individuals and the continuous recruitment of people from the refugee camps, the population of Infinite City visibly flourished, transforming once empty streets into bustling thoroughfares. Blacksmith shops, lumber yards, and quarries were steadily completed, and even rudimentary stalls began to spontaneously appear, selling wild vegetables, hunted game, or simple handmade goods crafted by women. Although modest in scale, the semblance of a marketplace was already taking shape. The 2,000-plus individuals who had been rescued had, under Li Yi's adept management, gradually integrated into the life of Infinite City. The able-bodied among them were assigned to construction duties, and under Li Yi's unified command, they began to reclaim their sense of humanity, contributing to the city's development and production. From their initial state of bewilderment and numbness, they had evolved to work proficiently, occasionally humming off-key tunes as they labored, a remarkable transformation. In the past, I would never have dared to dream that a middle-aged man repairing the road would pause for a moment, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Not far away, a group of children were gleefully engaged in playful antics, their shouts and laughter mingling in the air. A little boy, full of exuberance, ran too quickly, tripped over himself, and fell with a thud, bursting into tears. A nearby woman, busy at the construction site, hurried over, dusting him off while scolding him. Yet her eyes brimmed with affection. The middle-aged man gazed into the distance, a glimmer of moisture surfacing within his murky eyes. Memories of the diminutive figures he had encountered at the goblin camp flooded his mind. Those who could scarcely be labeled as children, their expressions vacant and bodies emaciated, likely to vanish at the slightest misstep. How wonderful it would be if Azai were still alive. He would surely revel in this place. With this thought, the man's eyes, tinged with a bittersweet ache, turned towards the Lord's manor. Lord Su Jin would undoubtedly vanquish those green-skinned fiends. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply, as if driven by a deep-seated hatred for the goblins, plunging his shovel forcefully into the earth, unearthing a hefty clod of soil and casting it aside with vigor. No longer would humanity be subjected to oppression. Azai's father would enlist in the army, seeking vengeance on your behalf and carving out a path for our people. Meanwhile, at the Lord's manor, atop a high platform, Su Jin leaned against the railing, surveying the horizon. A gentle breeze caressed him, carrying the bustling sounds of the city and a hint of smoke from distant fires. Li Yi had proven to be quite capable. Su Jin held a high regard for Li Yi's abilities. In a mere fortnight, not only had he successfully settled over 2,000 individuals, but he had also swiftly integrated them into the region's production framework. Farmland was being cultivated, workshops constructed, and city defenses reinforced, all progressing in an orderly fashion. The population continued to swell, buoyed by the encampment of refugees, infusing the entirety of Infinite City with a palpable sense of vigorous growth. Indeed, Li Yi was a treasure. Reflecting on a recent promotion incident, Su Jin could not help but twitch his lips in amusement. During that time, witnessing Li Yi labor tirelessly, and given his ample merit points, Su Jin had granted him a promotion ceremony. To his astonishment, when the radiance of the ceremony faded, the once weathered man, appearing to be in his 50s with gray hair and a face lined with the hardships of life, had instantly transformed. His hair turned black. The wrinkles on his face diminished significantly, and he looked at least 20 years younger. Su Jin was left bewildered, pondering whether his own enhancement talent possessed a hidden capability for rejuvenation. If developed, it could potentially yield greater profits than merely recruiting soldiers. Eventually, he discovered that Li Yi was, in fact, not yet 40. His previous appearance had merely been a testament to a life fraught with trials and excessive toil. Su Jin's feelings at that moment were beyond words. He could only silently lament. This world truly pushes one to the brink, causing a man to appear as if nearing the grave before even reaching 40. However, the effects of the enhancement were undeniably immediate, at least now. Li Yi appeared more spirited and invigorated in his work. Recalling his thoughts, Su Jin summoned the Territory Information Panel. It was time to assess his resources and devise plans for the next steps. Lord Su Jin. Territory, Infinite City. Level 3. Buildings. Warehouse. Level 3. Archer Camp. Level 3. Cavalry Camp. Level 3. Infantry Camp. Level 3. Engineering Camp. Level 3. Refugee Camp. Bronze Tier. Level 6. Max Level. Taishu Qingmu Palace. Special Building. Level 1. Walls. Level 3. Arrow Towers. 12. Level 3. Frozen Arrow Tower. Defensive Structure. Level 1. Resources. Wood, 180,000. Stone, 110,000. Iron blocks, 30,000. Soul coins, 768. Population, 18,678. Exclusive troops. Ling Shu Sword Servants, 50. Reputation, 0. Evolution points, 78. Exclusive. Regular troops. Elite Strong Archers, Bronze Tier, 500. Elite Heavy Shield Guards, Bronze Tier, 300. Elite Great Axe Warriors, Bronze Tier, 400. Elite Song Lei Cavalry, Bronze Tier, 500. Elite Mithril Heavy Shields, Silver Tier, 9. Elite Li F Ing Archers, Silver Tier, 9. Elite Town Guard Gunners, Silver Tier, 9. With the troop numbers nearing 1,800 and sufficient evolution points at hand, Su Jin generously undertook a round of enhancements for all upgradable troop types. Now, every unit was at least a Bronze Tier and had attained a minimum of level 3, consisting predominantly of seasoned veterans. It could be confidently stated that any random squad he assembled would easily overpower the majority of Infinite City, excluding Bai Xiao and himself. From just half a month prior, at the heart of the territory, a palace-like structure infused with elements of Xinxia, the Taishu Qingmu Palace, stood majestically. A reward from the previous city defense battle, advanced through the power of enhancement. It served not only as a new landmark for Infinite City, but also as the central hub of the entire territory's defense and early warning system. Countless inconspicuous Koitian vines spread like a neural network beyond the territory, camouflaging themselves as ordinary vines, relaying any disturbances detected back to the Taishu Qingmu Palace in real time. With it, they would no longer be caught unawares by enemies approaching the city. At that moment, a Ling Shu sword servant silently appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee. "Report, my lord. The Taishu Qingmu Palace has just issued a warning. Approximately 30 kilometers southeast of the city, the Koitian vines have detected abnormal energy fluctuations in active units. Preliminary image analysis suggests possible signs of elven activity." Chapter 27. The Mysterious Sovereign of Niga Forest. Outside Infinite City, in a certain part of Niga Forest, sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns on the damp forest floor. The air was rich with the unique scent of decaying leaves and earth, occasionally punctuated by the calls of unknown birds, further enhancing the forest's depth and tranquility. A few figures moved like shadows, seamlessly integrated into the woods. Their movements light and soundless, each step deftly avoiding dry branches and pebbles, as if they were in perfect harmony with this woodland. At the forefront was a female elf clad in form-fitting emerald green leather armor, accentuating her lithe and graceful form. She bore the characteristic pointed ears of her kind. Her long silver hair cascading like a waterfall, simply tied back to reveal a smooth forehead and striking emerald eyes. She carried a longbow intricately carved with elaborate patterns on her back, and a quiver hung at her waist, each arrow's fletching shimmering faintly. Leora, the captain of the elven squad dispatched to investigate Niga Forest, was a genuine 6th-tier powerhouse. Following closely behind were 5 similarly attired elves, 3 men and 2 women, each exuding a contained aura, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings, clearly seasoned warriors. "Captain, the guidance of the star language page indicates that we are in the vicinity," a male elf softly remarked, holding up a peculiar leaf emanating a faint glow, its intricate veins subtly forming an enigmatic pattern. This was a tool crafted by the elves using fragments of the World Book. Aided by secret techniques, an essential asset for their mission. Over 10 days prior, the World Book fragments had stirred, pointing towards the distant northeast, alarming the Elven High Command engaged in a standoff with the Goblin Army. Any fluctuations could potentially alter the future course of the conflict, prompting Leora's team to be summoned to track the source of the disturbance. Leora nodded slightly, her green eyes scanning the surrounding environment. "Be cautious, Fail. Although we have evaded the Goblin Scouts thus far, this area gives me an odd feeling." Another female elf named Ayla interjected, "Indeed, Captain. The natural essence here seems overly tranquil, as if suppressed by some unseen force." Leora halted, straining to listen for a moment. Aside from the rustling wind and the chirping of insects, there was nothing else. The response from the World Book could not be mistaken. They must uncover the source of this anomaly. This region bordered the remnants of human activity, and perhaps they might find some locals to gather information. When mentioning humans, a trace of condescension seeped into Leora's tone. This was not deliberate, but rather a reflection of the elves' long-standing sense of superiority, coupled with their awareness of humanity's current plight, struggling beneath the iron heel of the goblins, even requiring the elves to come to their aid. "Humans?" Fail furrowed his brow, skeptical. What could those who can barely defend themselves possibly know? They likely wouldn't even dare approach this area. We shall directly trace the source of the disturbance. Why squander time? Such a sentiment was countered by another, the elder elf Calendil, whose tone bore a more placid demeanor. Our unfamiliarity with this region necessitates a guide. It is far more efficient than wandering aimlessly. Moreover, the elders have instructed that if we encounter any surviving human settlements, we may offer assistance, provided it does not hinder our mission. The word assistance subtly hinted at the elven race's condescending view of humanity as beings in need of charity and guidance. Leora remained noncommittal. In her eyes, relying on those feeble humans for valuable intelligence was akin to seeking fish from a dry well. Were it not for the urgency of their task, she would scarcely deign to interact with a race so short-sighted that they merely clung to survival. To her, humanity's decline was not solely due to the might of the goblins, but also a consequence of their own civilization's stagnation and inherent weakness. Had the elves not restrained the goblin forces in the Twilight Forest, humanity would likely have faced total annihilation by now. Let us first ascertain the cause of the disturbance. Leora interjected, refocusing her gaze ahead, remaining vigilant and attuned to their surroundings, particularly to the depths below. No sooner had her words left her lips than an indescribable chill descended upon them, not a mere drop in temperature, but a freezing sensation that seemed capable of petrifying the very soul, ensnaring the hearts of all present elves in an instant. The air around them grew thick. The sounds of the forest, rustling winds, and chirping insects, suddenly vanished, leaving an oppressive silence that felt as if it could swallow them whole. The shadows and light of the forest appeared distorted, manipulated by an unseen hand. Leora's pupils dilated sharply. Her muscles tensed instinctively as her right hand swiftly grasped the longbow on her back. Simultaneously, the 5 elves behind her reacted almost in unison, drawing their weapons and assuming defensive stances, as though facing an imminent threat. Among them, each was of at least 5th-tier strength, their acute senses alerting them to an overwhelming sense of danger. The approaching entity was undoubtedly formidable. Who goes there? Leora demanded, her voice strained under the weight of an invisible pressure. She could feel a powerful, frigid aura locking onto them, as if a mountain had settled upon their shoulders, rendering their normally agile movements sluggish. In the oppressive silence, a figure materialized suddenly beside an ancient tree, a mere 10 meters away. He stood there, seemingly having always been present, tall and clad in a sleek, black attire of unique design, not typical of the Adrolan continent. The long sword at his waist commanded particular attention, its scabbard antiquated and faintly glowing with a cerulean hue. His countenance was stern, features sharply defined, and his pitch-black eyes were as deep as a frozen abyss, devoid of any emotional expression, merely observing them with a calm intensity. As Leora sensed the barely perceptible yet immensely solid pressure emanating from him, along with the elusive cerulean energy that danced around his form, she felt a breathless apprehension settle within her. This sensation eclipsed even the tension she had experienced in the presence of the Goblin King's seasoned generals. Bai Xiao did not respond immediately. He allowed his icy gaze to sweep slowly over the 6 elves. The moment Leora felt that gaze upon her, a profound illusion gripped her, as if her very essence was laid bare before him, causing her soul to quiver slightly. She forced herself to regain her composure, though her fingers, gripping the bow, turned pale from the strain. Who are you, esteemed one? Leora ventured again, striving to maintain her voice's steadiness, though the tension therein betrayed her anxiety. We are elves from the Twilight Forest, harboring no ill intent. Merely, the Lord wishes to see you, Bai Xiao interjected, his tone low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Leora's heart sank. The declaration left no room for negotiation. She felt the tightening grip of that ominous energy, as if it were poised to unleash a devastating force at any moment. It seemed they had no choice in this matter. Who was this individual? When had such a terrifying presence emerged in the Nigu forest? Was he the source of the disturbance? Countless thoughts raced through Leora's mind. Yet the most pressing matter remained: how to confront this inscrutable adversary before them. She inhaled deeply, attempting to communicate. Esteemed one, we have come merely to investigate a disturbance that endangers the entire continent. We mean no offense. Bai Xiao's gaze remained unchanged, yet his tone grew colder. I shall only say this once. The air felt as though it had solidified. A wave of cold surged from her spine, instantaneously coursing through her limbs. She had no doubt that any attempt at flight or resistance would be met with catastrophic consequences. Who was this person? Leora, who had always possessed confidence in her own prowess and the elven legacy, now felt a profound sense of helplessness and dread in the presence of a being beyond her comprehension. The disdain and arrogance she had previously harbored towards humanity shattered under the sheer weight of the pressure emanating from this individual. Understood. Please, lead the way. Leora finally managed to utter, each word seeming to drain her of vitality. As Bai Xiao turned away, Leora watched his departing figure, a sense of humiliation almost overwhelming her. Yet she felt a greater wave of relief wash over her for having narrowly escaped disaster, mingling with an unsettling uncertainty about what lay ahead. She bit her lip, sharing a glance with her equally shaken companions, and whispered, "Stay close, and remain vigilant." Chapter 28. The Shock of the Elves. This human city is peculiar. Following in Bai Xiao's wake, Leora and her fellow elves were beset by a tumult of emotions. They were noble beings, once the rulers of the Adrolan continent, and even in their diminished state, they had never imagined being so effortlessly subdued on human territory, unable even to entertain thoughts of resistance. The man known as Bai Xiao exuded an unfathomable strength, at least at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, if not higher. Even more disconcerting was the aura that surrounded him, pure and concentrated, radiating a lethal sharpness that diverged completely from any power dynamics they had previously encountered. When had such a figure emerged among humanity? And who exactly was the lord he mentioned? As they traversed a clearing that had clearly been meticulously maintained, they spotted concealed traps and markers, further solidifying their conviction that the place Bai Xiao belonged to was no ordinary human settlement. Upon finally breaching the edge of the woods and gazing upon the towering city in the distance, even the elves, with their extended lifespans and wealth of experience, found themselves momentarily breathless. It was indeed a city. The walls soared high, constructed from massive, dark stones that shimmered with a faint energy luster, evidently imbued with some form of enhancement. Every so often along the walls stood a menacingly designed arrow tower, each crowned with glimmering arrowheads. Deeper within, a particularly striking edifice lay shrouded in frost, exuding an unmistakable chill. It was the frozen arrow tower. The city gates were no mere wooden barriers but were forged from heavy metal, inscribed with runes that, though unintelligible to them, radiated an aura of inscrutable power. The height and thickness of the walls, along with the density of the defensive structures, surpassed any understanding they had of human engineering capabilities. Is this truly a human city? Fail could not help but exclaim, his voice laced with incredulity. The human settlements he recalled had barely reached a height of 2 or 3 meters with wooden palisades. How could such an imposing fortress exist? Ella's emerald eyes were filled with astonishment. The energy fluctuations on the city walls were at least of a third-tier enchantment reinforcement. Furthermore, that frost arrow tower exuded an aura of danger. Leola remained silent, merely gazing at the imposing city before her, waves of tumultuous thoughts churning in her heart. She had initially believed that the so-called human survivors were merely weaklings, struggling to survive in the crevices of goblin oppression, dependent on the charity of elves. Yet, what lay before her completely overturned her understanding. The strength exhibited by this city far surpassed her imagination. If all humans possessed such power, what waves could goblins possibly stir? Bai Xiao paid no heed to the elves' astonishment behind him, leading the group through the grand, robust gates of Infinite City. The moment they stepped into the city, the elves instinctively slowed their pace. The wide, tidy streets, although merely paved with simple stone slabs, were meticulously planned. The thoroughfare bustled with foot traffic, flanked by a series of closely knit buildings. In the distance, there seemed to be a dedicated training ground, where the faint sounds of soldiers drilling could be heard. The people on the streets were clad in simple garments made of coarse linen. While not ornate, their demeanor was strikingly different from the listless, frail humans that Leola had encountered before. Their eyes sparkled with vitality, their strides were steady, and they bore a sense of stability. Even some children were frolicking by the roadside, casting curious glances at the elves' distinctive pointed ears and attire, showing no signs of fear. The people here seemed to be living well, Ella remarked softly, her tone imbued with complexity. She noticed a modest stall by the roadside, where a woman was exchanging wild vegetables and some dried meat for hand-woven straw sandals, her face adorned with a contented smile. Not just well, Feyer's voice was somewhat hoarse. Their state of mind is far superior to that of our kin on the outskirts of Twilight Forest, who live in constant fear of goblin attacks. In silence, Bai Xiao guided them to the Lord's Manor. Inside the council chamber, a long wooden table and several chairs were present, with a rudimentary map hanging on the wall, marked with various regions in different colors. At the head of the table sat a young man, engrossed in a document. Upon hearing their entrance, he lifted his gaze, looking calmly at the gathering of elves. The young man appeared to be around 20, with dark hair and eyes. His features were not particularly handsome, yet his gaze held a depth that belied his age, exuding a sense of composure. He lacked the overt pressure that Bai Xiao emanated, yet possessed an undeniable air of authority. Welcome to Infinite City, elves from Twilight Forest. Su Jin's voice was tranquil. Leola steadied her nerves, striving to keep her tone composed. Greetings, human lord. I am Leola, the captain of this small team. She paused, her verdant eyes locking onto Su Jin's. We have come to investigate some unusual activity and mean no offense to your territory. Unusual activity? Su Jin's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Are you referring to the source that triggered a reaction from your star language page? Leola's pupils dilated in shock. How did he know about the star language page? This was a secret of the elven race. A tremor coursed through her heart, yet her demeanor remained steady. How did you come to know? There's no need to be anxious, Su Jin chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the group. From the moment you stepped into Niga Forest, you have been under the watchful eye of Infinite City. Leola felt her cheeks flush, not from anger, but from embarrassment. Their covert actions had been laid bare before the enemy's eyes. This was no mere surveillance, but a mockery. Now that the truth was out, further concealment was futile. Leola composed herself, striving to maintain the poise expected of an elf. The star language page is indeed a tracking device crafted by our race using remnants of the world book, through arcane methods. Our journey is aimed at tracing the variables that have caused disturbances in the world book. Oh, it seems your elven kin take this matter quite seriously, Su Jin interjected. Shifting the topic, I heard that 15 years ago, you suffered a grievous defeat at the hands of goblins, retreating to Twilight Forest to merely survive? Leola's expression shifted subtly. She had not anticipated Su Jin would so bluntly expose the elves' painful history. It ignited a spark of anger within her. Your words are too harsh, my lord, Leola responded, her tone somewhat rigid. The elven race is simply recuperating, gathering strength, and awaiting the opportunity for a counterattack. A counterattack? Su Jin's lips curled slightly. 15 years have passed, and still, you await the opportunity? At this rate, Twilight Forest may very well become the goblin's backyard. Feyre could not contain his anger, exclaiming, "Human, mind your words. The strength of the elven race is not something you, Feyre." Leola sharply interrupted her companion's indiscretion, turning her attention back to Su Jin. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress her displeasure. "My lord seems to possess a profound understanding of the continental situation. Might I inquire what insights you have?" Su Jin regarded her with interest, finding the elves' reactions more intriguing than he had anticipated. "Insights may be too grand a term. I merely wish to remind you all that times have changed. 15 years ago, goblins could defeat elves. 15 years later, they may very well extinguish the elven race. And humans, too, will not remain unchanged." Su Jin pointed to the location of Infinite City on the map. "This city, as you have seen, I transformed into its current state in less than a month. Given me some more time, and I may bring forth changes to this continent." Leola's heart trembled as she discerned the confidence and ambition in Su Jin's words. This human lord seemed unwilling to settle for the status quo. He sought to alter something fundamental. What is it that the lord wishes to achieve? Leola could not resist asking. Instead of answering directly, Su Jin rose and walked to the window, gazing into the distance. "In 3 days, Infinite City will face a monster siege. Though not large in scale, it will allow your elven friends to witness what humans are like today." He turned back to Leola. "If you wish, you may stay to observe. Perhaps it will provide you with some insights for your forthcoming counterattack." "A monster siege?" Leola paused, taken aback. "What is that?" After a moment's contemplation, she glanced at her companions, exchanging knowing looks. Calendir gave a slight nod, while Ella and Feyre hesitated but did not voice any objections. "Since my lord has extended such a gracious invitation, we shall impose upon you for a few days," Leola declared, her gaze sharpening once more. "We, too, wish to witness the might of the territory that has garnered the allegiance of a formidable figure like Bai Xiao. Surely, it will not disappoint us." Su Jin smiled. He appreciated the elf's pride, along with the subtle hints of wavering curiosity beneath it. "Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. Bai Xiao, please escort our elven friends to arrange for their accommodations and ensure they are well taken care of." Chapter 29, The Cataclysmic Monster Tide. Infinite City's Blood and Iron debut. Once Bai Xiao led Leola and her companions away, Su Jin stroked his smooth jaw, deep in thought. The elves were surprisingly compliant. They had not reacted explosively to such provocations. What had Bai Xiao done to them? Did his perpetually icy demeanor harbor a unique charm? In the blink of an eye, the third day arrived. Leaden gray clouds hung low, pressing heavily upon the hearts of those below, seemingly heralding an impending storm. Within Infinite City, an air of grim determination filled the atmosphere. Soldiers donned gleaming armor and wielded sharp weapons, standing ready at their posts. The air thick with a palpable sense of martial fervor. On the high platform of the Lord's Manor, Su Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the increasingly dense mist on the horizon. Leola and her companions stood behind him. Their expressions varied. After 2 days of observation, they had gleaned a general understanding of the city's operational dynamics and the intensity of human soldier training. Frankly speaking, it was a stark contrast to the human settlements they had previously envisioned. Fail observed the bustling yet orderly figures below the city, murmuring softly. Their level of organization is astonishing. Could this truly be a faction that has only recently been established? Era, her emerald eyes fixed upon the shimmering runes and the menacing arrow towers atop the city walls, added in a hushed tone, "The fortifications are remarkably robust. Many of the techniques employed are ones I have never encountered in any of the records." Leora remained silent, her gaze sweeping across the city walls and the soldiers poised below, ultimately resting on the silhouette of the young lord in the distance. Over the past 2 days, she had witnessed an overwhelming array of paradigm-shifting phenomena. This city, this lord, and the enigmatic powerhouse known as Bai Xiao all exuded an aura that felt incongruous with the world they inhabited. This novelty stirred within her a sense of unease. Yet it was mingled with an indescribable anticipation. "They're coming," Su Jin spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the distant billowing mists. Leora and her companions focused intently. Before them, the horizon, once merely veiled in a thin layer of mist akin to the morning haze, was rapidly thickening and congealing, rolling and writhing like a living entity. Slowly advancing towards the Infinite City, from the depths of the fog, unsettling sounds began to emerge. No longer was there just the singular roar. Instead, a cacophony of chaotic and violent noises amalgamated into a tumultuous wave, assaulting their eardrums and causing disquiet. "The ground," Era cautioned softly, as they felt a persistent and intensifying tremor beneath their feet. The vibrations grew more pronounced, swiftly transforming from a mere quiver into a thunderous rumble, like muffled thunder rolling across the earth. Immediately following, the churning fog seemed to be torn apart by countless invisible hands from within, as a torrent of frenzied, bloodthirsty energies surged forth, penetrating the mist and revealing a throng of grotesque figures behind it. A dark mass surged forward, akin to an unleashed tide of darkness, bearing the intent to annihilate all in its path, rushing towards the towering walls of the Infinite City. Corrupted wolf-scaled lizards and new allies? Third-tier fog demons. Fourth tier, bloodthirsty wolves. Su Jin stood upon the high platform, hands clasped behind him, his tone as nonchalant as if he were critiquing a dish. Yet a glimmer of sharpness flickered deep within his gaze. The variety was indeed more abundant than before, an ideal opportunity to test the caliber of the new units. Behind him, Leora felt a shiver run down her spine. Faced with such a terrifying tide of beasts, this human lord exhibited not a trace of anxiety, but rather an air of eager anticipation. Fail and the others instinctively clenched their fists. Even in the Twilight Forest, such a scale of monstrous assault would constitute a catastrophe. As the army of monsters fully emerged from the shroud of mist, their immense size and terrifying presence laid bare before all. The war machine of the Infinite City began to mobilize. All forces, prepare to engage the enemy. Archers, lock onto the enemy's ranged units. Prepare to fire. The voice of Chasing Cloud echoed from the battlements, and in an instant, a synchronized sound of bowstrings being tautened resonated across the walls. Fire. The sharp twang of arrows slicing through the air erupted in a deafening chorus. Countless arrows, glimmering with faint light, were released, hurtling towards the slower-moving third-tier fog demons capable of ranged attacks. The skills of the strong bowman, rapid fire and cyclone arrow, were executed to perfection. The cyclone arrows, imbued with compressed air, pierced through the bodies of the fog demons, erupting in bursts to create small vortices that drew in nearby foes, inflicting even greater devastation. Although the fog demons possessed ranged capabilities, they fell in droves before the deluge of arrows could even be unleashed, dissipating into wisps of vapor. On the walls, Chasing Cloud's voice rang out once more. Maintain suppression. Windbreak archers, free targeting. Focus on those larger ones. This was merely the prelude to the counteroffensive of the Infinite City. Below, the city gates creaked open, the heavy sound of metal grinding against metal resonating. Elite heavy shield soldiers advanced with swift strides, resembling a moving steel dragon as they charged out of the gates. They wielded massive tower shields, their surfaces shimmering with a faint white light, a manifestation of the copper wall and iron barrier skill activation, which not only bolstered their own defenses but also provided additional protection for nearby allies. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, the earth tremored, the collective sound of hundreds of footsteps merging into a resonant war drum that struck at the hearts of all who heard it. The booming voice of Stone Rock rang out. The edges of the enormous tower shields glimmered with the solid white light of the activated skill, and hundreds of shields clashed together, forming an impenetrable, glimmering arc of steel in the blink of an eye. The arc wall towered before the city gates, exuding an imposing aura akin to a mountain. A bloodthirsty wolf, the swiftest among them, lunged towards the shield wall, leaving a blur in its wake as it attempted to tear through this barrier with its claws. Bang! With a resounding thud, the wolf collided with the shield as if it had struck a true mountain wall, rebounding violently from the immense force and tumbling to the ground, momentarily dazed. The shield wall remained unyielding, even the white light undimmed. Shield counter. Stone Rock's voice boomed again. The frontline heavy shield soldiers roared in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. As the massive tower shields were thrust forward with great force, the shield counterattack commenced. Hundreds of shields transformed into colossal, moving iron hammers, crashing down upon the approaching pack of bloodthirsty wolves with overwhelming might. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds melded into one another as the wolves were struck. Akin to being hit head-on by a speeding heavy truck, blood sprayed forth, and the sound of shattering bones was unmistakable as their bodies twisted and flew backward, clearing a small area in front of the shield wall. Charge! Stone Rock commanded once more. The frontline soldiers promptly adjusted their stances, lowering their shields slightly as energy surged and coalesced on the shield surfaces, emitting a deep, resonating hum. Resonance shield strike. Boom. Over 100 heavy shield soldiers simultaneously slammed their charged tower shields down onto the ground. A thunderous sound, as if the heart of the earth itself had been struck by a heavy hammer, reverberated outward. Visible shockwaves rippled across the ground from the point of impact, fanning out in a conical shape, and the hardened earth instantly became laced with spiderweb-like cracks, dust billowing into the air. The shockwave ruthlessly swept through the pack of wolves within a 10-meter radius. Those bloodthirsty wolves, low growls escaping their throats as they prepared to charge once more, were struck as if by an invisible giant's hand, their bodies rigidly frozen before they were sent flying through the air like kites with severed strings, emitting anguished cries of torment. The sound of bones shattering was particularly jarring amidst the chaos of battle, as many of the bloodthirsty wolves lost their lives midair, crashing to the ground in silence. With but a single strike, the area in front of the shield wall was entirely cleared of monsters, revealing a vast expanse of open ground. Leora watched the decisive and powerful slaughter unfold below, the cold, hard sheen of the shield wall reflected in her emerald eyes. Her previously tranquil heart, now thoroughly disturbed. Was this truly the power that humanity could wield? And yet, these were merely ordinary elite soldiers? Chapter 30, Annihilation. The elves' worldview shattered. On the battlefield, seizing the fleeting moment when the heavy shield soldiers had cleared away the immediate threats, The elite polearm warriors under Mu Yang surged forth into the throng of monsters like unleashed tigers. Simultaneously, the heavy shield soldiers adeptly spread out to the sides, not only clearing the path for the charge, but also steadfastly guarding the flanks of the polearm warriors. The polearm warriors brandished their hefty long halberds with grandiose movements. The skills of sweeping the army and armor-piercing halberd transitioned fluidly in their hands. The weighty halberds, accompanied by a piercing shriek that split the air, unleashed torrents of blood with each swing. The siege monsters, faced with the razor-sharp halberd blades imbued with armor-piercing power, were utterly defenseless, effortlessly torn asunder. Earth Riftwave. A captain of the great spear warriors bellowed fiercely, his hands gripping the long spear tightly, as he forcefully struck the ground with the empowered spearhead. Boom. The earth immediately fractured, 3 cracks sprawling forward like a colossal serpent, shockwaves rippling along the fissures. Wherever they passed, the approaching cadaverous hounds were as if struck by an invisible hammer, their bodies twisting grotesquely before collapsing to the ground. Above the city walls, the figure of Chasing Cloud flickered like a specter, drawing back his longbow, and arrows shot forth like meteors. His eagle-eye skill locked onto an exceptionally large, bloodthirsty wolf leader, the arrow striking true, piercing through its formidable skull. Thunderous rain of arrows. Chasing Cloud knocked another arrow, this time imbued with the ferocious power of thunder. The arrow soared towards the densest cluster of mist demons, exploding in midair. Boom. A deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the heavens, countless bolts of lightning cascading down like raindrops, instantly blanketing a vast area. The mist demons shrieked in agony under the thunderous onslaught, their ephemeral forms torn apart by the electricity, dissipating into charred wisps of fog. Just as the thunderous rain cleared the area of mist demons, a heavy rumble echoed once more from the city gates. Su Jin led the charge, followed closely by hundreds of azure thunder cavalry, surging forth from the gates like a torrent. The warhorses neighed, and the knights roared, as the power of thunder coalesced at the tips of their spears, transforming into dazzling arcs of electricity. The azure thunder cavalry, embodiments of thunder, tore through the battlefield, advancing upon the monster's rear. The gale charge and thunder strike were unleashed simultaneously, maximizing the speed and impact of the azure thunder cavalry. They became an unstoppable torrent of lightning, crashing into the relatively weak flank of the monsters. Wherever the iron hooves of the warhorses trampled, they left behind zones of lingering static electricity. Any lesser creatures that came into contact convulsed, their movements rendered sluggish, creating more favorable conditions for the subsequent assault. The spear tips effortlessly pierced through the monsters' bodies, sending sprays of blood and shattered bones flying. They sliced through the enemy lines as easily as a red-hot blade through butter, directly targeting the heart of the horde. As the momentum of the charge slightly waned, Su Jin's gaze sharpened, and he spun his war spear rapidly in his hands. Cyclonic blade, centered on himself. A powerful airflow was summoned, swiftly forming a nearly 5-meter-wide rotating vacuum vortex. A formidable suction emerged, drawing several attacking scaled lizards and bloodthirsty wolves toward its center. The monsters shrieked in terror, unable to resist that force. Their bodies lost balance under the pull of the airflow, with fine traces appearing on their tough scales and fur, reminiscent of erosion by wind and sand, indicating a weakening of their defenses. Following this, Su Jin let out a thunderous roar, channeling all the potential energy accumulated from his charge and his own strength into his war spear, thunderous cleaving strike. The spear flew from his grasp, yet did not soar away. Instead, it cleaved horizontally with a tremendous force, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped bolt of lightning. This arc of lightning stretched over 10 meters long, carrying with it a devastating power, slashing toward the most densely packed area of monsters with an unmatched ferocity. Whoosh! The air erupted with a piercing crack as the lightning swept through, and whether it was the rugged scaled lizards or the ferocious bloodthirsty wolves, they were severed as if made of paper, their bodies instantly cleaved in two, the edges charred, leaving no time for a scream to escape their lips. The lightning's momentum remained unyielding, carving a shocking path of death through the densely packed horde of monsters. After executing this strike, Su Jin's warhorse let out a resounding neigh, its front hooves faltering slightly, evidently fatigued from the exertion. The scales of battle had never been balanced from the outset. The soldiers of Infinite City moved like meticulously interlocking gears, each action imbued with efficiency and purpose. The line constructed by the heavy shield soldiers was impregnable. Each resonant shield bash echoed like the pulse of death, shattering the monsters in the forward sector. The great spear warriors advanced under their cover, cutting through with a bloody wind that stained the earth red, their armor-piercing spear techniques easily tearing through the monsters' defenses. The Azure Thunder Cavalry transformed into a torrent of thunder, repeatedly weaving through the battlefield, utilizing the static fields left by the thunder strike to slow the enemies, then sweeping vast areas clear with the thunderous cleaving strike. On the city walls, gale arrows and piercing cloud arrows intertwined as they fell, precisely harvesting stragglers and high-threat targets. The brilliance of their skills rose and fell in perfect harmony, with no waste whatsoever. Leola and her comrades were utterly astounded by the scene before them. The elven warriors, known for their agility and skill, excelled in small-scale guerrilla warfare and precision strikes. Yet, the large-scale, high-intensity frontal confrontation unfolding before them was a rare experience. The indomitable will and formidable frontal combat capabilities displayed by the human soldiers completely overturned the elves' preconceived notions of humanity. Is this truly the army of humans? Fail's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Their coordination is simply flawless. Era murmured, her emerald eyes wide with shock, noting the impeccable timing of skill releases, the mutual cover between units, and the near absence of flaws. Moreover, many of those energy fluctuations transcended the realm of bronze-level power, indicating a battlefield dominated by at least silver-level strength. She recalled those commanders whose auras were distinctly different. On the battlefield, the number of monsters diminished at a visibly rapid pace. In the face of absolute power and flawless tactical execution, the so-called monster tide was merely a disorganized mob. As the last few scattered shrieks were drowned out, the battlefield quickly fell silent. The distant fog seemed to lose its support, slowly rolling back and retreating, revealing a ravaged landscape strewn with piles of monstrous corpses. The heavy scent of blood mingled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and dissipating energy hung heavily in the air. The soldiers beneath the city walls did not immediately relax. The heavy shield soldiers maintained their formation. The great spear warriors began surveying the battlefield for residual threats, while the archers remained vigilant, watching the horizon. Everything unfolded methodically, as if the earlier fierce battle had merely been a routine drill. On the high platform, Su Jin gazed at the retreating fog, casting a sidelong glance at the complex expressions of the elves beside him, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He remained silent, simply standing still, savoring the brief tranquility following victory and the myriad expressions upon the faces of their guests. It seemed that the impact of this demonstration exceeded all expectations. Chapter 31, The Welcome of Infinite City. The wind on the high platform carried a faint scent of blood as it swept past Leola and her companions. They remained rooted in place, their complex gazes fixed upon the battlefield below, which was rapidly restoring order. Mountains of monster corpses lay piled high, various colors of blood and shattered innards staining the land outside the city in bizarre hues. The city gates opened once more, and a steady stream of logistics personnel clad in gray uniforms surged forth. Upon reaching the battlefield, they swiftly began clearing the spoils and restoring the ground. The heavy shield soldiers retreated into the city, their steps still steady and powerful, as if the earlier clash with the monster tide had merely served as a warm-up. The Great Spear Warriors, under Mu Yang's command, assisted the logistics team in categorizing the monster carcasses. The Azure Thunder Cavalry had returned to the camp to regroup, leaving only Ho Jun patrolling near the city gates, his gentle face bearing signs of fatigue, yet his gaze remained sharp. The archers atop the city walls also stowed their bows and began maintaining their weapons, while Chasing Cloud stood atop the arrow tower, quietly watching the dissipating fog in the distance. Throughout the entire process, everyone performed their duties with efficiency and professionalism. This level of professionalism sent a chill of unease through Leola and the other elves. We have witnessed a crushing defeat. Fail managed to speak, his voice hoarse and strained. He endeavored to find more suitable words, yet discovered that crushed was indeed the most fitting description. Confronted by such a formidable tide of beasts, this human city not only held its ground, but did so in an almost theatrical manner, effortlessly annihilating the threat. Ella's verdant eyes shimmered with contemplation. Their military composition was remarkably sound, with no apparent weaknesses in defense, assault, range suppression, or mobile infiltration. Moreover, the leaders commanding them were undoubtedly far from ordinary silver-tier warriors. She recalled the earth-shattering thunderclap mountain split executed by Ho Jun, the astonishingly expansive thunder arrow rain unleashed by Chasing Cloud, and the resonant shield strike emitted by the heavy shield guards under Su Jin's command. Their might was certainly beyond the reach of typical silver-tier beings. Leola inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within her heart. She approached Su Jin, slightly bowing, her tone laced with complexity. Lord Su Jin, I am grateful for your hospitality. What we witnessed today has truly broadened our horizons. She paused before continuing. With matters here concluded, we must return to the Twilight Forest at once to report the situation to the Elder Council. Su Jin turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, shall you not stay a few more days? Infinite City has many fascinating places to explore. Leola shook her head. This is of great importance. We must swiftly inform our kin of the reasons behind the disturbances concerning the Book of the World. Furthermore, the might of Infinite City far exceeds our imagination, which may very well alter the entire realm of Adralan. Su Jin did not press further, merely nodding. Very well. Bai Xiao, please escort our guests. Bai Xiao, who had remained as still as a statue by the side, inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Leola and her companions. Follow me. Leola offered another respectful bow to Su Jin, then, accompanied by Fa and the others, trailed behind Bai Xiao as they descended from the platform. As they walked down the steps, Ella could not resist glancing back at the young lord standing at the edge of the platform, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Her heart was filled with confusion and an indescribable awe. This human and the force he commanded seemed enveloped in a thick mist, elusive and enigmatic. Once the figures of the elves vanished from sight and after regaining his composure on the platform, Su Jin, who had been silently holding back, could no longer contain himself. He approached Su Jin, his voice deep and rumbling. "My lord, I am somewhat perplexed as to why you allowed these elves to witness our battle. Are we truly considering an alliance with them?" In his view, although those elves were not weak and appeared relatively obedient over the past few days, Su Jin could still sense their inherent arrogance and prejudice against humanity, making them far from ideal allies. The recent battle had been a decisive victory for Infinite City, executed with remarkable ease. Aside from a few soldiers who had sustained minor injuries from monster scratches or splashes of corrosive acid, there had been no casualties to speak of. Su Jin turned his gaze toward Su Jin, who wore a look of innocent confusion, and a knowing smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Alliance? Su Jin, you are overthinking this." "Huh." Su Jin scratched his head, even more bewildered now. "Then what is your intention?" "I merely wish to sow the seeds of understanding in advance," Su Jin replied, redirecting his gaze towards the horizon, his tone unhurried. "Let them witness the strength of Infinite City, to see that humanity is not as frail as they might believe. What they observe today will take root in their hearts." He paused, a hint of sharpness entering his voice. A mere elven tribe from the Twilight Forest has not yet earned the privilege to stand on equal footing with Infinite City, let alone discuss alliances. Su Jin was taken aback. He anticipated that the Lord's ambitions were so grand, or perhaps so domineering. Su Jin seemed to read his thoughts and continued. "Let them return, let their elders debate, hesitate, and weigh their options. When they have witnessed true power and compared it to their own circumstances, in the future, when the brilliance of Infinite City illuminates the Twilight Forest, today's exhibition will alleviate many unnecessary obstacles for us." He chuckled lightly, a trace of mockery in his tone, rather than showcasing strength to seek an alliance. It is more about sending a message, making them understand that times have changed. The future lies in submission, in servitude, rather than equal treaties. I merely wish to make this process smoother, to shed less blood. Su Jin suddenly understood. The Lord was orchestrating a grand strategy. He gazed at Su Jin with admiration. It turned out that showcasing strength was not for the purpose of recruitment, but to pave the way for future conquest. Such foresight was indeed beyond the comprehension of one who only understood the art of battle. "Truly, the Lord is wise," Su Jin exclaimed sincerely. Su Jin did not comment further, simply stating, "The outcome of this battle was satisfactory. The coordination of the new troop types met expectations, especially the heavy shield guards and the thunderstorm riders, who performed admirably." His gaze swept across the efficiently operating battlefield recovery line below, where the dismembered remains of monsters lay. Tangible resources awaiting utilization. A thought crossed his mind, and a pale blue virtual screen unfolded before him, his Lord panel. The battle data, resource acquisition, and victory rewards were clearly listed. He quickly skimmed through the information, noting the system rewards. System notification, successfully repelled monster siege, 1 month, awarded basic rewards, 216. 500 soul coins, 70 basic resource packs, 2 random territorial construction blueprints. Seeing the figure of over 210,000 soul coins, Su Jin slightly raised an eyebrow. This influx was quite considerable, particularly given the recent expenses of the territory, especially with the continuous proliferation of the sub-body, sky-watching vine from the Void Greenwood Palace, which was utilized for monitoring and early warning. While the consumption per unit was low, the sheer quantity required was insatiable, akin to a bottomless pit. Coupled with the maintenance of the new troop equipment and subsequent recruitment, the costs were mounting. This wave of monster siege had indeed come as a timely boon. He continued to peruse the information. System notification, acquired 98 corrupted wolf essences, 425 scaled lizard hard skins, 131 mist fairy essences. A lengthy list of materials was displayed, with quantities that were quite impressive. Essences were essences, he mused, noting the quality was commendable. However, the territory needed to reach level 5 to unlock the relevant troop conversion functions, meaning they could only be stored in the warehouse for now, gathering dust. Well, it's acceptable, he concluded, satisfied with the haul, his gaze ultimately resting on the 2 blueprint rewards. He hoped the random blueprints would yield something useful. Reconnaissance and infiltration units needed to be prioritized. Relying solely on cavalry and hawks for scouting was inadequate in terms of efficiency and stealth. With this thought in mind, he casually opened the regional channel, intending to see what the other lords were currently experiencing. Chapter 32, Monthly Examination of All Beings, the Shadow Blade Unsheathed. As Su Jin's fingertip tapped lightly, the virtual screen before him opened to reveal the regional channel's chat window. Damn, this wave of monsters. My newly constructed arrow tower has been completely dismantled. The losses are catastrophic. Curse it. Half of my farmland has been destroyed, many of my subjects perished, and my soldiers suffered over half casualties. This life is unbearable. Is there any expert who can enlighten us? With only the Lord's mansion and a few soldiers left. How am I to develop? Hang in there, brothers upstairs. I'm barely holding on myself. There are heaps of tier 3 monsters, and a tier 4 behemoth among them. This siege is too ferocious. Sigh, this cursed place, the difficulty keeps escalating. It's not so bad. The monsters barely reach the walls, and the casualties among soldiers are minimal. Maybe it's you who are too weak. Go to hell. It's easy to talk when you're not the one fighting. Exactly, if you're so capable. Share your territory name, and I'll come to observe and learn from you next time. Stop pretending. You probably just got lucky and didn't encounter any formidable monsters. Let us see if you can still laugh when the next siege happens. As he watched the channel erupt in chaos, with complaints and insults flooding the screen, and no useful information to be found, Su Jin withdrew from the chat, in stark contrast to the negligible losses on his side. The channel felt like a scene of utter devastation. With a slight smile playing on her lips, Su Jin remarked, "It seems that this month's examination posed quite a challenge for the majority. The absence of comparison mitigates the sting of disappointment. It is evident that her progress has significantly outpaced that of the leading echelon." Beside her, Su Jin observed the Lord lost in contemplation, seemingly entranced by the air itself. And after a prolonged silence, he scratched his head and inquired, "My lord, what shall our next course of action be?" "There is nothing further to discuss. Return and continue your recuperation, heighten your vigilance, and remain steadfast," Su Jin replied, deactivating the regional channel. Once Su Jin's figure had vanished from sight, she summoned forth the metallic page obtained from the cavern. It remained cool and smooth to the touch, the intricate patterns upon it appearing even more distinct in the fading light of dusk, pulsating with an ineffable rhythm. Since the visit from Leola and her kin of the elven race, this metallic page had intermittently emitted a faint glow, barely perceptible unless one looked closely. Su Jin caressed the edge of the page thoughtfully. Could this object hold a connection to the elves? Or perhaps to the Book of Worlds they had mentioned? She attempted to probe it with a thread of her mental energy, but it vanished into the void without a trace. Next, she cautiously channeled a modicum of her lordly power to make contact with the metallic page. This time, the outcome was notably different. The inscrutable patterns on the surface of the metallic page seemed to come alive, glowing with a dim light that flickered like a breath. A faint, ancient stream of information endeavored to surge into Su Jin's consciousness, yet it was nebulous and fragmented, rendering it indecipherable. With a barely audible hum, the faint light dissipated, and the metallic page returned to its former state, as if the preceding events had been but a figment of her imagination. Interesting, Su Jin mused, raising an eyebrow. Although she had not gleaned any substantial information, this reaction at least confirmed two things. First, that the metallic page was indeed a treasure. Second, that her lordly power had an effect on it, though perhaps her current strength or authority was insufficient to fully activate it. Could this be a fragment of the Book of Worlds? She speculated, temporarily concealing it. This enigmatic object might prove pivotal in the future. Having concluded her dealings with the metallic page, Su Jin redirected her focus to the rewards from the recent siege victory, 2 random territorial construction blueprints. She retrieved the first scroll, a piece of parchment emanating a mundane white light. Territorial construction blueprint, random. Without hesitation, Su Jin opted to utilize it. System notification, acquired building blueprint, advanced arrow tower, common, 1. Advanced arrow tower, possesses greater range and higher defensive capabilities than a standard arrow tower, and can accommodate more archers. Well, not bad. It's better than nothing, Su Jin nodded. While it wasn't astonishing, an advanced arrow tower would certainly bolster the territory's defenses. Next, she produced the second blueprint. This scroll also glowed with a white light, appearing rather unremarkable. Su Jin's gaze sharpened as the sigil on the back of her hand began to warm. Rather than using it immediately, she attempted to channel the evolutionary points she had amassed over the past few days, directing the sigil's power toward the scroll. Transcend. An invisible wave radiated outward, enveloping the parchment in a soft golden light. The patterns upon the scroll began to morph in wondrous ways, and the formerly ordinary material seemed to grow denser and more mysterious. As the light receded, a brand new blueprint emerged in Su Jin's grasp, exuding a faint silver radiance. System notification, blueprint transcendence successful. Acquired special building blueprint, Shadow Veil, Silver Tier, 1. Shadow Veil, a special building, upon completion, allows for the recruitment of a unique reconnaissance stealth unit, Shadows. Shadows, Silver Tier silent blades that meld into the shadows, mastering reconnaissance, infiltration, and assassination. Skills, Shadow Walk, blend into shadows, significantly reducing presence, and Lethal Strike, a surprise attack that inflicts additional damage, and Shadow Leap, short distance traversal between shadows. Su Jin's eyes sparkled with delight, a satisfied smile gracing her face, just as she had lamented the lack of specialized reconnaissance and infiltration units. This transcended blueprint had presented her with shadows. This special unit of Silver Tier held value far exceeding that of ordinary troops. Particularly in intelligence gathering and targeted elimination, its role was irreplaceable. Construct the shadow veil immediately. Su Jin commanded without hesitation. A silver light burst forth from the blueprint, melding into a secluded corner near the territory's edge. The ground trembled slightly as a low building, completely devoid of windows and seemingly formed from solidified shadows, swiftly rose up, silently blending into its surroundings, so much so that it might be overlooked if one did not pay close attention. With the shadow veil completed, the units available for recruitment were shadows, silver tier, recruitment cost, 10,000 soul coins each, current recruitable quantity, 010, refreshes weekly, 10,000 soul coins each. Su Jin couldn't help but smirk at the recruitment price. This was indeed steep. She had just earned over 210,000 soul coins from the siege, which seemed substantial. Yet recruiting all 10 shadows would consume nearly half of that. No wonder they were silver tier special units. Their worth was distinctly elevated. However, it was indeed justified. Her gaze sharpened. Intelligence is invaluable, especially in this perilous world. She desperately needed professional scouts to ascertain the situation in the surrounding areas, particularly at Greystone Fortress. According to the scouts previously dispatched by the Hua army, Greystone Fortress was the most significant goblin stronghold near the Niga Forest. Unfortunately, due to the humans' low status among the goblins, it was challenging for scouts to approach. However, with shadows, all obstacles would be surmountable. I'll start with 2 and see how they perform, Su Jin resolved. The cost of soul coins was one consideration, but she also needed to verify the shadows' capabilities to ensure they lived up to their descriptions. Furthermore, beginning with 2 for preliminary reconnaissance to gather foundational information seemed the most prudent course of action, allowing for adjustments in personnel based on subsequent findings. As her command was issued, 20,000 soul coins were swiftly deducted from her lordly panel. 2 indistinct shadows flickered within the shadow veil and then silently appeared before Su Jin, kneeling on one knee in perfect unison, as if they were phantoms seamlessly integrated into the environment. Excellent, Su Jin nodded in satisfaction, appraising the 2 new units. She then instructed, from this moment forth, your objective is Greystone Fortress to the south. Gather all pertinent information regarding the situation there. Understood, the 2 shadows replied in unison, their voices low and gravelly, as though emanating from the shadows themselves. They then became indistinct once more, vanishing into the darkness as if they had never existed. Now, all that remained was to await news. Su Jin gazed toward the direction the shadows had departed, eager for their return. Chapter 33, Aiming for Greystone Fortress. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and red as 2 shadows, nearly merging with the darkness, silently emerged and knelt before Su Jin. They were indeed the dispatched shadows. My lord, one of them reported in a voice that seemed to meld with the shadows. Preliminary reconnaissance is complete. Greystone Fortress is built against the mountains, primarily constructed of stone, featuring an outer wall approximately 5 meters high. There are over 5,000 goblins within, predominantly ordinary goblin warriors, along with around 1,000 larger goblins and 100 goblin warriors, presumably the personal guards of the fortress commander. Additionally, there are signs of a few wolf cavalry in the vicinity. The defensive strength is average. Average. Su Jin caught the term, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, my lord. The defensive structures are relatively rudimentary, with only a few watchtowers that are unevenly distributed. The patrol routes are fixed, with shifts occurring every hour, leaving noticeable gaps during exchanges. And several infiltration points are available for exploitation, the other shadow added. Su Jin nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance. The shadows had indeed lived up to his expectations, quickly grasping the essential details within a mere 2 days, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. The figure of over 5,000 was somewhat less than anticipated. However, relying solely on 2 shadows was still too slow, and subsequent actions would require additional manpower, Su Jin mused. He necessitated an accurate map and needed to ascertain the locations of the command center, supply depots, and armories. More critically, during the siege, he required individuals to instigate chaos within the Greystone Fortress, diverting the attention of the garrison and creating an opportune moment for the external assault. After pondering for a moment, his gaze swept over the relatively abundant soul coins displayed on the Lord's panel. No longer hesitating, he approached the shadow veil. Shall I expend 80,000 soul coins to recruit 8 shadows, silver tier? Yes. A brief flash of light signaled the instantaneous disappearance of 80,000 soul coins. From within the shadow veil, 8 more solidified shadows emerged, silently kneeling beside him, joining the previous 2 shadows in their stance. 10 shadows, perfectly synchronized, resembled 10 silent harbingers of death. Excellent. Su Jin sensed the latent power within them and nodded in satisfaction. You 10, continue your reconnaissance of the Greystone Fortress. I want to know everything inside. Furthermore, prepare the groundwork. I will need you to create chaos before the siege, distracting the garrison to facilitate our assault. At your command. The 10 shadows replied in unison, their voices deep and harmonious, before vanishing seamlessly into the shadows once more. Having concluded matters with the shadows, Su Jin did not rest immediately. He summoned his 4 commanders, Shi Yin, Mu Yang, Zhui Yun, and Jun. In the brightly lit conference hall of the Lord's mansion, Su Jin was the first to enter, the heavy clanking of his armor resonating softly as he scanned the room with his wide eyes. Su Jin felt that this individual had become increasingly unrestrained of late. Following closely was Muyang, his demeanor serious and stature upright as he walked directly to his designated position without a sideways glance. Zhue Yun entered with a sharp aura, his fingers habitually brushing against the quiver at his waist. Jun arrived last, his step steady, a gentle smile gracing his face as he nodded to the others already present. Bai Xiao had long been standing quietly behind Su Jin, his figure straight and his presence subtle, like a shadow seamlessly blending into the background, yet no one could overlook his existence. Seated at the head of the table, Su Jin's gaze swept over his capable subordinates as he addressed them directly. Now that everyone is here, I have summoned you for a new combat mission. The atmosphere shifted as all eyes fixated on Su Jin. The target is the Greystone Fortress in the south. Su Jin's finger marked the position on the virtual map, identifying it as the most significant stronghold of the goblins near the Niga Forest. Is it the Greystone Fortress that assisted the goblin encampment last time? Zhue Yun inquired, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Su Jin nodded slightly. Indeed, according to the preliminary intelligence relayed by the shadows, combined with our prior knowledge, it is confirmed that there are over 5,000 stationed troops there, including great goblins and goblin warriors, which poses a significant threat to us. He gazed at the red dot on the map, a persistent thorn in our southern flank, representing a considerable risk. Their previous assistance to the goblin encampment indicates they could directly threaten our territory next time. Furthermore, our ambitions extend beyond merely defending Infinite City. To advance towards the Goblin King's city and completely conquer the Adraland world, we must first eliminate all goblin strongholds in this region, with the Greystone Fortress being the first. Su Jin chimed in with a deep voice, clapping his heavy armor with a resonant clang. Over 5,000, you say? Sounds like a sizable force, just right for me to warm up my lava shield. My lord, when shall we strike? I've been itching for a fight. His grin revealed a sense of impatience. In contrast, Muyang remained composed, stepping forward with a serious expression. My lord, the enemy's numbers are considerable, and they possess elite units. While our soldiers are indeed formidable, we are unaware of the defensive structures and troop distribution within the Greystone Fortress. I believe we require more detailed intelligence. He presented the practical concerns with careful consideration. Jun nodded in agreement, adding, what Commander Muyang states is entirely accurate. The Greystone Fortress guards the southern thoroughfare. Capturing it would provide us a solid foothold for advancing southward, facilitating our direct assault on the Goblin King's city. This battle is of utmost significance. We must plan meticulously before we act. Indeed, Su Jin affirmed, casting approving glances at Muyang and Jun. I have dispatched additional shadows. Their task is to thoroughly investigate the Greystone Fortress, creating a detailed map to identify exploitable locations. Moreover, they will designate critical areas for us to prepare internal support for our main force's surprise attack before the siege. In the coming days, your mission is to ready your troops, ensuring every soldier is in peak condition. Once the shadows return with precise intelligence and we are fully prepared, Su Jin's finger firmly pressed down on the Greystone Fortress's location on the map, we will march forth with the full might of our army. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as knives, sweeping over each commander. We shall utterly destroy the Greystone Fortress and eliminate every goblin within. Yes. The four commanders responded in unison, their voices brimming with fervent combat spirit. Bai Xiao, standing quietly by Su Jin's side, seemed to shift slightly, the once stoic presence now betraying subtle fluctuations of restrained energy. Su Jin waved his hand. Prepare yourselves. The four commanders acknowledged the command and departed, leaving the conference hall in a renewed silence. Leaning back in his chair, Su Jin lightly tapped his fingers against the table, his gaze once again drifting southward. The Greystone Fortress was merely the first step. Chapter 34. Nightfall's Iron Stream. The troops of Infinite City advance upon the Greystone Fortress. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The gears of Infinite City, under Su Jin's will, turned efficiently and precisely. As evening descended upon the Lord's mansion, in the conference hall, Su Jin sat at the head of the table, rhythmically drumming his fingers on the surface, his gaze calmly fixed ahead. 10 indistinct shadows emerged silently, as if seeping from the very air, kneeling on one knee. My lord. The foremost shadow spoke in a subdued tone. We have completely ascertained the internal conditions of the Greystone Fortress. The defensive layouts, troop distributions, command center locations, and supply depots have all been meticulously charted. As he spoke, he presented a rolled-up parchment map. Su Jin accepted it, quickly scanning the details. The map was exceptionally thorough, even depicting the patrol routes and hidden sentry positions with clarity. Excellent. Su Jin nodded slightly, highly satisfied with the shadow's efficiency. Additionally, another shadow interjected. We have uncovered an important piece of information. Half a month ago, the Goblin King Bashaka personally led an army to invade the Twilight Forest, targeting the Elven clans. Currently, both forces are locked in a fierce stalemate on the fringes of the Twilight Forest. Oh, Su Jin raised an eyebrow, surprised by this revelation, which undoubtedly served as fortuitous news for Infinite City. The Goblin King's main forces being occupied meant that the Greystone Fortress had lost its most crucial support, and perhaps even its internal strength had been partially drawn away. This was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity. The Goblin King and the Twilight Forest Elves. Su Jin's finger lightly tapped the position of the Greystone Fortress on the map, contemplating the implications. It seemed Bashaka could no longer afford to wait. Was there something that had compelled him? Regardless, this worked in our favor, suggesting that our actions could be bolder. Su Jin collected his thoughts and turned his attention back to the 10 shadows. Well done, your intelligence is vital. Now, return to the Greystone Fortress and, as previously planned, create chaos from within to assist our main force in the siege. At your command. The 10 shadows responded in unison before seamlessly merging back into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Su Jin rose from his seat and declared in a deep voice. Send the order to summon the 4 commanders, Su Jin, Muyang, Chasing Cloud, and Huijun, to the council chamber at once. Once the command was dispatched, it wasn't long before the 4 commanders hurriedly arrived. Su Jin's gaze swept over them before he unfurled the newly acquired detailed map of Greystone Fortress. The Shadow has relayed the latest intelligence. We are fully apprised of the internal situation at Greystone Fortress. He paused momentarily, then unveiled a significant piece of news. More importantly, the Goblin King's main army is currently embroiled in a fierce battle with the Elven race in the Twilight Forest, leaving them unable to attend to other matters. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 commanders varied, excitement radiating from them. My lord, I request permission to mobilize our forces immediately, Su Jin eagerly volunteered, his voice resonating like a bell. Although Muyang and the others remained silent, their expectant gazes were fixed upon Su Jin, and even Bai Xiao, who stood nearby, couldn't help but lean in closer. Su Jin placed his hands on the map spread across the table, leaning slightly forward as his penetrating gaze scanned the room. The opportunity is indeed at our doorstep. Greystone Fortress must be captured. Yet, this is merely the beginning. He paused, his finger gliding southward across a vast expanse on the map. But merely taking Greystone Fortress is insufficient. A hush fell over the room. After securing Greystone Fortress, Su Jin's voice was calm, yet imbued with an overwhelming momentum. We shall use it as a fulcrum to launch our forces southward. While the goblins and elves are fiercely engaged in combat, we will eliminate all their outposts north of the Goblin King's city, leaving not a single one behind. This will establish the necessary conditions for our assault on the Goblin King's city. The audacity of this plan took not only Su Jin by surprise, but also Muyang and Huijun, who gasped in astonishment. This strategy was bolder and more comprehensive than they had anticipated. Such thoughts only served to heighten their excitement. Observing the fervor ignited in his commanders, Su Jin's lips curled into a slight smile as a surge of ambition welled within him. He rose to his feet. Surveying the room, relay my orders. Assemble the entire army for final preparations. We shall march on Greystone Fortress in 1 hour. Yes, the commanders responded in unison, their spirits ablaze with fervor. 1 hour later, outside Infinite City, the banners flapped fiercely, and the air was thick with the scent of impending battle. A newly recruited elite force, including those recently elevated, was fully assembled and ready for action. 500 elite archers bore their longbows, the arrows glinting coldly in the firelight. 500 elite shield bearers formed an impenetrable phalanx, their towering shields as formidable as mountains. 500 elite polearm warriors wielded their long halberds, blades glimmering in the moonlight, radiating an aura of lethality. 1,000 elite thunder riders sat astride their war mounts, both knights and steeds clad in armor, long lances poised towards the heavens. Primed for the charge. 20 elite mithril shield bearers, 20 elite windbreaker archers, and 20 elite earthshaker halberdists stood at the forefront of their respective units, exuding the powerful presence of their silver-tiered ranks. 50 elite spirit sword shadows flanked Su Jin, their swords sheathed, yet an intense sword intent radiated outward. Clad in battle armor, Su Jin stood atop the city wall, with Bai Xiao stationed behind him. His gaze swept over the neatly aligned and solemn army below. Feeling the surging battle spirit and bloodlust, his heart swelling with ambition. Forward! Su Jin's arm shot forth in a decisive gesture. The resonant sound of horns shattered the night, heralding the army's advance. Iron hooves thundered, shaking the earth as a torrent of steel surged forth towards Greystone Fortress, cloaked in the darkness of night. The night was inky black, the stars and moon obscured. Greystone Fortress, this goblin stronghold perched on the edge of the Nigu Forest, remained blissfully unaware. Immersed in a false tranquility, goblin sentries yawned, patrols marched along their routine paths, oblivious to the impending doom. Within the fortress, shadows writhed in hidden corners. 10 dark figures silently dispersed like seeds sown by the Grim Reaper, swiftly infiltrating the fortress's vital areas. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the granary. A massive flame leaping into the night sky, illuminating half of it. The granary is on fire. The granary is ablaze. The chilling cries shattered the silence. Following this, The sounds of explosions and cries of combat erupted from the armory. Enemy attack. Intruders have infiltrated. Hurry, extinguish the flames. Secure the armory. In an instant, Greystone Fortress erupted into chaos, akin to a disturbed beehive. Goblins scurried in panic, commands, shouts, and screams intertwining in a cacophony of disorder. The guards on the walls were equally stunned by this sudden turn of events, peering anxiously into the fortress, their attention wholly captivated. At this moment, at the heavy gates of Greystone Fortress, a dozen goblin warriors tasked with guarding the entrance had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, a flurry of white figures flashed before their eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The cold gleam of swords appeared like moonlight, their speed rendering them nearly invisible. Soul Cleave. Accompanied by the fierce sword energy that swept through, the goblin guards scarcely had time to scream before they fell lifeless to the ground. 50 spirit sword shadows functioned like a highly efficient killing machine, effortlessly clearing the gate's defenders in mere moments. A few sword shadows advanced, swiftly and skillfully disabling the gate's mechanisms, and together they pushed open the heavy ironwood doors. With a creaking sound that grated on the nerves, the main gate of Greystone Fortress slowly swung open. It led not only to the darkness outside, but to death itself. Outside, Su Jin, who had long been poised for action, saw the signal from the city walls and raised his lance sharply. Thunder Riders. For Infinite City. Charge. Boom. 1,000 elite Thunder Riders surged forth like a tempest, their iron hooves crashing down, unleashing a torrent of power. As they crashed into the freshly opened gates with an indomitable force, as they charged, a crackling field of static electricity lingered in their wake, paralyzing any goblins that dared approach. Kill. Su Jin led the charge, his lance swinging as the vortex of blades unleashed devastating power, sucking in and shredding the masses of goblins attempting to obstruct their path. The Thunder Riders pierced through the goblin defenses like a hot iron through butter, driving deep into the heart of Greystone Fortress. Shield bearers, follow closely to secure the passage. Polearm warriors, flank the sides. Archers, suppress the fire from the battlements. Su Jin's voice rang clearly in every soldier's ears. The infantry phalanx, already prepared, sprang into action. Roar. Su Jin bellowed, activating his lava shield as the immense tower shield ignited in fierce flames. He was the first to charge through the gates, with 500 elite shield bearers swiftly forming an unyielding steel line, solidly occupying the passage. Shield bash. Su Jin roared once more, thrusting his giant shield forward to unleash a resonating shockwave. A visible wave of force fanned out, sending dozens of goblins attempting to close the gate flying as their bones shattered under the impact. Subsequently, 20 elite mithril shield bearers led their squads directly towards their designated targets, while the radiant light of the silver barrier enveloped their comrades in a protective aura. Kill. Muyang wielded his long halberd, the might of the 1,000 polearm warriors unleashed, as he led 500 elite polearm warriors out from the flanks of the shield bearers, their halberds rising like a forest, gleaming sharply as they swept across the battlefield. With a low growl, Muyang wielded his long halberd, which sliced through the air with a blinding gleam, cleaving the 10 or so goblins in front of him in twain, their blood and entrails scattering. Following closely, the elite halberd warriors executed their own strikes with unparalleled ferocity. Each sweeping motion of their halberds effortlessly tore through the goblins' rudimentary leather armor, unleashing gory torrents with each blow. Some of the halberd warriors forcefully drove their blades into the ground. Earthquake wave. Boom, boom, boom. 3 waves of ochre tremors surged forward, fracturing the earth beneath. The goblins, unsteady on their feet, fell into disarray, ripe for the harvesting that followed from the advancing warriors. The elite Jinhua halberd guards, even more valorous, unleashed attacks of formidable strength. The city gate transformed into a veritable meat grinder. The goblins' resistance appeared utterly feeble in the face of the elite soldiers of Infinite City. Meanwhile, Chasing Clouds led the elite archers and elite gale shooters to seize advantageous positions on either side of the city gate, swiftly spreading along the walls to gain the high ground and precisely suppress any goblin attempts at counterattack within the city. Fire. At Chasing Cloud's command, a flurry of arrows soared forth, resembling a dark, brooding cloud that swiftly engulfed the goblins who had just reassembled near the gate. The arrows trailed pale blue streaks, showcasing the distinctive characteristics of the cloud-piercing arrows. The goblins' armor offered no effective protection, as the sharp tips easily pierced through, striking true to vital points. With eyes sharp as an eagle's, Chasing Clouds quickly locked onto a goblin warrior directing the fray atop the city wall. Eagle Eye Lock. A barely perceptible mental mark settled upon the goblin warrior. A cold smirk curled upon Chasing Cloud's lips as his longbow loosed 3 swift shots in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, swirling with pale blue winds, shot forth in a formation resembling a character, their speed leaving only fleeting afterimages. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled thuds resonated almost simultaneously. As the iron armor of the goblin warrior was effortlessly pierced as if it were mere paper, the arrows struck true to the forehead, heart, and throat. pinning him against the wall before he could even utter a scream. On the battlefield, the elite Gale shooters exhibited the terrifying prowess of silver-tier archers, their hurricane arrows. Upon hitting their targets, created small whirlpools that ensnared nearby goblins, inflicting secondary damage and greatly enhancing the extermination efficiency. As the goblin resistance at the city gates swiftly crumbled, the elite halberd warriors and elite archers, under their captain's command, followed the shield-bearing troops along their predetermined path, charging towards the strategically critical points within the city. At this moment, the Tsang-Lei cavalry, led by Su Jin, had already pierced deep into the heart of Greystone Fortress like a dagger, leaving goblin corpses strewn in their wake. As flickers of electricity danced in the air, they aimed directly for the western camp of Greystone Fortress, where thousands of goblins were stationed, seeking to shatter and decimate their forces before they could organize a counterattack. Simultaneously, the chaos manufactured by the shadows continued unabated, with the sounds of explosions and battle cries echoing incessantly, paralyzing the goblin command structure completely. Standing at the city gate, Su Jin observed her troops advancing in an orderly fashion, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Clearly, the fall of Greystone Fortress was merely a matter of time. She murmured softly. In the central area of Greystone Fortress, where the flames had yet to fully spread, a formidable fortress constructed entirely from massive black stones loomed majestically. This was the command center of Greystone Fortress and the residence of the Goblin Kingdom's northern commander, Sword Saint Ugluk. At this moment, a figure stood silently at the window of the highest chamber, clad in dark, metallic armor adorned with scratches of varying depths, a testament to countless battles. He presented a stark contrast to the typical diminutive and sneaky goblin form, though his stature was only comparable to that of an adult human. He stood tall and exuded an inexplicable elegance. The flickering firelight illuminated the sharp contours of his profile, revealing deep-set crimson eyes that, at this moment, did not display the usual malice associated with goblins, but rather an unsettling calmness and sharpness that belied his race. He was Ugluk, an 8th-tier powerhouse renowned for his swordsmanship, hailed as the Sword Saint. The clamor of battle and the shrieks of the dying resonated clearly in his ears. Under the glow of flames, countless panicked goblins scurried about like headless flies, attempting to extinguish the flames or futilely organize a counterattack. Ugluk's expression remained tranquil. He was acutely aware that those lowly goblins had done their utmost, and their reactions, though not sluggish, were insufficient against such a swift and precise assault. The true problem lay with the attackers concealed within the night and chaos, striking at the goblins' resistance with ghostly precision, efficient and lethal. A soft sigh escaped him. No matter how sturdy the defense, it ultimately proved fragile in the face of absolute power and meticulous planning. Moreover, the guests had already arrived. Chapter 36, Fierce Battle. Bai Xiao versus Ugluk. Ugluk turned, his gaze falling upon a corner of the room. The space there seemed to warp slightly, and soon, a figure silently emerged. Clad in a pure white outfit that starkly contrasted with the surrounding gloom and bloodshed, the newcomer bore a stern visage, with eyes sharp as blades, gripping an ancient-looking longsword. Though the sword remained sheathed, it emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. It was none other than the infiltrator, Bai Xiao. Ugluk appraised Bai Xiao, a flicker of surprise passing through his crimson eyes, quickly replaced by a gaze of near admiration. Interesting, you humans can indeed produce individuals of your caliber. His voice held a peculiar resonance. It seems we have indeed become too engrossed in the South over the years, neglecting the surprises lurking in the shadows. To overlook a rising power is truly a miscalculation. Bai Xiao offered no reply, merely regarding Ugluk with an indifferent glance. Yet the chill emanating from him seemed to lower the room's temperature further. He sensed the profound depth of power within the goblin before him and deduced that this was indeed his target. Ugluk. Bai Xiao finally spoke. Though it was phrased as a question, his heart was already resolute. Ugluk's lips curled into a slightly grim smile, revealing his sharp teeth. A mixture of an indescribable emotion, excitement, and resignation. Ah, it appears you are quite well prepared. He sighed, as if lamenting something. It is never too late to mend the fold. He shifted his body, the metallic armor emitting a dull rasp, and a heavy, oppressive aura began to rise. Let me personally rectify this oversight. His gaze turned aggressively predatory, as if he had locked onto his prey. And let me see how much mettle the human swordsman possesses who dares to challenge me. Before his words had fully faded, an invisible and terrifying pressure abruptly filled the room, the air seemingly solidifying into a viscous mass, thick and heavy, pressing down towards Bai Xiao. The edges of the beast's skin map hanging on the wall appeared unable to withstand this pressure, beginning to curl slightly, emitting faint tearing sounds. Bai Xiao's fingers, gripping the sword, stirred slightly, the silken cords around the hilt moving of their own accord, a wisp of greenish-blue flame quietly igniting. The pressure emanating from Ugluk seemed to collide with an invisible wall, silently dissipating into nothingness. Ugluk's pupils contracted imperceptibly, and the curve of his lips tightened slightly. The young man before him appeared more formidable than he had anticipated. Clang. Without further words, Ugluk made his move. His movements were swift and enigmatic. The dark armor he donned scarcely impeding his agility. In an instant, only a vague afterimage lingered in his wake, and the next moment, Ugric had approached Bai Xiao like a specter, looming menacingly before him. At an unknown juncture, a broad, weighty black blade, adorned with jagged, rugged edges, materialized in his grasp, emanating a sinister crimson aura as it lunged towards Bai Xiao's heart from an extraordinarily acute angle. Quick, fierce, precise. Bai Xiao's pupils dilated, yet his reflexes were equally rapid. The ancient longsword in his hand rose sharply, its tip striking the side of the black blade with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying. A tremendous force surged along the blade, sending Bai Xiao's arm trembling violently, his form uncontrollably sliding back several paces. The great blade whirled, cutting through the air with a shrill scream, once again descending upon Bai Xiao, the onslaught relentless, heavy as a mountain yet as agile as a serpent. Each strike targeted the vulnerabilities in Bai Xiao's defense, compelling him to endure, attempting to crush him with overwhelming might. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of metal reverberated throughout the expansive fortress, sparks illuminating the rapidly shifting silhouettes of the two combatants. Bai Xiao danced gracefully, his toes lightly tapping on the hard stone floor, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, his longsword parrying and redirecting Ugric's tempestuous barrage with deft precision. Bai Xiao sensed that his adversary's strength and stamina far surpassed his own. The probing had sufficed. He drew a deep breath. The dormant spiritual energy within him began to surge with wild intensity, resonating at a specific frequency. Buzz. Heart unlocked. In an instant, the azure blue spiritual pressure coiling around the sword erupted like a living entity, swelling rapidly. It raced up his arm, solidifying into a tight and form-fitting suit of azure blue armor upon his body, the surface glistening with liquid luminescence, with faint arcs of electricity dancing at the joints, emitting soft crackling sounds. At the center of his chest, a complex emblem, seemingly composed of countless small sword silhouettes and thunder patterns, gradually illuminated, radiating a powerful energy wave that repelled the dust and smoke lingering from the battle. Oh! Ugric's figure appeared several meters away, halting his pursuit. A look of undisguised gravity and astonishment etched across his face. Is this truly your power? He could distinctly feel the human's aura, escalating from the initial 7th tier to a formidable level that posed a lethal threat to him. Bai Xiao remained silent, his perception heightened to its zenith in this state of heart unlocked. Every subtle movement of Ugric, every flow of power, vividly reflected in his mind's eye. In the next instant, both figures vanished from sight. Boom! The deafening roar echoed incessantly. The very core of the Greystone fortress began to tremble violently, collapsing. No longer confined to the room, the two figures, moving at breakneck speed, collided fiercely throughout the fortress. The azure swordlight and dark red blade flashes intertwined, each clash unleashing cataclysmic shockwaves. Walls were torn apart as if made of paper, stone pillars cleaved in half, and the sturdy floorboards collapsed one after another. The aftershocks of their battle even penetrated the thick stone walls, radiating outward. Retreat. Below the fortress, the spirit sword guards, still engaged in combat with the goblin warriors, changed countenance, and the captain of the guards shouted a command for rapid withdrawal. The once fearless goblin warriors, too, abandoned their foes, terrified as they gazed at the crumbling fortress above and the terrifying energy waves emanating from it, screaming in panic as they scattered. Debris fell like rain, dust billowing skyward. In mere moments, this bastion, symbolizing the zenith of Greystone Fortress's power, was reduced to ruin amid their fierce clash. Boom! Accompanied by the last earth-shattering roar, the upper half of the fortress collapsed entirely, countless massive stones cascading down amidst the swirling dust. Upon the ruins, two figures stood facing each other from a distance. Chapter 37. The End. The most powerful strike that consumes life. As the dust slowly settled, the site where the fortress once stood had been utterly transformed into a wasteland. The crumbled beams, fallen walls, and scattered boulders intertwined to create a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. At the pinnacle of the ruins, two figures stood opposed, separated by several meters. Ugric bore several deep sword marks on his chest armor, exposing bone beneath, while emerald flames licked at the edges, tendrils of black smoke attempting to extinguish the fire. His arm, gripping the black blade, was taut with muscle and trembled slightly, clearly exhausted from the recent contest. Yet his crimson eyes burned with an even fiercer battle spirit, mingled with disbelief. Opposite him, Bai Xiao's azure blue armor glowed dimly, the once dense flickering of electricity now sparse. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he stood resolutely, his grip on the sword as steady as a mountain, his icy gaze unwavering. Coughing, Ugric expelled a few flecks of blood. Human, this power you wield does not belong to this world. He fixed his gaze upon Bai Xiao's resplendent azure armor, questioning the nature of this condensed essence, this power made manifest. Bai Xiao offered no reply, merely raising the sword's tip slightly, pointing it toward Ugric. Ha ha ha, splendid. Ugrix suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice infused with a near-manic excitement. For many years since the establishment of the kingdom, I have never slain such a formidable being with my own hands. Today, let me, Ugrix, use your head to forge my new glory. His aura surged once more. An even more violent and ominous presence erupting forth. Dark red energy burst from the seams of his armor like materialized flames, swirling around him. The debris beneath his feet began to silently disintegrate into dust. Bai Zhao's gaze sharpened. He sensed Ugrix's aura escalating in an unnatural manner. Burning life for power, is it? Yet what of it? Bai Zhao slowly raised his long sword, its tip angled toward the murky sky. The azure blue flames upon the blade suddenly retracted. Yet its brilliance grew ever more blinding. Soulfire Thunder Prison. Buzz. An invisible domain unfurled in an instant. Within a 100-meter radius, the air became suffused with countless nearly imperceptible arcs of soul energy. They danced like living sprites, weaving through the void, forming a grand and imposing phantom of a thunderous prison. Ugrix felt a piercing pain deep within his soul, as if countless tiny thunderbolts were tearing at his spiritual core. The frenzied dark red energy enveloping his form exhibited signs of being suppressed in the face of this intangible thunder prison. This is the domain of a hero. Ha! Ugrix suddenly erupted into a frenzied laugh, his voice hoarse and grating, the veins in his hand gripping the massive blade bulging. So it is a hero. No wonder. He ceased his manic laughter, murmuring to himself, the frenzied excitement gradually replaced by a peculiar calm. His gaze drifted away from Bai Zhao, lost in thought, as if returning to a moment filled with yearning. The Goblin heroic clan rose from weakness to strength due to their great hero, Bashaka, establishing a kingdom that instilled fear in all races of the Audalon world. Ugrix had gazed up at the king countless times, fully aware of the significance of such an existence. Destruction and creation, an absolute peril. The heroes of foreign races must not be allowed to exist. The great Ugrix slowly raised his head, his crimson gaze fixed upon the somber sky, as if seeking to pierce through the clouds to behold some grand entity. It seems I can no longer continue to follow you into battle. The dark crimson radiance erupted explosively, even overshadowing the very hue of his armor. His robust physique began to wither at a visibly alarming rate, as if his vitality was being frantically siphoned away. Hero of the human race. Today I, Ugrix, shall slay you here. This world requires but a single hero. He roared, his hands gripping the obsidian blade tightly, raised high above his head. A colossal vortex of dark red energy whirled and compressed with frantic intensity, exuding an aura of annihilation. The surrounding light was distorted and devoured, as if a miniature black hole had emerged in that space. Hell, flame, absolute, void, slash. Ugrix exhausted all his life force, unleashing his strongest and final strike of his life. A pitch-black sword ray, honed to perfection, seemed to rend the very fabric of space, carrying the essence of destruction as it cleaved toward Bai Zhao. Simultaneously, Bai Zhao's eyes sparkled with heightened brilliance. Condense. The expansive, radiant soul thunder prison suddenly contracted. Countless soul arcs of boundless thunderous sword intent surged toward the long sword in his grasp, as if drawn by an invisible force. The once ancient long sword was now entirely enveloped in an indescribable luminosity. No longer merely azure, it was now a sword of azure light, infused with intricate thunder patterns, seemingly composed of pure soul lightning. The space surrounding the sword began to subtly distort and tremble, emanating a terrifying wave capable of obliterating all, compressing the entirety of the domain's power into a single strike. In the next moment, two figures, wielding their utmost strengths, transformed into two blazing streaks of light, colliding fiercely. Moments earlier, on the west side of Greystone Fortress, the encampment of the Goblin army stationed at Greystone Fortress stretched for miles, filled with tents and campfires. The turmoil within the city had already alarmed the goblins here. After an initial chaos, the garrison quickly began to assemble under the commands and organization of various goblin officers. But just then, a chilling and hurried horn sounded throughout the goblin camp. Following that, the ground trembled violently, and a deep rumble approached. Enemy attack. Cavalry. An experienced goblin centurion turned pale instantly. Form ranks. Quick, form ranks. Goblin officers roared hoarsely, whipping those soldiers attempting to retreat with their whips. Yet, it was all too late. Boom! A torrent of cavalry, crackling with lightning, appeared before the goblin camp. At the forefront was a figure clad in silver armor and white robes, wielding a long spear wreathed in lightning. It was Su Jin, the commander of the Infinity City Cavalry. Behind him, a full 1,000 Azure Thunder cavalrymen formed a spearhead formation. These elite cavalry, at around the 4th tier, were now under Su Jin's command. Their bodies enveloped in a haze of lightning that seemed to coalesce into a single entity, their momentum subtly surpassing their own tier. Thunderbolt charge. With a single command from Su Jin, the spear tips of all Azure Thunder cavalrymen ignited with blinding electric light, as a surge of energy was channeled into their steeds. The warhorses neighed, their galloping speed soaring once more. The cavalry unit seemed to transform into a thick bolt of blue lightning, crashing down upon the goblin camp. Chapter 38. The four armies break the enemy camp. A massive explosion shakes the battlefield. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar of the lightning explosion, the hastily erected wooden barricades within the camp were reduced to mere splinters before the onslaught of iron hooves and cavalry spears. Goblin soldiers wielding inferior knives and shields, attempting to stand against the tide, were instantly mangled by the violent impact, sent flying, their bodies crushed into pulp beneath the relentless iron hooves that followed. Wherever the cavalry passed, they left behind a wide path paved with blood and shattered flesh. Even more terrifying was the crackling field of static electricity left in the wake of the cavalry's charge. Those goblins fortunate enough to escape direct impact would convulse and fall into a state of paralysis upon contact, only to be mercilessly harvested by the cavalry that followed. Block them. Fire arrows. Fire arrows. A goblin centurion bellowed desperately, attempting to rally the archers for a counterattack. Scattered arrows flew toward the torrent of cavalry, but were deflected by an invisible shockwave the moment they came close. Cyclone barrier. The Azure Thunder cavalrymen brandished their long spears, creating circular gusts that not only deflected arrows but also slowed down the nearby goblin infantry, as if they had sunk into a quagmire. Charge. Break through. Charge again. Su Jin and his Azure Thunder cavalrymen were like an unyielding thunderous warhammer, shattering the formations the goblins desperately tried to organize, time and time again. The goblin camp fell into utter chaos, with green-skinned creatures scattering in panic. Some scattered goblin wolf cavalry mustered their courage to attempt a flank attack, but before the well-trained, well-equipped Azure Thunder cavalrymen wielding lightning skills, these few, poorly equipped goblin riders were as fragile as paper, easily toppled in a single encounter. Hold the line. Hold the line. A goblin officer's words were cut short as an arrow infused with wind and thunder pierced through his throat with deadly accuracy. Thunderstorm, arrow rain. The sharp whistle of the piercing arrow sliced through the air. A massive arrow, seemingly forged from wind and thunder, trailed a long tail of flames as it whistled into the densest area of the goblins. Boom! The arrow exploded with a thunderous crack. It transformed into a rain of fine lightning arrows, descending like a torrential downpour, covering an area of several dozen meters. The stench of charred flesh instantaneously filled the air. Chasing Cloud and his 20 wind-splitting archers occupied the top of a relatively intact arrow tower, drawing their long bows. Each shot was precise and lethal. Their ordinary shots already rivaled the piercing arrows of elite archers, while their eagle-eyed precision left the goblin officers attempting to command with nowhere to hide. Kill. Muyang, wielding a long halberd, led 20 Jinhua halberd guards and several hundred great halberd warriors, crashing into the fray like a torrent of steel, sweeping through the ranks. Muyang took the lead, his halberd whirling, creating a flurry of afterimages, as several bulky goblins standing in his way, along with their shields, were swept away. Behind him, the Jinhua halberd guards were even more terrifying, clad in heavy armor, their halberds slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Ordinary goblin weapons barely sparked against them, while their counterattacks could effortlessly cleave through goblins' rudimentary shields and the bodies behind them. Halberd blade storm. A Jinhua halberd guard roared, spinning his halberd at high speed, forming a 3-meter-wide wheel of death, shredding any goblins that came too close to pieces. Ground-shaking wave. The formation of great halberd warriors slammed their halberds into the ground in unison, sending 3 visible shockwaves forward, cracking the earth beneath them, causing many goblins to lose their balance, toppling over, and were instantly slaughtered by the charging halberd warriors. Here I come. Did you miss me, brother Ho? Ha ha. A hearty and robust voice rang out as Su Jin and several hundred heavy shield soldiers appeared on the battlefield. Resonant shield strike. The front line of heavy shield soldiers struck their shields against the ground in unison, sending shockwaves forward that disoriented the goblins attempting to breach the line, causing their formations to collapse. Holy Silver Barrier. Su Jin and the mithril heavy shield soldiers beside him activated their skills simultaneously, their tower shields glowing with silver runes, forming a solid defensive area. Allies within the area were enveloped in a faint silver aura, noticeably feeling lighter and significantly bolstered against the sporadic magical attacks. Su Jin's cavalry was responsible for breaking through and causing chaos, while Muyang's halberd soldiers focused on assaulting and dismantling the enemy formations to expand their gains. The archers of Chasing Clouds are tasked with long-range suppression and the elimination of high-value targets, while the shield soldiers of Su Jin are responsible for fortifying the front lines and advancing steadily. The 4 commanders, each leading an elite unit, have formed a highly efficient and lethal synergy on the battlefield. The Goblin Army, which initially held an overwhelming numerical advantage, has utterly collapsed due to inadequate preparation, chaotic command, and relentless assaults from the elite forces. What was supposed to be a battle resembled more a one-sided massacre. With the catastrophic defeat of the Western Camp's garrison, the scales of victory have irrevocably tilted in favor of humanity on the Greystone Fortress battlefield. A deafening roar erupted, as if the very world were being torn asunder. Amidst the ruins, the collision of blue and black light erupted, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun. A terrifying shockwave of energy surged outward with an unstoppable force. At the site of the former fortress, the remnants of the surviving walls were instantaneously reduced to dust, the earth scraped away in layers, forming an ever-expanding circular impact crater. Even the distant goblin camp, engulfed in battle, was momentarily stunned by this catastrophic spectacle, causing both sides to involuntarily cease their actions, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. The brilliance persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Smoke and dust enveloped everything, shrouding the gray stone fortress. In the heart of the fortress, whether it be the human soldiers engaged in combat or the fleeing goblins, all instinctively halted, their gazes drawn to the epicenter of the energy explosion. A deathly silence descended upon the battlefield. The wind swept through the ruins, the dust slowly clearing. A figure stood atop the scorched earth, gradually becoming discernible. Chapter 39, The Fall of the Sword Saint. The Greystone Fortress changes hands. A massive pit, still emitting wisps of smoke and a charred scent, emerged in the area that once housed the fortress. The soil along the edge of the pit gleamed with a glassy sheen, a harrowing testament to the dual forces of extreme heat and powerful energy impact. Amidst the distorted heat waves and residual energy aura, the figure finally became clear. The azure sword attire had dimmed to the point of near extinction, akin to a solitary candle flickering in the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. The once vibrant flashes of electricity had dwindled to mere sporadic sparks. The figure's owner leaned heavily on his sword, its tip embedded deep into the charred ground. He stood tall, his chest rising and falling slightly. It was Bai Xiao. Not far in front of him, a broken body lay amidst the rubble. It was Ugluk. The goblin commander's armor lay shattered, revealing a charred, withered form. His right hand, along with the massive black blade, had vanished without a trace, while the edge of his severed right shoulder was smooth as glass, still harboring a faint trace of azure thunder. Ugluk's remaining left eye struggled to open a narrow slit, reflecting the image of Bai Xiao, as well as the sky behind him beginning to pale. A raspy sound escaped his throat, as if attempting to utter words, but only bubbles and blood froth emerged. Ultimately, he managed to twitch the corner of his mouth, resembling a smile, yet more akin to a sigh. Alas, the faint whisper dissipated in the wind, and his singular eye lost its glimmer entirely. The northern commander of the Goblin Kingdom, the Sword Saint Ugluk, had fallen. Witnessing the demise of his adversary, Bai Xiao's taut resolve seemed to reach its limit. His body swayed violently, his arm trembling as it leaned on the sword, and his knees buckled, threatening to bring him to the ground. At that moment, a steady and strong hand gently supported him. Bai Xiao paused, slightly turning his head to see the newcomer. Su Jin had appeared behind him, that gentle palm steadying his faltering form. Our great contributor cannot fall here in such an unceremonious manner. Su Jin's voice, laced with a hint of light-hearted mirth, shattered the oppressive silence of the place. Bai Xiao remained silent, merely straightening his back with renewed effort, extracting his sword from the ground, and regaining his grip. A faint cough escaped Bai Xiao, a trickle of blood staining his lips, which he discreetly wiped away with the back of his hand as he sheathed his sword. Su Jin seemed oblivious to this, continuing, "You have completed your task excellently. With Ugluk dead, the fate of the Greystone Fortress is sealed. Now, we await Mu Yang and the others to clean up the aftermath. My lord, I can still fight." Bai Xiao's voice emerged, though lacking its usual sharpness, now tinged with hoarseness. "I know," Su Jin replied with a smile, his gaze drifting toward the distance where the clamor of battle had begun to wane, suggesting an impending conclusion. "But for now, you need to rest. The future of Infinite City still requires you. Moreover, you must trust our comrades." Bai Xiao remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. He understood that Su Jin spoke the truth. His current condition was, indeed, ill-suited for combat. To push on would only render him a burden. A moment later, my lord, several figures hastened toward them, the four commanders, including Mu Yang of the whole army, who had concluded the battle at the western camp. They had witnessed Ugluk's corpse at the center of the ruins, and upon observing Bai Xiao's weakened state, expressions of astonishment and admiration graced their faces. The battle at the western camp had come to a close. Under the combined assault of the four elite units, the goblin garrison's resistance had been effortlessly torn asunder, akin to paper. As the battle wore on, it had devolved into a mere chase and slaughter. The goblins' numerical superiority had proven meaningless against the stark disparity in combat strength and the formidable tactical coordination. "I told you, Brother Bai Xiao would be just fine." Shi Yan recalled the formidable Ugluk at the center of the ruins, his voice resonating with evident admiration. That fellow looked fearsome, yet he was cleaved down by Brother Bai Xiao. Chasing Clouds sheathed his longbow and bowed to Su Jin. "My lord, the west has been cleared. We have captured approximately 1,000 goblin prisoners, while the majority have been annihilated, with a few fleeing. Our forces are in pursuit." His tone retained its characteristic aggressiveness. Beside him, Mu Yang added, "My unit has commenced a thorough assessment of the battlefield, tallying casualties and spoils. There remains sporadic resistance within the fortress, but it has been addressed. His meticulous nature was evident. Bai Jun regarded Bai Xiao with a gentle expression tinged with concern. "My lord Bai Xiao, are you well?" Bai Xiao shook his head slightly. "No harm done." Su Jin patted Bai Xiao's shoulder, indicating he could relax, then turned to the four commanders. "Excellent. Muyang, take a contingent of halberdiers and heavy shield soldiers, and coordinate with Su Jin to continue the eradication of the remaining enemies within the fortress. Expedite the process and ensure complete control of the Greystone Fortress before dawn." "Understood." Muyang and Su Jin replied in unison. "Bai Jun, your cavalry shall secure the perimeter, pursuing the fleeing goblins to prevent them from relaying messages or regrouping for a counterattack." "At your command." Bai Jun bowed. "Chasing clouds, your archers must occupy the high ground, monitoring the entire battlefield to provide timely support to the cleanup forces." "Understood." Chasing clouds nodded. With the orders dispatched, the four commanders sprang into action. Muyang and Su Jin led their troops to conduct a final sweep of the remaining resistant forces within the Greystone Fortress. The sounds of battle and clashing weapons echoed sporadically once more, though the scale and intensity were far diminished. Meanwhile, Su Jin guided Bai Xiao toward the makeshift command post erected at the edge of the ruins. Time flowed steadily. In the eastern sky, a hint of pale light began to emerge. The first rays of dawn pierced the darkness enveloping the land, illuminating the battle-scarred Greystone Fortress. Amidst the shattered walls, charred earth, scattered weapons, and the Infinite City flag fluttering at the highest point of the ruins, soldiers of Infinite City could be seen scouring the battlefield and patrolling vigilantly. The sporadic resistance within the fortress had been entirely quelled. Muyang and Su Jin approached Su Jin to report, their armor stained with blood. Yet their eyes shone brightly with resolve. "My lord, all resistance within Greystone Fortress has been eradicated, and it is now firmly under our control." Su Jin nodded, casting his gaze towards the sun gradually rising on the horizon. The golden rays dispelled the last remnants of gloom, illuminating his countenance. The morning light bestowed a warm, golden hue upon the fortress, which had recently endured a baptism of blood and fire. Taking a deep breath, Su Jin stifled the tumultuous emotions within him. After a night of fierce battle, they had triumphed over formidable foes, and this steadfast bastion, guarding the southern passage of the Nigu Forest, was now a possession of Infinite City. "Let us proceed." Su Jin addressed the assembly to inspect our spoils. He took the lead, stepping forth, with Bai Xiao and the others silently following. The sunlight thoroughly banished the darkness, illuminating the fortress that had suffered devastation yet now embraced renewal. Greystone Fortress, once a stronghold of goblins, would henceforth bear the emblem of Infinite City. A new chapter was slowly unfolding upon this bloodstained land. Chapter 40, Twilight Forest. The Wrath of Bashaka. To the north of Greystone Fortress, at the farthest reaches of the vast sunset plains, lay an immense forest, which served as the final sanctuary of the elven race in the world of Yatterland, the Twilight Forest. Unlike the recently quelled flames of battle at Greystone, a fierce conflict was currently taking place here. Verdant vines entwined with whistling arrows, as the forces of nature clashed violently with bloodthirsty savagery. Roar! A colossal goblin, towering over 3 meters, swung a massive stone club, shattering the hastily conjured barrier of an elven warrior, sending splinters flying. Amidst the chaos, 3 arrows, shimmering with a pale green light, struck true into its eye sockets and throat. The giant goblin's immense form crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, more goblin wolf riders and various summoned creatures surged forward like a relentless tide against the elven defenses, which were fortified by ancient trees and the terrain. Elven warriors, agile and graceful, executed their movements with lethal precision. Each draw of the bow and swing of the sword was imbued with deadly intent. However, the goblins were simply too numerous and displayed a reckless disregard for life, pressing forward in relentless waves. Before the front line, a thick layer of corpses, both elven and goblin, accumulated, saturating the air with the pungent scent of blood mingling with the essence of foliage. "Hold fast. We must not allow these filthy creatures to defile our homeland." An elder, his hair as white as snow, stood atop a branch of a towering ancient tree, his staff glowing softly as he healed the wounded below, all the while calmly directing the battle. Despite the elves' steadfast resistance, bolstered by their intimate knowledge of the forest and their exceptional skills, the front line continued to slowly retreat under the overwhelming pressure of the goblin horde, led by their king, Bashaka, who exhibited unprecedented might. Deep within the Twilight Forest lay the elven royal court. The atmosphere in the council chamber, nestled among the boughs of the Tree of Life, was tense. A large leaf emitted a gentle light, illuminating the vine-woven round table where several elven elders were gathered. Their brows were knitted, etched with persistent worry. "The pressure from the front lines is mounting. It appears Bashaka is determined to consume us." One elder responsible for military affairs spoke gravely. "We have already committed the royal guard, yet the goblins' assault remains ferocious, and casualties rise daily. We must hold our ground. The Twilight Forest is our final refuge. It must not fall into the hands of those filthy goblins," another elder asserted resolutely. "What do you make of the news brought back by Leola and her companions?" A relatively young female elder, Arella, suddenly spoke, breaking the oppressive silence. She glanced at Leola, who stood nearby, her expression complex. Leola stepped forward and bowed slightly. Esteemed elders, I reiterate, the human city I encountered in the Nigu forest possesses military strength far beyond our comprehension. Their soldiers are well-trained, equipped with superior gear, and exhibit remarkable tactical execution, even capable of effortlessly vanquishing waves of monsters of equivalent rank. Their lord, Su Jin, though youthful, is equally unfathomable. As her words concluded, a murmur of discussion rippled through the assembly. Humans? Leola, are you certain you did not err? Questioned a seasoned elder skeptically. Humans have always been weak. Even if a few strong individuals emerge, they are mostly solitary wanderers. When have they ever boasted such a formidable legion? Indeed, could it be a misperception? Or perhaps merely an illusion? Leola felt a wave of helplessness. She understood her kin's entrenched perceptions of humanity would be challenging to alter. She could only strive to convey the gravity of her message concerning their survival. Elders, I swear by the honor of Sindor, every word is true. It is no illusion. Those powerful armies possess the strength to alter the tide of battle. Their leader can unleash power far beyond that of a typical silver rank. Enough, Leola. The chief elder raised a hand to quell the debate, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on Leola. At this juncture, arguing the existence of humans is futile. We do not even know if they are friend or foe. Our immediate priority is to counter Bashaka's onslaught. As for that human city, I will dispatch someone to verify. But until then, we must rely on ourselves. Leola opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent, resigning to her seat. She watched as the elders resumed their discussion on how to allocate forces to reinforce their defenses, her mind lingering on the cold walls and formidable soldiers of Infinite City. A premonition coursed through her. Perhaps the elders' decisions would cause them to miss a crucial opportunity, leading to irreparable consequences. Meanwhile, at the front line of the Twilight Forest, within the command center of the Goblin Army, a gigantic tent housed Bashaka, the Goblin King, whose imposing figure was cloaked in dark, gleaming armor. He scrutinized the sand table before him, where markers representing the elven defenses stubbornly remained at the edge of the Twilight Forest. The elves' resistance was far more tenacious than he had anticipated, which vexed him. He had assumed that the sheer might of his army would swiftly crush these self-proclaimed elegant pointy-eared beings. At that moment, the tent flaps were flung open violently, and a goblin scout, tasked with communications, rushed in, visibly agitated. My king, urgent news from the north. Bashaka halted, his crimson eyes narrowing, the atmosphere within the tent seemingly thickening. Speak. Greystone Fortress has fallen. The commander Ugluk is dead. The scout's voice trembled, struggling to convey the dire news. What? Bashaka's voice rose sharply as he stepped forward, his immense shadow engulfing the scout completely. What did you say? Ugluk is dead? We lost Greystone Fortress. Who did this? Ugluk was one of his strongest commanders. The title of Sword Saint was not merely a moniker. Greystone Fortress was a formidable bastion guarding the northern passage. How could it simply be lost? It was humans. An army of humans we have never seen before. They breached Greystone Fortress overnight. Commander Ugluk fought valiantly, but perished. The scout stammered, his fear palpable under Bashaka's intense scrutiny. Humans? Bashaka paused, disbelief etched across his features. Merely humans. How could this be possible? He fixed his gaze intently on the scout. Are you certain it was humans? Not some trick of the elves? The scout knelt, shaking his head fervently. It was undoubtedly humans. They wore armor we have never encountered and wielded strange weapons, displaying immense power. Bashaka fell into a contemplative silence. Those humans were small and cunning. Although they occasionally posed minor annoyances, they had always been trifles. A human army capable of breaching the Greystone Fortress was utterly beyond his comprehension. How dare those accursed humans jeopardize the grand designs of this king overnight? Bashaka roared, his fist crashing down upon a nearby stone table, which immediately shattered into fragments. The other goblin commanders within the tent trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Taking a deep breath, Bashaka suppressed the fury boiling within him, aware that this was not the moment for rage. The fall of Greystone Fortress signified that his royal city was now exposed to enemy threats. If the elves of the Twilight Forest were not dealt with swiftly, he would find himself beset on all sides. Send the orders. Bashaka's voice, cold as if emerging from the depths of hell, commanded Grom, the captain of the royal guards, to hold the city at all costs for 3 months. Within these 3 months, I shall flatten the Twilight Forest and return to crush those damned humans into a fine paste. At your command. The goblin commanders replied, as if granted a reprieve. Bashaka waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Silence enveloped the tent once more, save for the sound of his heavy breathing. He approached the edge of the tent, lifting the curtain and gazing upon the distant Twilight Forest swaying amidst the flames of war, his blood-red eyes glinting with a thirst for carnage. Humans and elves, await your doom. The world of Adraland shall ultimately bow before the goblins. Chapter 41, The Winds of Sunset. The Goblin Royal City. A colossal fortress that had consumed nearly 2 decades of the goblin race's toil, was constructed from the bones of unknown behemoths and dark stone. Situated in the heart of the Sunset Plains, it lacked the majestic splendor perceived by human eyes, yet exuded a raw, heart-stirring grandeur. Towering walls loomed high, with menacing crossbows lining the parapets, resembling an ancient beast poised to devour all in its path, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. At this moment, atop the highest watchtower of the royal city, Grom, the captain of the royal guards, gazed out over the landscape. His physique was robust, every muscle seemingly forged from steel, rippling with explosive power. His remaining eye, keen as a hawk's, surveyed the desolate expanse beyond the walls. Just days prior, he had personally delivered urgent military intelligence from the north to the king's personal guards for dispatch to the front lines of the Twilight Forest. Yet even now, the content of that intelligence felt absurd. Greystone Fortress? That pompous fool, Ugluk, is dead? Grom muttered under his breath, his tone laced with complexity. Although he had found Ugluk's pretentiousness irksome, the latter's strength was undeniable, and Greystone Fortress served as the most vital bastion to the north of the royal city. How could it have fallen to humans in a single night? His perception of humanity was still tethered to the notion of weak, cunning pests that occasionally caused trouble but could never threaten the foundation of the royal city. Yet now, these insects had not only uprooted the fortress, but had also slain the sword master Ugluk. Humph, a bunch of lucky scoundrels. Grom spat, a fierce glare crossing his face. Even if they breached Greystone Fortress, what of it? This is the royal city, the heart's blood of King Bashakar, the very foundation of the goblin race. Now, the king's order was clear: hold the city at all costs. He turned abruptly to face the assembled elite goblin guards behind him, his voice resonating like a thunderous drum. Listen well. King Bashakar commands us to hold the city for 3 months, regardless of the tricks those humans may play. They must be kept at bay beyond our walls until our king has crushed the Twilight Forest and returns in triumph. A roar erupted from the guards as they raised their weapons in solemn acknowledgement. Reinforce the defenses, double the patrols, ensure that our crossbows and catapults are polished and ready to greet any guests. Grom barked, his gaze sweeping over a particular goblin below the walls. Furthermore, select 2,000 of our finest wolf riders. A cunning goblin, adorned with a wolfskin hat, stepped forward. Captain, Grog. Grom fixed his gaze upon him. You will take these 2,000 wolf riders and immediately head north. Remember, do not engage the humans directly. Your task is to harass and delay. Like a pack of wolves, you must incessantly nip at their heels, exhausting them and slowing their advance toward the royal city. Keep a close watch on their movements. Report any disturbances at once. Understood, Captain. I shall ensure those humans know no peace. Grog grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, his eyes glimmering with a lust for blood. As Grog swiftly departed with the wolf riders, Grom turned his attention back to the north, his expression darkening. He did not believe the humans capable of breaching the royal city, yet he must carry out the king's orders to ensure absolute security. These 3 months would prove to be the most critical juncture for the royal city. Meanwhile, at Greystone Fortress, this newly acquired city was rapidly rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. The damaged walls were swiftly mended by craftsmen, and the banners of the Infinite City replaced the goblin totems, fluttering proudly atop the highest point of the city. Soldiers patrolled diligently, vigilance at an all-time high, as structures once belonging to the goblins were cleared and remodeled, everything falling into meticulous order. Within the Lord's Manor, Su Jin stood before a massive sand table map, his fingers gliding slowly over the vast expanse between Greystone Fortress and the Goblin Royal City. My lord, the defensive fortifications of Greystone Fortress have been preliminarily completed, and resource allocation has been finalized, Mu Yang reported diligently as he entered the room. He had been appointed as the temporary commander of Greystone Fortress, responsible for its defense and logistics. Su Jin nodded, his gaze unwavering from the sand table. Mu Yang, I entrust Greystone Fortress to you. It is a pivotal foothold within the Goblin territory, as well as our future base of advancement. It must be held steadfastly. I understand. And I shall not fail your expectations, Mu Yang responded gravely. Su Jin's attention shifted to Huijun. Huijun present. Huijun stepped forward. News has arrived. The Goblin King Bashakar has granted us 3 months, Su Jin said, a knowing smile curving his lips. He intends to deal with the elves first before returning to settle accounts with us. A commendable plan, but regrettably, I never adhere to the scripts written by my adversaries. He fixed Huijun with a piercing gaze. I will expand the ranks of the Thunderstorm Cavalry to 2,000 within half a month. 2,000. Huijun exclaimed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, quickly replaced by excitement. If the Thunderstorm Cavalry could indeed be bolstered to such numbers, the vast plains of the north would become their hunting grounds. Precisely, 2,000, Su Jin replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. I require a formidable mobile force to transform the territory between Greystone Fortress and the Goblin Royal City into our Infinite City's racetrack. Since Bashakar desires to deal with the elves at ease, I shall set his backyard ablaze. Understood, Huijun declared resolutely. Within half a month, 2,000 Thunderstorm Cavalry will be combat ready. Excellent. Su Jin clapped Huijun on the shoulder. Once the expansion is complete, Your task will be to sweep the area clean. Eliminate all goblin strongholds, tribes, and roving bands within this region. I want the Goblin Royal City to become a true island, where Grom can only watch helplessly without daring to step beyond the city gates. At your command. Su Jin's eyes sparkled with the promise of thunderous energy. Beside him, Su Jin rumbled in a deep voice, "My lord, what about me? What shall I and my shield-bearer brothers do?" Su Jin smiled. "Su Jin, you and your comrades will remain at Greystone Fortress for the time being to assist Mu Yang in fortifying the defenses. Be patient. Once Su Jin has cleaned the perimeter, there will be plenty of tough battles for you to engage in." Very well. I will be waiting." Su Jin chuckled, scratching the back of his head. With the orders issued, the war machine of the Infinite City revved into action once more. Mu Yang fortified the defenses at Greystone Fortress and reorganized its internal structure, while Su Jin, with Su Jin's backing, commenced the expansion and the campaign against the goblins. Chapter 42, Thunderstorms Sweeping the Caverns. A New Tide. Half a month later. In the northern expanse of the Twilight Plains, a thunderous rumble echoed. A formidable torrent of 2,000 Azure Thunder Cavalry surged across the vast plain. Clad in resplendent azure armor that shimmered with electric brilliance, their steeds seemed to be imbued with the very essence of thunder, their hooves pounding the ground with a sound reminiscent of tempestuous storms. The lances they wielded stood like a forest, their tips crackling with perilous arcs of electricity, rendering the entire regiment a moving tempest, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Leading the charge was Commander Hua, his battle lance pointed forward, his once gentle visage now etched with an air of deadly intent. Ahead, a goblin patrol was spotted, numbering around 100 wolf riders. The reconnaissance cavalry reported with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Commander Hua commanded the charge, his lance thrusting forward. Boom! 2,000 cavalrymen spurred their mounts into action, resembling a deluge of thunderous rivers unleashed upon the panicked goblin wolf riders. The hooves, cloaked in lightning, effortlessly tore through the goblins' rudimentary leather armor and shields. In the instant of contact, chaos ensued, bodies were thrown, and bones were shattered. The residual electric field along the path of the charge rendered the luckless goblins paralyzed, only to be mercilessly trampled by the following iron hooves. Within a mere encounter, the Wolf Rider squad dispatched by Card to harass and delay was obliterated, leaving naught but a field strewn with mangled flesh and debris. This was merely the beginning. In the days that followed, Commander Hua, leading this unprecedentedly powerful Azure Thunder Cavalry, meticulously swept through the northern twilight plains like a comb through hair. A goblin outpost, still attempting to organize a defense, was directly pierced by the thunderous charge, with the ensuing vortex blades sweeping the remaining resistors into the storm's heart, shredding them to pieces. A small goblin tribe, hidden in a valley, had barely detected the human cavalry's presence before being annihilated by a descending thunderbolt that cleaved the ground asunder. Faced with sporadic arrows, the cavalrymen needed no deliberate defense. The gusts from their hurricane barriers effortlessly deflected the projectiles while simultaneously stalling the encroaching foes. Efficient and lethal, their momentum was unstoppable. Wherever the Azure Thunder Cavalry passed, goblin strongholds were uprooted, tribes obliterated, and scattered forces exterminated. The Wolf Riders, whom Grom had high hopes for and dispatched for harassment, found themselves unable to even approach the main force before being cut down in a brutal onslaught. The news surged back to the Goblin King's city like a flurry of snowflakes. Report. Lord Karg's first Wolf Rider squad has lost contact. Report. The Northwind outpost has been destroyed. The garrison is completely annihilated. Report. The Blackstone tribe has been obliterated, trampled by human cavalry. Report. Commander, those human cavalry are too swift, too powerful. Our Wolf Riders cannot withstand them. They are advancing towards the King's city. Grom stood atop the high tower, his complexion pale, fists clenched so tightly they cracked. In a mere fortnight, he had lost nearly all of the 2,000 elite Wolf Riders he deployed, and the northern defensive positions lay in ruins. Those human cavalry moved like a relentless plague, sweeping through one area before immediately lunging at the next. Their speed so staggering that he couldn't even organize an effective interception. He had initially intended to ascertain the human strengths and weaknesses before personally leading his troops to teach them a lesson. But now, as he gazed at the increasingly horrifying intelligence brought back by scouts and the obliterated strongholds marked on the map, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. 2,000. At least 2,000 fourth-tier heavy cavalry imbued with the power of lightning. And who could explain how heavy cavalry could charge with such rapidity? It defied all logic. The sheer number of these formidable cavalry was sufficient to shatter his infantry formations in a frontal assault. Even his pride, the Royal City's guard, would likely face dire consequences in a clash with such a cavalry on the plains. Send the word down. Grom's voice was hoarse, tinged with an imperceptible tremor of dread. Close all city gates. All troops, remain within the city. Heighten defenses. No one is permitted to leave without my command. He stared intently to the north, as if he could see the raging storm clouds wreaking havoc. Damn humans, you shall pay dearly when King Bashaka returns. In that moment, Grom was stripped of his previous confidence. He could only choose to secure the city gates and huddle within the royal city, praying for King Bashaka to swiftly deal with the elves and return to their aid. For the first time, the once indomitable Goblin King's city felt the chilling and formidable threat looming from beyond its walls. The scales of war, in silence, had begun to tip. The conflict on the Twilight Plains spread like ripples from a stone cast into a lake, its impact radiating far beyond Su Jin's expectations. The Infinite City army conquered Greystone Fortress, followed by Commander Hor leading the 2,000 Azure Thunder Cavalry in a sweeping campaign across the northern plains. The sound of their triumph resonating like thunder throughout the surrounding regions of the Twilight Plains. Have you heard? Greystone Fortress, the largest goblin stronghold to the north, has been toppled by the Infinite City. Not just toppled. It is said that even that so-called Sword Saint Ugluk was defeated in a single strike by the Lord of Infinite City. Is that true? He is one of the few experts among goblins. Absolutely true. My cousin's second brother-in-law's caravan just returned from there, having witnessed it firsthand. The Infinite City's army is too powerful, and there's more. The Infinite City dispatched 2,000 heavy cavalry, sweeping through all the territory north of the Goblin King's city. Those Goblin Wolf Riders met their demise upon contact. 2,000 heavy cavalry? With lightning? What is the true nature of the Infinite City? It is said that now the Goblin forces in the King's city dare not venture outside. How is that possible? Even when the elf race was at its peak, they could not achieve this. Can humans truly accomplish it? If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself at the Goblin King's city. Such news spread swiftly among various human gathering points, refugee camps, and even some daring caravans. Fear and despair had shrouded this land for far too long. Any hint of human victory was magnified, becoming a beacon of hope in the darkness. The name of Infinite City, having risen abruptly in a short span, was indelibly etched in the hearts of all. Along with this, a tide of people surged forth, carrying with them hope, uncertainty, and aspiration, like a trickling stream converging into a growing current, flowing towards the fluttering banner of Infinite City. Chapter 43, The Infinite City in the Winds of Change. Once, the journey from Infinite City to the outskirts of the Niga Forest required traversing treacherous and perilous woods. But now, a brand new, wide thoroughfare has been forcibly opened. This road, starting from Infinite City, stretches southward, cutting through the once dangerous forested areas, reaching the very edge of the Twilight Plains. This thoroughfare, hastily constructed by the engineering corps working day and night, is wide enough to accommodate 8 large wagons side by side. At this moment, this newly forged highway is bustling with unprecedented activity. Displaced families, faces marked by malnutrition, push creaking unicycles bearing all their belongings. Though their steps may falter, their eyes sparkle with a light named hope. Weary mercenaries and adventurers, clustered in small groups, carry weapons while cautiously surveying their surroundings, whispering of the bounties and various curiosities of Infinite City. Keen-eyed merchants, driving mules laden with goods, wear broad smiles, already calculating how to reap profits in this burgeoning city. Even among the throng are those dressed in relatively fine attire, seemingly scouts or envoys dispatched by some minor faction, blending into the crowd, quietly observing everything. Hurry along. We're nearing the borders of Infinite City. Safety awaits us there. A middle-aged man urged his wife and children behind him, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet unable to conceal his excitement. Father, is it true what they say about Infinite City? That there is food and shelter, and we need not fear goblins? A slender boy looked up, his face alight with curiosity. It must be true, the man replied, pointing at a nearby squad of soldiers clad in armor, his tone filled with reverence. Did you see those armored soldiers on the road? They say they are the city guard. With their presence, no monster dares to approach. The city guard was a force specifically established by Su Jin to maintain order within the territory. Most of its members were recruited from the refugee camps and from among the humans who congregated from various regions of Audilon, having passed through stringent selection. As the influence of Infinite City expanded to the outskirts of the Twilight Plains, their patrol routes extended to this newly opened life corridor. These well-equipped and disciplined soldiers instilled a long-lost sense of order and security in every traveler on this road, a rare treasure in this chaotic land. On either side of the road, the sky spy vines, disguised as ordinary plants, silently observed everything and relayed information back to the core of the territory. The Tai Su Ching Mu Palace of Infinite City. Su Jin stood before the glazed windows on the top floor of the Tai Su Ching Mu Palace, gazing down at the bustling city and the thrumming road outside. In just half a month, the resident population of the territory had surged to nearly 130,000, and this number was growing at an astonishing rate. My lord, here are the latest statistics. Li Yi entered, placing a thick report before Su Jin. The former refugee leader and now the chief steward of Infinite City bore a hint of fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. The pressures of managing a camp of hundreds versus a city of tens of thousands, rapidly expanding, were incomparable, yet he relished the challenge. An increase of 235 people, with around 40% being able-bodied laborers. The rest are mostly the elderly, women, and children. Li Yi's voice was steady. As per your directives, all newly settled residents have completed preliminary registration, and they have been assigned to various production roles or basic military training according to their skills and preferences. The refugee camp has been expanded 3 times, yet it remains a bit tight. Su Jin picked up the report, quickly flipping through it, his brow slightly furrowing. The rate of resource consumption has accelerated significantly, hasn't it? Indeed, my lord, Li Yi replied with a wry smile. The consumption of various materials has increased several-fold. Fortunately, we captured a substantial amount of supplies during our conquest of Greystone Fortress. Otherwise, we would be facing shortages by now. That was to be expected. Su Jin set the report down, his fingers lightly tapping the windowsill. Population is the cornerstone of development, but it also poses a tremendous burden. Taking too large a step can easily lead to problems. He pondered for a moment before looking at Li Yi. Convey my orders. 1. The engineering battalion is to operate at full capacity, accelerating the construction of new residential areas to ensure that all settlers have a roof over their heads. 2. The refugee camp will continue to accept newcomers, but must also conduct screening. I shall grant you some authority from the Tai Su Ching Mu Palace to ensure that no malicious elements infiltrate. 3. The administrative office must immediately draft a more comprehensive household registration and taxation system, allocate arable land, and expand the cultivated area. With a growing population, we can no longer manage as we did before. Regulations must be established. Yes, my lord, Li Yi promptly acknowledged, noting the orders meticulously. Su Jin paused before adding, furthermore, allocate secret silver heavy shields and the Jinhua garrison to cooperate with the city guard to strengthen patrols within the city. With a larger populace, it's inevitable that some unscrupulous individuals will attempt to take advantage. We must strike with overwhelming force to quash such threats at the first sign. Understood. Li Yi's spirit lifted at the thought of the silver tier troops joining the city guard. This would undoubtedly solidify the city as security. He turned to relay the commands, but was halted by Su Jin's voice. One last matter. Su Jin's gaze seemed to pierce through the glazed window, gazing into the distance. In the name of the Lord's Manor, announced to the entire city, 2 months from now, Infinite City will hold its first grand military parade. At that time, all legions shall showcase their might. He paused, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. On the day of the ceremony, I shall personally preside over a sublimation ritual. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, nearly doubting his hearing. My lord, in 2 months? Is our time sufficient? Time is ample. Su Jin turned, his expression inscrutable. We need to flex our muscles. First, to instill confidence in the newly arrived residents. Second, to ensure that certain individuals understand the power of Infinite City as preparation for future unification. Moreover, Su Jin's tone lightened somewhat as he continued. I was originally contemplating whether we should first tackle the Goblin King's fortress before proceeding. Little did I expect the elven race to prove so formidable. Elves? Li Yi was more confused than ever. News has come from the shadows, Su Jin elucidated, his mood evidently buoyant. It seems the elven race has stirred up quite a commotion in the Twilight Forest, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Now that Goblin King Bashaka is in a dire predicament, his so-called 3-month plan has been completely thwarted. Perhaps in 3 months, he will still be playing in the mud with the elves in the forest. Hearing of the enemy's misfortunes, Li Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, excellent. Those green-skinned brutes deserve a taste of hardship. He thumped his chest. Rest assured, my lord. I will make the arrangements. I guarantee that 2 months from now, the might of Infinite City will resound throughout the entire Twilight Plains. Watching Li Yi's exuberant retreat, Su Jin's smile gradually faded, and he turned his gaze back to the window, his eyes deep and contemplative. The parade was merely a fade. The true centerpiece was the sublimation ritual. He needed more strength, a more formidable army, not only to conquer the Goblin King's fortress, but to eliminate Bashaka, a persistent threat, and to unify the world of Adelon, thereby advancing to the next stage. Su Jin's gaze seemed to penetrate endless space, settling upon a distant place. Father has at most 3 years left. Thus, I must elevate the territory to the realm of the sea within 2 years. Only then will there be a chance to find the legendary Eternal Flower. Chapter 44. The parade begins. The Divine Palace's martial display. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had quietly passed. Infinite City had shed its initial rawness and haste, blossoming into a scene of thriving prosperity. Inside the city, the newly planned residential areas stood in orderly succession, with wide thoroughfares bustling with traffic and throngs of people weaving through the streets. Various shops lined the avenues, with merchants calling out and children playing, all melding into a vibrant yet cacophonous urban symphony. On this day, the air was thick with an unusual sense of anticipation and excitement. For today marked the commencement of Infinite City's inaugural military parade. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist and illuminated the Lord's Manor in the center of the city, the parade avenue, freshly cleared, teemed with a sea of people. The residents of Infinite City surged eagerly to the sides of the street, vying for the best vantage points to observe the spectacle. Their faces were alight with excitement. Look, it's the Lord. A shout erupted from the crowd, igniting a wave of fervor. There stood Su Jin, clad in military attire. Upon the platform, his posture regal, his specially tailored black uniform enhancing his commanding presence. Li Yi, Muyang, and other military and administrative personnel stood solemnly behind him. After 2 months of consolidation, their strength had steadily risen to the 7th tier, while Bai Xiao, standing beside Su Jin, had reached the threshold of the 9th tier, exuding an aura of formidable power that was hard to gaze upon directly. Muyang, have all arrangements been made? Su Jin's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the assembled legions awaited their cue. Muyang stepped forward, his voice resonating. My lord, the final preparations have been completed, and the formations are in place, ready for inspection at any moment. Upon hearing this, a flicker of a smile graced Su Jin's face. Over the past 2 months, everyone had exerted tremendous effort for this grand military parade. From troop drills to formation rehearsals, every detail was meticulously honed to perfection. The aim was to showcase the true strength of Infinity City to all the newly joined citizens, to unite hearts and instill fear in the hearts of the nefarious. Excellent. Su Jin surveyed his surroundings, filled with confidence and grandeur. He then fixed his gaze into the distance, his voice echoing across the square. The inaugural military parade of Infinity City begins now. A chilling yet powerful horn sounded. On either side of the Grand Avenue, a throng surged, countless eyes eagerly fixed on the front. They are coming. They are coming. A murmur arose from the crowd. The rhythmic sound of marching footsteps grew nearer, resonating in the hearts of all like the beating of drums. The ground seemed to tremble ever so slightly. The first to catch everyone's eye was the impeccably synchronized infantry formation, composed of 1,000 elite heavy shield soldiers. Clad in formidable armor, they held towering shields in their left hands, while their right hands gripped their battle blades. Their steps were steady and powerful, each footfall echoing with a dull thud, as their shields merged into an impenetrable wall of steel, evoking a sense of suffocating pressure merely by sight. Following closely was the elite polearm formation, also numbering 1,000. Their long glaives glimmered with a cold light, their broad blades sharp and pointed towards the heavens, in stark contrast to the steadfastness of the heavy shield soldiers. The polearm warriors moved with agility, their eyes sharp and exuding an aura of relentless aggression. The synchronized long glaives swayed slightly with their strides, resembling a steel forest poised to engulf all in its path. Next came the elite archers formation. 1,000 bowmen donned lightweight standard leather armor, quivers slung across their backs, and longbows in hand. Their steps were light and precise, moving with almost no sound, save for the faint rustle of leather, exuding an air of calm lethality. Boom! A dazzling silver light appeared at the end of the avenue, rapidly expanding. It was the elite Thunderbolt Cavalry. 1,000 cavalry, armored steeds adorned in iron, knights clad in shining silver armor, and wielding long lances emblazoned with lightning motifs. They surged forth like a torrent of steel, the sound of their hooves deafening, akin to the resounding thunder in the skies. The sheer visual and auditory impact was enough to shatter the resolve of the timid. As the disciplined and well-equipped troops marched by, the onlookers, especially those who had recently joined Infinity City, felt their last vestiges of doubt and unease utterly crushed by the overwhelming might of the spectacle, replaced instead by an unprecedented sense of security and pride. This was their new homeland. This was the force that would protect them. In an instant, cheers and shouts erupted, echoing into the heavens. However, just as the crowd's emotions reached a fever pitch, their focus fixated on the marching legions, an unforeseen event transpired. At the city center, the Tai Su Ching Mu Palace suddenly burst forth with blinding radiance. Countless azure leaves, like illuminated lanterns, flickered with emerald brilliance upon the ancient, gnarled trunk. A vast and mysterious power emanated from the Tai Su Ching Mu Palace, spreading outward in all directions. Hum, a long, low hum, reminiscent of ancient echoes, resonated in the air. Then, to the astonishment of all, countless distorted shadows materialized before the parade square. These shadows quickly coalesced, transforming in the blink of an eye into grotesque monsters. Goblins, wolfmen, forest wolves, and even massive, frenzied wild boars surged forth. A tide of creatures so numerous that they nearly filled the entire square. Monsters! They are monsters! A wave of terror-stricken screams erupted from the crowd. Many new citizens turned pale, their legs trembling, instinctively wishing to flee. The haunting memories of past terrors at the hands of goblins surged to the forefront of their minds. However, just as chaos threatened to engulf them, a calm and powerful voice cut through the tumult like a stabilizing anchor. Silence! Su Jin's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across the gathering, imbued with a reassuring strength. From the command platform, Su Jin surveyed the crowd, his gaze tranquil. There is no need for alarm. These are mere phantoms conjured by the Ching Mu Divine Palace, not tangible threats. Today, let you witness firsthand the brilliance of Infinity City. Simultaneously, the Legion formations sprang into action. Without the need for command, the archers at the rear had already drawn their bows. Over 1,000 longbows were drawn taut in unison, the sound of bowstrings tightening merging into a low, ominous hum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was pierced by a flurry of arrows, 1,000 projectiles released simultaneously. Their sharp whistling cutting through the air, leaving a dense trail of afterimages as they soared toward the monstrous shadows in the square. Sky-piercing arrows, a whirlwind of deadly precision. The archers unleashed their most practiced and efficient skill combination. The arrows, enveloped in compressed cyclones, flew at lightning speed, striking their targets in the blink of an eye. Boom! The deafening cacophony of explosive impacts melded into a singular roar as the cyclones carried by the arrows erupted, forming small whirlpools that ensnared the surrounding monsters, tearing them to shreds. In just a single volley, a significant portion of the monstrous horde was obliterated. Countless creatures howled in agony amid the rain of arrows, dissolving into motes of light. The citizens of Infinity City, their expressions of fear not yet fully faded, were instantaneously frozen in place, replaced by an indescribable sense of awe. They gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. That rain of arrows, akin to a calamity descending from the heavens. The sheer efficiency of the slaughter dismantled all their previous notions of archers, and indeed of armies themselves. So this is how archery could be wielded? So this is the extent of a military's might? In the front ranks, a burly mercenary, shouldering a massive shield, instinctively turned to glance at his companion, who also bore a longbow. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately simply raised his hand and gave his comrade a hearty pat on the shoulder. His face a mixture of envy, jealousy, and an indescribable sympathy. His companion was equally dazed, glancing between the miraculous arrow formation before them and his own ordinary longbow, his lips twitching as he silently lowered his head. Yet, the onslaught of monsters conjured by the Tai Su Ching Mu Palace did not cease. As the front phantoms dissipated, more shadows roared and surged from behind, trampling over the remnants of their fallen comrades, continuing their frenzied advance. Chapter 45. The Iron Army's majestic might astounds all. The monsters in the square roared defiantly, charging forward despite the onslaught of arrows. Some goblins, adept at throwing, hurled their bone spears with all their might, slicing through the air toward the military formation. A few ferocious wild boars lowered their heads, tusks glinting ominously, charging like heavy war chariots. Humph! A cold snort emanated from the heavy shield soldiers' formation, unyielding as a fortress. The heavy shield soldiers roared in unison, their massive tower shields slamming down onto the ground, producing a thunderous sound. An energy aura enveloped the shields, rapidly connecting to form an impenetrable barrier of steel. Clang, clang, clang. The bone spears struck the energy aura, producing dull thuds before falling ineffectually, unable to create even the slightest ripple. The onslaught of the wild boars was equally futile. Their tremendous force collided with the shield wall, resulting in a heavy thud, the tremendous recoil leaving them dazed and staggering backward. Resonance shield strike. The heavily armored shield guards seized the opportunity, thrusting their shields forward with great force. A resonant hum echoed as an invisible shockwave fanned out, striking the monsters within a 10-meter radius as if they had been struck by an unseen hammer. Their bodies jolted violently, bones cracking under the unwelcome strain, and they were sent hurtling backward, disintegrating into countless motes of light midair. Behind them, the archers continued their relentless barrage, utilizing rapid-fire techniques to maintain an impressively high rate of attack. The arrows, as if guided by some innate instinct, soared over the shield wall, precisely targeting those unfortunate creatures attempting to circumvent or assault the formation. At that moment, the phalanx of polearm warriors sprang into action. With swift strides, they navigated through the gaps between the shield bearers, surging forward like a powerful tide. The sweeping of 1,000 troops, the armor-piercing spear techniques. The long spears wielded by the polearm warriors sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound. The spearheads tore through the atmosphere, weaving a dense net of death. Whether it was the tough-skinned wild boars or the agile and cunning wolf men, under the tempestuous onslaught of the polearm warriors, they were as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. The archers provided ranged suppression, the shield-bearers held the line steadfastly, and the polearm warriors seized the moment to advance. The seamless cooperation of these three military branches resembled a highly efficient war machine, mercilessly annihilating the ceaseless tide of monsters. Yet, this was not the end. As the polearm warriors tore a breach in the monstrous ranks, the elite Thunderstorm cavalry, which had remained motionless until now, finally moved. With a thunderous charge, 1,000 Thunderstorm cavalry surged forth simultaneously, their iron hooves pounding the ground, producing a sound akin to thunder, causing the earth itself to tremble. They leaned forward, lances held high, their tips crackling with electric energy, resembling true lightning, crashing into the throng of monsters with unstoppable force. The sharp crack of electricity erupted. In the wake of the cavalry's charge, a field of static electricity flickered ominously. Those monsters fortunate enough to evade immediate death from the charge found themselves convulsing in paralysis upon contact with the static field, rendered immobile. As the torrent of iron steeds swept through, monsters fell in droves, as if harvested by an invisible scythe. No force could withstand this overwhelming tide, even the massive, Frenzied wild boars crumpled under the impact of the thunderous assault, their bones shattered and bodies flung aside. In a single charge, the once dense formation of monsters was utterly pierced and torn apart. Hurricane barrier. The cavalry did not pause after their charge. Their lances swept horizontally, creating a swirling wave of air that dispersed scattered ranged attacks, while simultaneously hindering the movements of the remaining monsters, paving the way for final extermination. In an instant, the battle concluded, and the square returned to silence, with only the dissipating motes of energy remaining. Along the sides of the main road, an eerie stillness prevailed. All the new citizens, including those self-proclaimed veterans among mercenaries and adventurers, stood frozen as if under a spell. Although there had been monster sieges at Infinite City before, they had occurred far outside the walls, and the creatures were swiftly eradicated, leaving most to witness nothing of the true intensity. Yet this time, it unfolded before their very eyes, a vast horde of monsters capable of annihilating any small settlement in an instant. In the face of the Infinite City's forces, they were crushed with the ease of a child's play. The archer's rain of arrows, the shield-bearer's steadfast defenses, the polearm warrior's piercing strikes, and the cavalry's thunderous charges. Each military branch displayed breathtaking prowess, their coordination as fluid as flowing water, devoid of any hindrance. What they witnessed was not merely an army. It was a meticulously functioning machine of slaughter. The shock was unparalleled. All prior conjectures and doubts regarding the strength of Infinite City were shattered in that moment. In their place arose profound reverence, alongside an indescribable sense of security and pride. In the front row of the crowd, a burly mercenary, burdened by a massive shield, felt a light tap on his back. Turning to see his archer companion, he pointed at the shield on his back and then gestured towards the shield soldiers in the field. "My heavens, is this the army of Infinite City?" A young mercenary murmured, his eyes alight with fervor. "So powerful. We're saved. We need not change our location again." An elderly woman with gray hair cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clutched her grandson tightly, utterly overwhelmed. "Dad, I want to be a soldier too. I want to be that strong." A slender boy at the forefront of the crowd exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he clenched his small fists. Similar sentiments surged through the throng like a tidal wave. Fear had vanished without a trace, replaced by exhilaration, admiration, and infinite dreams of the future. From the podium, Li Yi observed the fervent reactions of the new citizens below, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Jin beside him, filled with admiration. The practical demonstration of the illusory realm was far more effective than any impassioned speech. What does seeing mean? This is what seeing means. What is absolute strength? This is absolute strength. Meeting the multitude of awestruck gazes below, Su Jin maintained an air of calm, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Excellent. The desired effect has been achieved. This illusory realm is a new ability developed by the Tai Su Ching Mu Palace, after assimilating vast amounts of spiritual and life energy. Combined with the vast information feedback from the sky-peering vine, it can not only simulate environments but also summon virtual adversaries composed of energy for practical training. Today's demonstration was orchestrated with intention. The goal was to instill unwavering faith in the new citizens, demonstrating that Infinite City possesses the power to protect them and the strength to pursue a broader future. And this is merely the beginning. Su Jin's gaze shifted back to the soldiers who had just concluded battle and were reforming their ranks. What lay ahead was the true highlight, the Ascension ceremony. Chapter 46, Divine Revelation. The Golden Tier. In the square beneath the Ascension platform, the participating soldiers gathered. Before long, aside from necessary patrols, the remaining soldiers arrived in succession, swiftly and quietly integrating into their respective formations, enhancing the military's formidable presence. The citizens of Infinite City also congregated at the edge of the square, their eyes fixed upon the Ascension platform. On the platform, Su Jin surveyed the dense throng below, perceiving reverence and belonging on the faces of the citizens, and loyalty and battle spirit in the eyes of the soldiers. He nodded slightly, pleased to find the outcome even better than anticipated. Su Jin spoke, his voice resonating clearly throughout every corner of the square. Today's demonstration is designed to convey that Infinite City has the capacity to protect every loyal citizen. And next, we shall reward those who have demonstrated outstanding merit. His gaze turned to the standing military formation, and he declared, "The Ascension ceremony begins now." As his words fell, the high platform constructed of blue stone at the center of the square glimmered, its edges adorned with runes that ignited with a soft, mysterious glow, emanating a peculiar wave of energy. The soldiers below involuntarily held their breath, their gazes igniting with fervor. Especially those who had accumulated sufficient merit points during previous battles and construction, now having the opportunity to participate in this ascension, trembled with excitement. Who would be the first fortunate soul to receive the Lord's blessing? All eyes instinctively turned to the forefront of the military formation, where a figure stood resolute like an iceberg. "Bai Xiao." Su Jin's voice remained calm and steady. "Here it comes." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Bai Xiao lifted his gaze slightly, a flicker of imperceptible emotion flashing in his profound eyes, quickly vanishing. He stepped forward, his pace rhythmic and unhurried, ascending the Ascension platform. With no superfluous words, Bai Xiao approached Su Jin and knelt on one knee. Su Jin regarded him, a sense of anticipation swelling within him. This individual, despite possessing a rather aloof demeanor, undoubtedly showcases immense strength and potential. It is my fervent hope that this elevation will usher in a true metamorphosis for him. I shall bestow upon you newfound power. Su Jin slowly raised her left hand, concentrating her thoughts. Upon the back of her hand, the enigmatic symbol illuminated once more. The radiance shone more brilliantly than ever before, transforming into a golden beam of light that pierced through the heavens, instantly engulfing Bai Xiao's figure. Buzz! Within the golden column of light, Bai Xiao's body trembled violently. His heart liberated itself, and the azure-blue sword armor, forged from his heart's essence, crackled with arcs of electricity that emitted a deafening, crackling roar. Following this, countless delicate platinum runes emerged from the void, surging into the sword armor with frenzied vigor. Intertwining and merging with its original azure hue, the form of the armor began to undergo drastic alterations, its lines becoming more fluid and ornate. As every detail of the shoulder pads, chest plate, and arm guard seemed meticulously redefined, radiating a chilling metallic sheen and a divine platinum glow. The surface of the armor no longer merely crackled with electricity. It now bore faint patterns of platinum flames, exuding an unsettling and terrifying aura. The sword in his hand underwent a revolutionary transformation as well. Its blade elongated and straightened, taking on an almost translucent platinum hue, as if crafted from an extraordinarily pure crystal. Just when everyone believed the transformation was nearing its conclusion, Bai Xiao slowly levitated, and with a soft hum, the space behind him rippled as if disturbed by water. Tiny particles of pure golden light coalesced from thin air, swiftly weaving together to form a pair of magnificent energy wings. As the wings unfurled, they spanned an impressive 5 to 6 meters. Not composed of physical feathers, but rather comprised of highly condensed platinum energy, their edges flowing with liquid brilliance. Each slight flap seemed to warp the surrounding space, emanating an unmatched might. Beneath the high platform, all present were rendered speechless by this astonishing spectacle. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in Su Jin's mind. It detected that the hero Bai Xiao met the criteria for promotion, and the evolution process commenced. Elevation successful. Bai Xiao, Heroic Soul Sword Master, Silver rank, has successfully ascended to Bai Xiao, Heroic Soul Sword Sovereign, Gold rank. The hero's level has risen to 10. The heroic skill Soul Resonance, Heart Mirror, Soul Substitute, Boundary Break has been enhanced. The range and effect of the heroic aura, Ring of Ashes, have increased. The range and effect of the heroic domain, Radiant Soul Thunder Prison, have been enhanced. A new awakening form, Divine Liberation, has been unlocked. Su Jin's eyes sparkled as she quickly examined Bai Xiao's current status panel. Bai Xiao, Heroic Soul Sword Sovereign, Gold rank. Level, 10. Skills, Soul Resonance, Heart Mirror, Soul Substitute, Boundary Break, Short Range Spatial Leap. Soul Funeral Cataclysm, summons countless souls to form a devastating torrent. Aura, Ring of Ashes. Domain, Radiant Soul Thunder Prison. Description, the leader of the Spirit Pivot lineage, capable of condensing the heart's essence into sword armor through high-frequency soul resonance, mastering the 3 awakening forms of soul liberation, heart liberation, and divine liberation, all attributes enhanced by 500. Exceptionally gifted individuals may gain special abilities, possessing energy wings with a soul pressure density sufficient to warp space. Having been tempered by the power of the Lord, he has transcended into a heroic unit, brimming with potential. Gold rank, level 10. Additionally, he has acquired a powerful skill, Soul Funeral Cataclysm, and the 3rd awakening form, Divine Liberation. All attributes enhanced by 500. Energy wings, spatial distortion. Su Jin's heart raced with excitement. This augmentation was nothing short of extraordinary. Just as Bai Xiao's aura stabilized at the gold rank and the wings fully materialized, a subtle yet distinctly clear vibration unexpectedly resonated from Su Jin's lordly space. It felt as though something within his backpack had come to life, stirring restlessly. Su Jin furrowed her brow, her thoughts shifting. In the next moment, a page gleaming with a metallic sheen emerged from his lordly space, hovering in midair. It was the mysterious metallic page he had acquired upon arriving in this realm, within the cave. Since the previous visit from the elf tribe, there had been some response, but thereafter, it had remained dormant. Yet now, at the precise moment of Bai Xiao's ascension to gold rank, it had seemingly come forth on its own. The metallic page hovered, its surface adorned with intricate, incomprehensible patterns and symbols, now appearing to pulsate with life, flowing gently and radiating a soft, profound luminescence. The light was not blinding, yet it bore an indescribable weight and an expansive aura, as if it transcended the bounds of time and space. A wondrous wave emanated from the page, resonating subtly with the residual golden halo above the platform and the newly acquired gold rank aura enveloping Bai Xiao. Chapter 47. The Echoes of the World. The Cavalry of the Heavenly Edge, Hu Jun. Su Jin gazed at the metallic page suspended in midair, realizing that this was no mere coincidence. Her pupils constricted as a bold hypothesis surged forth. Was this a response from the world? To seemingly validate her conjecture. The brilliance upon the metallic page suddenly surged. A grand and ancient will, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the world, quietly descended. There was no sound, no text. Yet Su Jin comprehended a certain message of celebration. The Audiolon world rejoiced. It celebrated the emergence of a being who had transcended to the gold rank upon this land. For the entire Audiolon world, the birth of the first gold rank powerhouse signified a surge and evolution in the world's very essence. Bai Zhao's ascension was not merely an enhancement of Infinite City's strength, but a monumental contribution to the entire realm. And this mysterious metallic page appeared to serve as the vessel or token of the world's will, activated by Bai Zhao's breakthrough to gold rank. Thus, the truth dawned upon Su Jin, while her heart surged with tumultuous waves. Gold rank could indeed elicit a response at the world level. Or perhaps, the very limit of the Audiolon world itself lay within the silver rank, with the existence threshold of this realm capped at level 9, and now, Bai Zhao had surpassed it. He tentatively extended his hand, yearning to touch the page. The moment his fingertip brushed against it, detection of the world's rule feedback commenced. The territory hero, Bai Zhao, had broken through to the gold rank, propelling the world's evolution process and drawing the essence of the Audiolon world into focus. The world's gifts began to manifest. He received the world's blessing. Within the territory of Infinite City, the yield of food crops increased by 100. The mutation rate of plants improved, and the innate potential of the newborn population was elevated. At that instant, the entirety of Infinite City, all its inhabitants, felt an inexplicable thrill. The sky appeared to stretch even higher. The sunlight shone even more brilliantly, and the energy particles drifting through the air pulsated with unprecedented vigor. Subsequently, the light upon the page gradually receded, reverting to its ancient metallic texture, before gently descending back into Su Jin's hand. All extraordinary phenomena dissipated, as if the grand will of the world had merely been an illusion. Yet Su Jin understood, this was no mere illusion. Infinite City basked in the world's blessings, and its future development would be boundless. At this moment, Bai Zhao also exited the state of divine liberation, standing quietly beside Su Jin. She looked at him, unable to suppress a smile. You truly shine brightly this time. Even the world applauds you. Bai Zhao was taken aback, seemingly perplexed by her jest. It's nothing. Su Jin chuckled lightly. You may withdraw now. Yes, Bai Zhao acknowledged, turning to descend from the elevation platform. The soldiers and citizens below, who had been holding their breath in anticipation, all focused their gaze upon him, their eyes filled with awe, reverence, and even fervor. As Bai Zhao's figure merged back into the ranks, Su Jin's voice resounded once more. Huijun. In the crowd, Huijun's body trembled, and he stepped forward. As he approached the sublimation platform, Huijun lifted his gaze towards Su Jin, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination as he knelt on one knee. My lord. Su Jin nodded, a glimmer of approval in her gaze. Huijun was among the earliest leaders of Infinite City, known for his integrity and gentleness, earning the deep respect of his soldiers. His abilities and loyalty were beyond question. I shall bestow upon you the glory of sublimation. Su Jin's voice remained calm, tinged with anticipation. The symbol on the back of his hand glowed anew, enveloping Huijun in a soft radiance. A hum resonated as the sublimation platform trembled once more. Golden light surging like a tide, gentle yet powerful. Huijun's body quivered slightly. The sound of crisp metal clashing echoed from his armor. Unlike the ferocity exhibited during Bai Zhao's sublimation, Huijun's transformation appeared serene and restrained, the power quietly blossoming in silence. However, this tranquility was short-lived. As the golden light reached its zenith, an unexpected change occurred. The once gentle glow intensified into a blazing brilliance. A violent surge of energy erupted, sweeping across the entire square like a volcanic eruption. Thunder rumbled in the clear sky, an abrupt cacophony that was deafening. The soldiers in the square, including leaders Mu Yang, Shi Yan, and Zhu Yun, felt an overwhelming pressure, as if an invisible mountain weighed heavily on their chests, making it difficult to breathe. What is this? Shi Yan exclaimed, wide-eyed, stammering. Why does this feel so familiar? Not just Shi Yan, but Mu Yang and Zhu Yun were momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed upon Huijun. The soldiers below erupted into a clamor, astonished murmurs spreading like a tidal wave. Another one? Could it be that Leader Hua is also? My heavens, what is happening with our lord? Within the pillar of light, Huijun's form underwent a dramatic transformation. Su Jin's brows twitched involuntarily. Having just witnessed the emergence of a golden champion, yet another hero ascends? Even he found the frequency somewhat absurd. Would others think he was cheating? On the platform, the golden energy enveloping Huijun seemed to find an outlet, igniting violently, as if infused with a special catalyst. His armor no longer merely exuded a metallic luster. It began to shimmer with a soft golden glow, intricate patterns of wind elements and lightning runes weaving across its surface, solidifying into a brand new design. The spear in his hand thrummed with energy, elongating as its metallic tip appeared to stretch under some unseen force, exuding arcs of dangerous lightning and soft azure wind blades, releasing a terrifying aura that merged the swiftness of wind and the ferocity of thunder. A peculiar hum echoed again, and a vague, colossal banner materialized behind Su Jin, its surface seemingly alive with swirling clouds and flickering lightning, radiating an air of command over 1,000 troops. Detected that Unit Su Jin meets the potential for hero promotion. Evolution points consumed, sublimation initiated. Sublimation successful. Leader Su Jin, Skycloud Knight, has successfully ascended to Heroic Cavalry Thunderblade, Silver Tier. Hero level elevated to Tier 8. Hero skills Thunderbolt Cutting Cyclone Blade and Thunderclap Windstorm Barrier have been enhanced. Hero unlocks skill, Thunder Rainbow Spear, compressing violent thunder into a tangible javelin, with spiraling electric light during flight, leaving a blazing white thunder trail. Upon impact, the spear explodes into a spherical thunderstorm with a 15-meter radius. Hero unlocks Aura, Vast Sea Cloud Banner. All allies within a 1,500-meter radius gain significant combat morale boosts, with cavalry units receiving the Soaring Swallow Levitation trait. Hero unlocks Domain, 300 Thunderbolt Spirit Soul Concord, summoning the 300 Thunderbolt Cavalry Heroic Spirit Legion for cooperative combat, capable of utilizing hero skills. Su Jin observed the refreshed information in his mind, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his emotions somewhat complex. Chapter 48, Sublimation concluded. Marching towards the royal city. As the golden radiance on the sublimation platform gradually diminished, Su Jin scrutinized Su Jin's post-promotion panel. Clearly, the Thunderblade cavalry leaned towards commanding and charging into battle. The vast Sea Cloud banner provided immense benefits to allies, while the cavalry Soaring Swallow Levitation trait was best left uncommented. The domain of 300 Thunderbolt Spirit Soul Concord ignited a fervor in his heart, summoning 300 heroic spirits capable of using hero skills for cooperative combat. Though there would undoubtedly be limitations, it essentially meant that Su Jin alone could raise a special cavalry legion with exceptional assault capabilities, truly a battlefield reaper. As thoughts swirled, Su Jin casually opened the previously accessed Lord rankings. The list still featured only Infinite City, yet the content had subtly altered. Blue Star Alliance Lord rankings, initial domain. First place, Infinite City, by Su Jin. Indeed, Su Jin's name had been added, with the territory and hero positions swapped, perhaps due to the increase in heroes? Did the format require an upgrade as well? However, the more Su Jin looked at the list, the more he felt something was amiss. It was clearly a Lord ranking. Yet the names displayed were all heroes, while he, the Lord, was absent. What was this? Hanging a sheep's head while selling dog meat? Su Jin could only lament helplessly. He glanced at the Lord channel, where, as expected, comments filled with envy and jealousy scrolled rapidly, nothing of concern. His attention returned to the sublimation platform. The golden glow enveloping Su Jin had completely dissipated. His armor appeared to be coated in a layer of flowing dawn light. Intricate wind and thunder runes weaving and flickering across its surface, though the phantom of the vast sea cloud banner had faded. Su Jin stood with an aura that was several times more formidable than before, hinting at a commanding presence over 1,000 troops. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled as if imbued with lightning. Sensing the surging power within him, Su Jin took a deep breath and knelt once more, his voice booming, "My lord. Su Jin is honored to have fulfilled your command." Very well. Su Jin reached out to assist him to his feet, a trace of satisfaction gracing his expression. "Rise. There is no need for such formalities." As Su Jin rose, his gaze swept across the excited crowd below, finally landing on Mu Yang, Su Jin, and Jue Yun, to whom he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The soldiers and citizens below struggled to contain their impending cheers. The radiance of the sublimation ceremony had yet to fully fade, and they remained immersed in the sacred and awe-inspiring atmosphere. Countless eyes converged upon the high platform, focusing on Su Jin and the two heroes. There was reverence, admiration, and an infinite yearning for the future of Infinite City. Each individual's chest swelled with an indescribable excitement, as if they were witnessing the dawn of a new era. Next, Mu Yang, Su Jin, and Jue Yun ascended the sublimation platform in succession. Hum, hum, hum. On the sublimation platform, earthy yellow, fiery red, and azure purple lights illuminated one after another. The subsequent sublimation process was marked by strong energy fluctuations and grandeur. Yet it did not manifest the same celestial phenomena as Su Jin's ascension. After sublimation, the three's auras distinctly rose, stabilizing at a new height. Leader Mu Yang, Thousand Blade Spearman, Silver Tier, Level 8. Leader Su Jin, Emberfire Guardian, Silver Tier, Level 8. Leader Jue Yun, Wind Thunder Archer, Silver Tier, Level 8. Although they did not ascend to the heroic tier like Su Jin, all three successfully achieved Silver Tier and elevated their levels to 8, resulting in a significant leap in strength. After the sublimation of several leaders was complete, the ceremony was not yet over. Following the ranking based on merit points, Su Jin proceeded to grant sublimation to other soldiers. The entire sublimation ceremony lasted nearly 2 hours, with the square perpetually brimming with excitement and fervor. Each burst of light represented not only a soldier's leap in strength, but also a bolstering of the overall power of Infinite City. As the last soldier completed the sublimation, the ceremony reached its glorious conclusion. Su Jin stood upon the high platform, a flicker of thought prompting him to summon the Lord's information. His gaze sweeping across the troop categories. Special Troops, Spirit Pivot Swordmaster, Bronze Upper Tier, 99. Common Troops, Elite Longbowmen, Bronze Upper Tier, 2000. Elite Heavy Shield Guards, Bronze Upper Tier, 2000. Elite Halberdiers, Bronze Upper Tier, 2000. Elite Thunderstorm Cavalry, Bronze Upper Tier, 4000. Elite Mithril Heavy Shields, Silver Lower Tier, 50. Elite Windshatter Archers, Silver Lower Tier, 50. Elite Jinhua Halberdiers, Silver Lower Tier, 50. Special Troops, Shadows, Silver Lower Tier, 50. Falcons, Black Iron Upper Tier, 10. Additionally, there are 5,000 city guards not included in the territory's troop composition. 2 heroes. Several commanders of Silver Upper Tier, a full complement of the Spirit Pivot Swordmasters, and a vast number of common soldiers. At this moment, Infinite City boasted a formidable military force. This power was sufficient to sweep across most regions of the Adraland world. Standing on the platform, Su Jin's eyes scanned the solemn military formation below, as well as the excited citizens at the edge of the square, his heart swelling with pride. Clearing his throat, his voice resonated throughout the gathering. Warriors, citizens. The once boisterous square fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated upon him. Today, we witnessed the birth of power and the crowning of glory. Su Jin's voice brimmed with a certain force, yet this was merely the beginning. Our homeland, Infinite City, though bathed in the world's blessings, holds boundless potential. Yet, as I glance around, strong enemies lurk nearby. Peril is not far. To the south, the goblins of the setting sun plains are stirring, and the intentions of the elves in the twilight forest remain ambiguous. We cannot be complacent, nor can we halt our progress. Su Jin's gaze sharpened. Pointing southward, the goblins of the setting sun plains have long been marauders, enslaving the living and regarding life as mere chaff. They are the festering sore of this land, a nightmare for all virtuous beings. I have made my decision. Su Jin's tone grew resolute, his voice unwavering. In 3 days, we shall assemble our forces and march to the setting sun plains to eradicate the Goblin King's city. His voice rose sharply, filled with a fierce determination. We shall cleanse this world of its malignancy. Simultaneously, through the wails and demise of the goblins, we shall proclaim to the entire Adraland world that its new master has arrived. Roars of approval erupted from the soldiers below, their suppressed fervor bursting forth like a tidal wave. The air was charged with a palpable sense of battle fervor. Each soldier's eyes blazed with an insatiable desire for combat. The newfound strength gained from their recent promotions craved a cathartic conflict for validation, and the goblins served as the perfect whetstone. The citizens of Infinite City erupted in deafening cheers. They believed that their great lord and invincible army would undoubtedly crush all evil. Observing the surge of morale ignited below, Su Jin nodded in satisfaction. The purpose of the sublimation ceremony had been achieved. The soldiers' hearts were united, and their spirits soared high. What lay ahead was war. Chapter 49, A Glorious Tide, Souls Buried in Awe. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside Infinite City, banners flapped fiercely, and gleaming armor shone in the sunlight. Su Jin stood with his hands behind his back atop the city gate tower, his calm gaze surveying the scene below. Outside the city, a vast military formation had assembled, a chilling aura enveloping the air. On the left flank, Chasing Cloud and his 2,000 elite Windshatter archers stood ready, their arrows glinting coldly in the morning light, like harbingers of death. In the center, Commander Su Jin's heavy shield guards and mithril heavy shields formed an impenetrable wall of steel, shields tightly interlocked. Behind them stood Commander Muyang's Jinhua halberdiers and halberdiers, their long weapons resembling a forest, exuding an unmistakable menace. On the right flank, Commander Hua's thunderstorm cavalry remained poised, thousands of riders silent as mountains, arcs of electricity crackling across their forms, the air thick with an oppressive thunderous energy. Awaiting the command to unleash their fury, Bai Xiao stood a short distance behind Su Jin, surrounded by 99 Spirit Pivot Swordmasters, their presence subdued. The 50 shadows had already dispersed, scouting the movements surrounding the Goblin King's city. Witnessing this formidable army, which he had meticulously forged, even Su Jin felt a surge of exhilaration. Without further delay, he raised his hand, his voice cutting through the tension. Move out. With a thunderous rumble, Commander Hua's long spear swept forward, the thunderstorm cavalry charging forth, their heavy hooves pounding the earth, creating a thunderous roar and stirring a cloud of dust as they raced toward the setting sun plains. Next, the infantry phalanx advanced. The shield bearers led the way, their steps steady, each footfall resonating like a strike upon an invisible war drum, causing the ground to tremble. The halberdiers followed closely, their long weapons rising like a tide of steel, the torrent of iron beginning to flow forward. The archery units on the left flank also stepped forward, maintaining their distance from the center forces. Finally, Bai Xiao and the spirit pivot swordmasters surrounded Su Jin, moving southward alongside the main army. As the Grand Army set forth, banners unfurled, blotting out the sun, surging toward the setting sun plains, their sights set firmly on the Goblin King's city. In the setting sun plains, the Goblin King's city loomed, an imposing fortress built through the collective effort of the Goblin clan, its walls towering over 20 meters, thick and menacing, adorned with arrow slits and ballista positions, with towers standing every few meters. The surface of the walls shimmered with a heavy, earthen-toned magical aura, evidently enhanced by powerful defensive spells. Upon the ramparts, goblin soldiers crowded, a stark contrast to the typical frail and diminutive goblins. These sentinels were robust, clad in heavy iron armor, their expressions fierce and vigilant. Atop the arrow tower above the city gate, Grom donned a suit of heavy plate armor, clutching a crimson spear. He gazed towards the horizon where the vast army steadily approached, a grave expression crossing his single eye. A mournful horn echoed over the Goblin King's city, activating the defensive mechanisms along the walls. Massive ballistae were wound tight, their glinting bolts aimed at the approaching foe, while various towers illuminated with magical energies of differing properties. Goblin archers on the walls readied their bows, anxiously watching the enemy draw nearer. The Grand Army of Infinite City came to a halt approximately 1 kilometer from the Goblin King's city. The tens of thousands of troops fell silent, the only sound being the flutter of banners in the wind, an invisible pressure surging towards the Goblin King's city like a tangible tide. Su Jin stood at the forefront of the formation, gazing at the rugged, majestic Goblin King's city and the vigilant goblin defenders upon the walls. He could keenly sense their tension and steadfast resolve. Grom, Bai Xiao whispered beside Su Jin, evidently sensing the presence of the 8th-tier powerhouse atop the walls. Su Jin nodded slightly, his expression calm. His composed voice reached the ears of the surrounding commanders, and Bai Xiao, an edifice of a bygone era, a swarm of ants clinging to their last bastion. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Since we are to announce our arrival to this world, there is no need for probing or scheming. We shall simply crush them under the weight of our overwhelming might. Su Jin's attention shifted to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, convey to them in the most direct manner that their so-called impregnable fortress is but a fragile shell before absolute power. Yes, my lord, Bai Xiao replied, bowing in acknowledgement. In the next moment, he moved swiftly, stepping outside the army formation, alone, striding toward the Goblin King's city. His pace was unhurried, almost leisurely, a stark contrast to the grim and tense atmosphere of the army behind him. The goblin commanders on the walls were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Look, what does that man in white think he is doing? Does he believe he can storm the city alone? Has he lost his wits? Have you not yet beheld our illustrious Lord Grom? Grom, allow your subordinates to exit the city and eliminate him. I feel there is no need for us to intervene. Even the archers atop the walls would suffice. Yet, Grom abruptly raised his hand, silencing the clamor of his subordinates. His solitary eye fixated intently upon the figure in white. Slowly approaching, a wave of profound unease surging within him. This individual exuded an unsettling calmness, in the face of an entire city brimming with goblin forces. He exhibited not a trace of fear, his demeanor akin to one stepping into a familiar courtyard rather than a battlefield. Such an aberrant demeanor stirred a sense of extreme peril within the seasoned warrior Grom. Silence. Remain vigilant. Grom growled under his breath, quelling the noise from the battlements. Although the goblin commanders harbored some dissatisfaction, they reluctantly fell silent, albeit casting scornful and derisive glances at the advancing figure. Upon reaching approximately 200 meters from the city wall, Bai Xiao halted. He lifted his gaze, his cold, indifferent eyes sweeping over the multitude of grotesque goblins on the wall, ultimately resting upon the massive, formidable black iron gate, exuding an aura of impenetrability. It is said that this black iron is among the hardest materials known on the continent of Audiolon, and this gate is entirely forged from it. The weak must look up to the strong. His voice, though not loud, possessed an uncanny penetrating quality, clearly reaching the ears of every goblin. Suddenly, silence enveloped the wall. The laughter ceased abruptly, and all goblins instinctively held their breath, an inexplicable chill creeping up their spines. In the next moment, under the scrutiny of countless bewildered gazes, Bai Xiao's figure defied the laws of gravity, slowly ascending into the air. He hovered aloft, his right hand gently resting upon the hilt of his sword. Divine revelation. The two words resonated like thunder, echoing across the silent battlefield. Boom! An indescribable wave of terror erupted from Bai Xiao's core. The platinum aura of spiritual pressure surged forth like a tsunami, distorting and shaking the air, as if even space itself trembled and groaned under this immense force. The spiritual pressure enveloping him flared to 100 times its previous intensity, coalescing into a pair of magnificent wings, seemingly composed of pure light, which unfurled gracefully behind him. As the radiant wings fluttered, an an invisible tempest seemed to brew. The overwhelming spiritual pressure even reached the distant ranks of the Infinite City's army, instilling a heavy sense of dread among the soldiers, who instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, their eyes filled with reverence. The goblins atop the walls were rendered utterly paralyzed. Their mouths agape, the expressions of mockery and disdain on their faces were swiftly replaced by shock and fear. The oppressive aura, capable of crushing souls, made them feel as insignificant as ants caught in a raging storm, utterly powerless. What manner of power is this? A deity? Quickly! Attack! Fire arrows! Use the crossbows! A goblin officer, jolted from his stupor by overwhelming astonishment, shrieked orders at the top of his lungs. Yet, it was far too late. Suspended in midair, Bai Shao slowly raised his right hand, not drawing his sword, but rather pointing his fingers like a blade toward the gate of black iron that the goblins so proudly boasted. His luminous wings suddenly flared, warping and collapsing the light around them. A more profound and chilling aura began to coalesce. Countless pale phantoms, straddling the line between the ethereal and the tangible, howled and wailed as they surged forth from the void, drawn inexorably to his fingertips. They twisted and merged, ultimately transforming into a torrent of pale energy that roared with the essence of death and obliteration. Soul burial calamity. It was a river of death forged from innumerable despairing souls, wielding a terrifying power capable of annihilating all vitality and matter, rushing toward the gates of the Goblin King's city. Chapter 50. The Day of Sacrifice. The Steel Torrent. On the city wall, Grom's pupils dilated sharply. He could acutely sense the destructive energy contained within that torrent, a force surpassing the bounds of his comprehension. He yearned to command a stronger defense, to personally intervene and halt the onslaught. But it was too swift. Before he could enact any response, the attack had already descended. No! Grom let out an enraged roar. Boom! The deafening sound swallowed all other noise in the world. The pale stream of souls, carrying an unmatched might, violently collided with the massive black iron gate. There was no stalemate, no fierce clash of energies as imagined. The gate, reputed to be indestructible, which even an 8th-tier powerhouse could only mark with a white imprint inscribed with the Earth's guardian rune, shattered upon contact with the stream of souls, as if it were snow under the sun or decayed wood struck by a hammer. Crack, crack, crack. The nauseating sound of splintering filled the air. The once solid surface of the black iron gate instantly marred by a web of cracks, which swiftly expanded. In the next moment, to the horrified gazes of all goblins, the entire massive gate, along with the shimmering Earth Guardian runes, exploded into fragments. Countless shards of varying sizes, mingled with dust, shot into the city like fireworks in an explosion. The unsuspecting goblin soldiers behind the gate were instantly engulfed by the terrifying shockwave and torrent of debris, reduced to mere powder. As the dust settled, a gaping hole over 10 meters in diameter appeared where the gate once stood. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. On the walls, the goblins appeared as if petrified, immobile, their minds blanked, replaying the image of the once impregnable gate shattering like paper over and over. Grom stood atop the gatehouse, his body trembling uncontrollably. His gaze was fixated on the vast opening, then shifted to the figure still suspended in midair, the wings radiating a divine-like pressure with each slow flap, his solitary eye filled with incredulous horror. The black iron gate and the Earth Guardian runes shattered just like that? With a single strike. Merely one blow. That man didn't even draw his sword. Grom's heart plummeted to the depths. He understood that the odds of victory in this battle had dwindled to almost nothing, yet this was the Goblin King's city, the very foundation of their race. And he was Grom, the king's appointed guardian of the city. Even knowing it was a futile endeavor, even with the shadow of defeat looming. As the guardian of the city, retreat was not an option. Roar! Grom unleashed a beastly roar, shattering the silence. His gaze swept towards the elite goblin warriors. The Black Iron Guard, stationed on either side of the gate, their equipment the finest among the goblins. Seal the breach. Fight to the death, unlike the other ordinary soldiers. Though their faces were equally pale and their eyes filled with fear, the ranks of these Black Iron Guards remained steadfast. Hearing the command, they responded with a low growl, raising their heavy tower shields and battle axes, swiftly moving towards the massive gap, attempting to reorganize their defense amidst the ruins. Archers, all ranged firepower. Focus your fire on that one in the sky. Grom's arm bulged with veins as he pointed at Bai Shao. Fire. He could not possibly remain unscathed. No matter how strong he was merely one man. His voice trembled ever so slightly, yet he strained to bolster morale. We are goblins. We are the mightiest of the world. How can we allow mere humans to trample upon us and kill us? Grom's voice echoed across the battlements, striving to dispel the shadows of fear that loomed over all the goblins. The heavy crossbows atop the walls roared first, their winches whirring as several giant crossbows, inscribed with armor-piercing runes, tore through the air, aimed straight at Bai Shao. From the arrow towers, a myriad of enchanted arrows whistled forth, weaving a dazzling and deadly web of light. At the breach, countless goblin archers desperately drew their bows and released a hail of arrows. blotting out the sky with their piercing shrieks, all aimed at their airborne target. In the face of this overwhelming barrage, powerful enough to annihilate an armored battalion in an instant, Bai Xiao maintained an air of indifference. The immense spiritual pressure radiating from him, coupled with the faintly shimmering wings behind him, formed a flawless domain. Whether it was the colossal crossbows or the enchanted arrows brimming with various energies, or the rain of arrows that fell from above, once they breached the few meters surrounding him, they abruptly slowed, and then disintegrated in a silent distortion of light and shadow, as if they had never existed at all. Only a handful of exceptionally powerful specialized bolts, upon piercing the outer barrier, were instantly vaporized upon contact with the radiance emitted by his wings, reduced to nothingness. The goblins atop the city walls fell into a profound silence once more. Grom observed this scene, his heart shaken. A deep sense of helplessness surged within him. Yet, he did not yield. A fierce glint flashed in his crimson eye as he abruptly produced a pitch-black talisman from his bosom, intricately carved with a twisted blood-red sun motif, exuding an ominous aura. Without hesitation, he exerted his grip, shattering it with a decisive force. Crack! As the talisman shattered, a chilling wave imbued with a strong scent of blood radiated outward from Grom's center. The pre-placed nodes throughout the walls and within the city activated simultaneously. Dark red beams of light shot skyward, intertwining above the Goblin King's city, ultimately coalescing into a massive, indistinct totem of a blood-red sun. The sacrificial array, a war machine emulating the hero's halo, forcibly awakened the soldiers' latent potential at the cost of burning their life essence, infusing them with a bloodthirsty frenzy. The moment the array was activated, all goblin soldiers on the wall felt their bodies swell, their skin emanating an unnatural red glow, their fearful expressions replaced by a frenzied bloodlust, their breathing growing heavy as they emitted unintelligible growls. Grom raised his crimson spear high and roared, "Goblins! For the king! Kill!" However, just as the goblin defenders were completely captivated by Bai Xiao and momentarily plunged into chaos due to the activation of the sacrificial array, within the ranks of the Infinite City, Su Jin, who had been silently observing, calmly raised his gaze. The time had come. All troops, advance. With no superfluous words, the command resonated clearly in every soldier's ears. In the next moment, what had been a silent and steadfast army of Infinite City erupted forth like an awakening ancient beast, unleashing an overwhelming momentum. The army of Hua, eyes alight with thunder, pointed their spears towards the heavens, and the halo of vast sea cloud flag unfurled with a resounding roar. In an instant, a massive, illusory war banner, seemingly woven from swirling clouds and crackling lightning, condensed and billowed above the entire army. The banner fluttered without wind, resonating powerfully, radiating an overwhelming might. The fervent battle spirit transformed into a tangible warmth, surging into every soldier's limbs and bones. Their gazes sharpened instantaneously, their strength roaring within them. Shurian let out a low growl, slamming the molten giant shield down. Chasing Clouds drew his longbow, the string vibrating with the gathering power of wind and thunder. Mu Yang's long halberd trembled slightly, emitting a deep humming sound. The steel torrent began to surge forth. Chapter 51. The Thunder Cavalry that walks through the air. For the king. Kill. Grom's roar still echoed atop the city walls, as the bloodthirsty fervor ignited in the eyes of the goblin soldiers birthed by the sacrificial array. Boom. A dull but resounding noise abruptly pierced the battlefield. Boom, boom, followed by a second and a third. The rhythmic and dense sound echoed like the heartbeat of an awakened ancient beast. This sound, heavy and synchronized, overwhelmed the goblin screams and chaotic shouts on the walls in an instant. The stones of the city walls seemed to tremble slightly under the impact of this soul-shaking drumbeat. Grom abruptly turned his head, his single-eyed pupil constricting sharply. In his view, the previously silent army of Infinite City had now completely boiled over. At the forefront, thousands of cavalry clad in azure armor charged ahead, their iron hooves pounding the earth and stirring up clouds of dust. Following closely were even larger and heavier formations of infantry and archers. They moved like a war machine driven by precise gears, thousands of soldiers marching in unison, exuding a palpable aura of killing intent, converging into a massive, suffocating torrent of steel. Charging directly towards the gaping breach in the Goblin King's city that Bai Xiao had just blasted open, launching a formidable frontal assault. Enemy attack. Their main force. Quickly. Turn to face them. Target the ground ahead. Crossbow. Fire. Stop them. A goblin officer shouted hoarsely, trying to reorganize the defense. More than half of the ranged firepower on the walls finally adjusted in the turmoil, unleashing a torrent of crossbow bolts and various magical arrows towards the advancing steel tide, naturally targeting the most conspicuous and impactful cavalry cluster first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The massive armor-piercing bolts screamed through the air, aimed at the frontline Hua army and Thunder Cavalry. Some enchanted arrows mingled among them, attempting to impede the advance of this steel tide. Faced with the oncoming assault, Hua's eyes narrowed. Now, thunder. He abruptly pulled on the reins, his steed letting out a high-pitched neigh as a surge of wind and thunder power surged forth beneath its hooves. Airborne. An unbelievable scene unfolded. As the hooves struck the ground, pale azure currents of air erupted beneath them, treading upon the air as if stepping upon invisible stairs. The characteristic of stepping through clouds activated. What is that? A goblin soldier atop the wall rubbed his eyes, trembling as he pointed forward. There, the thunder cavalry, which had been galloping on the ground, was now soaring into the sky, stepping upon the air. The hooves floated, entwined with wind and thunder. 4,000 cavalry, man and horse as one, arcs of electricity leaping around them, transformed into a moving thundercloud, breaking free from the earth's constraints, launching an astonishing aerial charge towards the enormous breach recently blasted open by Bai Xiao. They are flying. The cavalry is airborne. Monsters. They are monsters. Like legendary steeds traversing the clouds, they soared at an astonishing angle, bypassing the hastily arranged obstacles and firepower laid out by the goblins below. Akin to a flock of predatory birds, their target set directly on the Black Iron Guards attempting to establish a defensive line among the ruins behind the city gate. What? Grom's pupils dilated in shock. This was beyond his imagination. The cavalry could charge like this? In midair, Hu's body crackled with lightning, the energy coalescing around his spear, transforming into a tangible form, dazzling arcs of electricity entwining it, fashioning a spear of thunder capable of piercing mountains. With his arms' muscles taut, he hurled it downwards at the Black Iron Guards. Thunderbolt piercing the mountains. A blinding bolt of lightning tore through the air, trailing a brilliant tail of light, accompanied by an ear-piercing shriek, striking its target with deadly precision. Boom! The moment the spear struck the ground, it unleashed a massive spherical thunderstorm with a diameter exceeding 15 meters. Frenzied electric serpents surged outward like living creatures, whipping in all directions. At the epicenter of the explosion, over 100 Black Iron Guards were instantly turned to char without a sound, their heavy armor melting and distorting. The surrounding Black Iron Guards were sent tumbling by the violent shockwave, their tower shields torn asunder, their once steadfast formation blasted open. Cries of agony and the sound of shattering equipment mingling into chaos. The Black Iron Guards were utterly stunned by this sudden and devastating blow from above. Their proud defenses appeared so feeble in the face of such an attack. And this was merely the beginning. Just as the thunderstorm raged on and the Black Iron Guards fell into disarray, Hu had already raised his spear high, unleashing a thunderous roar. Thunderbolt strike. He led the charge with unwavering bravery, akin to a meteor plummeting through the heavens, commanding 4,000 Thunder Riders behind him. Enveloped in an unparalleled tempest of wind and thunder, as they descended from the sky, the hooves of their steeds struck the void, leaving behind wisps of pale azure currents. As the cavalry and their mounts seemed to merge into an unstoppable blue torrent of thunder cascading down, surging over the remnants of the shattered city walls, descending from above, and crashing fiercely into the Black Iron Guard's position, which had just been breached by the thunder lance. Boom! The thunderous roar that followed was far more profound than the previous storm, as if the very earth quaked beneath its weight. The Thunder Riders plunged into the soft earth like a searing iron plow, with an overwhelming force that cleaved through the disarrayed ranks of the Black Iron Guard. Thud! Thud! The lightning-imbued spears easily pierced the pride of the Black Iron Guard, their heavy armor, each thrust erupting in a spray of crimson. These elite goblins barely had time to mount an effective defense or counterattack before being pierced by the tremendous kinetic energy of the high-speed charge. Pale blue arcs of electricity danced malevolently among the goblin ranks, as the static field left by the thunderous assault rendered the fortunate survivors paralyzed and sluggish, only to be trampled and impaled by the following cavalry. In mere moments, the Black Iron Guard's defenses were utterly shattered. Their formation collapsed instantaneously. At that moment, from the vast breach in the city gate, the heavy thud of footsteps echoed like a drum. The infantry legion of Infinite City had arrived. They traversed the ruins, disregarding the scattered resistance and agonized cries around them, marching with unwavering resolve, surging like a torrent of steel into the heart of the Goblin King's citadel. The true slaughter on the ground had begun. Chapter 52, Bloodshed of the 8th Tier, a wall impossible to surmount. Bastard! Grom's eyes bulged with fury. The Black Iron Guard was his greatest support, the very core of the citadel's defense. Yet now, this elite force had been utterly overwhelmed in mere moments by an unprecedented assault. No, they must be stopped, starting with that being in the sky. If he could just slay him, perhaps there could still be a chance in this battle. The blood-red energy of the sun's sacrifice array surged violently into Grom's body, his already formidable form swelling further, the veins beneath his skin bulging like coiling worms, with madness igniting in his single eye, burning with the desire to annihilate everything. Die! He ceased his commands, condensing all his power into the blood-red spear in his grasp, and with a sudden stamp of his foot, the bricks of the city shattered as he launched himself like a cannonball, aiming straight at the white cloud above. The spear sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, its tip gathering a dense aura of blood-red energy, as though it would pierce a hole through the very sky. This thrust embodied all the strength of Grom as an 8th-tier powerhouse, augmented by the ferocity of the Sun Sacrifice Array. Its might even hinting at transcending his own limits. However, just as Grom was about to close the distance to the white cloud, with the spear tip less than 100 meters from its target, a resounding thud reverberated. A towering figure emerged, as if wrenched from the earth itself, suddenly blocking Grom's path. It was a warrior clad in heavy lava crystal armor, wielding a massive shield wreathed in molten flames. It was none other than Su Jin. "I say, this path is closed," Su Jin growled in a deep voice, firmly planting the lava shield before him. The surface of the shield blazed with fierce flames, warping the very air around it. "Get lost," Grom roared, his eyes locked solely on the white cloud, dismissing this sudden obstacle as nothing. The spear surged forward, crashing against the blazing shield. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed, accompanied by a violent shockwave that radiated outward. Grom felt an unimaginable force recoil from the spear tip, jolting his arm and halting his charge. The seemingly ordinary lava shield proved to be more resilient than he could have imagined, completely absorbing his full force strike. And the flames licking at the shield began to creep up the spear shaft, searing his arm and armor with a hissing sound. What astounded him further was the realization that the opposing force was not in the slightest inferior to his own, bolstered by the Sun's Sacrifice Array. A flicker of disbelief crossed Grom's single eye. In that moment of stalemate against Su Jin, the previously indifferent figure hovering above, seemingly unperturbed by the fierce battle below, finally stirred. He slowly raised his hand, not to draw a sword, but with fingers splayed, palm facing upward. An indescribably cold and vast aura suddenly emanated from him, radiating outward. Halo, the ring of annihilation activated. Buzz. An invisible wave swept across the battlefield. In the next moment, all the soldiers of Infinite City, whether they were charging infantry, rampaging cavalry, or archers drawing their bows, found their weapons, pikes, shields, spears, and arrows, ignited with a layer of pale flame. This flame was not scorching. Rather, it exuded a chilling essence that seemed to penetrate to the very marrow, as if directly affecting the soul. Soul scorch. Any goblin struck by weapons engulfed in the pale flame not only suffered physical harm and fiery burns, but also felt an unbearable agony emanating from the depths of their soul. It was as if their very essence was being ignited and consumed by an invisible fire. The wails of despair grew more harrowing, and many goblins, previously emboldened by the stimulation of the Sun's Sacrifice Array, found their madness swiftly replaced by a deeper, more profound fear, their movements becoming noticeably sluggish and chaotic. Grom, still locked in a struggle with Su Jin, felt the terrifying aura blanket the battlefield. He could clearly see his goblin soldiers writhing in agony upon contact with the pale flames. Is this a domain? No, it is a halo, similar to that of the cavalry commander, but far more terrifying. Two heroes. Grom's heart lurched, an icy chill shooting up his spine, instantly overshadowing the fervor granted by the Sun's Sacrifice Array. He fixed his gaze on the figure still floating in the air, radiating a pale halo, akin to a deity wielding dominion over souls, and then glanced back at the commander rallying the cavalry under the enormous storm banner, as well as the armored warrior before him, whose strength was overwhelmingly formidable as he held his ground with the lava shield. Grom's single eye filled with bloodshot fury, mingled with madness, power, more power. The blood within him felt as if it were ablaze, the blood-red energy from the Sun's Sacrifice Array flowing into his body without restraint, channeling all his strength into the spear in his grasp. The crimson spear's radiance erupted once more, crashing down upon Su Jin's lava shield. He intended to carve a path. If he could just slay this armored figure before him, he might still have a glimmer of hope in defeating the being above. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid and furious sounds of impact melded into a cacophony, causing the air to vibrate. With each clash of spear and shield, brilliant sparks erupted alongside waves of distorted heat. Grom's crimson spear relentlessly sought out the gaps in the shield's defense, the blood-red energy swirling dangerously. Su Jin's feet were anchored to the ground, unyielding. All his strength was concentrated in his arms and the blazing shield. The flames on the surface of the lava shield danced violently in response to the fierce impacts, causing the tip of Grom's spear to glow faintly red. He grunted, feeling the immense force reverberate through his arm, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Grom's astonishment deepened with each clash, not merely from the absurdity of Su Jin's defense, but from the chilling sensation that crept along his spear with every weapon collision, a force that felt as though it could freeze the very soul, penetrating deep into his psyche. This is the soul sear effect from that man in white. Grom endeavored to dismiss the discomfort, yet at the moment the gun shield clashed once more. A more piercing soul sting assailed him, causing a barely perceptible pause in his movements, and the gathered power momentarily dissipated. Now is the time. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Jin's eyes. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he unleashed the full might of his being, thrusting his flame-imbued giant shield forward with tremendous force. The shield rebounded with a thunderous clash. Bang! The The sound was louder than any previous impact. Grom felt an overwhelming force shatter his gun's momentum, disrupting his charge. The immense backlash surged through the gun barrel into his arm, nearly wrenching the weapon from his grasp. His body, driven to its limits by the sun's sacrifice array, was unceremoniously lifted off the ground by the sheer ferocity of the blow, sending him tumbling backward, his chest defenseless and fully exposed to the onslaught. Midair. Grom's single eye was filled with astonishment, and he attempted to regain control of his posture, but the sensation of weightlessness and excruciating pain rendered him powerless. Yet Su Jin would grant him no respite. Having struck true, he showed no sign of emotion, firmly planting his right foot on the ground, producing a resonant thud. While his left arm bulged with muscle, the surface of the giant shield igniting with molten patterns, as a peculiar wave of resonance began to coalesce. Resonant shield strike. Buzz. The shield surged forward, unleashing a distorted wave of energy that surged toward the unbalanced Grom in midair. Thud. Grom felt as if struck by a cataclysmic force, his insides churning violently, as he spewed forth a torrent of blood mixed with internal debris. At that moment, on the other end of the battlefield, the ever-patient chasing Cloud's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. An opportunity. The bowstring twanged lightly, and an arrow, entwined with pale azure winds and silver arcs of lightning, flew forth like a wraith, devoid of any earth-shattering fanfare, yet imbued with a razor-like sharpness, piercing through the tumultuous air created by the shockwave, and shot towards Grom's gaping chest. Grom's body froze abruptly as he glanced down at his chest, where an arrow's fletching was embedded deeply, leaving only the tail feathers quivering slightly. The power of wind and thunder contained within the arrow erupted instantly, rampaging through his body. His vitality ebbed like a receding tide. The fervor and strength bestowed by the sun's sacrifice array rapidly dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming chill and darkness. Grom's consciousness began to blur, the madness in his single eye fading, leaving only confusion and despair. In his final moments, he caught a glimpse of the figure in white, who had not once glanced in his direction, wings of light unfurling as it floated gracefully beyond the fray between him and Su Jin, moving ever deeper into the city. King Grom, I have disappointed you. With a tide of unrelenting bitterness, Grom's body crashed heavily against the crumbling city wall, falling silent. Chapter 53. The Blood Sun collapses. The kingdom changes hands. Grom's lifeless body, stained with still wet blood, thudded against the shattered city wall, producing a dull echo. His wide-open eye lingered with the remnants of shock and discontent, fixated on the overcast sky. This scene rippled through the battlefield like a boulder cast into a placid lake, stirring a tempest near the city gates. Lord Grom is dead? Impossible. That is Lord Grom. On the city wall, some goblin guards who witnessed the fall of their commander felt the fervor ignited by the sun's sacrifice array, doused with a bucket of ice water, swiftly cooling to be replaced by a deep-seated terror. The once fearless charge turned hesitant, their weapons losing their vigor. Su Jin did not regard his former adversary beneath him. Instead, he slammed his lava-inflamed giant shield heavily onto the ground, producing a resounding thud. Then, like a moving volcano, he surged into the goblin defense lines behind the city wall. With each swing of his molten giant shield, he unleashed scorching gusts and flying debris, effortlessly sending the obstructing goblins flying and burning. Yet within the city, the true nightmare was just beginning. Su Jin and his 4,000 Azure Thunder Cavalry had now fully transformed into harbingers of death upon the battlefield. After breaching the Black Iron Guard's lines, they did not pause, but instead wove through the broad streets and plazas in a comb-like fashion. Thunderclap charge. The Azure Thunder Cavalry carved swathes of charred devastation through the densely packed goblin ranks, leaving behind fields of static that immobilized survivors, who were then ruthlessly trampled by the following iron hooves or met with spears that conjured tempestuous barriers, deflecting the sporadic arrows while stalling nearby enemies' movements. The pale flames of the extinguishing ring entwined like a ghostly breath around every thunder spear. Each strike inflicted not only physical ruin, but also excruciating pain on a spiritual level. Many goblins, despite sustaining minor injuries, clutched their heads in agony, their minds fracturing first. The goblins attempted to mount a counteroffensive, with some infantry brandishing spears bravely charging toward the cavalry, yet their resistance proved utterly futile against the rapidly advancing Azure Thunder Cavalry. Entwined with wind and thunder, spears were easily shattered upon impact, and the cavalry's lances pierced through their chests as if through mere tofu, erupting in desperate sprays of blood. Occasionally, a few archers would attempt to strike, but they were swiftly felled by the rain of arrows descending from above. Empowered by the dual enhancements of the vast ocean cloud banner and the extinguishing ring, the Azure Thunder Cavalry seemed to embody invincibility, leaving chaos in their wake as they cleaved through the goblin formations, rendering any effective resistance impossible. Steady. Shields forward, polearms behind, archers suppressing fire. At the city gates breach, Mu Yang's steady voice cut through the battlefield's clamor, clearly reaching every infantry unit. Unlike Su Jin, who charged ahead, he stood atop a rise, calmly surveying the entire battlefield like a precise command corps, orchestrating the incoming infantry legions. At the forefront, 2,000 heavy shield soldiers formed an impenetrable wall of steel. They moved in unison, shields tightly interlocked, activating the copper wall iron barrier skill to create a robust defense line, advancing slowly yet resolutely. Resonant shield strike. Release. At Mu Yang's command, hundreds of heavy shield soldiers in the front line simultaneously charged their power, then thrust forward with a mighty force. Buzz. Hundreds of invisible shockwaves coalesced into a devastating surge, sweeping toward the goblin stronghold. Thud thud thud. The first wave of hundreds of goblins was struck as if by an invisible hammer, their insides instantly crushed, blood gushing from their mouths and noses as they collapsed, dragging their nearby siege engines into ruin. Behind the shield wall, polearm warriors capitalized on the safety created by the shield soldiers and the chaos within the enemy ranks, launching lethal strikes. Armor-piercing polearm technique. The polearm swung, cutting through the air with a heavy whoosh, precisely piercing the heavily armored goblin elite units. With the enhancement of the armor-piercing polearm technique, the spearheads easily tore through the goblins' prized armor, toppling them to the ground. Devastating sweep. When the goblins attempted to regroup for a counterattack, the polearm warriors unleashed the devastating sweep simultaneously, swinging their heavy polearms in wide arcs, like a meat grinder, cleaving through all enemies within several meters, sending blood and flesh flying. Meanwhile, at the rear of the infantry legion, the strong archers, led by the Windripper marksmen, provided continuous and precise ranged fire support. The infantry, polearm warriors, and archers operated seamlessly under Mu Yang's command, functioning as a meticulously engineered war machine, gradually compressing the space for the goblin army on the city wall. However, the goblins continued to hold on, largely reliant on the sun's sacrifice array that enveloped the entire city. Although the blood-red radiance had dimmed considerably due to Grom's demise, it continued to incessantly provoke the remaining goblins, instilling within them a semblance of ferocity and will to resist. It was imperative to eradicate it entirely. Mu Yang cast a glance at the illusory blood-red sun totem hovering above, his brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, in several concealed corners of the royal city, one of which was adjacent to a vast blood pool underground, this was one of the core nodes of the sun's sacrifice array. An overwhelming stench of blood and energy fluctuations permeated the air, palpable in its intensity. Dozens of goblin shamans, wielding bone staffs, were gathered around the blood pool, chanting to maintain the array's operation. Suddenly, the air distorted, and several indistinct shadows silently emerged from the darkness. They were the members of the shadow team. Strike, commanded the leader, Ing. The art of shadow walking allowed them to approach undetected, and the glint of their poisoned daggers flashed as they sliced through the shamans' throats with deadly precision. The shamans, engrossed in their incantations, had no time to react before they collapsed, clutching their throats, their eyes wide with disbelief. Simultaneously, several other figures appeared from different directions, their lithe forms brandishing long swords entwined with a pale azure spiritual flame. These were the spirit sword guards. Soul Cleave. A series of crescent-shaped spiritual sword energies howled forth, cleaving towards the core sacrificial stone at the center of the blood pool, inscribed with bizarre runes. Boom, boom, boom. The sacrificial stone was instantly shattered, and the blood pool roiled violently, its rich crimson energy losing its guiding force and beginning to surge uncontrollably. Soul Substitute. In the face of the backlash from the energy and the attacks of the remaining goblin guards, the spirit sword guards conjured phantom clones to draw fire, while their true selves utilized the heart mirror to sense the surrounding spiritual fluctuations, deftly avoiding danger and retreating swiftly. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously at other critical nodes of the array within the royal city. The shadows were tasked with infiltrating and assassinating the guardians, while the spirit sword guards focused on dismantling the core of the array. Their coordination was precise and efficient, akin to a scalpel, meticulously excising one organ of the sun's sacrifice array after another. With the final core node destroyed, the illusory blood-red sun totem above the goblin royal city flickered violently, like a lamp deprived of its fuel, before ultimately vanishing completely. The bloodthirsty fervor that had pervaded the air finally dissipated, devoid of the array's enhancement. The remaining goblin soldiers resembled being stripped of their very spines. The madness in their eyes faded entirely, replaced by bewilderment and an ingrained terror. News of Grom's death spread like a plague, shattering their last vestiges of resistance. The leader is dead. The array is gone. Run. Surrender. I surrender. Panic surged like a flood, instantly engulfing the entire goblin army. The goblin soldiers, who had been holding on by a thread, now crumbled completely. They cast aside their weapons, crying out as they scattered in all directions, lamenting their lack of speed. Those attempting to surrender were swiftly cut down by the bloodthirsty soldiers of the Infinite City. The pursuit and extermination became the dominant theme of the battlefield. The cavalry of the Hua army galloped throughout the city, hunting down the fleeing goblins. The infantry corps under Mu Yang's command advanced steadily, capturing key areas and clearing the remnants of the enemy. This siege, commencing with Bai Xiao breaching the city gates and culminating in the complete destruction of the sun's sacrifice array and the thorough extermination of the goblins, lasted a full day and night. When the first rays of sunlight broke through the smoke the following morning, illuminating the war-torn city, the totem flag symbolizing goblin sovereignty was replaced by a new battle flag emblazoned with the insignia of the Infinite City. Within the city, apart from the sounds of Infinite City soldiers patrolling and clearing the battlefield, there was nothing else. The Goblin Royal City had fallen. Chapter 54, Exotic Insects and Seals. The smoke had yet to fully dissipate when a breeze, carrying the metallic scent of blood, swept across the sunset plains, infiltrating the recently conquered Goblin Royal City. Su Jin walked along the broad yet rugged cobblestone path, his feet treading upon the mottled bloodstains and the pockmarked remnants of battle. He surveyed his surroundings. The city was far grander than he had anticipated, its architectural style imbued with the goblin's primitive and rugged essence. Towering edifices constructed from massive stone blocks lined the streets, alongside robustly styled shops, complemented by rudimentary yet sturdy fortifications, all exuding an aura of savagery. It was hard to fathom that this tribe of green-skinned creatures could amass such formidable strength to erect a city of this scale. Along the way, soldiers of the Infinite City were engaged in clearing the battlefield, transporting goblin corpses, and collecting scattered weapons and equipment, occasionally grumbling about the inferior quality of the goblins' gear. My lord, these green-skinned rascals certainly reproduce well, yet they also manage to squander their resources. Su Jin, lumbering alongside Su Jin, nearly occupied half the street with his imposing stature, the molten giant shield on his back still radiating a faint warmth. He gestured towards a collapsed arrow tower nearby. Look at this shoddy construction. I could smash it to bits with a single shield. As he spoke, he extended his massive hand and gave the crumbling base a push. Crack! The already precarious stones tumbled down, raising a cloud of dust. Su Jin's eye twitched, and he sighed. All right, I acknowledge your strength. Save some energy for the task at hand. Don't demolish all that can still be salvaged. Su Jin chuckled, scratching the edge of his helmet. Adjusting the angle of his giant shield, I was merely testing. These greenskin constructs are indeed lacking. Su Jin chose not to engage further, redirecting his gaze to the city, recently scarred by the fires of war. The royal city was strategically located at the heart of the Sunset Plains, a prime area of commerce, with fertile lands and a decent water system surrounding it. More importantly, based on prior reconnaissance, the nearby mineral resources were quite abundant. The vast stores of quality ores and materials within the city's warehouses alone would suffice for the Infinite City to thrive for quite some time. The group traversed a few disheveled streets, finally arriving at the central area of the royal city, the palace complex of the former Goblin King, Bashaka. Unlike elsewhere, this area, while constructed from massive stones, displayed a greater level of intricacy. At the entrance stood two menacing stone sculptures, albeit already shattered halfway. Su Jin, curious, stepped forward, reaching out a large hand to touch the fractured base of the sculpture, then kicked it, producing a dull thud. Hey, it's still quite sturdy, he muttered, seemingly eager to test other parts. Su Jin's brow twitched imperceptibly. Su Jin, if you keep fidgeting, I might assign you to clean all the goblin latrines. Su Jin's neck recoiled sharply, his movements freezing as he awkwardly withdrew his foot. I was just looking. I promised not to meddle. At that moment, Zhui Yun, standing nearby, pointed towards a building within the palace, using a fierce beast's skull as a palace. The Goblin King's taste is certainly unique. The group peered inside. The main palace at the center indeed possessed a peculiar design. Its primary structure appeared to be sculpted from the skull of an unimaginably large beast. The dark eye sockets seemingly gazing silently at the intruders, while the gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, served as the palace's grand entrance. Let us go, Su Jin said, retracting his gaze and leading the way toward the gaping maw of the beast's skull. Bai Xiao is still inside waiting for us. Let us see what discoveries he has made. Upon stepping into the palace, Su Jin immediately sensed an unusual energy fluctuation, accompanied by a faint, acrid stench. In the center of the palace stood Bai Xiao, the ground beneath his feet scorched and cracked, faint golden lightning remnants flickering sporadically. Not far in front of him, the ground had caved in, forming an irregular large pit, and at the bottom lay a charred and contorted object, its shape nearly unrecognizable. The object before them resembled a gargantuan beetle magnified countless times, its shell charred black, limbs fragmented, emanating a pungent stench and an energy residue that evoked profound discomfort. Even in death, one could still sense the bizarre power it possessed in life. What is this? Su Jin inquired, furrowing his brow. Bai Xiao hesitated, uncertain if the creature had emerged from beneath the throne. Huo Juan approached, scrutinizing the monster's remains with a grave expression. This entity emits a peculiar energy wave that seems capable of eroding the mind. A bug? Su Jin pondered, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Could this be connected to the sudden calamity that led to the swift decline of the elves in the Twilight Forest? The others fell silent at her words. Su Jin scratched his helmet. Elves? What relation do they have to this? Mu Yang interjected. The records are vague, mentioning only that during the Great Blight, the forest lost its vitality, resulting in a drastic reduction in the elven population, which facilitated the rise of goblins. Otherwise, relying solely on a hero would not have sufficed. However, the exact cause remains a matter of speculation. Hu Jin mused, if such creatures can proliferate and possess the capacity to erode life and spirit, it could indeed lead to a disaster akin to the Great Blight. The elven population was already sparse. Faced with a swarm of these insects, their situation would be dire. Let us set this matter aside for now, Su Jin decided. First, we must clarify this potential threat. Bai Xiao, what precisely happened? Bai Xiao pointed to a throne within the palace, constructed of bone and black metal. Beneath that throne, I discovered a seal. When the goblins activated the ritual, the dispersed energy seemed to interfere with and weaken the seal here, causing a temporary loosening. This creature likely emerged through the fissure at that time. During the siege, I sensed an unusual and malevolent energy wave emanating from this place, so I hurried over, just in time to intercept it as it attempted to destroy the seal. Hu Jin's expression turned serious. Did you engage it? What was your experience? Bai Xiao replied succinctly. It was peculiar. Its power could directly erode the mind, and its physical defenses were formidable. However, its speed and attack patterns were relatively simple, and it was restrained by my Radiant Soul Thunder Prison, with lightning inflicting particularly significant damage. Su Jin approached the throne, closely inspecting the interwoven structure of bone and metal, as well as the remnants of the seal on the ground. While unable to decipher the specific runes, he could sense an ancient and oppressive aura. What is the current status of the seal? After I defeated it, as the ritual completely failed and the dispersed energy dissipated, the seal seemed to absorb the residual waves and self-repaired, Bai Xiao added. At least on the surface, the fissure has closed, and the energy fluctuations have stabilized. Su Jin contemplated for a moment. Bai Xiao, arrange for some spirit blade guards to remain here, and you stay back as well to monitor for any further issues. Understood. Bai Xiao replied. By the way, when you breached the city gates earlier, did you say anything? Su Jin suddenly recalled and casually asked. Bai Xiao's body seemed to stiffen slightly, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Nothing significant, just some words of intimidation. Oh, Su Jin smirked, deciding not to press further. He turned to the others, his demeanor serious. Now, let us address the main matters. Mu Yang, you will oversee the initial consolidation of the royal city, maintaining order, assessing the spoils, and rounding up the captives. Chasing Cloud, Su Jin, you are responsible for assisting with defenses. Yes, Mu Yang and the others acknowledged. In the following 2 days, the Goblin Royal City, under the control of Infinite City, gradually restored its most basic order. Although the air still hung heavy with the scent of blood and dust, the patrolling human soldiers alongside the apprehensive goblin captives indicated the city's rebirth. 2 days later, at the dilapidated city gates of the royal city, dust swirled as a sizable contingent slowly entered. Leading them was the weary yet determined Li Yi, followed by 3,000 well-equipped, spirited guards of Infinite City. Lord, Li Yi dismounted with haste, striding towards Su Jin, his face displaying both the fatigue of travel and an exuberance that overshadowed it. Oldly, you've worked hard. Su Jin patted his shoulder, feeling reassured by the presence of this reliable chief of internal affairs. Within the Goblin Palace, once the domain of Bashaka, the hall was now brightly lit. The hall had been simply cleaned, with crude goblin decorations removed and replaced with banners and lighting from Infinite City. A makeshift long table was set at the center, where Su Jin occupied the head seat, flanked by Li Yi, Mu Yang, Su Jin, Chasing Cloud, Hu Jin, and Bai Xiao. This marked the first formal meeting of Infinite City's high command in the Goblin Royal City. Everyone is present. Su Jin surveyed the room. Today, we convene primarily to discuss 2 issues. First, the disposition of the large number of goblin captives. Second, our next military objectives. He turned to Li Yi, oldly. Please share the situation regarding the captives. Li Yi rose, producing several documents. Lord, esteemed commanders, after preliminary statistics, we have captured approximately 70,000 goblins, most of whom are the elderly, weak, or ordinary goblins, with fewer than 5,000 possessing combat capability. These goblins are currently being held in the western section of the city, closely monitored by troops under Commander Mu Yang. The question of how to deal with them is indeed a thorny issue. A thorny issue? Chasing Cloud scoffed, his eyes gleaming with menace. These green-skinned vermin have killed countless humans over the years and plundered many villages. I say we execute them all, quick and decisive. Su Jin grunted in agreement. I concur. Let us eliminate them all. It saves food and the need for guards. Hu Jin furrowed his brow, interjecting, mass execution would be unprincipled and portray Infinite City as excessively brutal. Moreover, killing all 70,000 might have adverse repercussions. However, the blood debt these goblins owe to humanity is insurmountable. They cannot be easily forgiven. Mu Yang pondered for a moment before speaking. If we execute all 70,000 captives, it would be a monumental task and could provoke extreme retaliation from the remaining goblins. Conversely, if we integrate them all, the management costs would be exorbitant, and it would be inappropriate given the blood feud we share. The hall fell into a brief silence. The dilemma of killing, which would violate humanity, versus not killing, which posed the challenge of management and the eradication of hatred, weighed heavily. Su Jin lightly tapped his fingers on the table, listening to the opinions of those present. He turned to the previously silent Li Yi. What is your perspective? Li Yi contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. Lord, esteemed commanders, from a management and developmental standpoint, these 70,000 goblins represent a significant labor force. We have just seized the royal city, and much needs to be done, whether it be repairing fortifications, mining, or future development within the Eidolon world. We require a substantial workforce. Directly executing them would provide immediate satisfaction, yet it would also squander valuable resources. But their threat? Chasing Cloud interjected, still uneasy. The threat must indeed be neutralized, and the blood debt must be repaid. Li Yi spoke calmly, though with a hint of coldness. My suggestion is to reduce the entire goblin race to a status of servitude. Servitude? The others were taken aback. Indeed, servitude, Li Yi clarified, depriving them of their rights as a sentient species, condemning them to generations of servitude for Infinite City. They will be tasked with the most arduous and perilous labor, repaying the sins they have committed against humanity with their sweat and lives. All their outputs will belong to Infinite City. This solution addresses our labor needs while fundamentally eliminating the possibility of future threats, serving as a continuous punishment. He paused, adding, of course, the law cannot be entirely inflexible. We can stipulate that if a goblin makes a significant and exceptional contribution during their period of servitude to the Infinite City, and upon thorough examination and verification, they may be granted the opportunity to shed their status as slaves, becoming ordinary subjects along with their direct descendants. This approach not only maintains a regime of stringent control, but also serves to fracture and undermine their unity, while providing a rare glimmer of hope to avert the depths of despair that could lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, it is imperative to identify those heinous perpetrators who have committed egregious crimes against our human race in the past. These individuals must face public execution, their blood serving as a tribute to our fallen kin and a deterrent to all goblins. As for the method of identification, we shall establish a reporting mechanism that encourages mutual denunciation among them. Those who provide credible leads will be rewarded, and particularly outstanding informants may even receive the authority to oversee a small cadre of goblin slaves. Upon the proposal's presentation, the hall fell into a contemplative silence. Chasing Cloud furrowed his brow, pondering that this method might inflict greater torment upon the green-skinned adversaries than direct execution. Stone Rock appeared somewhat confused, yet sensed the underlying strength of the plan. Mu Yang and Hu Jun nodded slightly, acknowledging that this strategy balanced punishment, management, and practical benefits, representing a prudent course of action. Bai Xiao merely lifted her gaze slightly. After listening intently, Su Jin had already formed a resolution within her heart. Li Yi's plan was both ruthless and pragmatic, avenging the blood feud while addressing pressing realities, and leaving an avenue for division and motivation, showcasing considerable sagacity. Let it be so, Su Jin declared decisively. Effective immediately, the goblin race shall be relegated to the status of slaves. Li Yi will be tasked with formulating a detailed management plan for their servitude, and will commence the establishment of a labor camp to expedite production and construction. Yes, my lord. Li Yi bowed in acknowledgement. The second matter at hand drew Su Jin's attention to the map. Although the Goblin King city had been captured, the main forces led by the Goblin King Bashaka remained entrenched in a stalemate with the elven race within the Twilight Forest. We must take proactive measures, seeking opportunities to eradicate them completely and eliminate any future threats. His finger traced the edge of the map where the Twilight Forest lay. Mu Yang, you shall continue to guard the Goblin King city, overseeing the city's defense and collaborating with Li Yi in managing the enslaved population. I shall obey, Mu Yang responded. The rest will accompany me into battle. Su Jin scanned the 3 remaining individuals. After leaving behind a necessary defensive force, the main contingent would be assembled. In 5 days, we shall depart, with the Twilight Forest as our target. Understood. The group responded in unison, their voices resonating with spirited determination. As the meeting concluded, commands were swiftly disseminated. The army of the Infinite City, having just emerged from a fierce battle, exhibited no signs of languor, immediately commencing preparations for the forthcoming conflict. The newly acquired Goblin King city would operate under a profoundly different regime in the hands of its new rulers. Chapter 56. The Fall of the Elves. The Roar of Gold. At the moment Su Jin was organizing the military in the King City, preparing to march towards the Twilight Forest. The depths of the Twilight Forest, once the heartland of the elven race, lay in utter devastation. The World Tree, guardians of generations, stood withered, and the elven main court, a symbol of life and nature, had become a mere ruin. The air was filled with the acrid stench of char and a faint metallic tang of blood. 2 days prior, that seemingly unassailable natural barrier had collapsed under the gnawing of internal rot. On that day, the goblin horde surged in like a tidal wave, the wails of the elves piercing the heavens, leaving only the cacophony of the conquerors in their wake. In the center of the main court, the once sacred white jade altar used for the World Tree's rites lay toppled, replaced by a hastily erected platform of massive stones and black iron. The Goblin King Bashaka stood atop this platform, clad in heavy plate armor, his face betraying an unmistakable thrill of excitement. Beside him stood a venerable elven elder, Eldrin, formerly a member of the Elven Council, now bowing slightly with a sycophantic smile, carefully attending to Bashaka. It was he who had torn apart the last vestige of their defenses. Below the platform, the remaining elves were roughly herded by goblin warriors, clustered together. Among them was Leola, her once bright azure eyes now ablaze with seething hatred, fixated fiercely on Eldrin atop the platform, her gaze seeming to wish to flay the traitor alive. She finally understood why the teams previously dispatched to the forest's periphery, seeking to make contact with the outside world or to solicit aid, had vanished without a trace. The greatest enemy had always lurked within their midst. The time has come, my king, Eldrin spoke obsequiously to Bashaka. Bashaka's gaze burned with barely contained ecstasy. Excellent. Excellent. The book of the world shall ultimately be restored in my hands. He extended his hand, cradling a hefty tome bound in the hide of an unknown beast, the remnants of the goblin race's book of the world. The runes on its cover seemed to sense something, shimmering faintly. Eldrin trembled as he presented an ancient scroll woven from moonlight vines, exuding a soft radiance, the revelation of the star and moon, a sacred relic safeguarded by the elven race for generations, another fragment of the book of the world. Bashaka's eyes glinted as he took the revelation of the star and moon into his possession. He raised both items aloft, feeling the pulsing energy emanating from them, drawing them closer. A resounding hum reverberated from the platform, an invisible wave expanding outward as a deep resonance filled the air. The two fragmented tomes of the book of the world seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, breaking free from Bashaka's grasp, and began to levitate in midair. The distorted runes on the cover and the silver star patterns on the vine scroll echoed one another, radiating an ever brighter glow. They began to spiral towards one another, culminating in a thunderous roar reminiscent of the dawn of creation as they slowly fused together. The brilliance surged, illuminating the ruined main court as if it were day. Above, the heavens darkened, and a rift tore through the formerly overcast sky, casting down a pure and vast beam of light, enveloping the merging book of the world. Every being present, whether goblin or elf, felt an indescribable tremor, as if some long-missing rule was being restored, rendering the entire world of Yadlin more complete in that moment. A brand-new tome, composed of pages forged from an unknown metal, hung silently in the air. Its cover no longer adorned with mere runes or star patterns, but rather a perfect amalgamation of both, forming an ineffable emblem imbued with the mysteries of the universe. Bashaka's blood surged within him, acutely aware of an unprecedented sense of wholeness and a liberation pertaining to the essence of his being. It felt as if invisible shackles were being peeled away layer by layer. Power, unprecedented power, gathered throughout his being, rendering the nine-tiered constraints that had burdened him for so long as fragile as parchment. It was the fusion of the book of the world, a blessing descending from the heavens, paving a clear path for his ascension. The opportunity lay before him. No longer hesitating, he unleashed the power coiled within him. Aya! He roared towards the sky, his voice resonating across the desolate elven main court, imbued with long-suppressed desires and ambitions on the brink of realization. Beneath his deep green skin, muscles bulged visibly, straining against the weight of his armor, which creaked under the pressure. His bones cracked with a series of explosive sounds. A violent transformation heralding a leap in life stages. A tempestuous and formidable aura erupted from him, akin to a minor storm, sending nearby goblin warriors reeling, even toppling Eldrin to the ground. The momentum escalated, shattering the confines of the 9th tier. 10th tier, gold. Bashaka reveled in the boiling torrent of power within, a force that transcended silver. Ha! His maniacal laughter echoed above the ravaged elven main court, filled with unrestrained audacity and arrogance. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the invigorating force of rebirth, to embrace the entire world. From this day forth, I, Bashaka, shall be the indisputable king of the entire Adralan realm. His gaze was haughty as it swept over the trembling elven captives below, filled with the delight of a conqueror. Eldrin crawled back to the edge of the platform, his face adorned with an even more servile smile. Congratulations, my king. Hail to our king, achieving the monumental 10th tier. The unification of the world is but a matter of time. He had almost been swept away by the earlier gust of energy. His robe was somewhat disheveled. Yet he was entirely unconcerned. Leola closed her eyes, her nails digging deeply into her palm. The glory of the elven race, the sacred relic passed down through millennia, had ultimately culminated in the rise of a goblin tyrant, his throne watered by the blood of his kin. However, just as Bashaka reveled in the unmatched glory brought forth by his breakthrough, a cacophony of increasing volume erupted from beyond the main hall. Bashaka's enthusiasm was abruptly interrupted, and he furrowed his brow in displeasure, growling, "What is happening?" A goblin general rushed over, panic evident in his voice. "The king's city has fallen." "What?" Bashaka's smile froze on his face, as if doused with cold water. He even began to doubt whether he had misheard. The goblin general gasped for breath. his voice tinged with rage. "It's the humans. The human army from Infinite City. They breached the city's defenses. The guard is utterly defeated. They have declared our goblin kin to be enslaved." Enslaved? The very word struck Bashaka's heart like two heavy hammers. The joy and grandeur of just breaking through the 10th tier were instantly supplanted by boundless fury and humiliation. He, the great goblin king, Bashaka, who had just ascended to the golden tier, had his city overrun by a horde of humans. His kin had been reduced to the status of the lowest slaves. The humans, Bashaka gritted his teeth, each word forced through clenched jaws. The tenacious energy of his newly stabilized 10th tier surged violently, golden energy erupting wildly, causing the entire main hall to tremble. Excellent. Very well. He abruptly turned, his crimson gaze sweeping across the goblin warriors below, who had also transformed from shock to fury. "Relay my orders." Bashaka's voice thundered like rolling thunder, filled with ferocity and intent to kill. "All legions, assemble. Ignore those fleeing elven remnants. Within 2 days, I shall lead our troops to return to the royal capital. I shall personally slay those damned humans. Pile their heads into a mountain. With their blood, we shall cleanse the shame of our goblin kin." Chapter 57. The Setting Sun's Dazzle. As dawn began to break, the heavy gates of the goblin royal city creaked open. Su Jin sat astride a magnificent warhorse, the morning light outlining his tall figure. He calmly surveyed the landscape before him, with Bai Shao shadowing him closely. Behind him marched nearly 10,000 fierce warriors, silently pouring out of the city gates in disciplined formation. The standards flapped in the breeze, the emblem of Infinite City proudly waving atop the city walls. At the juncture of the sunset plains and the twilight forest, a deep, rhythmic rumble resonated from afar, shaking the earth. A colossal army emerged on the horizon. Advancing like a tide of steel, the Infinite City forces departing from the Goblin Royal City. Su Jin reined in his horse, which pawed the ground restlessly. He gazed toward the forest ahead, its outline darker than that of the Niku forest. Behind him, the nearly 10,000-strong army stood in perfect silence, the only sounds being the rustle of armor and the fluttering of banners. "Relay the orders," Su Jin instructed the messenger beside him. "Ahead lies the twilight forest. The entire army must remain vigilant. The vanguard should slow their pace." Before he could finish, sharp, urgent cries of eagles pierced the sky. It was the falcons, responsible for aerial reconnaissance, issuing the highest level of alarm. Almost simultaneously, scouts responsible for ground reconnaissance reported, "My lord, a large contingent of goblin forces has been spotted ahead. They are approaching us." Su Jin's eye sharpened as he looked up. At the horizon, where the forest met the plains, a serpentine mass of dark green rolled forward, stirring up dust, surging toward the formation of the Infinite City army at an astonishing speed. Su Jin's expression hardened. Bai Shao leaned in closer. "It's goblins." As the distance closed, the appearance of the army became clearer. This was the main force of the goblins. Though they had suffered losses in fierce battles against the elves, their ranks remained formidable, and they even outnumbered the Infinite City forces slightly. Each goblin radiated a fierce and menacing aura at a glance. Their lowest tier was at least the 4th tier elite, with the higher tier units far exceeding the norm. Upon spotting the army of Infinite City, they also slowed their advance. Ultimately, the two armies faced each other across the expanse of grassland at the boundary of the sunset plains and the twilight forest, the air thick with tension and the scent of gunpowder. At the forefront of the goblin army, one figure stood out prominently. He was tall and imposing, clad in heavy plate armor, wielding a massive axe that glimmered ominously. His overpowering presence felt almost palpable. The 10th tier golden rank? Huijun's expression shifted slightly as he murmured. That figure was none other than Bashaka, the newly crowned goblin king. His blood-red eyes scanned the ranks of Infinite City before locking onto Su Jin. "Human king, come forth to meet me." Bashaka's voice boomed like thunder, filled with unrestrained rage and intent to kill. He wished to personally slay this audacious human who dared to seize his royal city and enslave his people. Su Jin maintained a tranquil demeanor, gently tugging the reins, guiding his horse forward to face Bashaka from a distance. "Bashaka!" Su Jin's calm voice rang out. "Bashaka!" Seeing Su Jin's youthful visage, momentarily registered surprise, but it was quickly replaced by disdain. "A lowly insect. How dare you claim to be a king? How dare you relegate my goblin kin to the status of slaves?" He raised his massive axe, pointing it at Su Jin. "Today, I shall use your head to honor my fallen kin and cleanse the shame of my goblin race." In the face of Bashaka's fury, Su Jin couldn't help but chuckle lightly. The victors and the vanquished have always been thus. The defeated have no right to discuss titles with the victors. As a king, you should know this truth better than I. He slightly raised his chin, meeting Bashaka's furious gaze. "As for my head, I am curious to see if you possess the capability to claim it." Bashaka regarded Su Jin, realizing that further words were futile. Only blood and death could respond to such provocation. The ferocious battle intent combined with the power of his newly acquired rank erupted violently. Roar! Bashaka swung his axe. "Crush them! For the king! For the tribe! Crush them!" The goblin generals behind him echoed their king's fervent roars, conveying the will of destruction to every warrior. With the command given, the goblin army surged forward like a torrent unleashed. At the forefront, hundreds of colossal goblins clad in heavy black iron armor, far larger than their kin, let out deep war cries, wielding enormous wolf-tooth hammers that made the ground tremble with each step. Following closely was a dense mass of goblin heavy infantry, their thick armor reflecting a dull light, their long spears forming a moving thicket of steel thorns. This main force of goblins, having just conquered the elven stronghold, was far from a rabble. They surged forth like a green-black tide sweeping across the land, infused with a fierce killing intent, enough to strike fear into any weak enemy. Howl! On the left flank of the military formation, thousands of elite wolf cavalry unleashed their ferocious howls, their mounted wolves' muscles rippling as they raced forth with the swiftness of the wind. The riders hunched low, their hands gripping curved blades that gleamed like crescent moons drenched in venom, expertly slicing towards the side of the Infinite City's ranks in an attempt to carve a breach. The stampede of the wolf pack stirred up clouds of dust that nearly obscured half the sky. Simultaneously, behind the goblin formation, thousands of remarkably strong javelin throwers emitted sharp cries as they hurled specially crafted javelins tipped with armor-piercing points with great force. In an instant, the air was filled with the piercing whistling of projectiles, thousands of glimmering black shapes converging into a deadly rain that descended upon the infantry of Infinite City, aiming to shake the foundations of human defense with this thunderous first strike. Chapter 58, Clash of Thunder. The King's Gaze. The dark rain of javelins, accompanied by a sharp whistle, descended upon the ranks of the Infinite City. The dense shadows seemed poised to swallow the first light of dawn, each glimmering point containing the terrifying power to pierce through steel. Shield wall. Raise. The rugged voice of Stone Rock boomed across the front lines, his massive form resembling a mountain as he slammed his molten lava shield down onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The front line of 2,000 heavy shield soldiers and 50 mithril heavy shield soldiers moved in perfect unison, their massive tower shields crashing together, forming an impenetrable steel barrier in an instant. Runes danced upon the mithril shields, the glow of the holy barrier subtly expanding, enveloping the surrounding allies in a veil of energy resistance. Clang, clang, clang. Countless javelins violently struck against the shield wall, erupting in a cacophony of metallic clashes and sparks. Most javelins were deflected by the sturdy shields or deeply embedded within their surfaces, unable to penetrate. A few stray projectiles were blocked by the soldiers in the rear. The molten shield wielded by Stone Rock was especially formidable, its surface ablaze. Any javelin that approached ignited upon contact, emitting a hissing sound of searing heat. Strong archers, cyclone archers, counterattack, shoot them back. In the rear, Chasing Cloud had already locked onto the javelin throwers within the goblin formation. With a commanding shout, 2,000 strong archers and 50 cyclone archers simultaneously released their arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows leaving the bowstring melded into a sharp buzzing. The piercing arrows shot forth with tremendous penetrating power, while the hurricane arrows traced peculiar trajectories through the air, their tails entwined with visible whirlwinds. The rain of arrows accurately covered the goblin javelin throwers, and cries of anguish erupted immediately. Numerous goblins were pierced by the cloud-piercing arrows, while the explosive whirlwinds of the hurricane arrows drew in and tore apart surrounding goblins, throwing their formation into disarray. Chasing Cloud did not pause. He knocked another arrow, gathering the power of wind and thunder, evidently preparing for an even more powerful attack. Just as both sides exchanged their initial volleys of ranged fire, the atmosphere above the battlefield suddenly became charged. Ocean Cloud Banner. The silver spear of the Huo army was raised high, its tip pointing towards the heavens. In an instant, a colossal shadow of a cloud banner, seemingly woven from the power of wind and thunder, materialized behind him, covering half the sky. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward, within a radius of 1,500 meters. All soldiers of Infinite City felt their spirits rekindle, their strength, speed, and reflexes significantly enhanced. Particularly, the 4,000 Azure Thunder Cavalry felt as if their steeds had shed some invisible restraint, their hooves stirring the air with a sense of levitation, exhibiting the step-on-swallow trait. Almost simultaneously, a distinctly different aura emanated from Bai Xiao, standing beside Su Jin. Ring of Extinction. There was no earth-shattering display. Only a pale halo of light silently expanded. Wherever the halo passed, the weapons of all Infinite City soldiers, whether swords, halberds, or arrows, became enveloped in a thin layer of white flame akin to burning ashes. This flame was not searing, yet it radiated a chilling essence that penetrated the soul. Weapons imbued with this flame-inflicted soul burns upon enemies, causing dual continuous damage of both soul and fire. Roar. The opposing Bashaka sensed the pressure emanating from the ranks of Infinite City, especially from the two entirely distinct powerful auras, which made even his newly attained golden tier strength feel a twinge of discomfort. He let out a thunderous roar, and a frenzied blood-red halo erupted from him. radiating outward like tangible ripples, enveloping the entire goblin army. For the king, annihilate the humans. The goblin warriors shrouded in the blood-red halo had their eyes turned crimson, their breathing labored, muscles taut, their already ferocious presence now even more bloodthirsty. Resembling tireless war machines unafraid of death. This was precisely Bashaka's hero tier ability, the Frenzied Halo, which not only augmented their strength and speed, but also allowed them to forget pain and fear. Azure Thunder Cavalry, charge with me. Su Jin scanned the battlefield, locking onto the Goblin Wolf Cavalry encircling from the flank. Though outnumbered, under the dual enhancements of the Ocean Cloud Banner and the Ring of Extinction, his Azure Thunder Cavalry surged forth with indomitable momentum, undaunted. Thunderstrike. With a single command, 4,000 cavalry surged forward, transforming into a torrent of blue and white lightning. Charging directly towards the onrushing wolf pack. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed like distant thunder, their lances pointed forward, tips crackling with electric light, while thick arcs of electricity danced among the ranks, forming a net of destruction. The path of their charge left behind fields of lingering static, crackling with explosive sounds. Awoo! The Goblin Wolf Cavalry howled with bloodlust, brandishing their curved blades, charging headlong without retreat. Boom! The two torrents collided violently. The foremost wolves and steeds were instantly shattered, flesh and bone flying. Yet, the impact of the Azure Thunder Cavalry was evidently superior. The immense kinetic energy and paralysis effect brought by the thunder strike tore through the Goblin Wolf Cavalry's formation, creating gaping breaches. Lances easily pierced the goblins' rudimentary leather armor, and the white flames from the Ring of Extinction clung to them like maggots, igniting their bodies and souls, eliciting horrifying screams. Su Jin led the charge, his lance swirling like a dragon, lightning flashing. Each strike erupted in splashes of blood. He was akin to the sharpest dagger, deeply embedding himself into the wolf cavalry's ranks, leaving behind a trail of charred corpses and wailing remnants. The Azure Thunder Cavalry followed suit, unleashing their charge skills, and in that instant, lightning and wolf howls intertwined with the sounds of metal clashing and bone shattering. Though the Goblin Wolf Cavalry were fierce and swift, they were met with the better equipped and trained Azure Thunder Cavalry, enhanced by the auras, and were rapidly forced into retreat, effectively curtailing the threat from the flank. In the heart of the battlefield, Bashaka's crimson gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Su Jin at the front of the formation, completely disregarding the fierce fighting surrounding him. In his eyes, if he could slay this human king, the war would be over. He strode forward, his massive axe dragging behind him, the blade carving a deep scar into the earth with each heavy step that trembled the ground. Bashaka surged towards Su Jin with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 59, King vs. King, General against General. Your opponent is me. A cold voice resonated, and Bai Zhao's figure appeared like a specter in the path of Bashaka, blocking his advance. The soul sword was already drawn, its blade enveloped in a pale blue spiritual flame, radiating a temperature that sent shivers down the spine. Bashaka halted, looking at Bai Zhao with an expression of shock. This human's aura was that of a hero tier, and at the 10th rank. How could this be possible? Bai Zhao's demeanor was grim, the soul sword slowly raised, its tip aimed directly at Bashaka. The pale blue spiritual flame coiled around the blade, emitting a soft sizzling sound as the surrounding air warped slightly from the heat. That is enough, Bai Zhao succinctly declared. You are but a mere newcomer to the ranks of gold. Bashaka let out a menacing laugh, his arms bulging with veins, muscles swelling to the brink of bursting through his skin. I have ascended to this position by stepping over the corpses of countless strong foes. Do you truly believe you can withstand me, even at the same tier? With a sudden swing of his battle axe, the ground fissured like a spider's web. A frenzied aura erupted from him, the almost tangible crimson malevolence distorting the very air around them. Though I am unaware of how you attained your golden rank, one is insufficient. At that moment, from within the goblin formation, a formidable presence surged forth. Clad in resplendent black armor and wielding a serrated blade, a goblin emerged, none other than Deba, one of the 4 supreme commanders responsible for the Southern Battle Zone, a 9th-tier powerhouse. This human is ours to deal with, Deba bellowed. As behind him, 4 goblin leaders, each equally formidable at the 8th tier, swiftly followed suit, collectively forming a unique formation that encircled Bai Zhao. The frenzied 5-point execution formation. Deba roared, the crimson radiance emanating from the 5 intensified, resonating with Bashaka's fervent aura. Their energies intertwined, creating a viscous force field that firmly ensnared Bai Zhao. Individually, they were far inferior to Bai Zhao, yet through the formation and Bashaka's fervent aura, they believed they could delay him. Bai Zhao frowned slightly, sensing the immense pressure surrounding him, realizing that escaping from this united front, coupled with the intricacies of the formation, would prove challenging in the short term. He cast a cold glance at Bashaka, who had bypassed him and was charging towards Su Jin. His eyes icy as he brandished his soul sword. Then let me first eliminate you. Simultaneously, the main infantry forces of both sides finally collided violently. Kill for the goblins. The 2 torrents of warriors crashed together with a thunderous roar. The foremost goblin giant swung its spiked mace, striking fiercely against the shield wall of Infinite City, its eyes gleaming with madness and bloodlust. With a resounding crash, the massive hammer fell, the air reverberating. Sparks erupted at the forefront of the shield wall. The tremendous impact surged through the thick shield, reaching the soldiers behind. Those shield bearers, struck with immense force, turned pale instantly, their arms straining as veins bulged, muscles quivering under the extreme pressure. The ground beneath them cracked, their bodies involuntarily recoiling as they emitted suppressed groans. The edges of their shields scraped against the ground, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Yet, not a single one fell. Their clenched jaws betrayed a silent roar, their gazes fixed fiercely upon the rampaging goblin giant ahead. Shield counterattack. Just as the force of the giant's mace was waning, the shield bearers shouted in unison. Unleashing their skill, the surface of their shields suddenly radiated a solid light, converting the impact they had absorbed into a powerful rebound. Boom! The giant goblin, caught off guard, staggered backward from the force of the counterattack. A flicker of astonishment crossed its grotesque face, clearly unprepared for these human soldiers to withstand its full force. Behind the shield wall, commands rang out again, laced with a harsh intensity. Resonance shield strike. Fire. Accompanied by the roars of the stone and mithril shield captain, thousands of heavy shields shone with brilliance. An invisible wave of shock energy coalesced in front of the shield formation, as if the air itself had been compressed to its limits. Buzz. In the next instant, amidst the deep, resonating hum, visible shockwaves erupted like battering rams, hurtling forward in a straight line. The giant goblin, still unsteady from the previous counterattack, was struck firmly by several shockwaves before it could regain its footing. Its massive form trembled violently, as though struck by an invisible giant hand, the sound of bones straining under duress echoing beneath its tough skin. Gush! Dark green blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, spewed forth as the giant goblins could no longer sustain their weight, crashing heavily to the ground, raising plumes of dust, convulsing a few times before falling silent. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of giant goblins were cleared from the battlefield by the combined forces of the shield counterattack and the resonance shield strike. Kill. At the same time, the long-anticipated halberd warriors unleashed their fury, surging over the shield wall. Sweep the battlefield. The foremost members of the Jinhua halberd guard roared in unison, their long halberds carving massive arcs through the air, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the atmosphere, striking fiercely at the approaching goblin heavy infantry. Swoosh! Like a hot knife slicing through butter, even the goblins' well-crafted armor proved no match for the razor-sharp halberd blades. Blood and severed limbs scattered in the air as the goblins caught in the path of the halberds were swiftly cleaved in two or sent flying by the overwhelming force, colliding with their comrades behind. Earthquake wave. The halberd warriors thrust their weapons into the ground, sending 3 waves of earthy shock rippling forward in a fan shape. The goblins beneath them stumbled, their formation thrown into disarray, creating a perfect opportunity for the ensuing assault. The infantry front erupted into the most primal and brutal slaughter. The soldiers of Infinite City, equipped with superior gear and honed through rigorous training, augmented by the auras of Bai Xiao and Hu Jun, wielded combat prowess far exceeding that of the goblins at the same tier. Although the goblins fought fearlessly under Bashaka's fervent aura, the stark disparity in strength and skill gradually placed them at a disadvantage. Blood stained the earth, and broken weapons and dismembered limbs littered the ground. The cacophony of battle cries, screams, and clashing weapons intermingled, composing a symphonic dirge of war. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, the human king. Your time has come. Bashaka roared, his muscles coiling as he raised the colossal axe towering over him. The crimson fervent aura surged around him, his power reaching its zenith. The axe gathered terrifying force, the air itself seeming to moan under the pressure. Die for me, Bashaka bellowed, unleashing all his might as he swung the axe downwards towards Su Jin with the force of a mountain-cleaving stone. This strike was immense and swift as lightning. The air screamed in protest as the axe blade descended. Just as the axe was about to strike, Su Jin's figure blurred, akin to ripples spreading from a stone cast into water. Dimensional shatter. Space appeared to warp for an instant. Bashaka's colossal axe descended with tremendous force. Boom. The axe struck the ground, unleashing a tremendous force that created a deep crater, sending earth and stone flying. At that moment, a chilling sensation silently approached from behind Bashaka. Su Jin's figure materialized without a sound, a golden glowing long sword now in hand. The icy intent to kill instantly locked onto Bashaka's unguarded back. Chapter 60. Divine Revelation of the Radiant Dragon Emperor. The Clash of Gold Tears. Swoosh. The golden sword, enveloped in pale ash flames, lunged silently towards Bashaka's exposed back like a venomous serpent striking its prey. Yet, just as the blade was about to pierce skin, a segment of armor resembling the skull of a fearsome beast erupted with a vibrant bloodlight. Clang. A jarring sound echoed as the sword tip struck a resilient crimson energy barrier. Sparks flew as the barrier quivered violently, its color dimming, evidently having absorbed tremendous force. However, The golden blade ultimately failed to break through completely, leaving only a shallow white mark on the armor before being repelled by the immense recoil. The pale ash flames hissed against the bloodlight barrier, but never truly penetrated it. Su Jin's figure appeared not far away, glancing at her slightly numb wrist, her brow arching slightly. Roar! Bashaka turned around, his crimson eyes fixated intensely on Su Jin, his expression devoid of pain, only astonishment lingering on his visage. Yet, soon thereafter, fury consumed him. He had been driven to deploy the automatic protective mechanism of the barbarian king's bone shield. This human had audaciously maneuvered behind him and delivered such a cunning and ruthless strike. For him, this was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Human, Bashaka's voice emerged, slightly hoarse yet brimming with a ferocious aura. You have successfully provoked my wrath. As he sensed the tremors and energy depletion emanating from the armor on his back, his murderous intent surged to an apex. Just a fraction more, and he might have met his demise. Su Jin steadied himself, his golden longsword angled toward the ground, the pale flames flickering at its tip. Oh, just angered, are we? He replied, his tone unperturbed, eyes glinting with amusement. I had expected you to bleed. Seeking death. Bashaka was thoroughly incensed, a cruel and deranged smile stretching across his face. He struck his chest with a thundering blow, resonating like a drum. Let me show you what true despair is. Let you comprehend the chasm between the golden rank and mere ants. Boom. A terrifying aura, far exceeding the previous, erupted from within Bashaka. His already colossal form swelled further, towering nearly 5 meters. The surface of his skin shimmered with a dark metallic hue, twisted crimson veins coursing across his body like living entities. The armor glowed ominously once more, becoming even more solidified. His massive axe underwent a transformation. The once rough blade now smooth as a mirror, its edge igniting with viscous blood-red flames, exuding an aura of annihilation. Come forth, under my might. Bashaka's voice deepened and resonated with authority, akin to the sound of metal scraping. Feel the dread. With that, Bashaka slowly ascended into the air. At the golden rank, he had begun to transcend the bonds of earth, gaining the ability to soar. Die. Bashaka adjusted his stance mid-air, raising the blood flame-ensconced axe high above, descending upon Su Jin with the force of a mountain. Even before the axe reached its target, the violent energy compressed the air, producing a deafening roar. Confronted with this cataclysmic strike, Su Jin's gaze sharpened. Interesting. It seems I must reveal my true capabilities. He muttered softly, and at once, a distinctly different aura surged from within him, no longer merely harnessing the power of Bai Xiao, but rather a unique force belonging to him. A culmination refined through the essence of his class as a lord. Buzz. A resplendent golden light erupted from Su Jin, enveloping him entirely. This radiance was not the cold platinum of Bai Xiao, but a pure, blazing gold, radiant as the sun, exuding unparalleled majesty. Within this brilliance, an exquisite suit of armor rapidly coalesced around him. The armor's form flowed with streamlined elegance, as if molded from gold, its surface etched with intricate and profound runes, each pulsating with golden flames. The helmet concealed his visage, leaving only his eyes ablaze with golden fire. Behind him, not energy wings akin to Bai Xiao's, but 6 wings extending, composed of countless tiny golden blades. Each wing radiated an unmatched sharpness, causing ripples in the air with the slightest movement. Divine revelation, glorious dragon emperor. This was Su Jin's unique divine form, instantly amplifying all attributes by a staggering 500. Unlike Bai Xiao's ethereal energy wings, Su Jin's divine revelation manifested these wings into a physical form, granting them both offensive and defensive capabilities. Boom. In the next instant, the blood flame axe clashed violently with the newly raised golden dragon wings. A thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield, a tempest of energy shockwaves emanating from the two figures, akin to a tsunami spreading in all directions. The ground was stripped bare, countless fragments soaring into the sky, as the surrounding lines crumbled under the onslaught, forcing a temporary retreat and creating distance. In the sky, Su Jin and Bashaka transformed into 2 entwined streaks of light, colliding with fervor. Each clash of golden sword rays and crimson axe shadows erupted into blinding brilliance and deafening roars. The energy backlash ripped apart the clouds, leaving deep and unfathomable gouges on the ground, at times diving towards the earth, shattering rocks, and at others soaring into the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. The entire region trembled under the ferocious clash of these 2 titans. Below, the soldiers engaged in battle, whether human or goblin, instinctively distanced themselves from the area of devastation, gazing upward in awe and terror at the divine-like struggle unfolding above. Such power from the Lord. Is this the might of the golden rank? Just moments ago, leading the thunderstorm cavalry through the goblin wolf cavalry formation, Hu Jun was taken aback by the cataclysmic scene in the sky. He recognized Su Jin's strength, but had not anticipated such ferocity upon the release of a certain form. However, he did not allow himself to be distracted. As the battlefield commander, he had his duties. His gaze returned to the flank of the battlefield. after a thunderous charge. For 1,000 thunderstorm cavalry had breached the Goblin Wolf cavalry's main formation, leaving chaos and countless corpses in their wake. Yet, the Goblin Wolf cavalry, numerous and undaunted, under the command of a particularly burly goblin chief riding a dark red-furred wolf, rapidly regrouped, seeking to overwhelm the thunderstorm cavalry through sheer numbers. The light of ants. Su Jin scoffed, raising his silver spear once more, his eyes flashing with thunderous energy. Domain expansion. 100 Riders Thunderstorm Soul Pact. Chapter 61. Thunder Spear pierces the sky. 10,000 riders tread the void. In an instant, the heavens transformed. The clouds above the battlefield seemed to be torn asunder by an invisible force, revealing a profound and dark celestial dome. Following this, solid arcs of lightning descended from the void, gathering and coalescing behind Su Jin. The mournful sound of a horn echoed as though it had traversed the ages, resonating across the sunset plains. 300 figures shimmering with lightning appeared silently behind Su Jin. Mounted upon steeds of pure lightning, clad in purple armor, they wielded long spears forged from the very essence of thunder, their faces shrouded in the shadow of their helmets, revealing only their eyes glowing with electric brilliance. 300 thunderstorm cavalry spirits. These were not corporeal beings, but spectral legions summoned through Su Jin's domain power, manifesting in resonance with the souls of his army. As they emerged, a monumental battle intent descended like a tangible force, enveloping the entire battlefield. Feel the judgment of thunder. Su Jin's eyes sparkled with lightning as he clenched his left hand, gathering and compressing the power of thunder in his palm. The air crackled under the strain, as a spear, entwined with spiraling arcs of electricity, coalesced in his grasp, seemingly forged from pure thunder. Simultaneously, the 300 thunderstorm cavalry spirits raised their lightning-long spears, unleashing a torrent of condensed thunderous energy from their spear tips, merging into Su Jin's thunder spear. The boundless power of thunder began to coalesce within Su Jin's spear, its tip glowing brighter and emanating a destructive aura, warping the surrounding space under the immense concentration of energy. Thunder rainbow pierces the mountain. In the next heartbeat, Su Jin's arm muscles tensed as he hurled the thunder spear with great force. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a blazing white arc of thunder, trailing a lengthy spiral of electrical brilliance, hurtling toward the goblin cavalry with an almost incomprehensible velocity. In the flight path, the air was scorched by intense heat, leaving behind a lingering, searing white trace, akin to a gaping, grotesque wound carved into the sky. The shadow of death loomed ominously. As the goblin commander let out a furious roar, "Assemble, Bloodshield!" He raised his curved dagger, unleashing a torrent of crimson brilliance from his entire being, infusing it into the blade. The reorganizing wolf cavalry reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately consolidating their formation, centering around each centurion to form a tightly knit circular array. They, too, roared in unison, channeling their fervent energies into thick streams of viscous crimson energy, which were then directed towards the central dagger. Buzz, with the dagger as the fulcrum. Dozens of blood-colored energy streams intertwined wildly, swiftly coalescing into a massive shield of dark red hue, spanning several dozen meters in diameter. The moment the shield took shape, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, and the ground trembled slightly. The wolf cavalry commander gazed at the solidified blood energy barrier before him, a flicker of confidence flashing in his eyes. Then, in the next instant, the searing white lightning bolt arrived. Contrary to expectations, there was no earth-shattering collision. As the tip of the lightning spear grazed the blood energy barrier, it merely emitted a grating sizzle that sent shivers down one's spine. The seemingly indestructible blood energy barrier, bolstered by the strength of thousands of wolf cavalry, barely endured less than a tenth of a breath. The center of the barrier was as if instantaneously dissolved by an invisible force, creating a rapidly expanding hole. Following this, the entire blood energy barrier became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks and then exploded violently. Countless dark red energy shards shot outwards, only to be utterly vaporized by the lightning radiating from the spear. The momentum of the lightning bolt did not wane. It pierced through the goblin commander's chest, and then the terrifying thunderous power amassed within the spear erupted instantaneously. Boom! A colossal spherical thunderstorm, over 100 meters in diameter, erupted violently. Blinding white light consumed all, while ferocious lightning serpents surged in all directions, wreaking havoc. Numerous thick electric serpents writhed chaotically within the thunder sphere, shredding and obliterating everything within reach, soil, rubble, and goblin riders alike. The goblin wolf cavalry at the storm's edge had no time to scream, as they were hurled away by the violent shockwave and rampant currents. Their bodies charred midair before crashing heavily to the ground. The shockwave, laden with ferocious energy, expanded outward, toppling the formations of the wolf cavalry further afield. As the smoke from the explosion began to rise, Su Jin's icy voice resonated once more with lethal intent. "Charge with me. Crush them." He yanked the reins, and his steed let out a piercing neigh, leading the charge. 300 Thunderstrike cavalry followed closely, alongside thousands of Azure Thunder cavalry. like a tempest of thunder sweeping the land. Using the cover of the smoke from the explosion, they launched a flank attack against the goblin wolf cavalry, whose formation was already beginning to falter. Thunderous roars. The lightning-imbued spears effortlessly pierced through the flesh of the goblins, as the iron hooves of the warhorses trampled over, reducing any who dared to resist into mere pulp. This was a massacre, having lost their leader and their courage. The will to resist of the goblin wolf cavalry crumbled entirely before such an overwhelming foe. The pursuit was relentless, as Su Jin led the Azure Thunder Cavalry, efficiently reaping the lives of the enemy. The pervasive smoke and flickering lightning became the dominant hues of this flanking battlefield. The wails of the wolf cavalry gradually diminished until they vanished entirely. On the flanking battlefield, Su Jin reined in his steed, and behind him, the goblin wolves had been annihilated. He gazed towards the main battlefield, now transformed into a bloody grinder, his expression tightening slightly. The slaughter on the front lines was excessively brutal, with both sides engaged in a frenzied exchange of losses. If this continued, even if they were to win, their own casualties would be significant. His gaze shifted to the rear of the goblin army, where dense ranks of goblin archers and spear throwers were incessantly raining down fire, causing persistent trouble for the infantry in front. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. To strike the serpent, one must aim for its vital point. Su Jin had already made up his mind to dismantle the enemy's ranged firepower and command nodes, and then to tear apart their formation from the rear, was the swiftest way to collapse their offensive and alleviate the pressure on the front lines. He took a deep breath, his battle spirit igniting, pointing his silver spear forward, its tip crackling with lightning. The aura of the vast sea cloud banner had long enveloped the entire army, and at this moment, he further invigorated it. Step on the swallow, Su Jin bellowed. In an instant, the warhorses neighed, gathering the power of thunder and wind beneath their hooves. They trod upon the intangible air as if ascending solid steps, beginning to lift off the ground. Their target, the enemy's rear ranks. Break the enemy. Su Jin urged his mount, transforming into a streak of lightning, soaring over the infantry line still embroiled in fierce combat, like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, directly charging towards the rear of the goblin army, where the goblin ranged units were stationed. Thousands of cavalry ascended into the air, their iron hooves shattering the void, morphing into a canopy of thunderclouds that followed closely behind. This spectacle invigorated the morale of the infinite city soldiers below, while instilling unprecedented terror in the opposing goblins. Chapter 62. Heart Release, Sword Slash of the 5 Stars. Even amidst the frenzied glow of the 5-star strangling formation, Bai Xiao sensed the shifting tides of the battlefield. The powerful energy fluctuations and the quickly subsiding cries of battle from Su Jin's side indicated that the threat on the flank had been neutralized. Meanwhile, in the sky, the cataclysmic battle between Su Jin and Bashaka caused a barely perceptible twitch in the corner of his eye. Particularly, Su Jin's manifestation of the divine release radiant dragon emperor form was striking. That pure and searing golden power, akin to his own soul sword energy, shared a source, yet bore an essential difference. Indeed, the power of the Lord was unfathomable. Bai Xiao mused inwardly, before redirecting his focus back to the 5 goblins encircling him. Diva and the 4 goblin commanders were equally filled with trepidation. The battle in the sky had surpassed their comprehension, existing within the realm of the golden tier, where every gesture wielded cataclysmic might. The swift collapse of the flank's wolf cavalry also weighed heavily on them. Hold on. Keep him occupied. The king will soon deal with that one. Diva exerted himself to remain calm, loudly rallying morale while fully channeling the frenzied 5-star strangling formation, attempting to further restrict Bai Xiao's movement. The viscous blood-red force field clung to him like a mire, continuously tugging and binding Bai Xiao's figure. As the 5 assailants coordinated their attacks with cunning ferocity from various angles, Bai Xiao merely defended and evaded, seemingly under duress. This gave Diva and the others a semblance of reassurance. If they could just hold out, perhaps they might truly await Bashaka's arrival for support. However, they failed to notice that the last vestiges of Bai Xiao's observational interest were fading away within his icy gaze. If not to cooperate with the Lord and to examine this so-called frenzied strangling formation, such trifling minions were hardly worthy of obstructing his path. What a waste of time. A flicker of impatience crossed Bai Xiao's mind. Noisy, the 2 detached words, like echoes from the abyss, caused a jolt of foreboding in the hearts of Diva and his 4 companions. In the next moment, Bai Xiao unleashed the full extent of his power. Buzz. An overwhelming surge of terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from within him. No longer was it the pale blue flames merely entwining the sword, but a more profound and refined platinum glow. Heart release. The high-frequency resonance of the soul ignited instantly, channeling the power of the heart's imagery to coalesce rapidly on Bai Xiao's surface. A resplendent suit of sword armor, gleaming with platinum light, adorned his entire form. Its lines smooth and imbued with a murderous aura. The surface of the armor shimmered with an energy sheen reminiscent of liquid metal. On the shoulder guards, chest plates, and armors, intricate patterns began to faintly illuminate, emanating a chilling sharpness that sent shivers down one's spine. A sudden augmentation of all attributes to 150. More significantly, in the state of heart unraveled, Bai Xiao's mastery and application of soul power have ascended to an entirely new echelon. What? Diwa's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the suffocating and terrifying aura that surged forth abruptly. This power transcended the boundaries of his comprehension. This was no longer the opponent they had barely managed to suppress moments before. This is bad. He has been concealing his strength. A goblin commander cried out in terror. Quickly, full defense. Diwa roared, frantically channeling the formation. The crimson force field solidified to its utmost extent. The bloodlight enveloping the 5 individuals nearly merging into a singular dark red energy shield. Yet, it was too late. In the face of absolute power and speed, the so-called formation and defense were but a farce. Bai Xiao moved, not evading or blocking as before, but vanished, breaking the boundary. A momentary distortion of space occurred. Bai Xiao disregarded the viscous crimson force field and the 5 individuals' energy locks, appearing outside the encirclement, directly behind a goblin commander. The goblin commander hadn't even registered the change, feeling only a chill at his back. Swoosh! The soul sword, entwined with platinum soul pressure and flowing flames, pierced effortlessly through his heart as if slicing through tofu. The power of the Ring of Annihilation activated, a pale soul scorch instantly branding him, obliterating both soul and body. One strike, and he was dead. Bai Xiao withdrew the sword, not even glancing at the lifeless body that crumpled to the ground before his figure blurred again. Breaking the boundary, he appeared as if teleporting at the side of another goblin commander. Soul Resonance Slash, a meticulously condensed crescent-shaped sword energy of platinum color, accompanied by a sharp sound that cleaved the air, swept across. The goblin commander hastily raised his weapon to block, but before the Soul Resonance Slash, empowered by the heart unraveled state, his weapon, along with his body, was effortlessly cleaved in two. The soul scorch erupted instantly, incinerating his remains. No. Diwa's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom why this human had suddenly become so terrifying. This was no longer a battle of the same tier. He attempted to command the remaining 2 commanders to change formation, but Bai Xiao's speed was simply too rapid, with 2 consecutive breaking the boundaries. Bai Xiao flitted like a butterfly among the remaining 3, each appearance accompanied by a razor-sharp beam of sword light. Splat! 2 more brief cries of agony echoed. The last 2 8th-tier goblin commanders fell, one cleaved in half, the other pierced through the skull by the sword energy, following in the footsteps of their fallen comrades. The dual damage of soul and flames left them no chance to struggle. From the moment Bai Xiao activated Heart Unraveled to slay 4 8th-tier goblin commanders, the entire process spanned merely 2 or 3 breaths. It was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, only Diwa remained on the battlefield, standing alone, maintaining the farcical 5-pointed star slaughter formation. The fervor on his face had long since vanished, replaced by endless fear and confusion. He watched Bai Xiao approach him step by step, observing the platinum armor exuding a terrifying aura and the long sword that seemed capable of severing souls. His body trembled uncontrollably. What kind of monster are you? Diwa's voice was hoarse and trembling. Bai Xiao did not respond. He slowly raised the soul sword in his hand. The tip pointed ominously at Diwa, as the platinum soul pressure flickered upon the blade, radiating a chilling intent to kill. It is over. The moment the words fell, Bai Xiao's figure vanished once more, breaking the boundary. Diwa felt a blur before his eyes, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. He roared, channeling all his strength into the serrated great knife in his hands, striking forward with ferocity. However, he struck only air. A cold sensation emanated from behind. Diwa lowered his head with great difficulty, seeing a blade tip wrapped in platinum flames piercing through his chest. Ugh! He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only emitted a meaningless gasp, the light of life swiftly fading from his eyes. The pale flames spread forth, consuming his body along with his soul. Bai Xiao slowly withdrew the soul sword, the blade untainted by a single drop of blood, the platinum armor dissipating quietly, returning to its original form. He stood amidst the 5 goblin corpses, which rapidly turned to ashes, his expression frosty, as if he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. He raised his gaze to the intensifying battle above, his eyes calm and unperturbed. The obstacles have been cleared. Chapter 63, Collision of Realms. Royal Command versus Blood Fury Domain. Above the heavens, the battlefield has transformed into a forbidden zone. The golden radiant dragon emperor and the dark red frenzied giant shadow, akin to 2 celestial bodies drawn to each other yet bent on mutual destruction, unleashed energy surges, with each collision potent enough to tear the heavens asunder. Boom! Bashaka's blood-flame giant axe whirled, attempting to crush with sheer brute force. Yet, in the form of the radiant dragon emperor, Su Jin's strength, speed, and reflexes reached an astonishing level. Each of Bashaka's heavy, powerful strikes was narrowly evaded or precisely deflected by Su Jin's blade. Clang! The sword and axe clashed once more, a blinding spark erupting alongside a thunderous crash. The violent force coursed through the blade, causing Su Jin to sway slightly. Yet he used that momentum to glide back gracefully. In contrast, Bashaka felt the tremendous recoil numb his arm, causing him to stumble midair. The fury in his crimson eyes intensified. This human was as slippery as an eel, yet possessed an extraordinary strength. Roar! Bashaka bellowed, the blood-red patterns on his body glowing fiercely, his speed increasing yet further. He abandoned the heavy slashing, instead swinging the giant axe, creating blood-red afterimages that sealed off Su Jin's avenues for evasion. Su Jin's gaze remained calm, a slight smile gracing his lips. No longer merely evading. The 6 solidified golden wings behind him flared open. 2 of the wings, sharp as the finest blades, crossed and ascended to meet Bashaka's axe shadow. Clang, clang. The grating sound of cutting filled the air as the blood-red axe shadow was directly cleaved apart by the wings. Bashaka's pupils constricted. The strength of the wings exceeded his expectations. This brief moment of distraction was a fatal flaw. Su Jin's figure surged forward, the golden longsword tracing a graceful arc. Splat! Damn it! Bashaka winced in pain. He looked down to see golden blood streaming from his chest, astonished. This body, forged through countless bloodline refinements into an impervious form, had been effortlessly breached in an even more potent state. He gazed at Su Jin, the disdain and rage in his eyes evaporating, leaving only solemnity and respect. The human before him was no longer the trivial ant he once deemed easily crushable. He possessed strength on par with his own. You are strong. Bashaka's voice grew deep, shedding its arrogance, infused with recognition of a fellow sovereign's might. I should not have underestimated another ruler. Su Jin hovered in the air, his golden eyes gazing steadily at him. You too, he replied softly. You are the first to compel me to utilize this form. Bashaka grinned, revealing his fangs. But this time, the smile bore no malice, only the spirit of battle. Excellent. He sheathed the giant axe, his arms slowly spreading wide. The blood-red patterns on his body surged wildly, as if yearning to break free. I, Bashaka, only respect true power. To engage in battle with a fellow strong one is my honor. Bashaka's voice became authoritative and grand. And thus, let me show you my domain. In my domain, everything shall transform into a frenzy of blood and flesh. Roar! With a roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, an unprecedented surge of blood-red energy erupted from Bashaka's body. Centered around him, a viscous crimson radiance surged forth like a tide, instantly saturating a kilometer of airspace. The domain unfurled, heralding the blood-rage domain. This was the realm of Bashaka, a domain brimming with primal savagery, madness, and slaughter. Within this territory, Bashaka's combat instincts would be magnified to their utmost, his strength and speed receiving unparalleled enhancement, while his adversaries would endure relentless mental assaults and forceful suppression. Their minds on the brink of weakness, destined to devolve into mindless beasts driven solely by the urge to kill. The sanguine domain rapidly expanded, enveloping Su Jin in an instant, where the resplendent golden light of the Dragon Emperor collided violently with the crimson frenzy, emitting a piercing, sibilant sound. A domain, indeed? Su Jin felt the onslaught of the frenzied will attempting to taint his psyche, a grave expression flickering in his golden eyes. The hallmark ability of a hero was undeniably extraordinary, merely relying on the enhancements and skills of the divine Radiant Dragon Emperor. It would be challenging to entirely suppress a gold-tier adversary who had activated their domain. It appeared that I cannot let you take the stage alone, Su Jin murmured. Since you have revealed your trump card, I shall match you stride for stride. He slowly raised his left hand, fingers splayed, palm facing upwards. Buzz! A brilliant, majestic golden light erupted from within Su Jin, akin to a nascent star. This golden glow transcended the confines of his Dragon Emperor armor, radiating outward in all directions without restraint. Where the golden light reached, Bashaka's brutish crimson domain seemed to encounter a nemesis, forcefully halted and even compressed. The sky was distinctly divided into 2 halves. One, a hellish crimson firmament. The other, a divine golden canopy. Within the golden luminescence, chaotic energy transformed into countless intricate golden runes, interlinking to depict a magnificent palace, soaring dragon totems, and imposing arrays of weaponry, as if an entire majestic kingdom had projected itself into existence. An overwhelming aura of regal supremacy radiated, contrasting starkly with Bashaka's savage, sanguine presence. In this golden realm, Su Jin's aura began to surge wildly, the 6 golden blade-like wings behind him growing more expansive, each subtle flap resonating with the entirety of the golden domain. The runes on his Dragon Emperor armor began to illuminate one by one, emanating a terrifying fluctuation that made the very fabric of space tremble. The decree of the radiant sovereignty of all spirits. This was neither by Shao's blazing soul thunder prison nor Huajun's military soul concord, but a domain uniquely belonging to Su Jin, inherent to the Lord profession, amalgamating his inherent powers with the characteristics of the radiant Dragon Emperor form. Where the royal power reigns, all spirits submit. Where the decree directs, brilliance shines forth. What is this? Bashakar's pupils constricted sharply, as he felt the once unstoppable bloody corrosive force within his domain neutralized and purified upon contact with the golden light. He even sensed his strength being suppressed by the other. How could this be possible? While there are strengths and weaknesses between domains, such a blatant suppression could only occur if there were a significant disparity in tier or a complete counter of domain characteristics. What is this human-esque domain? But I am not done yet. Bashakar growled in a suppressed tone. In the next moment, he drew his arms inward, causing the crimson domain that had enveloped a 1,000-meter radius to suddenly collapse inward. The viscous, plasma-like energy screamed as it recoiled, swirling back towards the colossal axe in his hands. He concentrated the power of the domain, the might of the blood flame great axe, and all his fury and strength into that axe, which blazed with crimson flames. The entire axe vibrated and hummed, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure of this condensed power. Blood rage domain, soul-burning slash. Face death, king of the humans. With a roar, Bashakar swung the great axe down towards Su Jin, the center of the golden light domain, cleaving through the air. The axe, embodying all his strength, trailed a thick, viscous line of destructive blood flames. It seemed to carry the weight of a world, and wherever the axe light passed, the space fissured with fine black cracks. As if even the void could not endure such ferocity. In the face of this terrifying strike, Su Jin's figure, illuminated by the golden radiance, appeared remarkably composed. He gently clenched his raised left hand into a fist. Decree. As these two words fell, the entirety of the radiant sovereignty of all spirits erupted in fervor. Buzz. The countless arcane runes suspended in the golden domain suddenly burst forth in a blinding light. The Grand Palace's ethereal visage solidified. The soaring dragon totem roared into the heavens, and the standing array of weapons rang out in unison. An indescribable, supreme will of authority descended upon this domain. Reminiscent of an awakened ancient monarch. No longer passive defense. Royal authority signifies dominion. A decree signifies that words manifest as law. In the next instant, just as the cataclysmic crimson axe light was about to reach Su Jin's domain, the golden light before him abruptly twisted and converged. Countless runes ablaze with golden flames surged forth, coalescing into an enormous, palpable golden dragon head shield. The dragon's visage was vivid and alive, its eyes exuding majesty, as it unleashed a silent roar towards the blood-red axe light. The entirety of the golden domain's power, under the decree, was mobilized and condensed into this absolute point of defense. The blood axe and dragon shield finally met. There was no cataclysmic sound as anticipated. It was as though the sounds of the world, along with light and air, were forcibly extracted and compressed to their limits by an unseen force. The universe fell into a heart-stopping, absolute silence. The passage of time seemed to thicken and slow amidst this terrifying clash of energies. In the next moment, the silence shattered. An indescribable brilliance and thunderous roar erupted from the core of the collision. It was the pure release of destructive energy, a frenzy of golden and crimson intertwining and annihilating, instantly consuming everything in the vicinity of the impact. Following closely was a terrifying shockwave capable of rending the very fabric of space, surging forth like an invisible torrent in all directions. On the distant battlefield, both goblins and Su Jin's soldiers were sent reeling by the aftermath of this force. Disoriented and shaken, the sky appeared to be thoroughly cleansed, leaving behind distinct trails of light. The golden brilliance seemed dyed into the heavens, starkly contrasting with the somber crimson streaks on the opposite side. The world returned to its eerie silence. Only the gentle breeze stirring the minute dust generated from the energy clash. Su Jin hovered in place, his golden dragon emperor armor unscathed. He maintained his left hand in a fist, faint golden light still swirling within his palm. Opposite him, Bashakar's massive form hunched slightly, the blood flame great axe in his grip visibly marred with numerous fine cracks. His scarlet eyes fixed intently on Su Jin, his expression darkening. The full force of his strike had failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent, a reality that he found difficult to accept. It is over. At that moment, Su Jin's voice resonated. Then, he raised his right hand, holding the golden long sword aloft, while his left hand formed an intricate seal. Decree of the radiant sovereignty, heavenly punishment. As his words fell, the entire domain of the radiant sovereignty of all spirits surged once more. This time, it was not a gathering of defense, but an aggregation of attack. Above the celestial canopy, countless golden runes whirled frantically, delineating an immense, resplendent vortex of gold. At the heart of this vortex, arcs of lightning flickered, and golden flames surged, heralding a terrifying force of judgment descending from the heavens. Boom! A stout column of golden lightning, as formidable as a celestial pillar, interwoven with the purifying flames, plummeted from the vortex's core, targeting Bashaka with lethal precision. The speed of this assault was unparalleled, seemingly transcending the confines of space, arriving before Bashaka in an instant. His pupils constricted, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of impending doom. He sought to evade, only to discover that the very fabric of space around him seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendering it viscous and unyielding. Such was the might of Su Jin's domain. There was no escape. Roar! Bashaka unleashed a final, desperate bellow, channeling the remnants of his strength into the Bloodfire giant axe in a futile attempt to block the impending doom. Yet this time, he faced the very wrath of the heavens, coalesced from the entirety of the domain. Boom! The golden lightning struck him with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! The Bloodfire giant axe emitted a mournful cry, its surface marred by cracks, as the violent force of the thunderbolt sent it hurtling away. Subsequently, the column of light met no obstruction as it collided with Bashaka's colossal form. Splurt! Golden blood mingled with charred flesh erupted into the air. Bashaka let out a woeful howl, his massive body resembling a kite severed from its string, as he was violently thrust downwards into the dense forest below. Boom! The ground quaked violently, waves of impact radiating outward from the point of impact in concentric circles. Countless towering trees were uprooted or shattered into splinters. A conflagration of dust and debris surged skyward, obscuring the entire area. As the dust began to settle, a vast crater emerged where the forest once stood. At the bottom of this pit lay Bashaka, charred and battered, his left arm missing, golden blood gushing forth, his breath flickering perilously close to extinguishment. The crimson patterns on his body nearly extinguished. High above, Su Jin gradually lowered his left hand, releasing the seal, the residual golden luminescence fading away. The dominion of the myriad spirits, the royal decree of brilliance enveloping the world, receded like a tide at his command, causing the golden vortex in the heavens to dissipate. He descended slowly, step by step, towards the crater, while Bai Shao silently appeared behind him, vigilantly watching Bashaka at the pit's bottom. A harsh fit of coughing echoed from the depths of the pit, as Bashaka struggled to prop himself up with his remaining arm, only to ultimately collapse back down in futility. He raised his head to gaze at Su Jin, who drew closer, his crimson eyes devoid of rage and madness, now reflecting only a mixture of unwillingness and a fanatical resolve. "You have won," Bashaka rasped, his voice hoarse and feeble, "but do not think you shall possess this world." A bizarre smile crept across his face, a grotesque blend of excruciating pain and a morbid fervor. A world enslaved by goblins. He enunciated each word with a venomous hatred. It should not exist. Ha ha, ha ha. His chilling and frenzied laughter echoed across the desolate battlefield, imbued with a sense of despair and resolution that sent shivers down the spine of any who heard it. Su Jin paused, a frown creasing his brow. Bashaka, with great difficulty, rummaged within his bosom and extracted an object. It was none other than the Book of Worlds, restored by Bashaka in the Twilight Forest. Upon seeing the tome, Su Jin's gaze sharpened. He instantly grasped the source of Bashaka's frenzied determination. What does this man intend to do? Is he looking to drag someone down with him, even in death? Chapter 65, The Remnants of Evolution. The Book of Worlds lay quietly in Bashaka's bloodied hand. This tome, heavy with the intertwined destinies of goblins and elves, formed from the amalgamation of its fragmented pages, now seemed to awaken from its slumber. The cover bore a unified emblem, a perfect fusion of twisted runes and celestial trajectories, now ominously flickering. It radiated a chilling, profound silver light. "You are aware of the seal beneath the palace, are you not?" Bashaka wheezed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You must have sensed the tremors there before. Those aberrant insects will not let this opportunity slip by." Su Jin's heart stirred as he recalled Bai Zhao's previous report, along with the charred beetle that had been slain. Beneath the seal lies their true form, a catastrophe capable of annihilating this world. Bashaka's voice suddenly crescendoed, tinged with a deranged intensity. "Originally, I intended to wait until I fully controlled this world before addressing them. But now, since this world no longer belongs to the goblins, let it perish alongside it." Bashaka abruptly raised the Book of Worlds, pouring the last remnants of his strength into it with frenzied abandon. The cover of the tome, adorned with runes and star patterns, erupted with light. No longer the vast and sacred brilliance of before, it now emanated a cold, unervingly profound silver radiance. Su Jin's pupils constricted. This lunatic intends to leverage the authority granted by the restored Book of Worlds to pry open the seal beneath the royal city. Madman. Su Jin's thoughts raced. Buzz. An indescribable wave radiated from the Book of Worlds, not merely a surge of energy, but a distortion on a conceptual level. It was as if the very rules of the Adralan world were being forcibly manipulated at that moment. The heavy tome broke free from Bashaka's grasp and began to levitate slowly. The silver light intensified, threatening to engulf Bashaka's charred body entirely. Simultaneously, thousands of miles away in the Goblin Royal City, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Above the palace, the fabric of space began to warp violently, as a colossal and indistinct shadow, exuding an ominous aura, slowly materialized. The outline of this shadow was indescribable, its mere presence sent shudders and unsettling sounds rippling below. In the depths of the pit, Bashaka felt the response from that distant realm, his madness reaching a fever pitch. He summoned every last ounce of his strength to deliver a final curse and command to the floating book of worlds. In the name of the world. By the complete authority. Release. He nearly choked on blood as he shouted the last two words. Catastrophe. In an instant, the entire Goblin royal city and the surrounding land began to tremble violently. At the palace's center, the ground collapsed abruptly, revealing a bottomless chasm, from which an ominous aura seemed to surge forth. Yet at that moment, the manic smile on Bashaka's face froze abruptly. He stared in disbelief at the book of worlds in his hand, while the silver light remained blinding. The power within had become exceedingly unstable, as if it might spiral out of control at any moment. Moreover, the expansion of the chasm seemed to encounter some obstruction, an unknown force appearing to be pushed back. The seal did not shatter as he had envisioned. What is happening? Bashaka's eyes flickered with confusion. I seem to have lost control over it. He felt as if he had exerted all his strength to push open a rotting door, only to find behind it not a passage, but a cold, unyielding stone wall, leaving him without the strength to withdraw his hand. Because your so-called completeness is, in essence, a flaw. A calm voice resonated. Bashaka jolted his head up, only to find Su Jin, having approached the edge of the crater at some point, gazing down at him. To his further astonishment, Su Jin's left palm, unbeknownst to him, had also manifested an object. It was a page gleaming with a metallic luster, its material enigmatic, both lightweight and resilient. It was adorned with intricate and arcane runes, markedly distinct in style from those on the tome he held, the Book of Worlds, yet subtly resonating with a shared essence. At this moment, the metallic page emanated a gentle golden glow. Although not blinding, it exuded an ineffable weightiness and primal aura. The fragment of the world, Bashaka whispered in disbelief. His eyes filled with incredulity. How could a third fragment of the world manifest? He was on the verge of doubting whether he was hallucinating in his final moments. The historical records passed down through the Goblin and Elven races explicitly stated that the Book of Worlds had split into two parts, never alluding to the existence of a third fragment. Su Jin slowly raised the metallic page in his hand, the runes shimmering softly, creating a peculiar resonance and tension with the Book of Worlds that Bashaka held. Gazing at the metallic page, Su Jin turned his attention to Bashaka's tome, pondering the three primordial races of the Audiolon world: goblins, elves, and the forgotten humans. Why would you presume that the legacy token symbolizing the world's origin would consist of only two parts? Su Jin remarked with a hint of significance in his voice. The fragments held by your goblin kin and the waning elves may barely constitute what you deem complete. So, where lies the fragment that represents evolution and the future? He gently shook the metallic page, its runes appearing to brighten slightly. The color drained from Bashaka's face, leaving behind a deathly pallor. Evolution? So that is it, he rasped. His voice as dry as sandpaper. The world needs evolution. History is not mistaken. He gazed up at the sky, his expression intricate. The records did indeed state that the Book of Worlds split into two parts. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the hope for ascension would rest upon you, the humans. The forgotten race, the one we deemed lowly and weak. But why not us goblins? He let out a low, sardonic laugh, tinged with bitterness and resentment. Everything he had once scorned had now become the key to his downfall. Su Jin remained silent, merely observing him, the metallic page in his hand radiating a soft golden light. This glow, though not glaring, was imbued with a vibrant vitality. Bashaka felt his life force swiftly waning. He understood that everything had come to an end. He had lost. His final gaze lingered on the youthful visage of Su Jin, and ultimately, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. His massive form collapsed weakly into the abyss, the Book of Worlds slipping from his grasp, its silvery glow rapidly dimming. The tome, which bore the fate of both races, fell silently upon Bashaka's charred chest. Chapter 66, The Reunification of Worlds. At the edge of the abyss, Su Jin stood quietly. The night breeze tousled his black locks, the fabric of his attire rustling gently. He lowered his gaze to the now dim volume of the Book of Worlds resting on Bashaka's chest. Bashaka, the once mighty goblin king and nominal ruler of the Audiolon world, had ultimately transformed into dust, taking his ambition and resentment with him. His final folly had been an attempt to leverage the authority of the world to unearth an unknown calamity, only to be thwarted by an unforeseen flaw. Su Jin raised his left hand, the metallic page continuing to float in his palm, casting a gentle golden radiance. This fragment, representing evolution and the future of humanity, formed a delicate balance, or perhaps a constraint, against the histories and legacies held by the goblins and elves. The world needs evolution, echoed Bashaka's dying whisper, reverberating in Su Jin's mind. He pondered deeply. The fundamental will of this world seemed more profound than he had imagined. Shaking his head, he set aside those tumultuous thoughts for the time being. Now was not the moment for such contemplation. With a mere thought, the metallic page transformed into a stream of light, shooting directly towards the pit's bottom. Simultaneously, the heavy tome at the bottom appeared to respond, vibrating slightly as it opened its cover on its own. The golden stream of light precisely entered the book, akin to a weary bird returning to its nest. A deep, ancient hum resonated, not particularly loud, yet echoing profoundly within the depths of the soul. The once dim Book of Worlds suddenly erupted with resplendent brilliance, no longer the cold silvery hue or merely golden, but a chaotic blend of archaic sanctity and vibrant future. The light was not blinding. Rather, it possessed a gentle, jade-like quality. The tome, seemingly animated by an unseen force, gradually levitated from the ground, hovering in midair. On its cover, the emblem formed by twisted runes and celestial paths, along with the runes representing humanity, intertwined flawlessly, culminating in an entirely new insignia. An ineffable wave of energy spread forth, not as a shock, but more akin to a silent proclamation. Su Jin could distinctly feel the earth beneath him and the entirety of the Audiolon world undergoing a profound transformation. The space seemed to expand, and the world's breath became long and deep. The once inert energy particles in the air now danced with exuberance, eagerly swirling around him in an affectionate embrace. This sensation was extraordinary, not merely an augmentation of power, but an elevation of status. Was the world ascending? He extended his hand, and the floating Book of Worlds gently descended into his grasp. It felt slightly heavy, imbued with an unusual warmth, as though cradling a living being. The material of the pages had transformed, no longer mere paper or metal, but an indescribable substance that seemed to encapsulate the vastness of the cosmos. Book of Worlds, complete. Exclusive to the Audiolon world. Type: worldly artifact of rule and creation. Quality: link to the world itself. Binder: Su Jin. Effect 1, World Authority, Basic. The holder may manipulate a limited portion of the rules of the Audiolon world, exerting a degree of hierarchical suppression over its inhabitants. As contributions to the world increase, the authority will gradually unlock. Effect 2, True Vision. The holder may perceive certain truths within the world, including but not limited to resource distribution, energy nodes, hidden spaces, and information regarding living beings. Effect 3, Origin Mark. This tome is an external manifestation of the core essence of the Audiolon world. The holder is connected to the world's fortune, enabling gradual absorption of its power to enhance oneself or one's territory. Effect 4, Unlocked. Effect 5, Unlocked. Effect 6, Unlocked. Description: the foundational tome carrying the history, present, and future of the Audiolon world, amalgamated from 3 fragments belonging to goblins, elves, and humans. It serves both as a chronicler of the world and as a shaper thereof. Only a true sovereign of the world can fully harness its immense power. Notice: a significant threat to the world has been detected, seal compromised. Certain functions of the Book of Worlds will be prioritized for maintaining world stability, making elevation of authority more challenging. Notice: the Book of Worlds yearns for evolution. Gathering fragments of origin will aid in accelerating the world's ascension and unlocking unknown effects. Su Jin meticulously perused the information materializing in his mind, his expression contemplative. The complete Book of Worlds was indeed extraordinary. However, the warning stirred a chill within him. The seal has been compromised. It appears that Bashaka's final frenzy, though not entirely unleashing the calamity, has indeed inflicted significant damage upon the seal beneath the royal city. The Book of the World has even had to actively allocate its power to maintain stability, which speaks volumes about the severity of the situation. As for the fragment of the origin, it seems that further efforts are required, for the future of the Audiolon world can now be deemed as one's own garden. Su Jin stowed away the Book of the World. While it could not directly enhance his combat prowess at this moment, its strategic significance was immeasurable. He gradually ascended into the air, gazing toward the distant battlefield. During the time he had been confronting Bashaka and merging with the Book of the World, the situation below had undergone a seismic shift. When Su Jin struck down Bashaka's colossal form from the sky, sending him crashing heavily into the earth, leaving his fate uncertain. The goblin soldiers who witnessed this scene, regardless of their previous bravado, felt the pillar of their faith collapse with a resounding crash. Bashaka, the king of the goblin tribe, had been a symbol of their absolute dominance, leading them to glorious conquests over elves and nearly unifying the entire continent. In the eyes of ordinary goblins, their king was invincible, unassailable. Yet now, their king had been vanquished, defeated so utterly, so disgracefully. Immediately following this, as Su Jin reappeared in midair while Bashaka fell silent, the remaining goblin legion was plunged into utter chaos. The king has fallen? Lord Bashaka is dead? Impossible. This cannot be. Who is that human? Run. The king is dead. What are we even fighting for? Panic spread like a plague. The fall of their king had thoroughly stripped them of their backbone. In stark contrast to the goblin army's disarray was the high morale of Su Jin's forces. On the battlefield, the goblin army's line had begun to disintegrate, chaos spreading like wildfire. I knew Lord is the strongest. Stone Rock's boisterous laughter echoed across the battlefield, and then he thrust his massive shield, ablaze with molten flames, forward, producing a resounding crash as he bellowed. Charge, entire army. For Infinite City. Kill. At this command, the various legions surged forth like unleashed beasts, pouncing upon the disarrayed goblins. Almost simultaneously with Stone Rock's order, The voice of the Hua army boomed like thunder from behind the goblin ranks. Azure Thunder Cavalry. Charge with me. The Hua army surged ahead, their long spears shimmering with lightning. The warhorses beneath them neighed fiercely, their hooves sparking with electricity, transforming into a silver flash that violently pierced through the goblins' chaotic formation. With a thunderous impact, the 4,000 Azure Thunder Cavalry followed closely behind, forming a massive conical formation, akin to a searing iron branding into butter, instantly tearing a gaping hole in the goblin lines. The lances swung, lightning flickered, and the cacophony of screams, shattered bones, and clashing weapons merged into a symphony of destruction. The static field left in their wake paralyzed any goblins attempting to approach, rendering them utterly helpless as they could only watch death descend upon them. As the rout commenced, the war gradually devolved into a one-sided massacre. The morale of the goblin army plummeted to its nadir. They had lost their king, their command, and the will to resist. Their only thought was to flee. However, under the relentless pursuit of the infinite city legions, their escape became exceedingly arduous. Once a formidable force, the goblin army was now reduced to mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The sounds of battle, shouts, screams, clashing weapons, and explosive energies, intertwined, culminating in a gruesome finale. Goblin corpses littered the ground, their blood staining the charred earth. When the last vestiges of resistance from the goblins were crushed by the Azure Thunder Cavalry, the battlefield gradually fell into a somber calm. The remaining goblin soldiers numbered less than a tenth of their original strength. They discarded their helmets and armor, kneeling on the ground, trembling and utterly devoid of combat spirit. Su Jin's forces began to scour the battlefield, tallying their victories and rounding up the surrendered goblins. Leaders and heroes of the whole army, including Stone Rock and Chasing Cloud, approached Su Jin to report. Their faces bore unmistakable excitement and reverence. This battle had been resoundingly victorious. Especially the scene where Su Jin ultimately defeated Bashaka left an indelible impression on all. That cataclysmic blow solidified Su Jin's supreme status in their hearts. Lord, this battle is a resounding success. Chasing Cloud of the Hua army knelt on one knee, his voice booming. The goblin main force has been routed, with only 1,000 remnants remaining, all of whom have surrendered. Stone Rock and Chasing Cloud followed suit, kneeling in respect, their eyes reflecting a fervor and awe that transcended mere words. They were following a true lord capable of miracles. Su Jin descended gracefully from the sky, standing before them. He surveyed the ravaged battlefield and the busy soldiers before him, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within him. Victory, heavy yet tangible. He nodded, his gaze settling on the whole army. Whole army, assess the losses and gather the prisoners. He added, also, send Shadow to the Twilight Forest to ascertain the situation there. Understood. The whole army immediately acknowledged the command and set off. Su Jin then turned his attention to Stone Rock and Chasing Cloud. You both commanded excellently in this battle. Your contributions are invaluable. After a brief pause, he continued, issue orders for the entire army to rest and camp in place. Understood. Stone Rock and Chasing Cloud responded in unison, turning to relay the orders. Watching the three depart, Su Jin exhaled gently. Even he felt a measure of fatigue after the prolonged intensity of battle. Deep within the Twilight Forest, what was once a vibrant elven stronghold now lay in ruins. The moonlight cascaded down, casting a pallid silver glow upon the desolate remnants. The air was thick with the acrid scent of char and the iron tang of blood, mingling into an odd aroma. At this moment, dozens of indistinct shadows flitted like phantoms among the ruins, the shadow squad dispatched by Su Jin. The leader of the shadows signaled, and the squad dispersed in a fan-shaped search pattern. They moved silently among the collapsed columns and withered vines, scanning every nook and cranny with watchful eyes. Soon, the squad regrouped in a corner of the ruins, their target fixed upon a relatively intact entrance to an underground prison. The entrance was dimly lit, and faint curses could be heard emanating from below. A few goblin infantry were gathered near the entrance, their weapons carelessly placed aside. Appearing somewhat listless, why do they get to follow King Bashaka to fight that human lord? A sharp-nosed goblin grumbled under his breath, bitterness lacing his tone. Next to him, a slightly bulkier goblin leaned lazily against the cold stone wall, emitting a derisive snort. Follow. He tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the complaining companion with an expression that reeked of mockery. With those spindly arms and legs, a gust of wind would knock you over. You'd be nothing more than a snack for him. Instantly, the sharp-nosed goblin's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. He felt profoundly insulted, nearly spitting in outrage. You're full of crap. At least I've taken down elves. You fool, what nonsense are you spouting? The burly goblin retorted angrily. Let us step outside and settle this. I'll knock the crap out of you. Infuriated, the stocky goblin sprang to his feet, the leather armor on his chest creaking with the movement. Let us do it. Who's afraid of who? I've been itching to take you down. The two goblins glared at each other, tension mounting as they seemed ready to engage in a brawl. However, in the next moment, their movements and voices abruptly ceased. The complaining goblin felt a chill at its neck, and the world around it spun violently, just as another goblin turned its head. A pitch-black dagger plunged deep into its eye socket. The remaining goblins had barely a moment to comprehend what was transpiring before multiple shadows, emerging from the darkness, simultaneously slit their throats. The faint sounds of steel-piercing flesh were nearly drowned out by the night wind. There were no screams, no struggles, only the soft collapse of bodies and the gradually spreading pool of blood. The shadows continued without a moment's pause, flowing like water into the prison. Inside the dimly lit cell, the air was thick and fetid. The few remaining elves huddled in corners, their expressions vacant, their bodies marked by scars. When the cold prison door opened silently, several agile figures appeared at the threshold like messengers of the night. The elves first reacted with terror, but soon a flicker of faint hope ignited in their eyes. Among them was Leola, leaning against the frigid stone wall. Her once vibrant azure eyes now dulled and caked with grime and blood. Her face bore the weight of fatigue and despair. Upon seeing those figures who were clearly not goblins, she abruptly lifted her head, clenched her fists, and instinctively tensed her body. The shadows remained silent, merely unbinding the elves and keeping watch over their surroundings. One shadow stepped forward, slightly bowing, and presented a small vial of healing elixir to Leola. She gazed at the shadow and then at the potion, hesitating momentarily before ultimately accepting it, her voice hoarse as she inquired, "Who sent you?" The shadow offered no response, merely gesturing for her to follow. Chapter 68, The Elf's Choice. Leola stumbled slightly as she exited the prison, having spent so long in the pitch-black underground dungeon. The sudden brightness of the moonlight made her instinctively squint, taking a while to acclimate. The cold lunar glow illuminated the ruins of the elven court and revealed a solitary figure standing ahead, clad in unadorned black leather armor. He seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding shadows, easily overlooked if one were not attentive. There was an aura of chilling purity about him, akin to a blade drawn solely for the purpose of bloodshed. "Elf, Leola," he spoke, his tone flat, as if confirming an entry on a ledger. "I am Shadow One, sent by the Lord to rescue your kin." "Lord?" Leola's mind struggled to process this, her prolonged captivity having dulled her faculties. "Infinite City?" She ventured cautiously, her voice tinged with hoarseness. Shadow One's reply was succinct and straightforward. He paused before continuing in the same monotone. "The goblin forces have been defeated." Leola's breath caught sharply. "What? The goblin forces have been vanquished?" Shadow One paid no heed to her reaction, continuing, "Bashaka is dead." Boom. Leola felt as if something had struck her head with immense force, leaving her ears ringing. Bashaka, the goblin king who had slaughtered her kin and obliterated their homeland, was dead. Her emerald eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the shadow-like man before her. How could this be possible? No one knew Bashaka's might better than the elves. He was synonymous with invincibility. Who killed him? Her gaze locked onto Shadow One's impassive face, her voice trembling with shock and excitement. "Was it you? Did you slay Bashaka?" The notion seemed utterly preposterous. Shadow One met her astonished gaze with unwavering calm. "Bashaka fell at the hands of my master." "My master?" Leola pondered these words, her heart racing. Was it that individual, the Lord of Infinite City? To her astonishment, he truly had changed the world. Recalling their brief encounter months prior, she felt disoriented, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Around them, the other liberated elves had overheard the exchange, and after a brief silence, muffled sobs and incredulous whispers began to rise. Shadow One spoke no further, merely turning aside. "We have reported your current condition to our Lord. Before his response arrives, would you be able to guide your people?" Leola instinctively straightened her back, despite her considerable weakness. "Guide my people?" She surveyed her surroundings, observing the various expressions of numbness, fear, and relief among the elves. They looked to her, and after the sacrifice of the elven elders, she, once the captain of the royal guard, had become the highest-ranking elf present. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon her. "I will," she declared, her voice still hoarse but infused with newfound resolve. Shadow One nodded, seemingly unsurprised by her answer. He turned to face the moonlit ruins, leaving Leola with his silent silhouette. After a brief moment, he spoke again. "Before the arrival of our Lord, you may need to make a choice." Leola's heart tightened. A choice? Yes. A choice of what? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Was it the choice to submit to the formidable human lord in exchange for the survival of the remaining kin? Or to retain the pride of the elves? And then what? She did not know. The pride that once defined her people now seemed utterly pale and impotent against the overwhelming force of reality. The Lord of Infinite City, her brief contact with him months ago had left only an impression of someone formidable, yet somewhat mysterious. Who could have anticipated that in such a short span, he had grown powerful enough to slay Bashaka? The other elves around her murmured and shifted uneasily at Shadow One's words. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty as they looked to Leola. Overwhelmed by dizziness, not from her injuries but from the sudden turn of fate, she took a deep breath, attempting to regain her composure. Regardless, she was now the linchpin for these remaining elves. She had to make the choice most beneficial for her kin, even if that choice meant relinquishing the dignity that once belonged to the elves. Shadow One seemed to sense her inner turmoil, but offered no comment. He trusted that the elven race would make the right decision. The following afternoon, In the makeshift assembly hall that had been hastily arranged, Leola encountered Su Jin once more. The Lord of Infinite City. He sat calmly in the main seat, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers against the armrest. To her eye, he appeared much the same as when they first met months ago. Yet Leola understood that something fundamental had irrevocably changed. The sensation did not stem from his appearance, but from an intangible pressure, a presence that made her instinctively breathe more lightly. Months prior, she had still clung to the elven pride as she assessed the potential of this human lord. Now, standing before him, she felt only a profound sense of the unfathomable. Bashaka was dead, slain by the man before her. The thought burned like a brand, searing into her consciousness. She scarcely dared to contemplate how he had accomplished such a feat. Lowering her gaze slightly, she concealed the tumult of emotions swirling within her eyes. Are you feeling better? Su Jin's voice broke the silence. Leola involuntarily flinched, lifting her head. Thank you for your rescue, my lord. Her voice remained slightly hoarse, yet her tone was unmistakably respectful. The remnants of her elven pride had long since dissipated in the face of harsh reality and undeniable power. Su Jin's gaze settled upon her. What are your plans for the future? Leola's heart raced. She sensed the gaze of the elves who had been brought along behind her. Lifting her chin, she licked her parched lips, determination etched on her face. My lord, the elven race has lost everything. We require your protection. With those few words, it felt as though she had expended all her strength, relinquishing the last vestiges of dignity. The assembly hall fell into an oppressive silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Every elf held their breath. Su Jin ceased tapping the armrest, nodding in acknowledgement of her statement. This was not unexpected. After all, the elven race had seen their homeland destroyed and their kin slaughtered. They had no choice but to align themselves with this victor. He leaned forward slightly, scrutinizing Leola and the elven representatives behind her, and chuckled softly. Welcome to Infinite City. Leola's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, a wave of exhaustion washing over her, nearly causing her to falter. The elves behind her reacted in various ways. Some covered their mouths, stifling sobs, while others bowed their heads in relief, their shoulders trembling slightly. Chapter 69. The Bloodied Altar, the Rebirth of the Elves. The moonlight poured down like water upon the ruins of the elven Grand Hall. In the center stood the once sacred white jade altar, now righted again for the worship of the World Tree. Su Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back upon the elevated platform, the moonlight outlining his tall figure. His expression was calm, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance. Bai Xiao, like a loyal shadow, stood half a step behind him. Leola stood on Su Jin's other side, slightly behind. Her face remained pale, her body still bearing traces of weakness, yet her spine was straight. The once present confusion and fear in her emerald eyes had been replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility. She gazed at the gathered elves below, her heart a tumult of emotions. These were her kin, the last embers of the elven race. They had endured the tragedy of their homes being destroyed and their loved ones slaughtered, and had suffered endless darkness and despair in the dungeons. At this moment, they looked up at the man on the platform with complex expressions, filled with relief for their survival, but also trepidation for the uncertain future. They were aware of Infinite City's decision. Though renouncing the elves' inherent pride and choosing to submit to a human lord filled many with inner conflict, they understood that, in the face of harsh reality, this was the best and only option available. The promise made in the assembly hall required a more formal declaration to reassure the hearts of all surviving elves. Su Jin's gaze swept across the platform, the elves instinctively holding their breath. From this day forth, the Twilight Forest elven race shall fall under the governance of Infinite City. His voice resonated clearly in every elf's ear. Infinite City will provide you with a new homeland and shelter. What you must do is abide by the laws of Infinite City, obey commands, and contribute your strength. As his words fell, an initial silence enveloped the hall, soon followed by the creeping sound of suppressed sobs. It was not sorrow, but the release of complex emotions. Leola observed her kin's reactions, her eyes welling up with heat. Yet she fought to hold back her tears. She knew this was not the time for weakness. Stepping forward, she faced Su Jin and proclaimed loudly, My lord, the elven race shall undoubtedly pledge our loyalty and wisdom for the prosperity of Infinite City. Su Jin nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the side. Bring him forth. The shadow at the edge of the platform seemed to writhe like a living being, and then a blurred figure detached itself from the darkness. It was Ingi. In his grasp, he dragged a gaunt, tattered figure, the former elven elder, Eldrin. At that moment, Eldrin bore no trace of the dignity once associated with his title. His face was ashen, his gaze vacant, trembling uncontrollably, as he was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground before the altar like a discarded rag doll. Ah, traitor! Kill him! Kill him! Eldrin, you shameful scoundrel! The instant the elves beheld Eldrin, chaos erupted among them. Angry roars and venomous curses, laden with deep-seated hatred, surged toward the crumpled figure on the ground. Had it not been for the presence of the spirit sword guards standing by, they would have likely rushed forth to tear the traitor apart. Leola's body trembled slightly, her knuckles whitening as she clenched her fists. It was this traitor who had breached the elven defenses, leading the goblin slaughter, causing countless kin to perish and bringing disgrace upon the sacred relics of the elven race. Eldrin seemed paralyzed by the elves' fury. Tears streamed down his face as he desperately attempted to crawl towards Su Jin, incoherently wailing, "My lord, spare me, spare me. I was forced. It was Bashaka. Bashaka forced me." Su Jin's expression remained unchanged, even dismissive of a glance in Eldrin's direction. He spoke calmly, his voice subdued yet overpowering the din. "To betray one's kin and invite wolves into the fold, bringing ruin upon the living." His gaze shifted to Leola. "He is a traitor to your elven race. How do you wish to deal with him?" Delegating the power of judgment to Leola was both a recognition of her and an accountability to all surviving elves. Leola inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain composed. She looked at Eldrin's fear-distorted face and then at the eyes of those below, burning with vengeful flames. Slowly, she raised her hand, pointing at Eldrin, her voice cold and resolute. "To betray one's kin, invite destruction, leading to the fall of the court and the withering of the world tree. According to our clan's laws, he shall be subjected to the utmost penalty. His soul shall eternally dwell in shadows." "No, please, Leola, for the sake of our kin." Eldrin's wails abruptly ceased. Ingyi's form appeared behind him like a specter, and with a swift motion, the blade fell. A head rolled onto the ground, staining the earth before the altar. The hall fell silent. All the elves fixed their gazes on the severed head, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. The pent-up rage seemed to dissipate significantly with the traitor's demise. Su Jin observed the scene with an unchanged demeanor. He turned to Leola. "The traitor has been dealt with. Next, you have half a month to manage matters within your clan before proceeding to Infinite City to report to me." "Yes, my lord." Leola replied with a bow, her voice brimming with determination. She understood that from this moment forth, the weight upon her shoulders had grown heavier. "Bai Shao, leave a contingent of spirit sword guards to assist them," Su Jin instructed, glancing at the stalwart Bai Shao. "Understood," Bai Shao responded with a slight bow. With the instructions given, Su Jin had no intention of lingering here. The subsequent matters of the Twilight Forest were to be entrusted to Leola. Although the potential of the elven race was considerable, time was needed for recovery and integration. At present, more pressing concerns awaited him at the Goblin King's city, where he needed to address ongoing affairs and investigate the specifics of the sealed location to prepare for necessary measures. He gazed toward the edge of the platform, where a shadow nearly melded with the night. "Ingyi, relay to Su Jin, the chasing cloud army. Once the troops are ready, they are to march forth. Return to the Goblin King's city." "Understood." Ingyi's voice sounded, and his figure vanished quietly. Chapter 70, Marching to Sweep Away Adralan. Days later, the winds and sands of the sunset plain seemed much more subdued. On the horizon, a cloud of dust began to rise as an army advanced steadily. At the forefront of the troops stood the former Goblin King's city, which now bore a new name, Zhaowang, signifying the proclamation of light, vision of the future. Su Jin sat astride his steed, gazing contemplatively at the city before him, feeling a mix of emotions. He squinted slightly, urging his mount forward as he gradually entered the city now renamed Zhaowang. Within its walls, the scars of battle had largely faded. Yet the remnants of the cataclysmic tremors from just days prior were still faintly discernible. The streets had been mostly cleared, and the damaged structures were being methodically repaired, while patrols of soldiers diligently maintained order throughout the city. "My lord, you have finally returned." A voice called out, belonging to Li Yi, who was responsible for the civil administration in this area. His voice bore a rough edge, clearly indicating the recent strain he had endured. Behind him stood Muyang, clad in military garb, who saluted Su Jin with a precise military gesture, saying, "My lord." Dismounting, Su Jin nodded at Muyang and gave a reassuring pat on Li Yi's shoulder. "Well done, old Li. Has there been any trouble in the city these past few days?" Li Yi quickly waved his hand dismissively. "Thanks to your lordship's blessings and Commander Muyang's presence, the rules of our infinite city have been well enforced. The goblins and the gathered human refugees have been relatively docile. However, the recent upheaval did frighten quite a few. But fortunately, Commander Muyang was swift in his response to maintain order, preventing any major chaos." Muyang interjected, "My lord, that day the tremors were quite severe, seemingly originating from the palace's sealed area. I have dispatched men to monitor the situation closely, and as of now, no abnormalities have been detected." Su Jin nodded, his expression calm. "I am aware of that. Lead me to see it." Traversing several streets still undergoing reconstruction, Su Jin halted before a heavily guarded region. This area had once been the Goblin Palace. Now, the ground was marred with extensive fissures, and at its center, a gaping chasm yawned, exuding a vague, oppressive aura. This marked the entrance to the seal. Stepping closer, Su Jin concentrated, sensing the chaotic and formidable power emanating from the depths of the crack, which was rife with a sense of destruction. Yet, under the influence of a grander force that seemed omnipresent, this chaotic energy was held in check. Restlessly thrashing, yet unable to break free. It was the world's suppressive force. Su Jin understood. The very rules of this world were repelling and constraining this foreign chaos. As long as the world's stability remained intact, the seal would not pose any immediate threat. Muyang, at your command. Designate this area as a high-security zone, augmenting our personnel for round-the-clock surveillance. Report any anomalies immediately, Su Jin instructed with a grave tone. Understood. Muyang replied promptly, though uncertain of what lay beyond the seal. He grasped the seriousness of the situation from his lord's demeanor. With the seal confirmed as temporarily stable, Su Jin felt a measure of relief. Li Yi and Muyang were effectively managing the affairs of Zhaowang City, which were back on track. Meanwhile, in the Twilight Forest, Leola was consolidating the elven clans. A task that would require time. It seemed the moment had come for him to return to Infinite City. In the familiar Lord's Hall, Su Jin seated himself in his designated place, his fingertips absent-mindedly tapping the armrest. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the Lord's domain. The familiar information panel of his territory unfurled within his mind. Territory, Infinite City. Lord, Su Jin. Level 3. Territory range. Niga Forest, core, setting sun plains, partially. Twilight Forest, indirect control. Buildings, omitted. Resources, omitted. Population, 397, 896. Special, Adelon World, Conquest Progress, 80. Promotion conditions, 1. Core building level meets requirements, satisfied. 2. Population reaches 100. 000, satisfied. 3. Conquest progress reaches 95, exclusive to Adelon World. 4. Consume 400,000 soul coins, satisfied. As he surveyed the promotion conditions, Su Jin's gaze lingered on the fourth item. Indeed, the conquest progress was just a step away from completion. Capturing the Goblin King's city and subjugating the Elven Kin had significantly advanced his progress, yet he still fell short of the 95 target. The remaining progress would naturally hinge on eliminating residual forces. The setting sun plains and surrounding areas still harbored numerous scattered goblin tribes, as well as several unstable human territories or factions. All of these needed to be systematically eradicated and brought under the dominion of Infinite City. With this in mind, Su Jin opened his eyes and issued commands. Moments later, a figure materialized in the hall, clad in thunder-patterned battle armor and wielding a spear. The valiant cavalry commander, Huijun, stood before him. My lord, Huijun spoke, his voice warm and respectful. Huijun, Su Jin acknowledged. The remnants of goblins still roamed the setting sun plains and its vicinity, along with some unruly human factions. I need you to lead the Thunder Riders to eliminate these unstable elements entirely. He paused, adding, I will have the spirit sword servants and shadow assist you. Huijun's eyes gleamed with fervor, his battle spirit ignited. Rest assured, my lord, the 4,000 Thunder Riders stand ready, eager to crush those vile foes beneath our iron hooves. Su Jin nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, present, Bai Xiao replied. You will accompany Huijun, but refrain from engaging directly on the battlefield. Your task is to eliminate any high-level threats that may lurk in the shadows. While Huijun's cavalry could certainly charge through and dispatch the leaders of certain human factions, your involvement in their decapitation and subsequent integration would be far more efficient and less costly. Moreover, with you, a 10th-tier powerhouse, leading the charge, success is all but assured. Understood. Excellent. Su Jin rose, a sense of determination fueling his words. I entrust this cleansing operation to you both. I must conquer the Adelon world swiftly to elevate our territory to level 4. Yes, my lord. Huijun and Bai Xiao responded in unison. As he watched them depart with purpose, Su Jin stepped to the grand window of the hall, surveying the vibrant life bustling below in Infinite City. Various structures towered, and the meticulously planned streets bustled with activity, while the sounds of soldiers training echoed faintly in the air. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Only one final step remained to elevate the territory to level 4, and achieving level 4 would herald the opportunity to return to Blue Star. With this thought, even Su Jin couldn't help but feel a ripple of anticipation in his heart. Blue Star, he murmured softly, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. Chapter 71. Territory Promotion. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. The winds and sands of the setting sun plains seemed to have been thoroughly tamed by the iron hooves and thunder of Huijun's 4,000 Thunder Riders, alongside the collaborative efforts of the Spirit Sword Servants and Shadow. Whether it was the scattered goblin tribes or the dubious human factions, they were swiftly swept away like autumn leaves by the fierce winds. In the Lord's Hall of Infinite City, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the polished floor. The core military and administrative personnel of Infinite City gathered in solemn anticipation. Yet an undeniable sense of excitement lingered in the air. Seated upon the Lord's throne, Su Jin surveyed the assembled individuals, his gaze calm and steady. To his left stood the martial commanders led by Huijun, Muyang, Shiyan, and Chasing Cloud. To his right were the bureaucrats led by Li Yi. Alongside the shadowy figure of Ing Yi and Leola, the representative of the Elven Kin. Bai Xiao, as usual, stood behind Su Jin, his presence seamlessly melding with the surrounding space. My lord, Huijun stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. I have fulfilled my duty. The setting sun plains and its surrounding areas are now fully under our control, and all organized resistance has been eradicated. Currently, a preliminary order of governance has been established across various regions, with officials dispatched by Mr. Lee undertaking subsequent pacification and consolidation efforts. Excellent. Su Jin nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards the promotion conditions displayed on the territory information panel. The exclusive promotion conditions are as follows. 1. The level of the core territory building meets the requirements. Fulfilled. 2. The population of the territory reaches 100,000. Fulfilled. 3. The conquest progress of the world reaches 95, specific to the Audalon world. Fulfilled. 4. Consumption of 400,000 soul coins. Fulfilled. His attention lingered on the third promotion condition. The previously displayed conquest progress of 80 had, after half a month of relentless warfare led by Su Jin and others, finally surged to a vivid 95. All conditions have been met. Su Jin stifled the surge of excitement within him, surveying the assembly of individuals present, and without further hesitation, gently pressed the golden promotion button. Buzz, a sound reminiscent of an ancient and primal bell reverberated within the depths of every soul present in the hall. In the next moment, the entire infinite city, from the Lord's Hall to the outermost city walls, from the central axis of the Taishu Qingmu Palace to the storage rooms nestled in the corners, witnessed a simultaneous eruption of resplendent brilliance. An endless cascade of radiant light surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire city. The intensity of the illumination pierced through the walls of the Lord's Hall, casting a luminous glow upon the faces of all present. Everyone in the hall felt an overwhelming force rising and converging, an energy so potent that even the formidable Bai Xiao could not help but squint. Sensing the vastness and profundity of this power, Leora gripped her longbow tightly, acutely aware of the faint tremors emanating from below the city, along with the overwhelming force that seemed to strive to break free from some unseen bondage, filling her heart with awe and reverence. In the very center of this power, Su Jin perceived the phenomenon with even greater clarity. He sensed that the entire infinite city had come to life, no longer a mere construct of cold steel and rock, but a living entity with a pulse and breath. An invisible force lifted the city, as if it had cast off heavy shackles, beginning to ascend slowly. Departing from the familiar land of the Audalon world, the earth receded swiftly from view, the landscapes of forests, rivers, and plains unfolding below like a tapestry, gradually diminishing in size. The infinite city broke through some invisible barrier, entering a realm of extraordinary nature. Here, there were neither sun, moon, nor stars. Only the endless currents of chaos swirling gently, with fragments of shattered laws occasionally streaking by like meteors, emitting fleeting glimmers of light. Yet within this seemingly chaotic and perilous space, an immense and warm aura enveloped the infinite city, akin to a mother's embrace, providing steady support. Su Jin realized in his heart that this was a sanctuary for the blue star human race within the Sea of Realms. This was part of the boundless Sea of Realms, but not a region fraught with danger. It was a safe zone established by the formidable practitioners of the blue star human race throughout generations, safeguarding nascent territories yet to flourish. Territories below level 7 could develop securely here, drawing energy from the Sea of Realms without confronting those terrifying entities. At that moment, Su Jin's perspective shifted once more. His consciousness seemed to soar infinitely high, transcending the very essence of the infinite city, gazing down upon a colossal entity. It was the Audalon world, a complete world of heaven and earth. It hung silently in the void, resembling a massive disk. The world's edge was not void but enveloped in a hazy halo. Su Jin could distinctly observe that this world was engaging in a peculiar form of respiration, each breath drawing some ineffable energy from the surrounding void of the Sea of Realms, causing the halo at the world's periphery to expand slightly. Mountains, rivers, forests, plains, all came into view. He could even see the city now renamed Zhaowang on the Sunset Plains and the region belonging to the Elven race within the Twilight Forest. The World Book indicated that the diameter of the Audalon world had surpassed 700 kilometers, translating into an area nearing 400,000 square kilometers. And it was still gradually growing? Su Jin felt a tremor in his heart. The Audalon world was indeed an extraordinary initial world. His gaze continued to sweep across the edge of the world, where land ceased to exist, giving way to an infinite expanse of azure ocean. The emergence of this ocean seemed to be a natural evolution following the world's expansion to a certain degree. However, at the boundary where this nascent ocean met the world barrier, Su Jin's pupils suddenly constricted. He beheld an indescribably colossal creature. The creature was entirely covered in a dark purple exoskeleton, gleaming with a metallic luster, its size rivaling that of mountains. Countless menacing appendages swung like scythes, stirring the chaotic currents. Its aura was tumultuous and savage, brimming with desires for destruction and consumption. The intensity of its energy even causing Su Jin to feel a pang of trepidation. Is this what lies beyond the seal? Su Jin's mind was thrown into turmoil. The enormous insectoid creature appeared oblivious to the scrutiny from the world beyond. It was frantically gnawing at the barrier of the Audiolon world with forelimbs resembling drilling tools. Is it attempting to bore a hole, to then invade this nascent world? In an instant, Su Jin comprehended the significance of the sanctuary for the blue star human race within the Sea of Realms. Without this layer of protection, it was likely that a newly formed world like the Audiolon world would have long been devoured by such terrifying beings from the Sea of Realms. Just as Su Jin's mind was in upheaval, the Audiolon world before him suddenly quivered. Then it began to shrink rapidly, its brilliance retracting, ultimately transforming into a dazzling point of light, akin to a meteor, hurtling towards the infinite city. Chapter 72, The Cave Heaven World. The Sanctuary of Healing. Boom. The point of light entered the core area of the infinite city, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, Su Jin felt as if an unfathomably vast space had materialized within the infinite city. A complete world had been encapsulated. Simultaneously, in the center of the Lord's Hall, runes on the ground shimmered, light converging, and an oval portal radiating a soft white glow slowly ascended. Notification: the territory has successfully advanced to level 4. Notification: the Audiolon world has been transformed into an attached cave heaven world of the territory, accessible through the world gate. Notification: the information of the Audiolon world book has been updated. Click to expand. Notification: the territory has entered the protection zone of the blue star human race within the Sea of Realms, capable of drawing energy from the Sea of Realms for accelerated development, safeguarded by the human race's laws. Notification: the promotion gift pack has been distributed. A series of notifications echoed in Su Jin's mind. The infinite city ceased its ascent, stabilizing within this chaotic yet secure space. Gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky was no longer that of the Audiolon world, but rather that of the tumultuous sea of chaos brimming with endless energy and potential. Above the city, a transparent barrier existed, a membrane of the realm. Under its protection, the territory could survive within the Sea of Realms and draw forth energy. The Audiolon world had become the inner world of the infinite city, a completely controllable and growth-capable cave heaven-blessed ground for Su Jin. The brilliance within the hall gradually subsided, yet the astonishment etched upon the faces of the assembly lingered for an extended period. Where on earth have we arrived? Su Jin gazed at the bizarre scenery beyond the window, scratching his head in bewilderment. Though the others remained silent, their gazes converged upon Su Jin. He rose, approaching the window, his eyes fixed on the enigmatic sea of chaos outside. His voice resonated calmly. The infinite city has successfully advanced to a level 4 territory. Turning to face the assembly, he continued, "Here lies the Sea of Realms, yet it is also the sanctuary established for us new lords by the blue star human race." He gestured towards the luminous portal in the center of the hall. "That is the world gate, which leads to the Audiolon world we have just conquered. From this day forth, the Adrelan world shall serve as an auxiliary realm to our infinite city, a territory wholly belonging to us." Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd illuminated with expressions of astonishment. A complete world as a subordinate domain? What a grand endeavor. The notion of an auxiliary realm? Lee's eyes sparkled with realization. Did the Lord imply that we may also relocate our citizens there? The resources available there? Indeed, nodded Su Jin. The Adrelan world will become our most vital source of resources. The specifics of its development and utilization will require your meticulous planning thereafter. He paused, his gaze deepening. Achieving level 4 signifies my qualification to return to Blue Star. Tomorrow, I shall make a trip back. He surveyed the crowd. Once the infinite city enters the protective zone of the Boundary Sea, we shall not face external threats in the short term. However, the internal construction and the development of the Adrelan world are equally significant. During my absence, the affairs of the infinite city will be overseen by Li Yi, with others providing assistance. The crowd acknowledged their orders in unison. After the assembly dispersed, Su Jin retrieved the tome symbolizing the authority of the Adrelan world, the Book of Worlds. Book of Worlds, complete, exclusive to Adrelan world. Type: world artifact of rule creation quality. Associated with the world itself. Binder: Su Jin Effect 1. The holder of the world authority may command the power of rules within the Adrelan world, imposing tier suppression upon the beings therein. Effect 2. The holder of the true vision may perceive authentic information across the world, including but not limited to resource distribution, energy nodes, concealed spaces, and information about living beings. Effect 3. The origin mark. This book serves as an external manifestation of the core essence of the Adrelan world. The holder is linked to the world's fortune and may gradually absorb its power to strengthen themselves or their territory. Effect 4. Time acceleration. The holder may utilize the Book of Worlds to consume the original power of the Adrelan world to accelerate the flow of time in designated areas within the Adrelan realm. Maximum range correlates with the world's energy level, currently not exceeding 5 times that of the external world. This multiplier may increase post-world advancement. Note: the original power of the world may recover slowly after use. Yet excessive consumption may jeopardize the stability and growth potential of the Adrelan world. Effect 5. Unlocked. Effect 6. Unlocked. Description: a book that holds the roots of the history, present, and future of the Adraland world, amalgamated from 3 fragmented pages belonging to goblins, elves, and humans. It serves both as a chronicler and a shaper of the world. Only a true sovereign of the world can fully unleash its immense power. Hint: the Book of Worlds yearns for evolution and growth. Collecting 50 fragments of the world's essence, small, will aid in elevating the Adraland world to a small world and unlock further unknown effects. Time acceleration caused Su Jin's breath to momentarily hitch. 5 times. The flow of time in designated areas could reach 5 times that of the outside world. What implications does this bear? Training elite troops, cultivating exceptional talents, accelerating resource production, researching new technologies, an array of thoughts surged through his mind. And he could not suppress a slight smile. Of course, the consumption of the world's essence is a limitation. One must not exhaust it recklessly. It seems I shall need to devise ways to recharge the Adraland world henceforth. Regaining his composure, Su Jin shifted his focus to another reward from the system, a promotion gift package. A virtual treasure chest, emanating a soft glow, hovered gently before him. With a mere thought, the chest sprang open, and radiant light poured forth, coalescing into several items. The first to catch his eye was a heap of shimmering coins, glistening with the essence of souls. 1,000,000 soul coins. Following this were several silver-tinged blueprints. Blueprints for elite arrow towers, silver level. X5 blueprints for large resource storage facilities, special. X5 random recruitment scrolls for silver tier elite troops. X50 blueprint for the Sanctuary of Healing, silver upper tier. X1 Sanctuary of Healing allows for the recruitment of specialized medical units. Healing doctors, silver upper tier. Recruitment cost 20,000 soul coins each. Current recruitable quantity 010. Refreshes weekly. Healing doctor skills, holy light healing, continually restores the health of surrounding allies. Purifying touch dispels negative states. Soul revival secret technique provides potent treatment to dying allies and briefly enhances their resistances. Upon seeing the blueprint for the Sanctuary of Healing, Su Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Infinite City has long lacked a professional and systematic medical unit. Previously, the treatment of injured soldiers heavily relied on the indigenous healers and various potions gathered from the Adraland world, which proved inefficient and unpredictable. With the healing doctors, the logistical support system of Infinite City finally fills a critical gap. Fragments of world essence, small. X3 next. He encountered 3 energy crystals pulsating with peculiar waves. Su Jin's gaze shifted. It was as if a pillow had arrived to accompany his sleep. Precisely what he needed for the Adraland world book's prompt to elevate to a small world. Though still far from the required 50, this was undeniably an auspicious sign. Su Jin was immensely satisfied with the promotion gift package. It not only encompassed every aspect of territorial development, but also addressed the shortfall in medical troops. He pondered whether the other lords who similarly advanced to level 4 received equally bountiful gifts or if their contents varied. Chapter 73. Return. In amazement, the portal shimmered, and the fabric of space shifted. As the sensation of solid ground returned, Su Jin inhaled deeply. The familiar formula, the familiar scent. Blue Star Mine City. Serving as a nexus for resources in Guangnan Province, a strikingly futuristic edifice, the Lord's Hall, loomed in the heart of this city. Standing before the portal, Su Jin gazed upwards. The main structure of the hall was constructed from silver-white alloys, its lines flowing and imbued with a sense of power. Its surface etched with countless intricate runes that glimmered softly under the sunlight. Stepping into the hall, he was struck by the astonishing expanse within. Its dome soared to a height of 100 meters, and numerous holographic screens floated in the air, continuously displaying various information. From frontline reports of the Boundary Sea to the latest resource trading prices, and even publicly posted bounties for lords, an overwhelming array. The floor was polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the bustling figures passing through. Most hurried along, each bearing a distinct aura characteristic of professionals, many adorned with emblems representing their respective territories. Su Jin's entrance was akin to a pebble cast into the ocean, causing not a single ripple. After all, each day, numerous lords arrived here through various means. He approached a self-service terminal on one side of the hall, and, recalling the procedure from memory, projected his consciousness into the identification area. Beep. Identity verification in progress. Name: Su Jin. Occupation: Lord Territory. Infinite City Territory level. Level 4 authorization authenticated. Welcome back, Lord Su Jin. A gentle electronic voice resonated. Simultaneously, a message on a screen in the corner, where an information registrar was stationed, was highlighted in red. A level 4 territory returning? So soon? The staff member paused momentarily before swiftly operating the system to report the information. Achieving level 4 signifies that the Lord has successfully navigated the most perilous initial trial period and possesses the fundamental qualification for free passage to Blue Star. For any Lord, this represents a significant milestone. However, the key lies in the timing. How long has it been since Su Jin and his cohort of novice lords entered the initial world? Within 5 minutes, a young woman clad in a light gray uniform, exuding a professional demeanor, approached Su Jin briskly and slightly bowed. Lord Su Jin, greetings. Commissioner Wang Yun is awaiting you. Please follow me. Su Jin felt a flicker of surprise. Wang Yun? The very official who had guided him and Wang Jie during their educational orientation at the academy? He nodded slightly, following the guide through the bustling crowd towards a special passage on the side of the hall. Upon entering, the cacophony of the outside world was instantaneously silenced. Beneath his feet lay a plush carpet, while the walls were adorned with paintings depicting the historical evolution of the Blue Star Alliance. Soon, they arrived at the door of a reception room. The guide gently knocked, and upon receiving permission, pushed the door open. Commissioner Wang, Lord Su Jin has arrived. The room was decorated in a simple yet elegant manner. Wang Yun was seated on a sofa, holding a steaming cup of tea. Upon seeing Su Jin enter, he immediately rose, wearing a familiar gentle smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of uncontainable astonishment. Su Jin, it is a pleasure to see you again, Wang Yun said, extending his hand in invitation to sit. Su Jin shook his hand, feeling its warm strength. He settled onto the sofa opposite Wang Yun, while the guide quietly withdrew and closed the door behind him. It seemed that Commissioner Wang was somewhat taken aback by the news of my return. Su Jin lifted the tea before him and took a gentle sip. Surprised, indeed, Wang Yun set down his cup, leaning slightly forward, his tone tinged with a sense of awe. To be candid, Su Jin, your speed cannot merely be described as swift, it is truly astonishing. He regarded Su Jin intently, as if seeking to glean something from his expression. We have a specialized system that tracks the territorial development progress of every newly awakened lord. Although the initial world information is isolated, once a territory ascends to level 4 and returns to Blue Star, that information is synchronized with the Alliance database. Infinite City. A level 4 territory, Wang Yun gestured in the air as if confirming this information. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Su Jin met his gaze, indicating for him to continue. With every new batch of awakened lords, we closely monitor their progress. According to the Blue Star Alliance's data amassed over centuries, the average time for a newly appointed lord to elevate their territory to level 4 is 5 years. The predominant challenge faced by most lords in the initial world is the bottleneck of troop strength. The restrictions of the initial world prevent lords from directly bringing in units exceeding the bronze tier, level 6. Thus, they must rely on a limited bronze tier army, cautiously exploring, accumulating resources, and seeking opportunities, such as subduing powerful indigenous forces or completing arduous tasks to obtain rewards that allow them to break these limitations, potentially acquiring sporadic silver tier units. Wang Yun's tone turned serious. Those fortunate enough might secure a few silver units within a few years, leveraging these elite forces to gradually turn the tide, ultimately fulfilling the conditions for level 4 promotion. Conversely, those who are less fortunate or choose a more cautious path may spend 10 years or even longer without returning. Not to mention those who vanish entirely within the initial world. Wang Yun sighed, shifting his gaze intensely towards Su Jin. And you, Su Jin, how long did it take you from awakening to now? Less than half a year, perhaps? What astonished us even more, Wang Yun lowered his voice, infused with incredulity. According to the information on this batch's lord ranking, your Infinite City appears to possess 2 hero units? He paused, seemingly absorbing this revelation. Recruiting heroes in the initial world? That in itself is a rare occurrence, requiring immense fortune. Yet you have 2? While we cannot ascertain their specific tiers and abilities, having 2 heroes stationed, along with such astonishing advancement speed. Wang Yun shook his head with a wry smile. Su Jin, you have shattered all records for the growth rate of newly appointed lords in the history of the Blue Star Alliance, leaving everyone far behind. He raised his teacup, taking a sip as if to calm his emotions. Your extraordinary progress places immense pressure on us, the commissioners responsible for tracking the advancement of new lords. Upon reviewing the data for Infinite City, we initially suspected a system error. Su Jin smiled, refraining from responding. His experiences were indeed beyond the realm of conventional explanation. The existence of his sublimation talent was his greatest trump card, and the fundamental reason behind the rapid development of Infinite City. Well, enough with the sentiments. Wang Yun resumed his serious demeanor. As the first among this batch of awakened lords to successfully elevate to level 4 and return to Blue Star, you will receive a special reward in accordance with the Blue Star Alliance's new lord support regulations. His personal terminal flickered to life, projecting a virtual screen on the table between them. The screen displayed images and information of several items. Blue Star Alliance Newcomer Lord Outstanding Achievement Award, Batch 1 exclusive. Reward contents: 1, 5, 000 soul coins. 2, Hall of Heroes, Silver Tier, X1. 3, Designated Troop Recruitment Scrolls, Silver Tier, X100. 4, World Source Fragments, Small, X5. 5, Alliance Contribution Points X10, 000. 6, Blue Star Tier 3 Access, temporary valid for 1 year. With this access, you can consult non-confidential information at Tier 3 or below in the Alliance database. Enter certain Alliance exclusive areas not open to the public. and enjoy priority purchasing rights for specific resources. Chapter 74, The Three Races War. Gazing at the bountiful rewards displayed on the screen, even Su Jin found his breath momentarily quickening. Whether it was the 5 million soul coins, the recruitment scrolls, or the 5 world source fragments, all were urgently needed by Infinite City at this moment. The Alliance contribution points and temporary Tier 3 access signified that he would have greater access to resources and information within Blue Star. Yet what he valued most was the Hall of Heroes, Silver Tier. This item, he had only glimpsed in fragments on various forums, and its specific function remained somewhat unclear to him. Noticing Su Jin's confusion, Won Yun smiled slightly and took the initiative to explain. The Hall of Heroes is a rare treasure that is seldom awarded. It is a derivative of the Sky Throne, the core foundation of the Blue Star Alliance. One of the 3 great sovereigns of the celestial domain. The Sky Throne? Su Jin echoed, this name being new to him. Indeed. It is one of the symbols of the Alliance's supreme power. The specifics are highly classified and cannot be disclosed at this time. Won Yun waved his hand. Let me first explain the function of the Hall of Heroes. It allows you to bind your heroes or high-tier units within it. Should a bound unit unfortunately perish in battle, as long as their soul mark is not utterly obliterated, you can consume certain resources and time to resurrect them within the Hall of Heroes. Resurrection. Su Jin's pupils constricted. The weight of those 2 words could not be overlooked by any lord. Heroes and high-tier units are exceedingly precious, arduous to cultivate, and their loss poses a significant blow to a territory. The existence of the Hall of Heroes undoubtedly serves as a crucial safeguard for the core combat power under a lord's command. Of course, resurrection is not without its costs and limitations. Won Yun added. First, it requires a considerable expenditure of soul coins and world source fragments. Secondly, the number of resurrections is limited. This silver tier Hall of Heroes can currently bind a maximum of 10 units simultaneously, and each unit's number of resurrections is not infinite, with specific limits correlated to the unit's tier and soul strength. However, he shifted his tone, imbued with a touch of pride. Even so, the strategic value of the Hall of Heroes for a lord is undeniable. Su Jin nodded, fully comprehending the implications. The Hall of Heroes was undoubtedly the most valuable item among this reward. Won Yun regarded Su Jin and continued, your rapid rise has revealed immense potential to us. The Alliance is never stingy towards talent. Beyond these material rewards, there is also important information that I feel compelled to share with you in advance. His expression turned grave. You should be aware that our Blue Star Alliance is not the sole power in the celestial domain. We also have 2 long-standing rivals, the Dark Star Empire and the Triad Clan. Su Jin nodded, as he had acquired this fundamental information during his time at school. In the pursuit of various resources within the realm, particularly those newly discovered yet not fully explored mystical treasures, the 3 clans engage in a contest known as the Tri-Clan Championship once every decade. The championship? Yes, Won Yun affirmed with certainty. At that time, each faction would dispatch its elite lords and practitioners into a designated world. This world is vast and boundless, teeming with countless opportunities and fraught with unimaginable dangers. Contestants must engage in a year-long campaign of conquest and expansion. After 1 year, the distribution of significant mystical resources for the forthcoming decade will be determined based on the territorial extent each clan has claimed in the chosen world. In simpler terms, the more land one occupies, the greater the rewards they receive. Won Yun's tone bore an almost imperceptible weight. Each championship is a brutal selection process and a tremendous opportunity. Countless lords and powerful beings fall within its tumult, while others seize the chance to ascend rapidly, acquiring unimaginable wealth and power, perhaps even the opportunity for promotion to higher ranks. Su Jin listened quietly, his heart stirred by the implications. The Tri-Clan Championship undoubtedly presents a grander and more merciless stage, pitting him against the realm's most talented lords and top practitioners in a fierce contest for territory and resources. Just the thought ignited a fervor within him. He also pondered the elusive Eternal Flower, a place where the realm's young elites converge. Could there be a chance to glean some insights? How long until the next championship? Su Jin inquired. Time is pressing. Won Yun's expression turned grave. It is merely a month away. A month? Su Jin felt a jolt of urgency. This timeline was far too tight. Sensing his apprehension, Won Yun paused and added, to provide fresh forces with greater opportunities, and to avoid unnecessary losses from premature clashes of top-tier powers, there are restrictions for participants in the championship. Lords must be below level 7, and the practitioners may not exceed the gold rank. Below level 7, gold rank practitioners. Su Jin's eyes flickered. This limitation was rather fortuitous for him. It meant he would not have to face those seasoned lords who had developed their territories over decades, or even centuries, nor those enigmatic legendary epic-level practitioners. The cap on competitor strength undoubtedly increased his chances of participation. Won Yun regarded Su Jin with a glimmer of expectation. Given your potential, despite the time constraints, there is a slot available for you. He paused, gauging Su Jin's reaction. Of course, the Alliance respects individual choice. The final decision to participate rests solely with you. I will consider it, Su Jin replied, instinctively drumming his fingers against the armrest of the sofa, his mind racing. Wang Yun did not elaborate further and operated a few commands on his personal terminal. All right. The rewards have been allocated to your Lord's Mark and can be retrieved at any time. Temporary access has also been activated. You may access the Alliance database through the Lord Hall's terminal or your personal device. Should you have any further inquiries, feel free to reach out to me via my contact number. Thank you for your guidance, Commissioner Wan. Su Jin stood. It was my duty. Wang Yun rose as well. Extending his hand once more, I look forward to seeing you bring more surprises to Blue Star in the future. Oh, by the way, you might want to visit the Glory Road in the Lord Hall when you have the time. Your name and Infinite City should now be displayed there. Glory Road. Su Jin raised an eyebrow. It serves as a public recognition from the Alliance for Emerging Lords, allowing you a taste of the spotlight, Wang Yun replied with a smile. Chapter 75, Glory Road. The championship begins. After bidding farewell to Wang Yun with a handshake, Su Jin turned to leave the reception room. Upon re-entering the bustling main hall, he beheld the towering screens in the central area, each several meters high. Currently, they displayed an array of names and territorial emblems, radiating the luminous glow that Wang Yun had described as the Glory Road. He quickly located the familiar name at the pinnacle of the newly appointed Lord section. Lord, Su Jin Territory, Infinite City Achievement. First to promote to a level 4 territory in the 553rd New Era. Beside his name, a symbol emblem flickered incessantly, representing Infinite City. Though merely a few lines of text, it captured the attention of numerous passing lords. Huh, Infinite City? Su Jin? I haven't heard of him. Is he a newcomer this session? Wow, the first to return? How long has it been? Not even half a year, right? Is this for real? Did the system malfunction? This session has a powerhouse. A level 4 territory just barely qualifies for the championship. I wonder if he will participate? Participate? What can be done in a month? He might just be cannon fodder. Not necessarily. Anyone who can rise to level 4 so swiftly must possess considerable skill. Remember Infinite City. Let us see if he makes an appearance in this championship. Various whispers of astonishment and curiosity swirled around him. However, Su Jin did not linger in the Lord Hall. The gazes of awe and skepticism felt like mere fleeting shadows to him. His thoughts had already soared elsewhere, navigating through familiar streets. He once again arrived outside the special care unit of Mingda City Central Hospital. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the familiar scent of disinfectant and the rhythmic beeping of monitoring equipment. Everything seemed unchanged. On the hospital bed, his father's pallid visage remained, eyes tightly shut, as if he were merely in a deep slumber. But Su Jin knew that behind the numbers indicating life signs lay a slowly vanishing essence of spirit. He approached the bedside, remaining silent, simply standing still, his gaze tracing the contours of his father's face. Eternal Flower. Su Jin silently recited the name in his heart, as if carving an oath that must be fulfilled. He reached out, gently touching his father's cold hand. A faint tremor responded, as if crossing the threshold of a dim consciousness. After a moment, Su Jin withdrew his hand, casting one last glance at the monitoring screen displaying the estimated timeline of remaining spiritual energy. The slowly descending line pierced his heart like a needle. He turned and exited the room. Returning to the residence he had left nearly half a year ago, everything remained as it had been. Su Jin did not rush to tidy up. Instead, he retrieved the personal terminal that had just come into his possession. This terminal was directly bound to his Lord's Mark, serving as the key to access the Blue Star Alliance's internal network. Following his mental command, the terminal screen illuminated, revealing an identity verification interface. Beep. Authorization in progress. Name, Su Jin. Territory, Infinite City. Authorization level, Blue Star Level 3, temporary. Verification successful. Welcome to use the Alliance database. A soothing electronic voice announced the completion of the verification, and a streamlined search interface materialized. Without hesitation, Su Jin typed Eternal Flower into the search box. Eternal Flower. Rank, 9-tiered artifact. Category, Life and Soul System, Rare Natural Treasure. Effects, contains vast life essence and soul energy, remarkably effective for soul injuries and life essence depletion. Rumored to have the ability to reshape life and reverse decay. Specific effects vary based on the user's condition and the flower's maturity. Records found, extremely rare. Generally discovered in realms or mystical depths with exceptionally dense life energy or unique world rule collisions. Known information. 1. In the 187th New Era, an explorer named Duan Jian obtained a semi-mature eternal flower in the Emerald Dreamland, successfully healing his dying companion. 2. In the 312th New Era, the Blood Rose Legion of the Dark Star Empire discovered suspected traces of the eternal flower at the edge of the Oblivion Star tomb, resulting in a conflict, with no subsequent confirmation of information. In the year 431 of the New Era, the high-ranking priests of the Three-Eyed Clan proclaimed that they sensed the essence of the everlasting flower in the ruins of reincarnation, though this claim remains unverified. By 481 of the New Era, scholars from the Dark Star Empire noted the discovery of a symbiotic organism deep within the ancient ruins of the Star Graveyard. Yet its authenticity is still under scrutiny. In 535 of the New Era, Intelligence reports indicated that adventurers in the G784 Worma world had claimed to witness a plant resembling the everlasting flower. However, this expedition encountered a guardian beast, resulting in only one member escaping severely injured, with no physical or visual evidence retrieved. Consequently, this intelligence is classified as a rumor of low credibility. The mention of Worma world stirred a tumult of emotions within Su Jin. This was precisely the location of the impending Tri-Clan War. Although the credibility of the information was low, it presented Su Jin with the most plausible lead at his current level. The depths of the Sea of Realms? The ancient ruins of the Dark Star Empire? Such places were far too distant and perilous for him, given his present capabilities and authority. In contrast, Worma world, albeit fraught with danger, offered a relatively equitable entry point due to the rules of the Tri-Clan War, which limited lords to below level 7 and capped professional ranks at the golden level. More importantly, the timing was fortuitous, just 1 month away. This felt like the hand of destiny guiding him. As for other possibilities, they were inconsequential. Without hesitation, Su Jin resolved to embark on this journey. Whether or not the everlasting flower existed in Worma world, it was his only opportunity to seize. 3 years may seem ample. Yet for the quest to uncover a legendary artifact, every fleeting moment held a measurable value. Taking a deep breath, Su Jin accessed his contacts and located Wan Yun's number. Composing a succinct message, "Commissioner Wan, I have decided to participate in the Tri-Clan War in 1 month." The message was successfully sent. Shortly thereafter, Wan Yun replied, "Received. Thank you for your contributions to the Alliance, Lord Su Jin. The registration process has been initiated, and relevant materials will be sent to you shortly. The competition in the war-torn world is rife with peril, opportunities and risks coexist, so please ensure you are thoroughly prepared. Additionally, it is advisable to convert your Alliance rewards into immediate combat power before entering the war realm." Su Jin gazed at the words on the screen, his expression tranquil. Converting rewards into combat power, he thought, and then he accessed the Alliance's contribution point exchange platform to begin the process. 1 month later, in the vast, primordial, and enigmatic skies of Worma world, the previously serene purple heavens were suddenly rent asunder by fine spatial rifts. Following this, like stars flung from the depths of the cosmos, innumerable meteors with long tails streaked through the thick clouds, plummeting toward the desolate earth below. The Tri-Clan War had officially commenced. Chapter 76, The Arrival of Infinite City. The Golden Hall of Heroes. Beneath the purple sky of Worma world, a blurred shadow tore through the clouds, descending rapidly with a piercing whistle. Boom! The earth trembled violently, a thunderous roar reverberating through the narrow canyon, stirring up clouds of dust. After a while, as the dust settled, a colossal city emerged, Infinite City. Although the protective power of the rules shielded the city itself from harm during the violent impact, this protection did not extend to those within. Runes on the city walls surged and shimmered, swiftly stabilizing the residual tremors. Shortly thereafter, the heavy city gates creaked open, and a battalion of cavalry clad in azure armor surged forth. They galloped along the canyon's edges, their hooves clattering against the rocky ground, disappearing around the bend. Their mission was to ascertain the surrounding terrain and identify any potential threats or prey. Hot on their heels, shadowy figures stealthily emerged from the corners of the city walls, akin to droplets of ink melding into the darkness, moving toward more remote and secretive destinations. These were the shadows, tasked with delving deeper into the realm, seeking traces of civilization within Worma world and gathering any valuable intelligence. Within Infinite City, in the Lord's Manor, Su Jin stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling and orderly scene outside. With a thought, he summoned the information panel of his territory. During his month in Blue Star, he had consolidated all resources and upgraded with fervor. Infinite City had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lord, Su Jin. Territory, Infinite City. Level 4. Buildings, Elite Archer Camp. Level 4. X1, Elite Cavalry Camp. Level 4. X1, Elite Infantry Camp. Level 4. X1, Spirit Willsword Pavilion. Silver level. X1. Hall of Heroes. Golden level. X1, Spirit Healing Sanctuary. X1. Void Greenwood Palace. X1, Shadow Vale. X1. Resources, omitted. Citizens, omitted. Exclusive unit, Spirit Wheel Sword Wielder, Upper Silver, 200. Recruited units, Mithril Heavy Shield, 200. Gale Archers, 200. Mountain Guardian Spearmen, 200. Azure Thunder Dragon Knights, 200. Shadows, 100. Spirit Healers, 40. Elite Longbowmen, 2000. Elite Heavy Shield Guards, 2000. Elite Halberdiers, 2000. Elite Azure Thunder Cavalry, 5000. Falconers, 10. Scholars, 50. Administrative Officers, 30. Evolution Points, omitted. Su Jin's gaze first fell upon the Spirit Wheel Sword Pavilion. With the territory's advancement to level 4, this structure, which he had acquired early on, had finally completed its maturation and achieved a successful elevation. Spirit Wheel Sword Pavilion, silver level, capable of recruiting the exclusive unit Spirit Wheel Sword Wielder, with a maximum limit of 200 individuals. Spirit Wheel Sword Wielder, upper silver skills, Soul Resonance Slash, Heart Mirror Phantom Substitute. Description: emissaries of the spirit wheel lineage, capable of condensing the heart's imagery into swords through high-frequency soul resonance. Mastering both soul liberation and heart liberation, with a 150 boost to all attributes and the ability to comprehend a unique capability based on personal experience, insight, and combat style, in a dual awakening form. Once mere spirit wheel sword attendants, they have ascended to become spirit wheel sword wielders, their potential evaluation reaching the upper echelon of silver. Su Jin was quite pleased with this development, as it represented a significant leap across a major tier. Moreover, the emergence of the heart liberation ability would enable them to evolve beyond mere replicas like Bai Xiao, transforming them into truly independent individuals with unique growth trajectories. Although their potential cap might not match that of the already ascended hero Bai Xiao, this was undoubtedly a qualitative transformation. With heart liberation, each spirit wheel sword wielder would have the opportunity to shine in their own right on the battlefield. Reflecting on this, Su Jin felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Furthermore, that fellow Bai Xiao would no longer occupy the recruitment slots of the spirit wheel sword pavilion. The thought of that individual, already at the pinnacle of the 10th tier and on the verge of advancing to the 11th, caused Su Jin's lips to curl into a slight smile. Subsequently, Su Jin's gaze swept across the 3 level 4 elite basic camps. Thanks to the Alliance rewards and the substantial resources acquired from processing the essence of the Adraland world, he had purchased 3 advancement blueprints for the basic camps. Coupled with the elevation power from his lordly talents, the effects of the blueprints were further enhanced. Now, the soldiers newly recruited from these camps would begin as elite-level bronze units. Additionally, he had supplemented his ranks with a considerable number of silver-level units, resulting in a substantial reserve of silver-level combat power within Infinite City. Finally, he had also recruited a batch of scholars and administrative officers, along with various materials conducive to cultivation. These non-combat personnel, such as scholars and administrative officers, were vital for the long-term development of the territory. Whether for decoding unknown technologies to optimize resource allocation or managing the still-developing Adraland world. Of course, the most delightful surprise was the Hall of Heroes. After the enhancement of his talents, it had metamorphosed into a golden-level structure. Hall of Heroes, golden-level special building. Characteristic 1. The souls marked by the spirits can be bound to territorial units. Upon the demise of these units, if the soul marks within the Spirit Hall are not entirely obliterated, resources can be expended to fully resurrect them within the Spirit Hall. Maximum binding capacity, 30. Characteristic 2. The bound units will have their souls nurtured, receiving continuous warmth within the Spirit Hall, gradually enhancing their soul resilience and mental resistance, which will consequently reduce the time required for resurrection. Characteristic 3. The guardian spirits will protect the soldiers within the territory, level 4 and above. Upon their death in battle, their souls have a certain probability, influenced by the soldier's rank and method of death, of being guided to the Spirit Hall, transforming into guardian spirits. These guardian spirits cannot leave the territorial confines, but may move freely within, retaining most of their intelligence and combat experience from their former lives, alongside a certain degree of combat capability for executing territorial defense tasks. Characteristic 4. The Spirit Hall's existence will safeguard the entire territory, granting all friendly units within its range additional resistance against soul attacks and effects of mental control. The binding quota will increase from 10 to 30, significantly alleviating previous constraints. This enhancement implies that more core personnel can be included in resurrection protection, greatly improving the margin of error. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall can continuously nurture soul marks, augmenting soul resilience and mental resistance, effectively bestowing a long-term soul enhancement buff upon the bound units. Upon observing the third characteristic, Su Jin could not help but feel a jolt of astonishment. Guardian spirits. This characteristic borders on the fantastical. Su Jin stroked his chin, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, realizing that henceforth, Infinite City would possess an everlasting spectral elite guard. The final aura effect provides a tangible overall benefit, further fortifying Infinite City's weaknesses, rendering the entire defensive system nearly flawless. After reviewing the Transcended Spirit Hall, Su Jin felt that this enhancement was truly worth more than its cost. It evolved from a mere resurrection point into a strategic edifice that amalgamates resurrection, cultivation, and defensive benefits. The Golden Tier Spirit Hall has undoubtedly earned its legacy. With it, Su Jin felt a surge of confidence regarding the impending journey to the Worma world. Meanwhile, in every corner of the Worma world, whether it be the forest spirit tribe nestled among towering ancient trees, the humans within grand cities, or the spirit forged tribe wandering the desolate wastelands, countless pairs of eyes, some filled with awe, others with curiosity or vigilance, simultaneously turned towards the rift in the purple sky. The City of Radiance, one of the 4 eternal cities in the Worma world, was shrouded in an ethereal aura, with a continuous expanse of floating islands and magnificent structures partially veiled by clouds, radiating an ancient and formidable presence. Atop the highest mage tower, an elderly figure clad in a robe adorned with stars, wielding a white jade staff, stood leaning against the railing. His gaze was profound, as if piercing through layers of space, observing the meteors descending towards the earth. After many years, had the celestial beings chosen Worma once more for their war games? The elder murmured, his voice betraying no discernible emotion. His disciples stood behind him, not daring to breathe, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression that cloaked the entire city of radiance. Dispatch orders to initiate the highest level of astral tracking alerts. Closely monitor all meteor landing points. Yes, Mentor. The elder gently tapped his staff, his gaze once again drifting towards the horizon. A new war had begun, his tone imbued with an indescribable complexity and coldness. Chapter 77, The Path to Victory. The Traces of the Three-Eyed. After several hours, the meteor shower gradually subsided. The torn purple sky of the Worma world slowly began to mend, leaving behind faint ripples of space. Within Infinite City, in the Lord's Manor, Su Jin stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, having gained preliminary control over the scenery beyond the canyon. The iron hooves of the Thunder Cavalry had traversed dozens of kilometers, sketching an initial topographic map. Meanwhile, the subtly emerging shadows ventured further, searching for traces of other civilizations. In addition to these conventional reconnaissance methods, the celestial vine extending from the void Greenwood Palace also grew silently. A preliminary intelligence network had already been established. Su Jin traced his fingers through the air, conjuring a consolidated dynamic map. On the map, blue light points representing his units were methodically dispersed, exploring the unknown territories. While the majority of the area remained shrouded in dense shadows, symbolizing the unknown. The canyon terrain is easy to defend yet difficult to attack. It's a decent start, Su Jin mused, though it does limit our vision and initial expansion direction. As he contemplated the next course of action, the Lord's mark emitted a faint ripple. Detection of an official signal from the Blue Star Alliance. Request for connection. Worma Battlefield Mutual Assistance Channel, ID, LZWM 774. Su Jin raised an eyebrow and mentally selected to connect. The channel was quiet, seemingly just established, with only a number flickering rapidly in the corner of the interface. Current online members, 17, 42, 95, 168. It appeared this was the official communication and information platform set up by the Alliance for all participants in this battle for supremacy. The numbers eventually ceased their dance. Just then, the channel interface flickered slightly, and new information popped up. Lord Zhou Yong of Yong City. Greetings, Blue Star compatriots. I am Zhou Yong, the Lord of Yong City. By directive from the Alliance Military Department, I am here to share the foundational information and points of caution regarding this battle for supremacy. I trust you have all safely landed in the Worma world and initiated preliminary reconnaissance. Su Jin gazed at the screen, recalling that the name of this Lord Zhou Yong seemed familiar. He was likely a seasoned level 6 lord from previous rounds. Lord Zhou Yong of Yong City. Firstly, we must pay close attention to our most formidable opponents. Lord Zhou Yong of Yong City. From the Dark Star Empire, there is Duke Khazar of the Bone. Along with his Oblivion Legion, known for their reckless, undead sea battle tactics, his territory, the Bone Throne, boasts a remarkably high efficiency in transforming the undead, warranting special caution. Additionally, Count Lilith of the Crimson, adept in blood magic and curses, employs treacherous methods and commands elite blood knights with formidable ambush capabilities. Lord Zhou Yong of Yong City. From the Three-Eyed clans, there is Prophet Malgon, renowned for his high psychic prowess, reportedly capable of brief future predictions, making him exceptionally troublesome. His squad of mind hackers excels in mental shock and control, posing a nightmare for any command structure. Furthermore, there is the Titan Overseer Ball, whose territory, the Molten Mountain Workshop, produces powerful war constructs, unrivaled in frontal assault capabilities. A profound silence enveloped the channel as all participants absorbed these critical pieces of information. These names and codenames represented the elite contenders in this battle for supremacy. Lord Zhou Yong of Yong City. In addition to the foreign adversaries, we must also familiarize ourselves with the rules of this land. The Worma world is not a lawless realm. It is home to ancient indigenous civilizations that exist in city-state forms. According to past Alliance records, the city-states of the Worma world roughly adhere to a power-level classification similar to ours: Foundation City, Black Iron; Solid City, Bronze; Prosperous City, Silver; and Heritage City, Gold. Lord Zhou Yong of Yong City. Our core objective in this battle for supremacy is to seize as many domain seals from these indigenous city-states as possible. Each conquest or forced submission of a city-state will yield a corresponding level of domain seal, converting into points. Foundation City Domain Seal, 10 points. Solid City, 100 points. Prosperous City, 1,000 points. Heritage City, 10,000 points. After 1 year, the side with the highest points will emerge victorious, determining the allocation rights of crucial mystical resources for the next decade. Lord Zhou Yong of Yong City. It is essential to note that the Worma world harbors 4 eternal cities, legendary level the City of Radiance in the east, the Eye of the Storm in the west, the Heart of Molten Fire in the south, and the Throat of the Abyss in the north. These four eternal cities possess a long history and profound heritage, yet have never been conquered by outsiders, as each is guarded by a true legendary powerhouse. Legendary powerhouses. A subtle stir arose within the channel. The words gold and legend may differ by a mere 2 characters, yet they signify an abyssal divide. Lord Zhou Yong of Yong City addressed the assembly. There is no need for concern. Under the constraints of the rules governing the wormhole world, while we cannot directly project the full might of legendary power, the Alliance possesses special measures. When the moment demands, we may temporarily activate strikes at the legendary level. Although the costs are exorbitant and predominantly one-time use, they suffice to counterbalance local legends. After all, their methods, when compared to ours, are somewhat limited. Lord Zhou continued, however. This serves more as a strategic deterrent and a trump card, which we shall not employ lightly. Thus, the main theme of the struggle remains the contest below the legendary level, alongside the contention for city-states at the heritage level and below. He concluded, lastly, on behalf of the military, I urge everyone to stand vigilant and assist one another, sharing vital intelligence, and prioritizing the eradication of foreign threats. The Alliance's contribution system will duly record your merits. May fortune favor your endeavors. The flow of information ceased, and the channel returned to silence. Su Jin lightly tapped her fingers on the table, absorbing the information. The rules were unequivocal. Seize territory, acquire credentials, score points. Simple and straightforward, yet undeniably direct. As for the 4 legendary eternal cities and the so-called legendary powerhouses, Su Jin temporarily set them aside. As Zhou Yong had indicated, they were merely bargaining chips in high-stakes games, seldom to be utilized. The primary forces remained beneath the legendary tier. Her attention was instead drawn to the current situation. The infinite city had settled in the valley, the onset relatively stable, yet clarity regarding the surrounding circumstances was imperative. The vision of the sky-peering vine continued to extend, while the feedback from the shadow would require time. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door of the Lord's mansion, and a sword master of the spirit wheel entered. My lord, to the southeast, 400 kilometers away, we have discovered a city. Comprehensive intelligence analysis suggests it is likely the domain of the Three-Eyed Clan. Chapter 78, The Mind Nexus. In the Worma world, several hundred kilometers from the valley where the infinite city resided, a city of distinctly different style stood proudly upon the land. This city boasted no towering walls. Instead, it was encased in a constantly swirling energy shield of soft purple luminescence. The buildings were predominantly crafted from smooth alloys, characterized by sleek lines that exuded a sense of cold, technological sophistication. Above, beams of ethereal blue light occasionally swept across the sky, surveilling all that lay beneath. At the city's center, within a structure resembling an inverted pyramid, floated a tall, slender figure of a three-eyed being. His forehead, adorned with a vertical pupil, was the only feature betraying any movement as he closed his eyes, the vertical pupil subtly opening and closing, emanating a faint glow of psychic energy. He was Marco, the lord of this 5th-tier territory known as the Mind Nexus. Suddenly, Marco opened his eyes, a ripple of disturbance flashing within their depths. Strange energy responses, he murmured, his voice imbued with a uniquely ethereal frequency, and, notably, not from a single source. As a member of the Three-Eyed Clan, Marco possessed an innate sensitivity to energy. Just moments prior, several unfamiliar energy fluctuations had rippled through his perception, akin to stones cast into a tranquil lake. The closed vertical pupil upon his forehead trembled slightly, as his intangible mental perception extended outward, meticulously capturing the residual energy traces. Most of the fluctuations originated from distant regions, manifesting only as vague signals. Yet, a few trajectories were clear, culminating in locations not too far from his mind nexus. Uninvited guests, a chill coursed through Marco's consciousness. Were they the crawlers of the Blue Star Alliance, or perhaps the hyenas of the Dark Star Empire? Regardless of their identity, once they had set foot here, they could not expect to depart unnoticed. With a subtle shift of intent, he issued a command to the soldiers standing below, deploy the Shadow Eyes team to investigate the coordinates at Area XXX. Confirm the nature of the energy source and the identity of the visitors. He paused, the glow in his vertical pupil swirling. Remember, prioritize capturing live specimens. I require their brains to reveal everything. At your command, my lord. Several soldiers of the Three-Eyed Clan, similarly adorned with vertical pupils and clad in silver-gray combat suits, bowed and promptly exited the hall. Their movements were soundless, leaving only a faint ripple of psychic energy in the air. On the desolate plains beyond the valley, windswept sand swirled. Several indistinct shadows flitted among the jagged stones. These were the shadow team dispatched from the Infinite City, personally led by Captain Ing Yi. They moved with swiftness and stealth, nearly merging into the environment itself. The winds of the Wormo world swept across their specially crafted cloaks. Yet not a whisper of sound escaped. Suddenly, Ing Yi halted, tilting his head slightly as if straining to hear something. The other shadows instantly froze, melding into the shadows of nearby debris, their presence entirely suppressed. Northwest, 7 units. Energy response is quite peculiar. Yi conveyed to his team through a specialized form of communication. Almost simultaneously, a team of shadow eyes, comprising 7 three-eyed soldiers, detected an anomaly. Captain, there are high-stealth units approaching ahead. Unable to pinpoint, biological energy levels indeterminate. A soldier's vertical pupil flickered with streams of data. Were they scouts from the enemy? The leading three-eyed captain's eyes gleamed with caution. Be careful. Prepare the psychic binding nets. Aim to capture them alive. Before his words could fully escape, the unexpected occurred. From the previously vacant corners of shadow, several lethal glimmers erupted forth. The sounds of blades slicing through flesh resonated swiftly, almost too rapid for reaction. The members of the shadow team emerged as specters from the void, their daggers deftly slicing through the most vulnerable necks or energy cores of the three-eyed soldiers. Despite possessing a degree of psychic sensitivity, the soldiers were nonetheless outmatched by the shadow's enhanced shadow walking and lethal ambush. The battle commenced abruptly and concluded even more swiftly. In mere breaths, all 7 members of the three-eyed shadow eyes team lay fallen, their vertical pupils dimmed, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Yi approached the corpse of the team leader, crouching down to gently trace his fingers over the insignia and miniature devices on the combat suit. A civilization that merges technology with psychic energy. This city is not far. Rising, Yi gazed into the distance. At the horizon's edge, the faint outline of the city loomed indistinctly through the swirling sands. He could sense an intangible perception extending outward, though faint. It precisely locked onto this area. They had been discovered, or rather, their actions had left a trail sufficient for tracking. Although the Shadow's abilities were unparalleled in stealth, the mere presence of such a scouting team indicated their reconnaissance capabilities were formidable. Continuing with the team posed too great a risk. Once locked onto, the entire squad could find themselves in peril. Intelligence was paramount, and he was the most suitable among the team to execute this mission. Only he could mitigate the risks to the greatest extent. It seems we have been discovered. For safety, I will investigate, he murmured, his voice barely audible above the windswept sands. Yet, the others heard him clearly. You clean up the traces and then depart here. Report back to the Lord. Understood. The remaining shadows silently began to conceal the battlefield, covering the corpses and erasing traces of conflict before swiftly retreating. Yi's figure once again melded into the shadows, stealthily advancing towards the mind nexus of the three-eyed clan. Shadow leap. His form flickered between different shadows, executing short-range teleportations that perfectly evaded both visible and invisible detection methods. The city's defense system was indeed formidable, with psychic sensing networks nearly enveloping every corner. Yet, the shadows were masters of manipulating shadows and perception. With Yi being among the finest of them all, he moved like a true specter, traversing the outskirts of the city, attuned to the fragmented whispers of ethereal communications and astutely observing the patterns of the patrols. Occasionally, he dared to approach regions with relatively weak defenses, capturing information through the crevices and conduits of buildings. As time elapsed, Shadow, akin to the most efficient of hunters, patiently gathered intelligence on every facet of this city, the structure of the Lord's tiered defense system, even snippets of conversation from high-ranking officials. At last, in a concealed corner, he intercepted a crucial piece of spiritual communication, which mentioned Lord Malkan and the situation of the 10th Order Weaver, alongside discussions of a cleansing plan for the surrounding areas. A chill ran down Shadow's spine. He recognized the weight of this intelligence. The risk of continuing to lurk for further information had far surpassed the potential benefits. Without hesitation, he retraced his steps through the shadows, his speed exceeding that of his arrival, like a true bolt of black lightning. Chapter 79, The 10th Order Weaver. The Hunting Trap of Infinite City. In the Lord's Manor of Infinite City, Su Jin was listening to Li Yi's report on the development status of the Adderland world when a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to lift his gaze. A vague shadow silently emerged from the shadowy corner of the hall. It was Shadow. My lord. Shadow knelt on one knee. You're back? What is the situation? Su Jin gestured for Li Yi to wait and turned his attention to Shadow. Confirmed. 400 kilometers southeast, a territory of the Three-Eyed Tribe, named the Mind Nexus, has been discovered, Shadow reported succinctly. Lord Malkan, a 5th-tier territory. The conventional combat units primarily consist of 4th-tier spiritual energy sharpshooters and alloy constructs, numbering approximately 8,000. Additionally, there are no fewer than 30 individuals of the 7th tier or above. Su Jin nodded. While somewhat troublesome, these developments were within expectation. A 5th-tier territory with 7th-tier units stationed was quite normal. Is there more? Su Jin, aware of Shadow's style, knew that his pauses often indicated more significant information. The most formidable force in that territory is not the Lord's troops, Shadow continued, but rather a team of 12 professionals from the Three-Eyed Tribe that descended alongside Lord Malkan. He paused. Among them, there is a confirmed 10th Order individual, codenamed the Weaver. Su Jin's fingers, which had been lightly tapping the table, stilled momentarily. Oh, 10th Order. Especially since they are a fellow regional overlord, this poses a slight challenge for Infinite City. Although Bai Xiao has already reached the peak of the 10th Order and is on the verge of breaking into the 11th Order, he remains Infinite City's trump card, an anomaly among Su Jin's specialized forces. Indeed, those who come to participate in the contest for supremacy are not to be underestimated. Come. Inform all commanders to convene in the conference room. Su Jin instructed the guard outside. In the conference room of the Lord's Manor, a long metallic table exuded a cold solemnity, flanked by the core generals of Infinite City. Su Jin took his seat at the head, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. I trust everyone is well aware of the situation. Su Jin's voice shattered the silence. 400 kilometers southeast lies the Mind Nexus, a fifth-tier territory of the Three-Eyed Tribe, under Lord Malkan, whose strength is formidable. The key point is that they possess a 10th Order Weaver, along with a 12-member professional team. After a brief silence, Stone Rock spoke up, My lord, it's just a 10th Order, we've dealt with such before. His hearty face bore an easy expression. Wasn't Bashaka from the Adraland world also a hero? In the end, he was still subdued by you, my lord. You fool. Chasing Cloud shot him an irritated glance. Bashaka was a native of the initial world, having just achieved gold. Even as a hero, could he compare to the elites of the Three-Eyed Tribe? One of the three overlords of the Tianyu realm? They embark on cross-realm expeditions. Surely, they have some hidden strategies? What if they are a troublesome spellcaster? And you rush in unprepared? Indeed, Mu Yang's steady voice interjected. Moreover, those who can reach the Worma world are primarily elite forces. We cannot predict their contingencies. Caution is necessary during our initial contact. Otherwise, if we fail to contain them, the ensuing battle may incur significant losses to our army, especially since we do not face a single enemy. Stone Rock pouted, murmuring, I know, be cautious. Hu Jun seized the conversation. Shadow's intelligence indicates that they seem to have plans for a regional sweep, which could present us with an opportunity. A 10th Order individual is indeed powerful, but not invincible. If we can lure them outside the city and strike decisively, our odds of victory will increase significantly. The key lies in how to entice them. All eyes instinctively turned toward Shadow, who existed like a mere shadow in the corner. Shadow raised his head slightly, and, after contemplation, replied, We can attempt to provoke them. Their sweeping plans provide us with an opening. If we create troubles they cannot ignore yet find elusive, we may draw them out of their lair. Trouble? Su Jin stroked his chin, swiftly contemplating the possibilities. The Three-Eyed Tribe is a civilization that fuses technology and spiritual energy. That Weaver is a 10th Order individual. Ordinary traps may be ineffective. Perhaps we could proceed this way. Su Jin's gaze flickered toward Bai Shao. Let the Spirit Pivot Sword take action and eliminate all personnel executing the cleansing plan from the Mind Nexus. The majority of Spirit Pivot Sword users had already advanced to the 6th tier, with some even reaching 7th tier. Combined with their abilities, it should suffice. Su Jin mused with a hint of amusement. If they were to suffer significant casualties, would the Weaver not be tempted to personally investigate? By employing an absolutely efficient and silent kill, we could create an unprecedented and terrifying threat that exceeds their expectations. This would be far more effective than any meticulously laid trap, igniting the ire and vigilance of a powerful being, especially when such a threat directly disrupts their established plans. Shadow, continue monitoring the Mind Nexus, paying close attention to the movements of the Weaver and their team. Should they show any signs of leaving the city, communicate immediately. When the time is ripe, Bai Shao will lead the charge, and Stone Rock and Chasing Cloud. Each of you must assemble your most elite forces to form a hunting squad. Ensure a decisive strike. Hu Jun, you will lead the cavalry to provide support, preventing the enemy's main force from mobilizing. Understood. The generals responded in unison, their voices steeped in a murderous intent. Remember, our objective is swift resolution. Let us gauge the caliber of the Three-Eyed Elite to inform our subsequent plans. Once the Weaver's team is eliminated, we will retreat immediately, Su Jin concluded. Now, prepare to take your leave. Outside the Mind Nexus, the winds howled, carrying sand. A squad of elite Three-Eyed professionals, comprising 4th to 6th tier spiritual energy sharpshooters and a 7th tier energy sentinel, scanned their surroundings vigilantly, eyeing the dunes and bizarre rocks. Their vertical pupils flickered with a ghostly blue light, attempting to detect any anomalous energy fluctuations. Captain, everything appears normal, reported one of the spiritual energy sharpshooters. The 7th tier captain nodded slightly, though his heart was far from tranquil. Recent weeks had seen numerous patrol teams vanish without a trace, as if consumed by the void, leaving no signs of battle behind. Lord Malkan was greatly enraged by this and had ordered a tightening of defenses, even narrowing the patrol range and neglecting the cleansing plan. Now, even their elite squad had been dispatched to investigate. At that moment of distraction, a near imperceptible flash of sword light flickered from the void. Thud! The outermost spiritual energy sharpshooter's vertical pupil dimmed abruptly, his body collapsing silently, a minute blood mark appearing on his brow. As another sharpshooter prepared to cry out, a second beam of sword light swiftly followed, precisely severing his throat. The sudden turn of events unfolded so rapidly that the 7th tier captain had barely sensed the minute disturbance in energy when several of his comrades fell. Who goes there? The captain bellowed, activating his energy shield in an instant. The response was a soul-chilling strike, honed to perfection. The pale cyan crescent-shaped shockwave tore through the air, enveloping a searing wave of heat that struck fiercely against his shield. Crack. Chapter 80. The Distortion of Senses. Humph. The barrier of the 7th-tier energy sentinel shattered with a resounding crack, and he emitted a brief, muffled grunt, desperately twisting his body to narrowly evade the subsequent glimmer of the sword. Oh, he actually avoided it. Hearing the sound, the captain of the three-eyed tribe looked up, only to witness several figures clad in pristine white attire, wielding standard long swords, slowly revealing themselves. Their gazes were piercing, their breaths tranquil. The speaker stood at the forefront of the group, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze. "Who are you?" "You need not know," replied the leading energy swordmaster. Glancing at the sky, "We must hasten our endeavors." At his side, another energy swordmaster shifted, as if teleporting, and in the next instant, appeared beside a three-eyed soldier attempting to raise his weapon. The soldier had just aimed his bow and arrow forward when he felt a blur before his eyes. A streak of sword light, swift as a meteor, flashed past. All his movements froze, the light in his vertical pupil dimming rapidly, a thin line of blood appearing from his brow, and before he could even comprehend how the enemy had struck, he fell backward, lifeless. The remaining energy swordmasters simultaneously sprang into action. Their movements were concise and lethal, devoid of superfluous maneuvers. Each strike of their swords precisely severed the vital points of the three-eyed soldiers. The crescent-shaped sword energy of the soul, crying slash, silently sliced through the air, effortlessly penetrating the seemingly sturdy energy shields and combat suits. Before the captain of the three-eyed tribe could react, the battle neared its conclusion. Within mere moments, apart from himself, the other members of the Shadow Eye squad lay scattered in pools of blood, without a single coherent warning having escaped their lips. A chill enveloped the captain of the three-eyed tribe as an indescribable despair surged from the depths of his heart. He gazed at those comrades who had once fought alongside him, now strewn upon the ground like discarded dolls, his forehead's vertical pupil appearing particularly ghastly from blood engorgement. "What do you want?" His voice trembled uncontrollably, fear threatening to consume his reason. The leading energy sword master approached slowly, the tip of his sword trailing along the ground, producing a faint scraping sound that resonated eerily in the stillness of the environment. He halted a short distance before the captain, his steady gaze unwavering. "Heart release." The soft utterance of those two words flowed from his lips like a gentle breeze caressing the water's surface. In an instant, the world before the captain of the three-eyed tribe transformed dramatically. He heard hurried footsteps behind him, and upon turning, was astonished to see his recently slain comrades standing intact, gazing at him with expressions of confusion and anger. "Captain, what are you doing? The enemy is right before you." A familiar voice rang in his ears. It was his most trusted lieutenant. The captain of the three-eyed tribe spun around abruptly, only to find that the white-clad swordsman who had stood there was now gone, replaced by an empty expanse of desolation. "What is happening?" His vertical pupil flickered rapidly, attempting to discern reality from illusion. "Be careful, Captain." "He is to your left." Another voice echoed. Instinctively, he swung his energy short blade to the left, but struck nothing but air. Immediately, a sound of slicing air came from his right. He hastily blocked, the sensation of clashing weapons vividly clear, even feeling the cold emanating from the opponent's blade. "No, this is wrong." He caught the acrid scent of blood, as if standing amidst a mountain of corpses, the ground beneath him becoming slick and treacherous, almost causing him to lose his footing. His senses were utterly disoriented. What he saw, what he heard, what he felt, what he smelled, all became untrustworthy. It was as though he found himself in a labyrinth composed of countless mirrors, every direction potentially a trap, every sensory signal deceiving him. He let out a beastly roar, wildly flailing his weapon in a desperate attempt to dispel the omnipresent strangeness. At the very moment he exposed his back due to a false attack signal, a genuine, frigid sword tip silently pierced from an unperceived blind spot. Ugh! The captain of the three-eyed tribe's body stiffened abruptly. He lowered his gaze in disbelief at the half-sword protruding from his chest. There was not a single drop of blood upon it. The light in his vertical pupil faded rapidly, and all illusions dissipated in an instant. The last sight he beheld was that of the leading white-clad swordsman still standing there, as if he had never moved, gracefully twirling his sword before sheathing it. "Dispose of them," the leading energy swordmaster commanded nonchalantly. The other energy swordmasters swiftly advanced, expertly cleansing the battlefield, erasing every trace of their presence. Soon, the desolate expanse returned to silence, as if the elite squad of the three-eyed tribe had never existed. A similar scene unfolded repeatedly in the outer regions of the Mind Nexus, whether small reconnaissance units or fortified patrols. Even the occasional extermination squads led by 7th-tier energy commanders vanished without a trace the moment they strayed too far from the protective barrier of the city's energy shield. No distress signals, no signs of battle, and even corpses were exceedingly difficult to locate. Mind Nexus, Lord's Manor. Marco stood before the command platform, his forehead's vertical pupil constricted with fury, emanating a dangerous purple glow. Below, several three-eyed tribe officers stood in terrified silence, not daring to breathe. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Marco's voice, sharp with unbridled rage, pierced the air. Another squad. 15 warriors, and a 7th-tier commander. Just gone? They didn't even ascertain who the enemy was. He swung his hand violently, an energy whip cracking against the hard alloy floor with a deafening explosion. My lord, please calm your anger. One officer ventured to speak. We have dispatched the largest search team possible, but the enemy acts too mysteriously, leaving almost no traces. Their tactics don't resemble those of a conventional army. They are more akin to elite assassins. Assassins? The flickering light in Marco's vertical pupil danced uneasily. Are they targeting my soldiers? What is their purpose? Do they seek to delay my cleansing operation? Or something else? He paced restlessly, feeling as though he were a giant blindfolded, full of strength yet unable to strike at the elusive fly that continued to harass him from the shadows. Are there any clues? Anything? Marco nearly roared in inquiry. A three-eyed officer responsible for intelligence analysis hesitated before stepping forward. My lord, based on multiple analyses of the energy remnants at the disappearance sites, we have detected a very faint and unique energy fluctuation. This fluctuation is exceedingly subtle, dissipating rapidly. Had we not specifically targeted its capture, it would have gone unnoticed. Energy fluctuation? Marco furrowed his brow. Indeed, the officer continued, and moreover, all the areas where the missing squads were last seen exhibited this remarkably similar soul fluctuation. We suspect it may be related to the assailant's special abilities. This ability seems capable of directly obliterating souls, thus leaving no traces behind. The light in Marco's vertical pupil flickered more intensely. He closed his eyes, harnessing the amplification devices within the territory, channeling a vast mental force that surged forth like a tide, attempting to capture the unique fluctuation the officer had described in the void. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a trace of astonishment crossing his vertical pupil. It was indeed a peculiar soul force, pure, refined, exuding a sharp sense of cutting. He murmured to himself. This sensation reminded him of certain specialized professionals who focused on soul attacks. To achieve such a feat, effortlessly eliminating a 7th-tier commander and his squad of assailants, one must undoubtedly be among the elite of their rank. Moreover, Marco's expression grew increasingly grim. He had initially presumed that the disturbances were merely the antics of reckless scouts from the Blue Star Alliance or the Dark Star Empire. But it was now evident that the situation was far more precarious than he had anticipated. The adversary was clearly well prepared, with a specific target in mind, the cleanup team he had dispatched. This could not continue. Marco resolved within himself that his forces could no longer contend with such an enemy. He needed to find a way to enlist Carson's intervention. Though he was the lord of the Mind Nexus, the Weaver Carson and his team were professionals who had accompanied him to this location, holding a status beyond his command. Their relationship was one of cooperation. Carson and his team were responsible for addressing high-end threats beyond the capabilities of the army, while Marco provided resources and intelligence support. Chapter 81. The Weaver takes action. The trap is set. Marco, his face a shade of iron, departed from the Lord's manor. The vertical pupil on his forehead, a symbol of pride for the three-eyed clan, now glowed faintly red, a manifestation of suppressed fury. He traversed the cold metallic structures of the city, veering westward. Here, the aesthetic was entirely different. Towering ancient trees replaced the alloy walls, and the air was suffused with the fresh aroma of earth and flora. This was the training ground chosen by Carson and his professional team, a corner that seemed wholly incompatible with the Mind Nexus. Upon passing through a serene grove, Marco arrived at a modest wooden cabin. In the clearing before the cabin, Carson, the Weaver, was seated in a meditative posture, levitating in midair, his three eyes closed. Surrounded by a barely perceptible aura of energy fluctuations, he seemed entirely immersed in his own realm. Carson, I require your assistance. Marco endeavored to keep his voice calm, though an unmistakable urgency seeped through. Lord Marco, Carson's voice was light, imbued with a sense of detachment. Your presence here suggests you are faced with some rather troublesome predicaments. Marco's cheek twitched slightly. He disliked Carson's tone, which seemed to see through everything, especially at a time when he felt overwhelmed. Yet he was acutely aware that this 10th-tier powerhouse was his only hope at present. Indeed, it is a problem. Marco forsook any superfluous pleasantries and spoke directly. Recently, my reconnaissance and cleanup teams have been disappearing without a trace. There were no signs of struggle, not even a distress signal. He paused, his tone growing somber. Among the missing teams is a 7th-tier psionic commander and his 15-member squad. They have seemingly vanished into thin air. Carson appeared to finally take a keen interest, tilting his head slightly, the light of his vertical pupils sweeping over Marco. No traces at all, Carson repeated, his voice laced with curiosity. Not even energy fluctuations detectable? Marco nodded. We have exerted our utmost efforts. The intelligence department analyzed all energy residues in the areas of disappearance and only discovered an exceedingly faint, rapidly dissipating soul fluctuation. They suspect the assailants may possess some ability that directly targets the soul. I hope you can draw them out. Marco laid bare his thoughts. My forces cannot contend with such elusive adversaries. However, if you were to intervene, with your strength, as long as they dare to show themselves, none shall escape your grasp. Regardless of their origin, draw them out. Carson's tone sounded somewhat indifferent. Very well. I too am curious to see what manner of beings can accomplish such a clean and efficient operation. He cast a glance at Marco, as if to say, your troops are far too weak. However, Carson's tone shifted. Should I take action, you must be aware of the terms. Marco's expression tightened, yet he responded, naturally. As long as you can eliminate this threat, I will ensure a generous reward, commensurate with the highest standards. He fervently wished to extricate himself from this passive state of being targeted and to allow the cleanup initiative to proceed. As for the cost, it paled in comparison to the potential gains. Excellent. Carson seemed quite satisfied, the light in his vertical pupils gradually dimming. The Spider Squad will set out in half a day's time. Prepare your sincerity. As for those troublesome entities that have disturbed your peace, I shall ensure they come to understand that there are places they cannot simply enter and exit at will. The 10th tier powerhouse of the Three-Eyed Clan, ranked among the top 100 in his lineage, provided Carson with a solid foundation for all his words and actions. He even mused that these elusive figures might add a touch of excitement to his long-quieted combat career. A few kilometers away from the Mind Nexus, behind a concealed sand dune, the figure known as Shadow One melded into the shadows like a dead branch, appearing as one with the environment. His gaze remained fixed in the direction of the Mind Nexus. When 12 formidable presences unabashedly exited the city, a barely perceptible ripple of emotion flickered across Shadow One's otherwise calm demeanor. He made no unnecessary movements, instead employing a special method to transmit a concise and clear message. Targets have exited the city. Weaver Carson and his team, totaling 12 members. Direction, northwest. Once the message was dispatched, Shadow One's form became indistinct once more, vanishing entirely into the shadows as if he had never existed. The wind continued to blow. A hunt targeting the elite hunters was about to commence. Chapter 82. A trap is set, ensnaring the strong enemy. In a secluded valley dozens of kilometers from the Mind Nexus, the clandestine message rippled outward like water, swiftly dissipating without a trace. Bai Xiao lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze sharp. Set out. Shi Yin responded with a deep, resonant voice, hoisting the molten lava shield and stepping forward first. Chasing Cloud smirked, gripping the Wind Thunder longbow with a reverse hand. A group, accompanied by dozens of skilled spirit sword masters, surged forth from the valley like arrows released from a bow, heading straight for the direction of the Spider Squad. Barely moments after their departure, the ground on the opposite side of the valley began to tremble subtly. The thunderous sound of hooves grew louder as a cavalry unit emerged from the horizon, clad in iron armor, glinting coldly. Leading them was Su Jin, who reined in his mount, casting a glance toward the direction Bai Xiao and the others had departed. Before turning to address his troops, the reconnaissance unit will advance first, spreading out in a fan shape to monitor the movements of the Mind Nexus. Any anomalies must be reported immediately. The main force will follow me, constructing a defensive line. Our mission is to completely seal off any escape routes and reinforcements for Carson and his squad. A unified low growl erupted from the cavalry ranks, filled with battle fervor. Subsequently, the reconnaissance unit swiftly departed, while the main force, under Su Jin's leadership, advanced toward their designated location. They were the anvil, ensuring the prey had no means of escape and preventing any potential trump cards the Mind Nexus might employ. A meticulously orchestrated hunt had already begun. Meanwhile, upon the desolate plains, 12 figures ambled leisurely along. At the forefront was the Weaver Carson, maintaining his serene demeanor, as if he were not traversing a perilous battlefield in another realm, but strolling through his own backyard. The 11 individuals behind him were members of the Spider Squad, each exuding a steady presence, their gazes sharp, clearly seasoned warriors. Carson, it's been nearly half a day, and we haven't seen a single trace of the enemy. One team member could not help but voice his impatience. Is Marco overreacting? Another interjected, to cause Marco to falter and quietly consume a 7th tier squad. The opponent must be formidable. Yet, it seems they have no intention of revealing themselves. Cashin did not glance back, his tone indifferent. A hunter must possess ample patience to await the moment when their prey becomes complacent. Or perhaps they believe the traps they have laid are sufficiently intricate. As his words faded, Cashin's pace faltered slightly. Within the depths of his three-eyed pupils, a barely perceptible hue flickered. He perceived, several kilometers ahead, an extremely subtle and unnatural distortion in the flow of energy. This distortion was exceedingly obscure. Had he not been a being of his caliber, with an acute sensitivity to spatial fluctuations, it would have gone unnoticed. A smirk graced Cashin's lips, hinting at intrigue. It appears our little mouse can no longer resist revealing itself. He not only did not halt, but quickened his steps, striding directly toward the seemingly normal area. Proceed, he commanded nonchalantly. Although the members of the Spider Squad were puzzled, they never questioned Cashin's orders and promptly followed suit. At the moment Cashin entered that area, an unexpected transformation occurred. A low hum reverberated through the air. Centered around them, the space within a radius of over 10 kilometers dimmed abruptly, followed by an eruption of countless milky white streams of spiritual energy that surged into the sky, intertwining to form a massive celestial canopy that completely enveloped and sealed off the area. On the canopy, obscure runes flickered in and out of visibility, emanating an oppressive aura that sent shivers through the heart. The air seemed to congeal, and the once clear, distant scenery became obscured, as if the entire world had been isolated by this sudden barrier. A formation? Someone in the spider squad exclaimed, immediately on guard. Cashin hovered in midair, intrigued as he surveyed the newly emerged barrier of spiritual energy, the light in his 3 eyes flickering with interest. A grand undertaking. To establish such an extensive concealment barrier in an instant, it seems the opposition has come well prepared. His tone bore no trace of anxiety. Rather, it resonated with the excitement of a hunter who had discovered an intriguing quarry. Before he could finish his thought, the space ahead twisted, and a dozen figures gradually materialized. Leading them was a figure clad in pristine white attire, his expression as frigid as ice, Bai Xiao. Beside him stood Su Jin, wielding a massive shield that loomed like a mountain, its surface pulsing with molten energy, radiating a searing heat. Chasing Cloud held a longbow, its body intermittently flashing with a bluish-green hue, producing a faint humming sound. Further back, several sword-wielding spiritual masters fanned out in a semicircle, their swords thrumming with energy, emanating a fierce intent. Weaver of thought, Cashin, Bai Xiao spoke, his gaze fixed upon Cashin. The light within Cashin's 3 eyes shifted as he appraised the uninvited guests, particularly Bai Xiao, his smile lingering. Oh, you are the troublemaker that Marco spoke of. How bold of you to seek me directly. The members of the spider squad, having drawn their weapons at the moment the formation appeared, now displayed vigilant expressions upon witnessing the enemy's main force. Though few in number, each radiated a condensed aura, especially their leader, who instilled an inexplicable pressure upon them. Cashin surveyed the surroundings before returning his gaze to Bai Xiao. Who granted you the audacity to set such a ruse before me? Bai Xiao's expression remained impassive as he slowly raised his sword, its tip directed at Cashin. Your life, I shall claim. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere thickened with murderous intent. Cashin chuckled in response. Claim my life? Young man, you possess quite the ambition. Do you understand what it signifies to rank among the top 100 of the Three-Eyed Clan? That is power infinitely close to the heroic tier. His laughter subsided as a cold glint flashed in his 3 eyes. I am indeed curious how you came to know my whereabouts and set such an accurate ambush. One member of the spider squad, marked with a web tattoo on his face, could no longer contain himself. Captain, why waste words on them? Allow me to sever their heads first. Patience, Cashin gestured dismissively, his gaze sweeping over Bai Xiao and his companions. Kneel in submission, and I shall spare your corpses. Otherwise, his tone elevated slightly, I will make you experience the torment of having your souls stripped away. Annoying. Bai Xiao's eyes flashed with impatience. No sooner had he spoken than his figure abruptly vanished from sight. Cashin's pupils constricted, his senses went into overdrive, an acute sharpness locking onto his neck. Too fast. This fellow has made a direct move, not even willing to exchange pleasantries. In the next moment, Bai Xiao appeared at Cashin's left side, his sword drawn. A beam of sword light tearing through the air, silent yet imbued with the chilling intent to sever souls, aimed directly at Cashin's neck. Clang. In an instant of peril, a barrier composed of countless strands of energy materialized before Cashin, its surface shimmering with colors, yet upon contact with the sword light, it emitted a piercing metallic screech. The energy strands tightened and twisted violently, as if on the verge of snapping. The clash of sword and barrier erupted in a cacophony of metallic resonance, sending visible ripples through the air. The force rebounded from the barrier, impacting Cashin with tremendous power, causing his form to tilt backward, rendering his suspended stance somewhat precarious. The composure on Cashin's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a flicker of rage. You seek death, he roared, his 3 eyes wide with fury. A cataclysmic surge of spiritual power erupting forth. Chapter 83, The Fall of the Weaver of Thought. Bai Xiao's Dilemma. Cashin seethed with anger. As one of the top 100 among the 10th tier 3-eyed beings, he had never been so openly disrespected, let alone attacked without provocation. Brash youth. Cashin bellowed as the space around him rippled. Countless barely visible strands of spiritual energy shot out from his being, weaving through the air like living entities. These strands were exceptionally resilient and sharp. Part of them transformed into an intricate net that enveloped Bai Xiao, while another portion coalesced into several gleaming, spear-like threads aimed at Bai Xiao's vital points. These energy strands were the very essence of Cashin's renowned weaving power, capable not only of binding and cutting, but also of disrupting the opponent's energy flow. Bai Xiao remained unfazed, his sword humming gently as a surge of pale blue spiritual pressure ignited with fervor. With a sharp sound that sliced through the air, he advanced rather than retreating, his speed so swift it generated a faint sonic boom, effortlessly evading the spear-like strands while simultaneously directing his sword to strike precisely at several critical nodes of the energy net. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of their collision echoed continuously, sparks flying. The seemingly indomitable energy strands emitted a lamenting cry under the weight of Bai Xiao's sword. Cashin's pupils narrowed. The finesse of Bai Xiao's sword technique was extraordinary. Each strike precisely targeted the weakest points of his energy strands, and the blue flames upon the blade hinted at a capacity to burn through his energy lines. Impressive, but still insufficient. Cashin scoffed, his hands abruptly drawing together. Spirit Line Domain, Spider Goddess Cage. In an instant, the energy strands surrounding Cashin surged explosively, wildly expanding as they intertwined to form a massive, semi-transparent cage that constricted around Bai Xiao. The walls of the cage pulsed with countless fine strands, exuding a dangerous aura, as if they intended to strangle everything within. Within this Spider Goddess cage, my energy lines will be omnipresent. Your perception will be suppressed, your movements restricted, and ultimately, you will be slowly suffocated. Cashin's voice dripped with a cruel delight as he envisioned Bai Xiao being shredded into pieces by the myriad strands in despair. However, within the cage, Bai Xiao remained unperturbed. He slowly raised his gaze, his chilling eyes fixed upon Cashin, as if he were observing a circus performer. Heart release. In the moment the words fell, an overwhelming pressure far surpassing anything previously experienced erupted from Bai Xiao's being. The high-frequency resonance of the soul instantaneously activated, channeling the power of the heart's imagery outward, rapidly coalescing around Bai Xiao's form. The originally pale azure spiritual pressure suddenly transformed into a blinding platinum hue at this very moment. The ethereal strands of energy that sought to ensnare him emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with the platinum flames, swiftly melting and fracturing at their tips. This was... Kaizen's 3 eyes narrowed in alarm, a foreboding sensation swelling within him. The radiance intensified. Under Kaizen's astonished gaze, countless particles of platinum light materialized from thin air, rapidly swirling and coalescing around Bai Xiao. Following this, a dazzling suit of armor, radiant with brilliant platinum light, formed from the void, enveloping Bai Xiao's body piece by piece. The surface of the armor shimmered with a metallic sheen akin to liquid metal, intricate patterns faintly glowing upon the shoulder plates, chest guard, and armors, exuding a chilling aura of sharpness. An instantaneous amplification of all attributes to 150 was bestowed. Crack! With a mere flick of his sword, Bai Xiao effortlessly tore through the encroaching strands of energy with the platinum sword light. He stepped forward, and the seemingly unassailable web of the spider god began to crack under the pressure emanating from him. What? The triumphant smile on Kaizen's face had vanished, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The opponent's aura surged to a staggering level that left him breathless. This was no ordinary Tier 10 combat unit. Your threads are far too fragile. Bai Xiao's voice resonated with a disquieting force. Crack! A distinctly audible sound of shattering rang out, followed by an unrelenting series of cracks. Subsequently, Bai Xiao stepped out of the prison, his movements unhurried, akin to passing through an ordinary doorway. Behind him, the spider god's prison shattered with a resounding crash, dissipating into a myriad of luminous specks. Kaizen's mind reeled, releasing a suppressed growl as the brilliance of his 3 eyes flared, more strands of energy surging from within him in a desperate attempt to reconstruct his defenses. Yet Bai Xiao offered him no respite. Domain of Radiant Soul Thunder Prison. As Bai Xiao's icy command echoed, a far more terrifying and vast pressure emanated from him, sweeping outward in all directions. The sky dimmed in an instant, and countless pale bolts of lightning sprang forth from the void, unlike any ordinary thunder, but rather forged from the purest sword intent and spiritual power. The pale lightning intertwined to form an impenetrable prison, enveloping a radius of several thousand meters. Within this domain, the sword intent was palpable and the lightning blinding, each bolt harboring the terrifying power to annihilate souls. The strands of energy released by Kaizen disintegrated upon contact with the Radiant Soul Thunder Prison, melting away as if they had encountered the scorching sun. His once proud weaving ability crumbled before this thunderous prison, utterly fragile. This is the power of a domain. Heroic rank. Kaizen's face drained of color, his voice trembling with fear. This was true domain power, incomparable to the mere facade of the spider god's prison. He finally understood that he faced not an ordinary Tier 10 combat unit, but a bona fide heroic unit. The oppressive sensation originating from the depths of his soul rendered him nearly breathless. Among the 3-eyed clan, heroic ranks were among the most elite. And a Tier 10 heroic rank at that. What kind of formidable enemy had that fool Marco provoked? Flee. This was the singular thought racing through Kaizen's mind. He harbored no further will to fight, turning to escape in a flash of light. Too late. Bai Xiao's figure materialized behind Kaizen like a wraith, his sword entwined with pale lightning, extending gently. This strike, seemingly unremarkable, severed all avenues of retreat and evasion for Kaizen. He felt a shadow of death enveloping him entirely. Exerting every ounce of strength to resist, yet under the suppression of the Radiant Soul Thunder Prison, his energy felt sluggish, as if ensnared in quicksand. Thud! The long sword pierced effortlessly through Kaizen's protective energy, embedding itself into his back. The pale lightning and platinum spiritual pressure erupted simultaneously, instantaneously obliterating his vitality. The shock and resentment etched on Kaizen's face became eternally frozen. He struggled to turn his head, gazing at the emotionless Bai Xiao. A rasping sound escaping his throat before his head drooped lifelessly, his life extinguished. Bai Xiao withdrew his sword, its blade untouched by a single drop of blood. He regarded Kaizen's gradually cooling corpse, a slight furrow of concern crossing his brow. How weak, he murmured softly, tinged with a hint of confusion. Is this truly the strength of the so-called top ranks of the Three-Eyed Clan? Chapter 84, Overwhelming. Almost simultaneously as Bai Xiao engaged Kaizen, a fierce battle erupted on the other side of the battlefield. Two ninth-tier vice-captains of the Spider Squad confronted Chasing Cloud and Stone Rock. One wielded twin blades, moving with an eerie swiftness, while the other, robust in stature, excelled in direct confrontation. They charged toward their adversaries. A battle axe glinted with brilliant energy, cleaving toward Stone Rock with the force to split mountains and shatter stones. Ha, taste my shield. Stone Rock bellowed, standing firm, thrusting his molten lava shield forward. Clang. The battle axe struck the shield with tremendous force, an explosive sound reverberating across the battlefield. A violent shockwave radiated outward, sending dust swirling into the air. The ninth-tier three-eyed warrior felt an overwhelming force rebound against him, fracturing his grip and numbing his arms, nearly causing him to lose his weapon. To his astonishment, the surface of Stone Rock's shield blazed with crimson molten flames, a scorching wave of heat crashing toward him, swiftly dissolving the energy glow emanating from the axe. Even the axe began to emit faint creaking sounds, as if the high temperature would contort it. Seizing the moment when his opponent was exhausted and unprepared, Stone Rock unleashed a resonance shield strike. He thrust the molten lava shield forward with great force. The runes inscribed upon the shield erupted with brilliance. Invisible energy converging before him. Buzz. An invisible shockwave surged from the giant shield, launching forcefully forward and striking the ninth-tier three-eyed warrior. The warrior felt a powerful blunt force penetrate his protective energy, striking directly at him. He let out a muffled groan, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. His body was hurled backward as if struck by an invisible hammer, spiraling uncontrollably through the air. In mid-flight, the sound of bones cracking could be distinctly heard. Bang! A heavy thud resounded. He crashed heavily onto the ground several dozen meters away, the hard wasteland creating a shallow crater upon impact, kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the three-eyed warrior convulsed a few times, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs pouring from his mouth, clearly beyond survival. Stone Rock slammed his giant shield onto the ground, producing a dull thud. He grinned broadly, his hearty laughter tinged with a touch of bravado. So weak. Not even worthy of casting a shine on my shield. Meanwhile, the vice-captain wielding the twin blades transformed into a flurry of afterimages, darting left and right, attempting to swiftly close in on Chasing Cloud. To him, once the archer was in close proximity, he would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. You think you can approach? Chasing Cloud scoffed coldly, his wind and thunder longbow already drawn to its full moon form. The bowstring crackled with azure lightning, a sharp aura locking onto the front. Eagle Eye Lock. An almost imperceptible wave of energy instantly fell upon the swiftly moving vice-captain. It was as though an invisible hawk's eye had opened in the void, capturing every one of his movements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost the moment the mark was complete, 3 arrows imbued with the power of wind and thunder were released. The arrows formed a triangular formation, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Moving at an extraordinary speed, the air was left with 3 faint azure afterimages, aimed directly at the vital points of the vice-captain. The vice-captain felt an urgent alarm ringing in his heart the instant the arrows were released, every hair on his body standing on end. He desperately twisted his body, twin blades weaving a tight defense, attempting to block and evade. However, he was horrified to discover that no matter how he twisted or accelerated, those 3 arrows had latched onto him like maggots clinging to bone. The angles of the arrows grew increasingly cunning, sealing off all avenues of retreat. A certain hit. Armor-piercing. Vital strike. Bang. With a resounding crash, the blade in his right hand was struck violently, a tremendous force threatening to shatter his arm, the blade emitting a continuous hum. Nearly slipping from his grasp, terror surged within him. The power of these arrows far exceeded his expectations. Bang. Almost immediately, the second arrow arrived, striking precisely against the blade he held in his left hand. This time, it bore not only strength, but also a terrifying armor-piercing effect, causing numerous fissures to erupt across the blade's surface, blue and green lightning flickering briefly. Thud. The third impact was subtle yet fatal. He exerted all his strength to sidestep, but still could not completely evade it. The arrow grazed his ribs, tearing through armor and flesh, embedding itself deeply into his left chest. Agonizing pain surged forth, and he let out a muffled groan as his once swift movements came to a sudden halt. The flurry of blades dissipated, and the vice-captain of the three-eyed tribe staggered a few steps, his dual blades weakly propped against the ground, supporting his wavering form. He gasped for breath. blood gushing from the wound in his left chest, staining his armor crimson. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness, fixing upon the cold-faced archer. Chasing Cloud wore a chilling smirk, his longbow already drawn taut. At that moment, the arrow nocked on the bowstring was entwined with visible blue-green electric serpents, crackling ominously, a sense of impending destruction beginning to permeate the air. No. The vice-captain's pupils constricted sharply. That was the rain of thunder arrows. Chasing Cloud released the bowstring. The arrow, imbued with the terrifying power of thunder and lightning, shot skyward and then, in the midst of his despairing gaze, erupted with a deafening roar. Boom. In an instant, the heavens seemed to rend asunder. Countless slender lightning arrows cascaded down like a torrential storm, instantly enveloping a radius of several dozen meters centered around the vice-captain. Electric light danced wildly, and thunder roared deafeningly. Each lightning arrow bore the might to annihilate all. The already severely wounded vice-captain could not even emit a scream before being utterly consumed by the tempest of thunder. When the lightning finally subsided, only a charred pit remained, along with wisps of dissipating blue smoke. No trace of his remains. Chasing Cloud slowly lowered his thunderous longbow, the blue-green radiance of the bow gradually fading. Next, he spoke with indifference, his gaze already shifting to the remaining members of the spider squad on the battlefield. The confrontation between Su Jin and Chasing Cloud was utterly devastating. Meanwhile, those seemingly unremarkable spirit pivot swordsmen were now revealing astonishing combat prowess. A relatively petite, fair-featured female swordsman faced off against a three-eyed warrior who was easily twice her size. The three-eyed brute, muscles bulging, gripped a heavy hammer that glinted with metallic coldness. The single vertical eye on his forehead disdainfully appraised his opponent. To him, this petite girl with slender arms and legs seemed like she would be reduced to nothing more than a smear under a single blow. Hey, little one. Your mama's calling you home for dinner. The three-eyed warrior bared his teeth, revealing a grotesque grin, his voice rough and grating. You've crossed paths with me, Batten. Consider yourself out of luck, he proclaimed, seemingly believing this would instill fear in her. Watch as I turn you into a delightful puddle of flesh. Batten roared, his muscular arms swelling with strength, the heavy hammer in his hand stirring a fierce wind as it descended with a sharp whistle towards the swordswoman's head. Under the hammer's onslaught, the female swordsman's hair was blown back, her crimson lips parting. Heart release. In an instant, radiant spiritual light surged from her, spreading outward like a tidal wave. A set of shallow purple armor, starkly contrasting with her gentle demeanor, swiftly coalesced, exuding a sense of lethal sharpness. A pale purple aura enveloped her features, leaving only her focused eyes, within which a chilling gleam flickered. The wind howled in her ears, and the shadow of the hammer loomed overhead. Yet, the female swordswoman did not flinch nor evade, with a graceful shift of her feet. The slender sword in her hand struck first, carving an unbelievable arc through the air. Ding! A light chime resounded. The sinister grin on Batten's face froze instantly. He looked down to find that his massive hammer had been pierced, while the tip of a shimmering, pale purple blade now silently rested against his throat. He barely had time to utter a word before the swordswoman's wrist flicked, and the blade pierced through his throat. Similar scenes unfolded across the battlefield. These spirit pivot swordsmen, meticulously trained by Su Jin, experienced a meteoric rise in power upon unlocking heart release, effortlessly overpowering the ordinary members of the Spider Squad. The once formidable Spider Squad, after the slaying of Kazan by Bai Xiao, and the overwhelming assaults from Su Jin, Chasing Cloud, and the spirit pivot swordsman, found itself teetering on the brink of collapse. This hunt targeting elite hunters had been doomed from the very beginning. Chapter 85, Yong City, Zhou. As the remnants of the glorious Soul Thunder prison gradually subsided, the entire barrier returned to tranquility. The pallid lightning receded, and Bai Xiao slowly sheathed his sword, the platinum armor dissipating alongside it. Inform them to dismantle the barrier. Bai Xiao glanced at Kazan's lifeless body on the ground, his tone as flat as ever. Su Jin tapped the ground with his magma giant shield, the crimson flames on its surface gradually dimming. Fighting is exhilarating, huh? It's just that these three-eyed brats can't take a hit. Whoosh! Chasing Cloud knocked an arrow, shooting it into the sky. The arrow detonated mid-air, transforming into countless blue-green sparks before vanishing. With this signal, the vast spiritual energy canopy enveloping the battlefield began to tremble, the runes extinguishing one by one. Soon, the entire barrier crumbled like shattered glass. A spirit pivot swordsman sheathed their long sword and approached Bai Xiao, nodding slightly. Commander Bai, the Spider Squad has been annihilated. Not a single one escaped. Bai Xiao nodded, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The once arrogant, three-eyed warriors now lay scattered, their bodies sprawled haphazardly, some even reduced to mere charred remnants. Too weak. Bai Xiao frowned slightly. Were the elite practitioners of the three-eyed tribe truly of such caliber? It was indeed peculiar. Chasing Cloud stowed away the thunder longbow and crouched beside Kazan's corpse, examining it closely. According to this individual's own claims, He ranked within the top 100 of the 10-tiered three-eyed tribe. Surely this wasn't mere boasting? Su Jin grinned broadly. Who cares? The weaker they are, the better for us. We easily wrapped up the fight without a single casualty. Bai Xiao shook his head, or perhaps there is more to it. In any case, let us return and report to Lord. Gather the team. We're heading back to Infinite City, Bai Xiao intoned solemnly. The group swiftly began to clear the battlefield. Before long, Bai Xiao and his company departed the scene, reuniting with Su Jin as they hurried towards the direction of Infinite City. Infinite City, Conference Hall. Su Jin sat in the main seat, and after listening to Bai Xiao's battle report, he raised an eyebrow. Are you saying Kazan was significantly weaker than expected? Bai Xiao nodded. He claimed to rank among the top 100 among the 10-tiered strong of the three-eyed tribe, yet his strength pales in comparison to Bashaka. Su Jin pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting that the intelligence on the three-eyed tribe is flawed, or that they are concealing their true strength? Bai Xiao shook his head slightly, his tone still succinct, uncertain. However, Kazan's expression of horror before his demise did not seem feigned. He genuinely believed himself to be formidable. Hey, who cares? Su Jin interjected in a deep voice. My lord, I think it's just that we are too strong. That Kazan isn't even enough for Brother Bai to take down with a single sword. Su Jin chuckled softly. In that case, Su Jin contemplated briefly. I will contact Zhou Yong later. He has a military background and should possess comprehensive intelligence on the three-eyed tribe. He might provide some valuable insights. Zhou Yong, the Lord of Yong City, is a 6th-level seasoned lord and one of the representatives of the Blue Star Alliance in the military of the Worma world. Su Jin's understanding of him largely stems from the sporadic remarks made in the Lord Assistance channel. In her impression, he is a man of few words, characterized by a distinct military demeanor. Until now, their paths had not crossed directly. After Bai Xiao and the others withdrew, Su Jin attempted to reach out to Zhou Yong through the Lord channel. Navigating the Lord panel, she quickly located Zhou Yong's marker and initiated a communication request. A soft beep resonated, causing the space before her to ripple slightly. Immediately, a clear light screen unfurled before her. On the screen, the image of a middle-aged man clad in standard military attire materialized. Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. Is video calling now possible in the Lord channel? She mused, surprised by the rapid pace of upgrades. The man in the light screen bore a resolute countenance, with sharp features and broad shoulders, sitting upright. Even as merely an image, one could sense the calmness and sharpness of a seasoned warrior. His deep-set eyes were fixed on Su Jin, exuding a sense of authority. This man was none other than Zhou Yong, the Lord of Yong City. Greetings, Lord Su Jin. Zhou Yong's voice emanated through the screen, steady and robust, imbued with the distinct efficiency of a military man. His gaze swept across Su Jin's face, seemingly confirming something. Su Jin adjusted her posture. Hello, Lord Zhou. I apologize for the intrusion. Lord Su Jin, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Recently, in the Blue Star, your name, alongside that of your Infinity City, has appeared multiple times in our military documents. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jin's mind. She chuckled lightly. You flatter me, Lord Zhou. It's merely trivial skirmishes. Compared to your esteemed position, representing the military and standing firm against alien races, my experience is pale in comparison. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile played at the corners of Zhou Yong's mouth, and his gaze softened with newfound friendliness. May I inquire as to the purpose of your communication today? Lord Su Jin. He bypassed the small talk and directly addressed the matter at hand. Su Jin, shedding pleasantries, adopted a more serious demeanor. To be candid, Lord Zhou, I reached out to seek some intelligence regarding the Three-Eyed Clan, particularly concerning their advanced combat capabilities. She succinctly recounted the encounter of Bai Xiao and the others with Kazan, expressing her doubts about their assessment of his strength. My subordinate believes that the individual claiming to rank within the top 100 of the Three-Eyed Clan's 10th tier, Kazan, seems to possess a strength that diverges significantly from our expectations. I wish to verify with you whether our intelligence is erroneous or if there is a deeper complexity at play. After Su Jin finished speaking, she awaited Zhou Yong's response in silence. She required more precise information to gauge the current situation and the true prowess of the Three-Eyed Clan. Chapter 86. The Information of the Red Earth Plateau. In the light screen, Zhou Yong's expression shifted to one of peculiar contemplation after absorbing Su Jin's account. It seemed he was weighing his words, and after a moment, he spoke. Lord Su Jin, the Kazan you mentioned is indeed a notable figure within the Three-Eyed Clan. Oh, Su Jin raised an eyebrow, realizing that Kazan's claim of being among the top 100 of the 10th tier was not entirely baseless. Yes, Zhou Yong nodded, continuing. This individual possesses genuine strength and can indeed rank among the top in the 10th tier of the Three-Eyed Clan. However, he has a peculiar penchant. Zhou Yong paused, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, as if stifling a laugh. He particularly enjoys announcing his ranking within the clan before engaging in battle, followed by belittling his opponents. In our terms, he exhibits an exceptionally strong need for attention, coupled with a fixed pattern of pre-battle taunting. Hearing this, Su Jin couldn't help but smile. Reflecting on Bai Xiao and the others' reports, and juxtaposing them with Zhou Yong's description, she found Kazan to be rather comical. It appeared that his bravado had become ingrained in his very essence, only to lead him to a formidable opponent this time. So, this time he has indeed bitten off more than he can chew, Su Jin remarked with a chuckle. More than just a tough opponent. Zhou Yong's gaze lingered on Su Jin's face, revealing a hint of astonishment. Typically, even the elite among the 10th tier combatants would find it challenging to dispatch Kazan so decisively. Lord Su Jin, if I am not mistaken, the forces you deployed must have been those of a heroic unit, correct? Su Jin neither confirmed nor denied this, but simply smiled serenely. Zhou Yong, grasping the implication, continued, that makes sense. Generally speaking, for a lord below the 7th tier, having even 1 or 2 gold tier units is already considered elite. In contrast, heroic units, especially those of gold rank, are typically the hallmark of top-tier lords. Kazan's misfortune lies in encountering a heroic unit. Though his words served as an explanation, they indirectly underscored Su Jin's level of strength. In the eyes of seasoned lords, possessing a gold-tier hero was a symbol of power. It seemed Zhou Yong was quite well-versed in the advanced combat capabilities of the Three-Eyed Clan. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jin inquired, what about Marco? Upon hearing this name, Zhou Yong's expression turned slightly serious. Marco, the psychic nexus lord of the Three-Eyed Clan, is indeed a standout among their new generation, akin to some of the previously prominent rookie lords. He possesses an acute sensitivity to energy, and his core construct troops appear to benefit from Marco's innate talents, warranting special attention. Su Jin nodded, committing this information to memory. It was evident that Marco posed a considerable threat. Thank you for clarifying, Lord Zhou. She expressed her gratitude. You are too kind, Lord Su Jin. Zhou Yong waved his hand dismissively. At this juncture, the Blue Star Alliance in the Worma world necessitates the unity of all forces. Intelligence sharing is a matter of course. He shifted the topic, asking, may I inquire about the general direction of your current location, Lord Su Jin? If convenient, could you share? Su Jin hesitated momentarily. While the position of Infinity City was discreet, revealing a general direction to someone like Zhou Yong, a military figure, could yield more valuable information. Infinity City is currently situated on the southeastern edge of the Blackstone Wasteland, she replied. The southeastern part of the Blackstone Wasteland. Zhou Yong's gaze seemed to traverse a mental map, and after a moment, understanding dawned in his eyes. I see. That location is not too far from the Red Earth Plateau. Red Earth Plateau? Su Jin was somewhat unfamiliar with this name. Yes, Zhou Yong explained. The Red Earth Plateau is a relatively resource-rich area in the central Worma world, harboring numerous unexplored secret realms. Among these, some yield resources of considerable importance to us lords. Currently, both our Blue Star Alliance and the Dark Star Empire, along with the Three-Eyed Clan, have several top-tier lords active in that region, vying for control over those secret realms. Zhou Yong looked at Su Jin, his tone laced with inquiry. Lord Su Jin, would you be interested in developing towards the Red Earth Plateau? While competition is fierce there, the opportunities are abundant. With your strength, you should be able to make significant strides. He paused before adding, of course, the situation there is more complex, with frequent skirmishes among the top-tier forces of the three factions, presenting a higher degree of risk. As Su Jin listened to Zhou Yong's description, her heart stirred. Infinity City's military strength had already begun to take shape, with a considerable number of silver-tier elite units and a golden-tier hero like Bai Xiao at the helm. Remaining in the relatively barren Blackstone Wasteland would undoubtedly hinder her development speed. The Red Earth Highlands, having attracted the foremost lords of the three clans, must possess its own unique allure. Opportunity coexists with peril, does it not? Su Jin pondered, stroking his chin, his gaze penetrating. He turned to the holographic screen displaying Zhou Yong and inquired, Lord Zhou, your invitation for me to venture to the Red Earth Highlands. Could it be that the military has some plans in that region? Zhou Yong replied candidly. There is no specific plan to speak of. However, the strategic significance of the Red Earth Highlands is considerable. An ally like you, Lord Su Jin, would undoubtedly enhance our Blue Star Alliance's standing in that area. Moreover, a cryptic smile played upon Zhou Yong's lips as he added, I am personally quite curious about the surprises your Infinite City may bring us. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jin responded, thank you for your proposal and the information. Lord Zhou, I shall give it careful consideration. The Red Earth Highlands indeed sound like a promising destination. Yet, prior to that, he needed to deal with Marco at the Mind Nexus and assess the surrounding circumstances. Should you choose to proceed to the Red Earth Highlands, feel free to reach out to me at any time, Zhou Yong remarked. I have certain arrangements there that may offer you some convenience. Certainly, Su Jin nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a few more thoughts on the current battlefield situation before concluding the communication. As the holographic screen faded, the council chamber returned to silence. Su Jin leaned back in his chair, swiftly processing the information he had just received from Zhou Yong. The Red Earth Highlands, he murmured to himself. It seems I must resolve the matter of Marco post-haste. Bring in Commander Bai Xiao of the whole army. He is to report to the council chamber immediately. Chapter 87. The storm reignites in the council chamber. Su Jin gently tapped the table, lost in thought. Before long, two figures entered the hall in succession, Bai Xiao and Hu Jun. My lord, they both bowed in unison. Please, take a seat. Su Jin gestured with a slight lift of his chin, indicating they need not be overly formal. I just had a conversation with Lord Zhou from Yong City and received some intriguing intelligence. He briefly recounted his dialogue with Zhou Yong, particularly regarding Kaizen's proclivity for pre-battle declarations and an overview of the Red Earth Highlands. Upon hearing this, Huajun mused, if that is the case, Kaizen's demise is not without justification. As for the Red Earth Highlands, the convergence of the three clans' top lords indeed warrants our attention. However, he turned to Su Jin. Should we not first eliminate Marco? Su Jin nodded. That is precisely my intent. We must first remove this thorn before contemplating the Red Earth Highlands. After all, one cannot allow a slumbering adversary to fester beside them. Marco, with his acute energy perception and the gifted constructs under his command, should not be underestimated, Su Jin added. Yet, we need not overly inflate his threat. After all, even a top 100 contender like Kaizen faltered before Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao maintained a stoic demeanor, simply remarking, he talks too much. Huajun, listening from the side, stifled a chuckle. Su Jin smiled. In that case, Huajun, assemble the troops. This time, we seek a swift victory, leaving Marco no opportunity to breathe. He gazed at the map indicating the location of the mind nexus. Since Marco excels in constructs, we shall employ the mobility of cavalry and the explosive power of the spirit blade wielders to breach his defenses. Pausing for a moment, a glint of determination flashed in Su Jin's eyes. As for how to breach the city, leave that to Bai Xiao and me. I am eager to discover just how resilient his mind nexus truly is. Understood. Bai Xiao and Huajun replied solemnly. Su Jin added, Mu Yang will guard Adelon. Inform Chasing Cloud and Shurian to remain at Infinite City and bolster defenses. With a swift command, Infinite City sprang into action. Outside the city, the sound of iron hooves striking the ground resounded like thunder. 4,000 thunder cavalry, clad in formidable armor, and 400 storm dragon riders, surrounded by crackling lightning, formed a fearsome sight. The dragon scale patterns on the knight's armor radiated an aura of strength, while over 100 spirit blade wielders, dressed in pristine white, bore simple swords that exuded a chilling sharpness. Su Jin mounted his horse, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bai Xiao at the front of the formation. Huajun commanded the main force of cavalry, positioned on either flank. Onward. At the command, the army surged forth like a black tide, kicking up a storm of dust as they raced towards the southeastern direction of the Blackstone Wasteland, toward Marco's domain. Half a day later, while on the march, a member of the Shadow quietly appeared at Su Jin's side. My lord, there is urgent military intelligence from the north of Infinite City. The Shadow's voice was hoarse and low. Su Jin's gaze sharpened. Speak. Our Shadow Team 3, while conducting reconnaissance to the north, discovered a legacy-level city of the native Wurma inhabitants. This city is called City of the Rock. Legacy-level city. Upon hearing these 4 words, Su Jin's expression deepened. The Shadow continued reporting, the City of the Rock possesses considerable strength, but the crucial point is their intense hostility towards us, the outsiders. The tone was grave. Our Team 3 was detected by an unknown means while attempting to infiltrate the city. Of the 5 members, only the captain returned, severely injured. According to the captain's last report, the City of the Rock seems to have become aware of our presence and has dispatched reconnaissance units searching in our direction. Upon hearing this, a cold smile curved Su Jin's lips. An unknown means of detection from a legacy-level city? They have taken the initiative against Infinite City. It seems our neighbor is not very friendly. The Shadow's commander had already established a foothold in the north, but he judged that since the enemy had extended their claws, they could not be allowed to act with impunity. He sought the Lord's guidance on whether to retaliate immediately, severing their search units and requesting support. Su Jin responded. His voice icy. Retaliation? Of course, we must retaliate. They have already intruded upon our doorstep. Failing to respond would make it appear as though Infinite City is too easy to bully. As for Marco, we will continue our advance as per the original plan, without delay. Regarding the brazen City of the Rock, a sharp light flickered in Su Jin's eyes. Since they are so hospitable, let us return the favor with a proper greeting. He turned to the messenger beside him, raising his voice. Send word to Chasing Cloud. Have him lead all the Gale Archers and the remaining Spirit Blade wielders from Infinite City northward to support Shadow Team 1. Su Jin paused, his tone taking on a more lethal edge. Tell him, I have but one demand. Eliminate every single one of the claws extended from the City of the Rock without exception. I want them to remember with blood that Infinite City is not a place that just anyone can pry into. For every unit they dispatch, let them leave behind an equal number of heads. Additionally, let Shurian guard Infinite City and inform Mu Yang, stationed in the Adelon world, to prepare for support. Just in case. Understood, my lord. The messenger replied, quickly turning and departing with haste. The army pressed forward. At the Mind Nexus City, in the central control tower, the atmosphere was dimly lit, with countless runes flowing between the walls and the hovering crystal screens, emitting a ghostly blue glow. Marco sat cross-legged atop the sensing throne at the tower's peak. His signature third eye remained closed, yet his brow twitched slightly, a sense of inexplicable agitation swirling within him. Kaizen, Marco muttered the name, feeling increasingly vexed. How long had it been since Kazan and his so-called spider profession team set out, vowing to address those troubles. Not a single word had returned. Initially, Marco had not paid it much mind. Kazan, though somewhat arrogant and loquacious, was undeniably a 10th-tier powerhouse. Among the younger generation of the clan, he had garnered some renown. Dealing with an opponent who dared not show their face should not pose an issue. Yet, as time passed, an ominous premonition grew ever stronger. Damn it! Marco abruptly opened his third eye, a flash of ferocity igniting within his crimson pupils. The radiant runes within the tower seemed to momentarily falter in response. Irritated, he waved his hand, once again amplifying his senses through the city's devices, probing towards the direction where the spider squad had vanished. Suddenly, Marco's form trembled violently, his body involuntarily soaring upwards, nearly colliding with the metallic dome above. This is Chapter 88, Divine Might Descends. Marco gasped involuntarily, disbelief and astonishment flooding his three-eyed gaze. In an instant, the once stable luminescence of the runes within the central control tower surged explosively, the ethereal blue swiftly supplanted by a foreboding crimson. The entire structure emitted a deep, resonant hum, as if it could not bear the weight of what was to come. He sensed a torrent of will and power, coalescing into an iron flood, rushing towards his mental nexus with astonishing speed. A military force aimed at me. The visage of Kazan, always laced with disdain and arrogance, flitted through Marco's mind. Could it be? He drew a sharp breath, a chilling realization taking root within the depths of his consciousness. Those fiends have not only dealt with Kazan, but their target is me? How could this be possible? Kazan is, after all, a prominent elite of the 10th tier within our clan. Yet the overwhelming force before him, capable of tearing the very sky asunder, could not possibly belong to an ordinary lord's power. Who could it be? The eye upon his forehead flared to life, veins of blood coursing through it, as if it were on the verge of bleeding. A tempest of rage clashed with the gravity of facing an unknown adversary in his heart. Alarm. The highest level of alert for the entire city. Marco's voice reverberated through the amplification array within the tower, reaching every corner of the Mind Nexus city. All combat units. Immediately. Right now. Enter the highest state of readiness. Awaken the Construct Legion. Preheat the energy cores to critical levels. He fixed his gaze upon the direction from which that colossal surge of energy approached, the crimson slit in his eye spinning rapidly, as if attempting to pierce through the veil of space to discern the true visage of the encroaching enemy. I shall see who dares to wreak havoc upon my domain. Despite the tempest raging within, as a distinguished representative of the Three-Eyed Clan and the master of the Mind Nexus, Marco forcibly suppressed his initial shock and panic. His inherent confidence would not allow him to display even a hint of timidity before the enemy. This is his territory, the Mind Nexus city he had cultivated for years. Along with his prideful construct army, come forth. A cold and sinister grin creased Marco's lips, a flicker of frenzied battle intent igniting within his eyes. Eager to measure the worth of these oblivious fools who dared to disturb his peace, the sound of iron hooves thundered, dust swirling in their wake. The army led by Su Jin surged forth like a dark torrent, finally arriving at the gates of the Mind Nexus city. Upon the city walls, countless ethereal blue runes blazed brilliantly, energy shields resembling inverted colossal bowls enveloping the entire stronghold. Sinisterly shaped construct puppets emerged from every corner within the city, their cold metallic eyes glinting with dangerous light, their barrels and blades all aimed at the rushing tide outside the walls. Within the central control tower, Marco's three eyes widened in alarm, bloodshot and frantic. He strained to mobilize the city's defensive system. Simultaneously, a unique mental wave radiated from him, establishing a connection with every construct within the city. My children, the time to showcase your power has come. Marco's voice brimmed with a hint of manic excitement. As he infused his will, the already imposing construct puppets accelerated in their rune flow, forcibly escalating the output of their energy cores. Their joints even expelled arcs of pale blue energy, their overall momentum surging dramatically. This is my innate ability, mechanical resonance. Under my command, they shall transform into the most terrifying machines of slaughter. Marco reveled in the overwhelming power returned from the constructs, his confidence swelling anew. He could already envision these audacious invaders being ground to dust beneath the iron hooves of his construct army. However, just as he reveled in his newfound confidence, outside the city, Su Jin gazed quietly at the metal fortress, now fully activated and bristling with defenses alongside the haughty constructs. He could even perceive the slight impatience and provocation emanating from the opposing lord through the constructs. It seems this Lord Marco holds considerable faith in his shell. Su Jin's lips curled into a subtle smile, his tone unruffled. Then, with deliberate slowness, he raised his right hand. In that case, he murmured, let us utterly shatter this confidence. No sooner had the words left his lips than an indescribable wave of terrifying pressure erupted from Su Jin. Divine resolve. Boom. A golden pillar of light, piercing the heavens, surged skyward in an instant, centered around Su Jin. The light tore asunder the firmament, dispersing the dark clouds, transforming the entire battlefield into a resplendent and sacred golden realm. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to pale in comparison to this brilliance. Soon after, Su Jin's figure was enveloped within an endless radiance of gold. Amidst the luminescence, a complex and ornate suit of divine armor, seemingly woven from light and faith, rapidly coalesced around him. A helmet concealed his visage, leaving only a pair of eyes ablaze with golden flames. Behind him, 6 wings, appearing as if formed from countless tiny golden blades stacked together, unfurled soundlessly. With each flap, they rippled the very fabric of space. An overwhelming and terrifying aura, as if it sought to trample upon the very heavens and earth, radiated from Su Jin, sweeping outwards in all directions. Within the Mind Nexus City, in the central control tower, Marco's expression, once tinged with manic excitement due to the mechanical resonance, froze instantaneously. His 3 eyes widened like copper bells. Fixated on the figure bathed in divine light upon the screen, his throat emitting a series of incomprehensible croaks. What is that? His once proud energy perception felt diminutive, akin to a firefly against the full moon, in the face of the aura unleashed by Su Jin's divine resolve. The pressure was so immense that every nerve in his body screamed under the burden, and a wave of dread resonated deep within his soul. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Marco screamed in a voice sharp and piercing, driven by extreme fear. What is this power? 10th tier? No. This absolutely transcends the 10th tier. All his previous confidence, all his foundation of belief, crumbled into dust in that moment. He finally understood why Kaizen had vanished without a trace. In the face of such an existence, Kaizen's meager strength likely did not even qualify to earn a mere glance. Yet, the shock Su Jin imparted upon him was far from over. At the moment Marco's composure shattered, Su Jin's voice resonated across the battlefield. By the decree of the radiant sovereign of all spirits, with a resonant hum, a colossal golden domain unfurled from Su Jin, instantaneously enveloping an expanse of several kilometers, encompassing the entirety of the Mind Nexus City. A magnificent palace's ethereal silhouette materialized within the golden light, even more solid and resplendent than during his previous confrontation with Bashaka. The soaring golden dragon totem seemed to possess life, emitting a soul-stirring roar, its dragon might reverberating powerfully. Countless phantasmal figures clad in golden armor, wielding divine weaponry, emerged, their gazes fierce, exuding a murderous aura that pierced the heavens. Within the entire domain, golden light dazzled. Runes filled the air, and a supreme will of dominion descended, as if this realm had transformed into Su Jin's divine kingdom, a domain of sovereignty. Chapter 89, Royal Punishment from Heaven. In the face of divine might, all are but ants. Marco stood utterly dumbfounded before the magnificent and imposing expanse of the golden realm. His mouth agape, the vertical eye upon his forehead weeping crimson from excessive strain, yet he remained unable to grasp the enormity of the events unfolding before him. The God Resolution form had already plunged him into despair, and now he was confronted with the terrifying domain unique to hero units. What manner of monster is this? Why must he encounter such aberration upon his arrival in the Woma world? His once proud mind nexus appeared as nothing more than a delicate plaything in the face of this golden domain, pathetically fragile. The constructs he had endowed with nexus power now dimmed under the oppressive aura of the realm, their crimson glow waning, their movements becoming sluggish as if ensnared in an invisible mire. No, don't come closer. Marco let out a desperate howl, striving to summon every ounce of energy from the mind nexus to resist. However, Su Jin offered him no respite whatsoever. Divine mandate of heavenly punishment. He slowly raised his right hand, his index finger pointing ominously toward the seemingly impenetrable defenses of the Mind Nexus City. In that instant, within the sovereign command domain of all spirits, every palace, phantom dragon, an array of war banners erupted into a blinding golden radiance. An infinite cascade of golden runes converged maniacally, coalescing into beams of golden light so refined they appeared capable of piercing the very stars, at the apex of which one could faintly discern the snarling visages of dragons. This strike harnessed the full power of the domain and embodied the supreme might of Su Jin in his God Resolution state. The next moment, boom! An indescribable cacophony instantaneously consumed all sound upon the battlefield. It was as if the heavens collapsed and the earth fractured. Countless golden beams, echoing the roars of dragons, descended like divine spears of retribution. The once mighty energy shield of the Mind Nexus City faltered upon the first golden beam's touch, enduring but a fleeting moment before dissolving into nothingness, akin to snow melting beneath the sun. Following swiftly came the second, third, and thousands more. The dense array of golden beams, like the wrath of deities, struck mercilessly at every defensive point of the Mind Nexus City. Those fearsome constructs were instantaneously disintegrated into their most primal particles under the onslaught of the golden beams, leaving no remnants behind. The sturdy shields and peculiar defensive towers crumbled before the heavenly punishment, collapsing into mere dust as if made of sandcastles. Within the central control tower, Marco stared blankly at the images relayed on the screen, his body swaying as he sank heavily into the sensing throne. My city. The hissing sound of melting metal, the jarring friction of shattered construct parts, and the distant cacophony of surviving units' chaotic alarms intertwined to create a requiem of doom that echoed incessantly in his ears. Each massive breach resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, greedily devouring his last vestiges of psychological defense. The golden light had yet to fully dissipate, and the oppressive aura of Su Jin in his god-resolution form still enveloped the battlefield, weighing heavily upon all, rendering breath a laborious task. Su Jin's golden eyes calmly surveyed the chaos within the city, where the constructs had succumbed to turmoil. He floated serenely in the air, seemingly savoring the sight of his enemy's despair. At this moment, a powerful aura simultaneously erupted from Bai Xiao and Hu Jun at his side. Ring of extinction. Pale flames spread from beneath Bai Xiao's feet, unfurling like a spectral lotus, swiftly enveloping the battlefield within a radius of several thousand meters. Wherever it traveled, the very air seemed to lose its warmth, replaced by an unsettling chill that pierced the soul. The soldiers of Infinite City felt their weapons grow heavier, igniting with a chilling white flame. Vast sea cloud banner. Hu Jun pointed his spear toward the heavens, and a colossal phantom banner of swirling clouds coalesced behind him, fluttering in the wind with a resonant crackle. Amidst the roiling clouds, the imagery of countless troops galloping surged forth, the clarion call of war subtly resonating in the hearts of all present. Within the radius of the halo, every allied soldier felt a surge of fervor, their battle spirit soaring to its zenith. The dual effects of the heroic auras combined, exponentially amplifying the momentum of the Infinite City forces, their killing intent reaching the heavens. Inside the Mind Nexus City, after his initial stupor, Marco's instinct for survival compelled him to rally himself. He howled, attempting to reorganize the constructs that remained intact through the mental link, striving to erect a temporary defense at the breaches. Several massive war fortress constructs, under Marco's desperate urging, dragged their battered forms, flickering with dangerous sparks, unsteadily turning toward the breaches, their cannons struggling to charge, hoping to mount a final stand. A futile struggle, indeed. Hu Jun charged forth, a flash of lightning flickering in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, his steed emitting a triumphant neigh, its hooves crackling with electric energy and awe-inspiring presence. Thunderbolt Spear of the Rainbow. He gripped tightly, and thunder erupted. A blindingly bright spear of lightning formed in his hand, its shaft entwined with spiraling arcs of ferocious electricity. In the next moment, the thunder spear streaked through the sky like a meteor tearing the night, trailing a long tail of flame. A piercing shriek reverberated across the battlefield, imbued with the essence of annihilation, hurtling straight toward the newly gathered constructs within the city. Boom! The thunder spear struck its target with unerring precision, and in an instant, a spherical storm of lightning with a diameter exceeding 15 meters erupted. Countless fragments of electric serpents surged forth, akin to frenzied lightning dragons, consuming the war fortress constructs along with dozens of smaller constructs in their wake. Marco watched helplessly as the thunder spear pierced through his final glimmer of hope. The violent power of the thunder rebounding through the mental link, inflicting excruciating pain in his mind, causing darkness to cloud his vision, blood almost seeping from all three of his eyes. No, my war fortress. He emitted a beastly wail. The blinding lightning gradually dissipated, leaving behind a charred, smoking crater and a scatter of twisted metallic debris, the air thick with acrid smoke and the intense scent of ionized electricity. The feeble formation Marco had just managed to muster crumbled into dust in the wake of this cataclysmic strike, vanishing without a trace. We face no adversaries ahead. Hu Jun pointed his spear forward, his voice resonating like rolling thunder across the battlefield. Chapter 90. Breaching the Mind Nexus. Kill. The 4,000 Azure Thunder Cavalry and 400 Azure Thunder Dragon Riders surged forth like a released torrent of black water, erupting with earth-shattering shouts as they followed Hu Jun into the fray. Iron hooves thundered over the breach carved by Su Jin's divine punishment, stirring clouds of dust as they surged into the Mind Nexus City like a raging tide. The Azure Thunder Cavalry formed a sharp wedge, their thunder spears pointing forward, causing the constructs to burst apart. The steeds beneath them were enveloped in dense electric serpents, each collision delivering immense force, scattering the obstructing constructs into disarray. The static field expanded in swathes, hindering enemy movements and creating an optimal environment for subsequent units to unleash their power. The Azure Thunder Dragon Riders acted as mobile artillery on the battlefield, their thrown thunder spears wielding immense power. Each strike resembled a miniature thunderbolt spear of the rainbow, the explosive shockwaves shredding the constructs into fragments, as lightning wreaked havoc, clouds of dust soaring high. The storm dragon horses, adorned with spiraled lightning patterns, roared, their iron hooves twisting metal and fracturing the ground beneath, an unstoppable force. Over 100 Spirit Nexus Swordmasters moved like white phantoms across the battlefield, eschewing direct confrontation with the constructs. Instead, they expertly navigated through the enemy formations using shadow flashes and spirit clones. Each swing of their long swords unleashed a soul-resonant slash, precisely severing the energy cores or vulnerable joints of the constructs. Their swordsmanship was both agile and lethal, often finishing their harvest before the enemy could react, leaving only their fleeting silhouettes behind. Chaos erupted within the city, transforming it into a veritable slaughterhouse. Although Marco's constructs and psionic shooters numbered significantly, they were no match for the overwhelming force unleashed upon them. Yet, under the devastating strike of Su Jin, the losses had already been catastrophic, and the morale had plummeted to an all-time low. At this moment, confronted by the elite forces of Infinite City, who were brimming with the fervor of battle akin to ravenous wolves, they could muster no effective resistance, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Bai Xiao had also entered the city, unbeknownst to anyone. Unlike Hu Jun, who charged in boldly, he walked forward with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of tranquility. Any construct or psionic shooter attempting to approach within 100 meters of him was met with an instantaneous demise. Torn apart and incinerated by an invisible sword intent and swirling pale soul fire the moment they crossed the threshold. Not a single mournful cry escaped their lips, leaving only charred remnants and dissipating blue smoke in their wake. Where he tread, silence and death reigned supreme. Within the central control tower, Marco's face was ashen as he gazed upon the lopsided massacre displayed on the holographic screen, watching his once proud legion being effortlessly annihilated. The last glimmers of light in his three eyes extinguished completely. He knew it was over. Everything was lost. Resistance? What could he use to resist? That mysterious and formidable lord had yet to truly make a move. He had merely unleashed an awe-inspiring domain that rendered his defensive systems utterly impotent. Why? Why had he encountered such a monster? Marco, in a daze, repeatedly muttered this phrase, his voice hoarse. He had contemplated fighting to the bitter end. Yet, as he peered through the holographic display and beheld Su Jin, still bathed in resplendent golden light, his 6 luminous wings gently fluttering, coldly surveying the battlefield like a deity, he found himself bereft of even the courage to perish in flames alongside his city. It was an absolute suppression emanating from a higher plane of existence that filled him with dread and despair from the depths of his soul. He could not die. He absolutely could not. Marco's face contorted in agony, his 3 eyes bloodshot, flashing with a hint of mad resolve. He understood that once the Lord's mark was destroyed, he would be truly irretrievable. As long as the green hills remained, one need not fear the lack of firewood, even at a great cost. It was better than complete annihilation. He abruptly lifted his head, his hands executing a flurry of frantic maneuvers at the control panel. The runes that had dimmed within the tower reignited. However, this time, it was not for defense, but rather a harbinger of intense and unstable spatial fluctuations. The main control core was shifting. The emergency escape protocol was initiated. He seized a peculiar crystal emitting a ghostly blue glow, pulsating faintly like a heartbeat, the core of the mind nexus. Those who can still move, follow me. Marco bellowed to the remaining members of the three-eyed clan within the tower. A blinding light suddenly erupted from the top of the central control tower, warping the air and forming a dangerously unstable spatial vortex. Clearly, this forcibly activated interdimensional transport was exceedingly precarious, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Yet, Marco could no longer afford to hesitate. Clutching the territory core tightly, he charged headlong into the vortex with his few subordinates, not daring to look back. In an instant, the light vanished, and the spatial vortex abruptly dissipated. Inside the central control tower, only a deathly silence remained, accompanied by the wreckage of control devices. Outside the city, Su Jin maintained his calm demeanor as he observed the unfolding events on the battlefield. When the distinctive spatial fluctuations emanated from the central control tower, a slight arch of his brow indicated his intrigue. Oh, the golden wings fluttered gently, and he distinctly sensed Marco slipping into the spatial rift with the territory core, vanishing without a trace. Decisive indeed, Su Jin mused with a light chuckle. He had underestimated Marco's resolve to sever ties in pursuit of survival. In the face of overwhelming adversity, the ability to swiftly choose the most advantageous course for self-preservation, rather than futilely fighting to the bitter end, was indeed a rare quality. Once more, he gazed toward the direction of Marco's disappearance. The method of escaping the world with the territory core carried an exorbitant price. Not only did it render all previous efforts null and void, akin to starting anew, but it also barred any return to the initial world for development, forcing them into the treacherous Sea of Realms, unable to return to their race's sanctuary. Su Jin let out a light laugh, tinged with an enigmatic meaning. The difficulty of this endeavor was 100-fold more brutal than beginning from scratch. Yet, for him, it was preferable to being utterly erased, along with the obliteration of his professional mark. At the very least, the uniqueness of the Lord profession granted him a slender thread of opportunity to struggle for survival in the Sea of Realms. Compared to those who could only traverse worlds by relying on a lord, he was indeed far luckier. The question lingered in his mind. Did this fellow possess a beacon for self-preservation, akin to his own? He couldn't help but recall Wan Yun's stern visage before entering the Worma world. At that time, Wang Yun had handed him a seemingly unremarkable small metal piece. His tone grave. A military-grade emergency rescue beacon. If, and I mean if, you find yourself in over your head, activated in the Sea of Realms. Once activated, it will create a protective shield lasting 72 hours. In addition to basic defensive capabilities, it will block external detection and send a distress signal to the nearest military lord. Remember, this is a last resort. I hope you never have to use it. Su Jin had thought at the time that it was nothing more than a 3-day experiential pass to the Sea of Realms, with rescue included. Bringing his wandering thoughts back, Su Jin's gaze returned to the mined Nexus City, now devoid of its master. Its defensive systems utterly collapsed. At this moment, Huijun had effectively gained control of the situation within the city and approached Su Jin, reporting with a hint of reluctance, "My lord, that fellow has escaped with the core. I was inept and could not intercept him." Su Jin waved his hand dismissively, his tone remaining calm and even. "Let him flee. A level 5 lord capable of such decisive action is hardly a waste of space." After a brief pause, he instructed, "Clean up the battlefield. This city now belongs to us." Although the primary target had escaped, the value of a largely intact level 5 technological side city was immeasurable. The various facilities and resources within the city, particularly the manufacturing technologies of constructs and the research materials left behind by Marco, represented a significant boon for Infinite City.